It all began with capturing the hearts of the beautiful teacher's twin daughters. After breaking up with the beautiful teacher, Wang Qingyu banned the Godly Tycoon System. Every time he spent money on himself or his parents, he would get 10 times cashback. He even started dating an 18-year-old pure and innocent college girl as his girlfriend, only to discover she was the daughter of his ex-girlfriend, the teacher. The young girlfriend was not only fair-skinned and beautiful but also had a twin sister who looked exactly the same. Chapter 1. Teacher by Jie. Before we check out, how about trying it once more on the balcony? Wang Qingyu gazed at the beautiful teacher sprawled across the chaise longue. The seaside suite cost him 1,000 yuan per night, and checking out after only 5 times today felt like a waste. Get lost, you lying donkey. Bai Jie lay weakly on the cement mattress, cheeks flushed a tempting red. Feeling the man's restless intent, she immediately complained in grievance. You promised to bring me to Qingdao for 7 days, but we spent the entire week in the hotel instead. The more she spoke, the angrier she became. Finally, she sat up, lips trembling as tears welled up. I bought pretty clothes just for this trip. Took the high-speed rail, traveled over 1,000 li to see the sea, and planned to take nice pictures by the shore. But from the moment we checked in, we never stepped outside. Is this how normal people travel? You're such a beast. Trying to wear me out completely, aren't you, Tilda? Her radiant face glowed with rosy hues, like peach blossoms in the rain. Her graceful body trembled delicately. Wang Qingyu couldn't help but laugh, yet his heart ached for her. Teacher Bai, you just don't know how good you've got it. For your happiness, I've been exhausting myself, yet you turn around and accuse me. Besides, this is a sea view suite. Can't we still see the ocean from the balcony? Bai Jie had been his high school Chinese teacher. At the time, she was only 4 years older than him, young, beautiful, and renowned as one of the school's prettiest teachers. She was adored by students, the dream goddess of countless youthful hearts. Wang Qingyu had admired her too, but after graduation they lost contact. Unexpectedly, during a blind date last year, she turned out to be his match. One thing led to another, and they ended up in bed that very day. Others might wake from their youthful crushes to nothing but a dream, yet he had made his dream come true. Thinking of that, Wang Qingyu felt a rush of excitement. He bent down, scooped Bai Jie into his arms, and carried her through the sliding glass door onto the balcony. See! What a view! The sea right in front of us. Facing the ocean, with spring blossoms in full bloom. Teacher Bai, with scenery this perfect, shouldn't we do something? No way! Stop trying your tricks. Bai Jie rejected him haughtily. Wang Qingyu smirked. Once you've seen the vast sea, no other waters compare. Once you've seen Mount Wu, no other clouds suffice. This wasn't in our textbooks, Teacher Bai. As a teacher, shouldn't you lead by example and teach me properly? Her heart suddenly trembled. All right, this line comes from Yuanzhen, a Tang dynasty poet, in his 5 verses of parting, number 4. Later that night. Teacher Bai, don't you think it's time we got married? The blazing noon sun had already drifted westward. Once again, Wang Qingyu had to extend their stay another day. After playing at the beach with her for 2 hours in the evening, they returned under the high-hanging moon. Marriage? Fresh from the shower, Bai Jie froze mid-mask application. She was in her early 30s, only 4 years older than Wang Qingyu. Still in her prime, she had never done rough chores, and with proper care she had preserved her beauty. More than 10 years had passed, yet her fair skin and lovely face remained as stunning as before. Like a flawless goddess, tall and graceful, she looked no older than a 20-something mature beauty. Time had only blessed her, enhancing her curves without leaving any other marks. Yes, Tilda. From behind, Wang Qingyu wrapped his arms around her, whispering at her ear. You worried about your daughter's college entrance exams, so we kept our relationship secret for more than a year. But now that they are both in university, shouldn't we finally get married? All right, Tilda. Clearly, Bai Jie had considered marriage long ago. It wasn't just a fling for her. But then she added with a sly twist. On one condition. Hearing her agree, Wang Qingyu's heart soared. He kissed her snowy shoulder in joy. Yet the very next words from her lips sent his mood crashing to the ground. Chapter 2. Don't you dare morally blackmail me. Qingyu Tilda. Bai Jie's expression turned serious, her tone unusually solemn. I don't want to have children anymore. What? Wang Qingyu's smile froze. Don't want kids. What do you mean by that? Was this some kind of joke? He was already 30, this was his first marriage, and he was the only son in his family, no brothers, no sisters. Wasn't he the point of getting married to build a family, to have kids, to enjoy the warmth of wife and children by the hearth? Otherwise, what was the point of marrying her? Just for fun? Just for the physical stuff between a man and a woman? If so, why even bother with marriage? They got to know each other, fell in love, and decided to marry. But on the night before their wedding, after drinking too much with relatives and friends, her husband died of alcohol poisoning. He left behind a pair of orphaned twin girls. Stricken with grief, Bai Jie couldn't bear to abandon them. With no parents or grandparents left to care for them, she decided to raise them on her own. For more than 10 years, despite countless suitors, she never opened her heart again. By the time she met Wang Qingyu, she had lived as a widow for over a decade yet was still a pure, untouched maiden. Her first kiss, her first time she gave them all to him. In that sense, he had fulfilled his youthful dream of winning over his beautiful teacher. Bai Jie now sat up straight in his arms, her pretty brows knitting with disapproval. In my eyes, they are my real daughters. Wang Qingyu's face darkened. And what about me? I'm the only child in my family. No siblings. Forget whether my parents would even agree to not having kids. What about when I grow old? Who's going to take care of me? Bai Jie smiled gently. Silly, once we marry, my children will be your children too. A cold smile crept onto Wang Qingyu's handsome face. They might take care of you. But you think they'll take care of me? Even biological children aren't always filial. You expect stepchildren to be? He softened his voice, trying to coax her. Teacher Bai, you're only 34. You can still have children. Don't you want one that belongs to both of us? No. If you regret it later, it'll be too late. I won't regret it. Her firm refusal hit him like a stone wall. I've made myself clear. Another child would mean another 18 years gone. By then, we'd be old. What life would we have left? Do you know how much it costs, how exhausting it is? You don't even have a stable job. How will you support it? Raising children did cost money. But just because he once failed at business didn't mean he couldn't provide. His parents had worked hard all their lives in transport, frugal but able to save nearly $1,000,000. In their poor northern county, where the average income was under $2,000 a month, that was no small fortune. A down payment on a house, a car, wedding gifts, it was all manageable. Even if he had stepped back for now after failure, he wasn't about to live off his parents forever. He could teach at a private school and make a decent income. Enough to raise a child, for sure. What only rich second-generation heirs like Wang Xikong deserved to have kids. Ordinary people didn't. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. Let me be clear. No kids. Then I won't agree. And my parents sure as hell won't either. Then forget it. Let us break up. I'm not having another child. Her voice was sharp, her chin lifted proudly. Fine. Break up it is. His swift agreement stunned her. She hadn't expected him to be so decisive. Heh. Wang Qingyu, you really are a scumbag. Bai Jie sneered, eyes full of grievance. You claimed to love me, was this your love? You only see me as a breeding machine. Who the hell said that? His face darkened. It's 2018 already. Don't you dare morally blackmail me with that nonsense. His voice rose, sharp with anger. It's not like the child would be just mine. Won't it call you mother too? And you say you love me, yet you won't even give me a child. That is your love? Their argument escalated. Voices clashed, tears fell, accusations flew. Finally, with her pride wounded and his patience gone, they split, money transferred, words cold, the bond between them shattered. Yet as he walked aimlessly down the unfamiliar streets, sighing at the absurdity of it all, fate suddenly shifted. Ding! Congratulations, host. Godly Tycoon System successfully bound. Chapter 3: Why does it bite you? What the hell? The system is finally here. Loving others is not as good as loving yourself. Men in the new era, why be a bootlicker? Loving yourself and your parents is the right way. If you spend money on yourself or your parents, making them happy, you will receive a tenfold cashback reward. P.S. The system automatically processes the cashback, and the cashback source is legal and compliant. Cashback opportunities are limited to the first 3 times a day. For every deposit of 100 million, you will get a chance to win a lucky draw and win a mysterious reward. The sound of the machinery sounded so pleasant to Wang Qingyu's ears, and the summer breeze with heat waves was no longer annoying. The mosquitoes, flies and insects sneaking around in the streets seemed to add a bit of natural interest. Wang Qingyu couldn't wait to test the authenticity of the system. I looked at my assets and gave half of the money I earned from my part-time job to my parents for savings. I keep half for pocket money. I now have 2 bank cards, one is my own with more than 10,000 yuan in deposit, and the other is given by my parents when I went traveling, with 20,000 yuan in deposit, neither of which I have touched. The WeChat balance, including the 20,000 yuan just transferred by Jie, is only 20,882 yuan. 20,882 yuan, what should I buy? It can't be too cheap, otherwise it will be a wasted opportunity. My dad works so hard all day, and when he drinks a little wine it's Nulantian, Leo Kunshang, and occasionally Fenjiu. I'm over 50, and I still don't know what Moutai tastes like. No matter whether it tastes good or not, you should at least try it once, right? But in this small county, I guess you can't buy the real one. By Jie. He took a bus to the city bus station and spent 18 yuan, but the system did not give him a tenfold cash back. Obviously, this consumption did not bring him a happy feeling or sense of happiness. Just as he was guessing how to follow the crowd out of the station, a panicked scream was suddenly heard, and the street, which had been bustling with people coming and going, suddenly became chaotic. Wang Qingyu turned his head and saw a girl running towards him screaming. There was a vicious dog chasing and biting her from behind, which frightened the girl so much that she turned pale and stumbled while dragging her suitcase. The people around wanted to help, but when they saw the vicious dog baring its teeth and looking ferocious, ready to bite anyone who approached it, they instinctively scattered to avoid being attacked. Although the girl gave up the suitcase, she still couldn't get away. The vicious dog bit the trouser leg of her jeans and she stumbled and fell to the ground. The vicious dog held on tightly, tearing and dragging madly. There were people around who tried to help, but the little objects they had were of no use. The vicious dog had its ears standing upright, its eyes were red, and there was white foam at the mouth. It was obvious that it had been infected with rabies and had gone mad. Wang Qingyu glanced around and saw a wooden bench placed in front of a roadside supermarket. He immediately took it and swung it hard at the side of the dog's head, and the bench hit the dog's head hard from the side. The dog was knocked flying by the immense force. It lay motionless on the ground, but its abdomen was still moving up and down, as if it was stunned. Seeing that it was not dead, Wang Qingyu did not bother to check the girl's injuries. He picked up the bench and smashed it hard on the dog's head again. Bang! Another bench came down and the dog screamed in pain, but it still lay on the ground and couldn't stand up. Wang Qingyu just raised the bench, ready to hit him a few more times and kill him directly. At this moment, another woman's scream suddenly came from the crowd. Stop hitting me. Wang Qingyu paused, turned his head and saw a woman in black tight jeans rushing forward. Their voice was filled with tears, as if the parents had died, and their voice was trembling. You'll get punished for hitting the dog like that, you know. Why are you hitting it like that? Wang Qingyu was originally doing a good deed, but not only was he stopped by someone, he was also cursed and received retribution right away. He was a little confused for a moment. I couldn't help but ask, is this your dog? Zhao Shuwan, the woman in black, looked down at the dog and saw it lying on the ground with blood on its head. No. No matter whose dog it is, you can't hit it, right? Wang Qingyu smiled unhappily. If it chases and bites people, shouldn't it be beaten to death? Zhao Shujuan's eyes were red as she demanded, why did it bite you? Why didn't it bite anyone else? At this time, there were already quite a few people gathered around. The onlookers were eating melons, but they couldn't bear to watch it anymore. An old lady kindly stepped forward to explain. This dog keeps chasing and biting the little girl. It's obviously crazy. Why are you still protecting her? Others also echoed. Zhao Shuwan saw that not only did no one help her punish the bad guys who abused animals, but instead pointed fingers at her. She was immediately trembling with anger and grievance. She couldn't help but burst into tears and shouted like crazy. You deserve it. She must have gotten into trouble with the dog. I've been feeding it for days, why doesn't it bite me? Then, she raised her voice and questioned Wang Qingyu, if you don't provoke it or hit it, will it bite people? Wang Qingyu was so angry that he laughed instead. He didn't give in to the other party and mocked him, don't cry, don't cry. It's your father. Why are you crying so sadly? Har ha 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 ha. As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers burst into laughter. It's your father. How can you talk like that? Zhao Shuwan immediately retorted. After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves, as if he was going to fight you all alone and fight you to the end. It's because the animal protection law is not perfect now that you are abusing dogs like this. The dog is so cute, you will be punished for abusing it. Then he walked over to the wolf dog and said, stray dogs are very docile. They won't bite people. They are very friendly and not afraid of people. As soon as the words fell, the yellow dog seemed to recover from its daze, suddenly woke up, stood up, opened its sharp mouth mixed with blood and white foam, and instantly bit the woman's calf. Zhao Shuwan felt pain and stumbled to the ground. R. Screams and disbelief were heard at the same time. Da Huang, it's me. He used his hands and feet to try to drive the yellow dog away. But the yellow dog didn't care who she was. No matter how she screamed and lashed out, it just held on tightly and refused to let go. Help, it hurts, woo-woo. Save me. Zhao Shuwan really cried this time, and her screams were extremely miserable. Seeing this, Wang Qingyu lifted the stool in his hand, put it aside, sat down with his legs crossed, took out a cigarette and lit it. He couldn't suppress the gloating on his face, and imitated the woman's words in a sarcastic tone, the dog is so well behaved, it won't bite anyone. You must have provoked it. An old man nearby also laughed and agreed, yes, otherwise why would it bite you and not others? Wang Qingyu handed the old man a cigarette. Seeing the black-clad woman's bitten foot bleeding profusely, the smile on his face became even brighter and brighter. That's right, she deserved it. Still shouting for help. No help. It feels good and relieves my anger. It was a farce, but in the end someone intervened again and the mad dog was beaten to death and everyone dispersed. Wang Qingyu wanted to compensate the supermarket, but the boss refused to confiscate the money. Just as he was about to leave, the girl who had been bitten earlier finally plucked up the courage to step forward. Brother, wait tilde. Wang Qingyu turned around when he heard the words and was stunned when he saw the girl's face clearly. Chapter 4, Cold White Shu Ming Yu. The girl was wearing a short slim-fit t-shirt, revealing her plump breasts and a slender, snow-white waist that looked so thin that it could not be grasped. She wore a pair of light blue high-waisted flared jeans, which made her long legs look long, thin and straight. Wang Qingyu looked at the girl and was slightly surprised. Not that I knew this girl. It was just that he didn't notice her because of the chaos in the scene before. Now she was standing in front of Wang Qingyu with great grace. He found that the girl was not only tall and slim, but also very beautiful. She has long hair draped over her shoulders and cold white skin, as white as snow and as tender as a peeled egg. Her facial features are delicate and her eyebrows and eyes are picturesque. She is pure and lovely, with a fresh temperament. Seeing her pulling a suitcase, I thought she must be a college student who had just started her summer vacation. Without waiting for her to speak, Wang Qingyu directly reminded her. No need to say thank you. That dog is clearly infected with rabies. If you're injured anywhere, it's best to go to the epidemic prevention station and get a rabies vaccine immediately. I just checked, it seems like you're not injured. The girl was stunned for a moment, looked down at her torn trouser legs, and was still a little scared. Fortunately, the legs of her jeans were slightly flared, and they were slim and tight around her legs, with a slightly wider ankle area, otherwise it would have really bitten her ankles. Wang Qingyu nodded slightly, glanced down, and reminded, this kind of thing cannot be sloppy. You'd better check it carefully. Even if the skin is scratched a little, you must get vaccinated. Oh, okay tilde. The girl pursed her cherry lips coquettishly. The two thin lips like rose petals then curved up beautifully, and she smiled sweetly, thank you tilde. But after hearing what Wang Qingyu said, he still felt uneasy. He placed his bitten right foot on the curbstone under the green plants on the roadside, bent down, rolled up his trouser legs, and carefully examined his snow-white and slender ankle. Considering that the yellow dog was infected with the virus and human lives were at stake, Wang Qingyu hesitated and said softly, why don't you sit down and I'll help you take a look. The girl was slightly stunned for a moment, then looked up and exchanged glances with Wang Qingyu. Without giving it any thought, she nodded in a silly and cute manner, okay Tilda. As she spoke, she sat down on the curb, gave Wang Qingyu a shy smile, and parted her red lips, her voice soft and sweet, "Thank you, brother." Wang Qingyu shook his head slightly and squatted down. The girl obediently raised her feet. Wang Qingyu rolled up her trouser legs a little more and checked them carefully. The skin on the calf was white, smooth, and delicate like jade, and there was indeed no trace of wounds. But he was still worried. After the girl was bitten, she struggled for a minute or two using her hands and feet. In her panic, she was inevitably scratched. He took off the girl's casual white shoes. Brother, don't Tilda." Seeing this, the girl let out a soft cry and quickly pulled her foot back. Wang Qingyu frowned slightly and raised his clear eyes. The girl seemed to be very good at observing people's expressions and saw that Wang Qingyu frowned. She reacted quickly and immediately realized that Wang Qingyu had misunderstood, and hurriedly explained, "Brother, don't misunderstand. I'm not doubting you." She paused, a faint blush rising on her snow-white cheeks, and the sound that came out of her tongue was full of shyness. "My feet have been walking all day, they stink Tilda." Wang Qingyu couldn't help but smile when he heard this. He was not the kind of person who would be unable to walk when he saw a beautiful woman. Because he is handsome, he has been liked by girls since he was a child. When you get to college, others chase girls. He was pursued by a beautiful woman. The girlfriend I lived with during college was a famous white, rich and beautiful girl among several nearby universities. He got everything from the campus goddess that others admired, and he was simply fed up with her. Wang Qingyu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and sighed in a joking tone, "Well, it stinks, so be it. My life is more important Tilda." The girl couldn't help laughing, she pursed her lips and smiled, and joked, "Thank you for your hard work Tilda." After saying that, he lifted his feet up obediently. The smile with a hint of shyness on her pure and lovely face looks particularly sweet. Wang Qingyu picked up her feet and as he took off her socks, a pair of snow-white and delicate jade feet suddenly appeared before his eyes. It is round and smooth, with soft curves, and is snow-white and delicate. Wang Qingyu had no intention of playing with it, so he lifted it up and examined it carefully. The girl pursed her lips and looked down at Wang Qingyu secretly. He had a fair face, handsome features, and a look of maturity and melancholy between his brows. Especially her pair of big peach blossom eyes, which were clear and bright, and at this moment she was carefully examining her feet. The handsome face, mature temperament, and gentle and serious movements made the girl's heart beat faster and a blush appeared on her cheeks. "Brother, my name is Mingyu, what's yours?" Wang Qingyu, Qing means clear, Yu means giving. Wang Qingyu replied, checked, and found no wounds or broken skin, so he put her foot down and lifted the other one. "Wang, Qing, Yu, that sounds good." Mingyu cooperated by stretching her foot over, mumbling something in her cherry mouth, and then curiously asked, "Brother, where are you from?" The girl's voice is clear and pleasant, and her words are full of youth and vitality. Wang Qingyu was also infected. His previously gloomy mood became much brighter, and his voice became a little higher. "I'm from Zhongyan County, what about you?" Mingyu's eyes lit up, and her voice was filled with surprise, "Really? What a coincidence." "Me too." "Yeah." Wang Qingyu looked up at her, smiled slightly, and then carefully examined her ankles and feet as before. Tilda. Mingyu nodded excitedly, "No wonder you look familiar. Maybe we've met before." At the same time, he bent down to pick up the socks and put the shoes and socks on the foot he had just checked. After Wang Qingyu finished examining her, he put her other foot down and suddenly fixed his gaze on her. "Did you just get your hand broken?" Mingyu raised her right hand and saw a thin, shallow red mark, which clearly showed that the skin was broken. Mingyu's eyebrows knitted together with a hint of doubt, "I don't know either. I don't feel anything. I don't know if it was a dog scratch, or the scratch from that woman's fingernails, or maybe it was rubbed against me when I fell. To be on the safe side, you should get vaccinated." As Wang Qingyu spoke, he pulled her hand over and looked carefully at other parts of the body. He then switched to his other hand and found an area of redness, swelling and broken skin, but it looked like a scratch. "Oh Tilda. What bad luck Tilda." Mingyu pouted and said, "Oh," her voice sounding a little aggrieved, lamenting her bad luck. She had been on the train for 8 hours and was already hungry. Seeing a roadside stall, she bought a starch sausage. The dog suddenly rushed out from the alley next to her and chased her and bit her. Not only did she fall, but she also had to pay for vaccinations out of her own pocket. Wang Qingyu smiled slightly and pointed to the supermarket not far away. Go buy some soap and wash yourself well first, then take a taxi to the epidemic prevention station to get vaccinated. If you're alright, I'll leave first. Oh, okay Tilda. Xu Mingyu nodded innocently and hesitated for a moment. Forget it, I'll wash it with soap first, and then go home to get the vaccine. Wang Qingyu's eyes moved, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Are you worried that there is not enough money? I can lend it to you, just remember to return it to me. As a college student, your living expenses should just be enough for your daily expenses. A vaccination costs 1 or 2,000 yuan, which is not a small amount for a student, let alone a middle-aged man like him who has accomplished nothing. Chapter 5. Ask her if she is my girlfriend. Brother, I will give you the money when we get back Tilda. After leaving the epidemic prevention station, Xu Mingyu took the initiative to ask for Wang Qingyu's WeChat, and then made a solemn promise, her face full of solemnity and sincerity. After all, in her clear and pure eyes, 1,857 yuan is not a small amount of money, and she cannot let down the other person's kindness. Wang Qingyu nodded slightly and checked the time on his phone. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. Okay, then you should go back early. Tilda. Xu Mingyu nodded cutely, but couldn't help but be curious. Brother, what about you? Do you live in the city? No Tilda. Wang Qingyu put his cell phone into his trouser pocket and looked at the pure and lovely girl in front of him with his big double-lidded eyes. The girl's clear and bright eyes, bright smile, sunny and lively personality, fresh and sweet temperament are full of youthfulness. I have to admit that it is very attractive to him, a middle-aged man. After all, a man is a boy until he dies. His purpose in beating the dog before was simple, to act bravely and do what was right. But later I helped her check whether her hands and feet were bitten by dogs, although I was also worried that she might not notice it and get infected with rabies. But he said without reservation that the main reason he was willing to help was because she was beautiful. Otherwise, if you replace her with a fat aunt, she would at most give you a kind reminder. There are also people who are willing to lend money later, mainly because they want the other party to add WeChat on their own initiative. Wait until I make money through the system, and use my relationship with the girl, then take it slow and maybe something will happen. Seeing the girl lower her head shyly when he looked at her, with a slight blush on her cheeks, Wang Qingyu raised the corner of his mouth and said lightly, I'm here to buy some things and will be back later. Xu Mingyu's heart suddenly moved when she heard this. How about I go shopping with you, and then we can go back together later. Wang Qingyu was naturally happy to have the beautiful girl accompany him. The price of Maotai liquor was so high that there were even purchase restrictions. This made Wang Qingyu very unhappy and he didn't want to be the one who was taken advantage of. But no matter what, as long as he can make his father happy and make money, he is still willing to put in some effort. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You bought 6 bottles of Maotai for your father, spending 12,899 yuan and receiving a tenfold cashback, for a total of 128,990 yuan. After the payment was completed, a system voice immediately sounded in my mind. Wang Qingyu opened the message on his mobile phone immediately and saw the text message from the bank reminding him of the balance change. Then use your consciousness to open your system panel. A series of information appeared in front of Wang Qingyu. Host, Wang Qingyu. Age, 30. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Balance, 135,211 yuan. Participants, 9. 13,000 was nothing to him before. After all, when he was struggling in Jiangcheng, he was also a small boss and drove a BMW. He is the first college graduate from a top university in the village. His girlfriend is a campus goddess and a rich and beautiful girl from Jiangcheng. After graduation, he worked hard in Jiangcheng for a few years and earned some money. After the company was acquired, I wanted to return to my hometown to start a business, make some money, contribute to the development of my hometown, and spend time with my parents. So she opened a handbag factory and a garment factory in the city, and her uncle insisted on investing 200,000 yuan in them. As a result, because I had no connections, I was harassed by various departments every day. The market conditions are already bad and the industry is in recession. As a result, today this person comes to check on you, and tomorrow that department comes to ask for money. If you need to go through a procedure, no matter what circle you are in, you will be exhausted from running around, and you may not be able to get it done even after going back and forth dozens of times. They are not busy and have no grudges against you. It's just the environment. He ruined your business and lost everything. Even after selling his car and house, he still owed over 100,000 yuan. It was his parents who paid the bill. But the 135,000 now is really a large sum for him. Brother Tilder. I happily walked out of Walmart with the wine in my hand, and so that Wang Qingyu still had a bright smile on his face. Xu Mingyu was also inexplicably happy. She called him brother sweetly and took the initiative to ask for credit. Bringing him here will definitely be of some use, right? Yeah, it's very useful. Without you, I really can't buy so much Tilder. Hey. Xu Mingyu smiled coquettishly, her face as beautiful as a flower. Then how do you plan to thank me? Wang Qingyu looked at the cute and sweet girl with a meaningful smile. Would you like some milk tea? That's not necessary, Tilder. Xu Mingyu looked up at Wang Qingyu's handsome face, her clear and beautiful eyes sparkling with light. Seeing Wang Qingyu looking at him, he immediately dodged and turned to the side, but the corners of his mouth raised a sweet arc. Let's talk about it later, Tilder. Then he asked curiously, do you want to buy anything else? There are 3 chances every day, but only 1 cashback is given now, so of course we can't waste it. Wang Qingyu thought for a moment and then came up with an idea. Of course, I also want to buy a gold bracelet for my mother. She grew up in a poor family, and when she married into my family, we weren't well off either. She suffered a lot and worked hard for me her whole life. I made some money before, and I bought her a gold bracelet. But then I got scammed in business and owed her a lot of money. She and my dad used our savings to pay it back, and I heard they even sold the gold bracelet. Xu Mingyu pursed her lips and nodded, saying with emotion, maternal love is so great. I also have a mother who loves me very much, Tilder. It's quite great, Tilder. Wang Qingyu smiled slightly and looked at the suitcase in Xu Mingyu's hand. Is there any space in your suitcase? Put the wine in first. I left my suitcase at the station. Yes, Tilder. Xu Mingyu's mind couldn't keep up with her words, and she felt a little regretful after she finished speaking. In her suitcase, there were 2 sets of thin summer clothes and some spare underwear. If it is opened, won't the other party be able to see it? But now he could only pull it to a deserted corner and open the box under Wang Qingyu's gaze. Following the map, they found a nearby jewelry store. As soon as they stopped at the door, the saleswoman standing by immediately asked with a smile, Sir, beautiful lady, would you like to come in and look at some jewelry? Wang Qingyu nodded and walked in with Xu Mingyu. The clerk saw that Wang Qingyu looked to be about 26 or 27 years old, dressed in ordinary clothes, but with a confident and calm temperament, and was accompanied by a slim and beautiful girl. He concluded that he was a rich man and his smile became even more enthusiastic. Sir, is this little beauty your girlfriend? Without waiting for Wang Qingyu and Xu Mingyu to reply, he sincerely praised, she is so beautiful, like a star. Are you planning on picking out a gift for your girlfriend? Wang Qingyu raised the corner of his mouth when he heard this, raised his eyebrows and looked at Xu Mingyu with a hint of teasing in his eyes. The latter felt embarrassed, and a blush suddenly appeared on her snow-white cheeks. But Wang Qingyu chuckled, ask her if she is my girlfriend. If so, I'll buy her a gold ring. Chapter 6 If you like it, be bold. It turns out they are not boyfriend and girlfriend yet. The shop assistant Zhu Yi was moved when he heard this and added fuel to the fire in a joking tone, Sir, you are too stingy, Tilder. She's so beautiful, and you expect to win her over with just a gold ring. As she spoke, her red lips parted again. You should at least add a gold necklace and a pair of gold earrings, then the beautiful girl will see your sincerity, right? After all, Xu Mingyu was a girl who had never been in love. Her face turned red as she was told these 2 words, and she lowered her head shyly. The beautiful little face is rosy and very lovely. Seeing her shyly lower her head, Zhu Yi knew there was something going on. If she really didn't like it, this little beauty would definitely refuse awkwardly instead of looking shy like she does now. He immediately winked at Wang Qingyu and started to instigate, Sir, the beautiful girl didn't say anything. She didn't see your sincerity, Tilder. Why don't you hurry up and get some? When pursuing a girl, you can't be stingy. At this time, other female shop assistants also came over and laughed and made fun of it. Tilder. Wang Qingyu chuckled, it's not that I'm stingy. Although I'm single, we just met and don't know anything. It's not nice to tease a girl in public like this. He only has 130,000 yuan in savings now, so this is not the time to be generous. Besides, as adults, we must always understand what we should do and what we shouldn't do, and understand that everything has its limits. They had just met, and he didn't think he had the charm to make the girl fall in love at first sight. This is not the way to pick up girls. For those prostitutes in nightclubs, you can easily take the money to bed. But for this pure and lovely female college student who has never been in a relationship, using money alone may backfire. We just met, and he asked her to be his girlfriend in public. It felt a bit like kidnapping. When it comes to love, everything will happen naturally, so just let it take its course. A woman who loves you doesn't need to spend money. Xu Mingyu didn't know what Wang Qingyu was thinking specifically. But when I heard his words, I felt inexplicably warm in my heart. She was just a freshman in college, and the school didn't have any boring campus beauty selection events like in novels, movies, and TV shows. But her beauty, figure, and temperament are obvious to all. It can be said that wherever she goes, she is a beautiful scenery and the focus of everyone's attention. There are so many people pursuing her openly or secretly that she has to go to the confession wall at school all day long. Those suitors are rich, handsome, tall, talented, persistent, or even all of these. But for some reason, Xu Mingyu never fell in love. Those restless young people were full of naked desires. He does nothing serious all day long. All he does is play games and think about playing with women. When interacting with her, he was like a peacock spreading its tail, eagerly and deliberately showing off, giving her the feeling of being extremely hungry and thirsty. It's childish, boring, and makes people instinctively disgusted. Of course, it's not just the boys who are restless, there are also many girls. Now that I'm in college, no one cares about me anymore and I can express my sexual desire openly. Just as spring has arrived, it is the mating season for animals and the budding season for plants. Therefore, many female students are eager to start flirting, dating, booking rooms on weekends, and even living together after entering university. She lost her father and mother at a young age and lived with her stepmother who was not related to her by blood, always maintaining a simple lifestyle. Entering university life, I still study hard in class, take exams, participate in campus activities, exercise myself, go to the library to read books, and work part-time to earn money. It wasn't that her stepmother treated her harshly or didn't give her money. It's just that he lost his parents when he was young, so he became sensible at an early age, has a delicate and sensitive mind, and is much more mature than his peers. Every girl has her own springtime feelings. She is also a girl. But when faced with those childish, restless and hungry suitors, she instinctively kept her distance. But for some reason, when faced with Wang Qingyu, who was mature and reserved yet still youthful and handsome, she felt her heart moved. Especially at this moment, the other party was mature and calm, very gentle and considerate, and always took her feelings into consideration. Just an hour or two with him made him feel like he was bathed in spring breeze. Okay, I'm here today to buy jewelry for my mom. Any recommendations? Ju Yi was also very tactful. Upon hearing this, he immediately responded, buy it for auntie. Sir, you are so filial. Do you want to buy a bracelet, necklace, or something for auntie? Do you have any intention? No tilde. Wang Qingyu shook his head, bracelet, necklace, and ring, choose one of each tilde. Brother, do you have a budget? How much do you want to spend? Ju Yi asked again. Probably within 100,000 tilde. Wang Qingyu looked down at the gold jewelry in the glass cabinet with a flat tone. Ju Yi was slightly surprised. Although spending 100,000 yuan in a gold shop is considered a big customer, it is not too uncommon. Many people come to pick out 3 or 5 gold items for their wedding, which can easily cost tens of thousands of dollars. Some wealthy people even buy 10 gold coins. But this was the first time she had seen someone who was not married spend so much money on a gift for his mother. 100,000 tilde. Ju Yi looked at Wang Qingyu in surprise, and the smile on his face became more charming. Then sir, let's take a look at the bracelet first tilde. Seeing Wang Qingyu talking to the clerk, Xu Mingyu quietly raised her eyes and looked at him secretly. The beautiful watery eyes reflected the man's appearance clearly. He is mature and steady, emotionally stable, kind and filial, gentle and considerate, tall and handsome, and makes people feel safe. Xu Mingyu followed Wang Qingyu in choosing jewelry, and occasionally looked up, quietly looking at the man who made her heart beat. While he was still in a daze, Wang Qingyu had already picked out the things skillfully. Okay, that's all. Let's calculate the total amount tilde. Okay tilde. Zhu Yi happily came to the front desk with the gold jewelry picked out by Wang Qingyu. Brother, 3 bracelets, a gold Buddha necklace, 2 gold guanyin necklaces, 2 Pishio bracelets, and 4 rings, totaling 78,959. I'll round off the decimals for you, so it's 78,900. Is that okay with you? Can? Wang Qingyu nodded. It is now 2018 and the price of gold is only over 270. It is definitely worth buying so much for less than 80,000. Especially the gold bracelets I bought for my mother, 2 thick 80-gram ones, for collection. A 30G thin one for daily wear. Let's buy another gold bar to make up the 100,000. Soon, the system's voice sounded in Wang Qingyu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you spent 105,000 yuan for yourself and your parents and received a tenfold cashback reward of 1,050,000 yuan. Wang Qingyu tried hard to hide his inner joy. While the clerk was packing, he said to Mingyu, wait here for a moment. When you're done packing, please put it away for me. I'm going to the bathroom. Mingyu nodded in a silly manner. After Wang Qingyu left the gold shop, she withdrew her gaze and watched the clerk pack the things seriously. TSK tilde. At this time, another clerk came over and said with envy, a huge order of 100,000. That big brother is wearing ordinary clothes, but he is willing to spend money on his parents. Sister Ju, please treat me to hot pot skewers tonight. Good. Zhu Yi couldn't hide his smile and looked up at Mingyu. Seeing the young and beautiful girl, fair and tender, with white skin, beautiful face and long legs, he thought about the look she had just given Wang Qingyu. The girl's heart-beating eyes and shy expression cannot be concealed. Sister, I'm telling you this out of kindness. These days, it's hard to find a good man like Mr. Wang who is handsome, rich, and filial. Look, he's dressed plainly, but is so kind to his parents, has a gentle personality, and is gentle and considerate to you. If you like him, then be bold. Chapter 7 Be my girlfriend. Balance, 1.08 million plus. In the toilet cubicle, Wang Qingyu looked at his balance and danced with excitement. Cool. With this system in place, who the hell would still do business? Who the hell still does physical business? Screw your business environment. Fuck these certificates and those certificates. Pulling Mingyu's suitcase out of the gold shop, Wang Qingyu raised his hand, looked at the Pishio bracelet on his hand, and couldn't help but smile. Brother, where are we going next? Mingyu asked coquettishly with a hint of envy in her eyes. She also wants to start working early and earn money so that she can buy what she wants, be filial to her mother, take her mother out for fun, and buy her beautiful jewelry. 500 meters ahead is Nanhu Park. Want to go for a walk? After 2 hours of spending time together, Wang Qingyu, who was not a straight man, could see that the girl was somewhat interested in him. Decided to take her on a date to a free park. The two of them came to the lake, chatting and laughing, and walked and chatted leisurely like an ordinary couple. Mingyu was a little surprised to learn that Wang Qingyu was already 30 years old. Judging from his appearance, she thought Wang Qingyu was about 25 or 26 years old. After walking around, the two sat down on the bench. So, I'm still your senior. Yeah, what a coincidence tilde. Mingyu never expected such a coincidence that the person who saved her turned out to be her senior. She felt a little excited and felt that fate was really a wonderful thing. After traveling thousands of miles back to my hometown, I encountered a mad dog and was rescued by a handsome older brother. And this big brother turned out to be a senior who graduated from Jiangcheng University. Wang Qingyu smiled slightly and looked at the girl's fair and clean face. Beneath her graceful willow eyebrows are a pair of beautiful eyes as clear and pure as the morning dew among flowers. At this moment, the smile curved her beautiful eyes into crescents. Those thin, bright red lips also formed a bright and charming curve. After hesitating for a moment, he took out 2 gold rings from his pocket. The larger one was a men's model with a simple style, and he wore it directly on the middle finger of his left hand. Looking down at the slightly smaller women's style, which was exquisitely designed, he gently stroked it and suddenly turned to look at Mingyu beside him. Bright moon tilde. Hum tilde. Mingyu hummed softly. Seeing Wang Qingyu looking at him with the ring in his hand, he remembered the 2 pairs of rings for men and women he bought at the jewelry shop. At that time, he said that he would give one to his parents and one to himself and his future girlfriend. She seemed to have a premonition of something, and her snow-white cheeks couldn't help but blush slightly. She lowered her head shyly, her hands awkwardly placed on her legs, and was as nervous as a child who had made a mistake. "I want to give it to you, Tilda." Sure enough, Wang Qingyu's words clearly entered his ears, penetrated his body and went straight to the depths of his heart. Xu Mingyue's heart instantly rose to her throat. Many people confessed their love to her, and she received a lot of love letters, gifts and rings. But this was the first time that she was so nervous that she forgot to breathe. Besides being nervous, she was also a little excited, and she could even clearly feel the secret joy in her heart. "Brother, this is too expensive, Tilda." Xu Mingyu was so nervous that she stuttered, I can't accept it, Tilda." Wang Qingyu raised the corner of his mouth, and said meaningfully, "Don't worry about whether it's expensive or not, you just need to ask yourself whether you like it." As he spoke, he suddenly took Xu Mingyue's left hand and gazed at the girl's beautiful face tenderly. Under his gaze, Xu Mingyue's already rosy face turned redder all the way to her ears at a speed visible to the naked eye. But she did not pull her hand back, but just buried her head in her chest with a blushing face. The shy and charming look when she lowered her head was indeed as seductive as Xu Jimor-sang. Wang Qingyu's smile deepened, and he continued gently, "Mingyu, although we have only known each other for 2 hours. But I also liked you for 2 hours. From the moment I turned around, at one glance, I fell in love with you. Be my girlfriend, I will love you well." It was as if the whole world had quieted down. Only those straightforward love words fell heavily into Xu Mingyue's ears and heart, as deafening as a heavy hammer hitting a drum. A feeling I had never experienced before surged into my heart. Xu Mingyu only felt her face burning and her heart pounding. She had been confessed to so many times. Some people sent flowers, some knelt in public, and some gave expensive gifts. But none of them could compare to the sincere expression of feelings and the natural display of emotion before her, which moved her and made her happy. It was just as described in the novel. When facing the person you like, just the other person's confession can make your body and mind tremble with happiness. The sweet feeling spreads from the depths of my heart and spreads throughout my body. Xu Mingyue's face flushed with shame, and her pearly teeth gently bit her delicate and bright red lips. After a slight hesitation, I became sure that I really liked the other person, really wanted to be with the other person, and really looked forward to the sweet love that the other person would bring. Under Wang Qingyu's gaze, she finally nodded slightly. Tilda." The sound was as low as a mosquito's, but it took the girl all her strength to come out from under her tongue. The girl, who was experiencing the sweetness of love for the first time, became so shy that her ears turned red. But he immediately said, "But I can't accept this gold ring. It's too valuable." Wang Qingyu was pleasantly surprised to hear the young girl's response, and excitedly hugged the girl in front of him. He had already been in love 6 times and had been with 9 women, but he was like a novice who was ignorant of the world, and his heart was filled with excitement. Bright moon, Tilda. How can I not be excited? When we were in college, we were all very naive and didn't need to spend much money on dating. Later, when I went on a blind date, no matter whether I agreed or not, I would ask you to treat me to a meal and go shopping to buy me gifts. After agreeing, he asks for more. Today he asks you to buy clothes, tomorrow he asks you to buy a ring, and the day after tomorrow he asks you to buy a mobile phone. Each meeting costs at least several hundred or even thousands of dollars. A festival requires preparing flowers, gifts, big red envelopes, and a big meal. When it comes to marriage, not only do they ask for a car and a house, they also want a dowry of hundreds of thousands of yuan, and they also don't want to live with their parents. Or is it that little girls are easy to deceive? No, little girls are pure and kind, not materialistic and not pretentious. Don't even think about asking for a gold ring. I won't even accept it if you offer it to me because I'm afraid it will cost too much. Chapter 8, Girlfriend protects her husband domineeringly. I bought this ring for you. It's a token of my appreciation. Wang Qingyu let go of the girl, his voice sincere and gentle. If you like it, then it is extremely precious, Tilda. Then wear it. It's my token of love for you. Let it stay with you forever, creating ripples in your heart. If you don't like it, it's worthless. Wang Qingyu gently held the girl's hand and said, "Why not throw it into the lake and let it stir up some waves, Tilda?" On this hot day, the girl's hands were cool, soft, delicate, smooth, and boneless. This made him imagine a lot, and he imagined how breathtakingly soft the girl's body must be when she was still young. The subtle and tactful love words created ripples in Xu Mingyue's heart. She looked at Wang Qingyu shyly, then quickly lowered her eyes. What caught my eye was a slender, white hand holding my own small hand. In the palm of his hand lay quietly an exquisitely crafted gold ring. In the bright afternoon sunshine, it shines with golden light. In a daze, Xu Mingyue's snow-white jade hand trembled slightly. Under Wang Qingyu's gaze, he held the gold ring and placed it in Wang Qingyu's palm. Xu Mingyue's pretty face, which was rosy with white, had a shy smile on it, and her little hand was raised in a fist position. Then he spread out 5 slender, white fingers in front of Wang Qingyu, with his fingertips facing Wang Qingyu. Then, Mr. Wang, would you like to help your girlfriend put it on tilde? The girl raised her eyes shyly with a cute smile. Wang Qingyu was slightly stunned and looked at Xu Mingyu. The beautiful girl smiled shyly and lowered her head. My girlish heart. Wang Qingyu couldn't hide his joy. He picked up the gold ring and gently put it on her middle finger. Bright moon tilde. Wang Qingyu's voice was obviously a little higher due to excitement, but it was still gentle. Those peach blossom eyes that could show affection to even a dog were even more tender and affectionate, as if to melt Xu Mingyue's body and soul. At the beginning, I didn't notice you, I just saw someone in need of help. Later, when I was about to leave, you called me, and the moment you turned around, I fell in love with you. I fell in love with you at first sight tilde. That's when I understood what love at first sight meant. By the lake, where the breeze blows, there are no passionate kisses, only hugs, but they are tender and sweet enough to make people intoxicated with happiness. Brother, shall we go back now? From brother to brother, the girl's delicate voice came out from the bottom of her tongue. The clear sound was soft, gentle, ethereal and soft. It's not the kind of artificial attitude that an old woman in love would deliberately put on by acting coquettishly. With her naturally charming and sweet voice, Wang Qingyu caught a kingfisher. Wang Qingyu looked at the time. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It would take an hour and a half to get from the city to Zhongyan County by direct bus. How about I take you back first, and then I'll come back? Xu Mingyu was stunned for a moment, a little curious. Brother, is there anything else? Wang Qingyu was a little lost in himself, and couldn't help but smile. Yeah. Before I had a girlfriend, I took the bus everywhere. As he spoke, he put his arm around the girl's slender waist. Now that I have a girlfriend as gentle, beautiful and lovely as you, how can I bear to let you squeeze on the bus with me again? Xu Mingyue's cheeks flushed, and she smiled shyly. No need tilde. Taking the bus is also very good tilde. Wang Qingyu smiled slightly. His girlfriend was so easy to please and so contented that he wanted to pamper her even more. If you have money to buy a car, why take the bus? It's more convenient to have your own car. Xu Mingyu blinked her pure and beautiful eyes and asked curiously, what kind of car do you want to buy, brother? Wang Qingyu hesitated for a moment and said, Suddenly the corner of his mouth raised, and he remembered. An ex-girlfriend whom Jia met on a blind date before him spent tens of thousands of dollars on him and even broke up with him because he was poor. Doesn't she work at the Audi 4S dealership in the city? What are you doing here? Let me tell you, those things are impossible to return to you. It's no use making a fuss. When they were dating, she asked for a lot of things, including cash-red envelopes, money transfers, and various gifts, including gold rings, gold necklaces, and gold bracelets. Before they broke up, Wang Qingyu came to make trouble with her. Wang Qingyu looked at the woman in front of him wearing a uniform and a tight skirt. Wang Qingyu ignored her and went to the Audi 4S store happily, pulling the suitcase in one hand and his new girlfriend in the other. Liu Yaxian was slightly angry, but seeing that he really didn't chase her anymore, it was not appropriate to argue with him since they were in her own company. He didn't say much. He glanced at Xu Mingyu, who was standing gracefully beside Wang Qingyu, and turned to serve the client he had an appointment with. Xu Mingyu was confused and looked at the two of them curiously. Know her? Could she be my brother's ex-girlfriend? She looked at Liu Yaxian, then at her boyfriend. Wang Qingyu is tall and handsome, mature and gentle, a real handsome guy. And this Liu Yaxian? She has a good figure, and her face is not ugly, but not beautiful either. Even with exquisite makeup, she is at most pretty. Judging from their looks, shouldn't Liu Yaxian love her brother very much and beg him to get back together? Why is she still unwilling? Although the girl is precocious and thoughtful, she is still too naive compared to other women in society. She does not know the complexity of the adult world, so she is very confused. For young people, emotions are simple. Whether it starts with appearance, being amazed by talent, or being gentle in another person, these may be the reasons why they are together. The economic foundation does exist, but in the minds of most young people, this is not important. When adults want to walk together, they have to consider more things. Family background, job, house, car, savings, and even the gift of marriage that one is willing to pay all play a very important role. There is nothing wrong with this, and we should not judge it simply based on right or wrong. Ultimately, what young people pursue when they are together is emotional value and emotional needs. When adults are together, the first thing to consider is whether they are suitable for each other. Brother, do you know each other? Wang Qingyu sneered, I guess she's my ex-girlfriend. We met through a blind date, but we broke up after only 2 months. She cheated me out of money and gifts in the name of marriage. She asked for more than 20,000 yuan and made me spend 30,000 yuan on 3 gold items. After we broke up, I came to her to ask for these things. Xu Mingyu nodded, curled her lips, and was a little speechless. He used the name of marriage to make money, and after the division, he didn't return the money or the gifts. Women's reputations have all been ruined by this sarcastic, snobbish, and shameless gold digger. Hello sir, I am the manager here. Are you here to look at the car? A man who was passing by suddenly asked Wang Qingyu when he saw him. Wang Qingyu smiled slightly, well, come and see the car. Manager Zhu's chubby face also showed a hint of smile, no problem, I'll have someone show you around tilde. Then he turned and shouted to a young female clerk not far away, Xiaotong, come here and entertain these 2 distinguished guests. Chapter 9 Gentle and Charming. Hello, sir, my name is Zhao Xiaotong. Zhao Xiaotong looked to be in his 20s and seemed to be new. He looked a little nervous and his smile was a little stiff. We have some great discounts on several models in our store recently. Can I take you to have a look? No need tilde. It's almost 5 o'clock, time is tight, and I definitely can't go back today. But Wang Qingyu was too lazy to waste any more time. If you don't go back, then I'll take Xu Mingyu out for dinner and a movie in the evening and have a good date. As for staying in a hotel and booking a room, whether anything will happen depends entirely on the woman's willingness. I only look at the A8. He now has more than 1,085,000 yuan in his hands. If he wants to make full use of the cashback this time, his consumption budget will naturally be around 1 million yuan. Oh tilde. Okay tilde. Zhao Xiaotong smiled sweetly. She had been working in this store for more than a month. All the newcomers who came in with her had placed orders, but she hadn't. He immediately gestured enthusiastically and said politely, Sir, let me take you to see the car first tilde. Wang Qingyu nodded slightly, pulled the trolley case with one hand, held Xu Mingyu's tender little hand with the other, and followed Zhao Xiaotong. Finally, we arrived at the center of the hall. A black Audi A8L was parked there quietly, looking elegant, majestic, low-key and restrained. At this moment, Liu Yaxian was standing next to the A8 car, bending over, with her hip skirt forming an eye-catching curve, explaining to the middle-aged man who was experiencing the car. The voice is charming and melodious, so gentle and charming. Seeing her beautiful smile and fawning attitude, Wang Qingyu raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Zhao Xiaotong introduced, Sir, our car is the A855 TFSI four-wheel drive luxury model. Hearing Zhao Xiaotong's voice, Liu Yaxian raised her head and saw Wang Qingyu and Xu Mingyu, and immediately sneered disdainfully. Without waiting for Zhao Xiaotong to continue, he couldn't help but sneer, Xiaotong, this non-potential customer who obviously has no financial strength, you can just take him around casually, there's no need to waste your breath. You're so obsessed with appearances, but you can't afford it after looking at it, and then you say you don't like it. Your whole morning's work was wasted. Sister Yaxian, please stop talking, or the customer will complain to you and you will be fined tilde. Zhao Xiaotong was a little embarrassed. Although she felt that what Liu Yaxian said was right, it was inevitably a bit harsh. She felt that it was not good to offend people in this way. Liu Yaxian still refused to give in, as if intending to flatter her. Don't bother me with any more words. I'm just passing on my experience to you. You have to tell at a glance whether someone is a potential customer, otherwise it's all in vain. Look at our Mr. Chen tilde. Elegant and generous, dignified, with exceptional taste, mature and charming, this temperament, at first glance, shows that he is a successful person with both moral integrity and talent. Only people like this are worthy of being our Audi owners. Mr. Chen in the car was flattered by Liu Yaxian and instinctively raised his head and chest. As Liu Yaxian spoke, her red lips curved up, revealing a hint of sarcasm. Our Audi cars are elegant and understated, but not everyone can afford them. Seeing that Xu Mingyu couldn't help but step forward to argue, Wang Qingyu pulled her with his hand and shook his head slightly. He turned to look at Zhao Xiaotong beside him. You haven't opened the order yet, right? R. Zhao Xiaotong was stunned for a moment, then nodded awkwardly. Tilde. Wang Qingyu chuckled and said, it's okay. I promise you'll get the order today. TSK tilde. Before Zhao Xiaotong could speak, Liu Yaxian couldn't help but sneered. Why are you pretending to be so arrogant tilde? Don't I know how poor you are? Xu Mingyu on the side finally couldn't help it. Poor, poor, poor. The little girl's innocent and beautiful face was so angry that her eyebrows raised. A snob like you, who only knows how to kowtow and flatter the powerful, will only live as a cheapskate for the rest of your life. Liu Yaxian glanced at Xu Mingyu with disdain in her eyes, but now she was working hard to sell the product, so she didn't argue with him anymore. She just smiled smugly. Don't be anxious, little girl. You will regret it someday. He looked at Mr. Chen and immediately put on a smile again. Mr. Chen, how about a set? Let these country bumpkins see your handiwork. Mr. Chen hesitated for a moment, then got out of the car with a smile and said, forget it, I'd better go check out the Mercedes-Benz next door. Liu Yaxian immediately stepped forward and hugged Mr. Chen's arm, giving him warmth with her broad mind, pouting and acting coquettishly. Oh, Mr. Chen tilde. Mercedes-Benz is also very good, but our Audi is low-key, restrained and elegant. It is definitely the most suitable for your temperament. Really, I think you should think about it carefully. He tilde. Mr. Chen chuckled and calmly pushed her hand away. It's getting late, let's talk about it next time. Okay tilde. Hearing this, Liu Yaxian didn't dare to force him to stay any longer. She just smiled charmingly and said, Mr. Chen, how about we find a place tonight and have a drink? What a coincidence, it's already been arranged. Mr. Chen smiled and waved his hand. When he passed by Wang Qingyu, he hesitated for a moment and smiled again. Xiao Liu, open a business and make money with harmony, especially in your sales industry. It's not easy for anyone to go out, so it's best to be respectable. Upon hearing this, Liu Yaxian could only nod awkwardly and saw Mr. Chen off with a beautiful smile. Zhao Xiaotong here has also started to introduce seriously. No matter whether the other party buys or not, she will provide good service. And, for some reason, she actually believed that Wang Qingyu could afford it. Wang Qingyu sat in the driver's seat and felt the excitement. He had bought a BMW in full payment 1 year after graduating from university, and he was full of ambition. Many of his friends and clients also drive this Audi A8, and he has learned about and seen its configurations in detail. Now there is no need to go into too much detail except to understand the various offers and fees. At the same time, Zhao Xiaotong forced a smile. Wang Qingyu sneered, who said I can't afford it. If you can afford it, then buy it. Seeing that he was still trying to save face, Liu Yaxian was even more disdainful. Swipe the card. Pay the money. Wang Qingyu narrowed his eyes slightly and said to Zhao Xiaotong without any further ado, aside from this display car, are there any other A8s available? Zhao Xiaotong was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly, yes. Wang Qingyu raised the corner of his mouth and said, let's go. I'll take you to get the order. Without saying a word, he pulled the suitcase with one hand and Xu Mingyu with the other, and walked towards the manager's office not far away. Zhao Xiaotong was a little slow to react for a moment and hurried to catch up. Liu Yaxian looked at Wang Qingyu's calm and composed figure suspiciously, hesitated for a moment, and still believed that the other party was pretending, so she immediately followed him in high heels. Seeing Zhao Xiaotong and Wang Qingyu walk in, Manager Zhu's eyes flashed with doubt. Hello, Sir Tilde. Wang Qingyu sat down directly in front of him. Manager Zhu, Zhao Xiaotong just calculated that the A8L55 TFSI Quattro luxury model is priced at 1,058,800 yuan here, right? Do I need to pay anything else? Manager Zhu saw that Wang Qingyu was not joking and smiled. No need. We have a very generous discount here. Xiaotong has explained everything to you, right? Wang Qingyu nodded and took out his wallet, then swiped the card tilde. He doesn't carry a wallet by nature, but since he was traveling with Bai Jie and it was inconvenient to carry all kinds of cards, he bought one specially. Transaction successful. Looking at the big words displayed on the card reader screen, Zhao Xiaotong was stunned. Is this the order? She suddenly turned her head and looked at Liu Yaxian. Impossible. Liu Yaxian was also stunned for a moment, and immediately picked up the receipt printed by the card reader to check it. After carefully checking several times and finding nothing wrong, he couldn't help but stare at Wang Qingyu in astonishment. Where did you get so much money? She had been to Wang Qingyu's house, and even if she sold it, it would not be worth 500,000 yuan. Xu Mingyu was a little proud and raised her chin proudly. Liu Yaxian was stunned. Doesn't he have a job? Where does so much money come from? Won the lottery. Liu Yaxian's expression changed, and Zhao Xiaotong reacted, feeling ecstatic. The contract was signed, the money was received, and the invoice was issued. Thinking of this, she ran out in her high heels. Wang Qingyu sat on the sofa with a faint smile on his face, and Xu Mingyu sat beside him, leaning on him, looking like a little bird. Both of them were very excited at this moment. Xu Mingyu's excitement came from Liu Yaxian's humiliation. Wang Qingyu's excitement came from the mechanical sound that only he could hear. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you bought a car for your parents, spent 1.0588 million, and received a tenfold cashback reward of 10.588 million. I gained so much today. Luxury car. Beautiful girl. He got them all today. Now the system has given us a cashback of more than 10 million. Wang Qingyu opened his panel, and the balance on it showed 10.6092 million. Seeing the two of them being so intimate, Liu Yaxian felt angry and hateful. Har har, little bitch, I thought you were young and naive. Turns out she's also a vain little bitch. No wonder she's with him. It turns out that I already knew he was rich. I felt angry and regretful. After leaving the agency, it was almost 7 o'clock. Xu Mingyu couldn't help but pout. Brother, the car can't leave until tomorrow afternoon. Can we not go back today? Wang Qingyu nodded slightly. Two choices, I'll hire a car to take you back, and then I'll come back. How about we find a hotel to stay in today, and I'll take you out for a nice meal and a movie tonight, and then go back together tomorrow afternoon. Xu Mingyu's bright eyes rolled around. The girl was completely defenseless against Wang Qingyu. She even wanted to stay with him for a while longer because they had just fallen in love and were still in the honeymoon period. Chapter 11. The hotel has already opened. Yeah, didn't you arrive this afternoon? Why haven't you come back yet? Bai Jie has classes in the afternoon and evening self-study, so she can't go to the city to pick up her child. Fortunately, the two children have been sensible and independent since childhood, and have strong self-care abilities, so she basically doesn't have to worry about them. Unexpectedly, when I was having dinner in the evening, I asked on WeChat and found out that Xu Mingyu had not come back. Mom, I'm not going home tonight tilde. Listening to her mother's worried voice on the phone, Xu Mingyu pursed her lips, looked up at her boyfriend who was buying cigarettes not far away, and finally mustered up the courage to speak. When they first started dating and the feeling of novelty and excitement was strong, she instinctively wanted to stay with her boyfriend for a while longer. It's not the passionate love period yet. When the most intimate relationship occurs, when you are in me and I am in you, girls are the most clingy and dependent on their partners, and are even more obsessed with the sweetness that love brings. I made an appointment with a classmate to meet up, have dinner, go shopping, and watch a movie together in the city, and stay at her house tonight. Classmate. After dinner, Bai Jie, walking on campus, suddenly stopped in her tracks and asked, which classmate? Bai Jie's voice sounded a little confused. He had said he would go home, but suddenly he didn't come back, which made her a little worried. Handanshan, just kidding, that's the place where even Qin Shi Huang had to be beaten with two big noses. He is known as Little Brother Tan on the internet. A place where a woman, caught in an affair by her husband, teamed up with her adulterer to burn her husband to death and destroy the body. A man, upon learning that the child was not his, made a detonator and ran to his mother-in-law's home, where heaven and earth were in harmony with each other. Although in recent years, with the popularization of the rule of law and the establishment and improvement of a rule of law society, public security has improved a lot and there are fewer people who provoke trouble and break the law. But that is less than before. Compared with other cities, it is still very chaotic. Such a beautiful adopted daughter, in a place like that, would inevitably attract the covetousness of some interested people. The victim is innocent. But a man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. If you are too beautiful, you will inevitably suffer many sins. When her two adopted daughters were in Zhongyan No. 1 middle school, despite the protection of her mother, who was a teacher, she was still unable to stop the harassment and pursuit of those young men. What about now? It's Zhang Yi Tilder. The one that used to play with me and Mingxiu. Xu Mingyu felt a little guilty, but still pretended to be calm. Hasn't my mother seen it before, Tilder? She's back too. The voice and smile of a girl with glasses appeared in Bai Jie's mind, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Tilder. Seeing that her mother believed her, Xu Mingyu couldn't help but stick out her tongue. She has a train at 8:30 p.m. and asked me to wait for her outside. Okay, Tilder. Bai Jie hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but remind her, then don't run around. Just wait for her in a big supermarket or the station waiting room. It's late at night, don't play too late, go back to her house after dinner. If you want to watch a movie, you can watch it tomorrow during the day. Tilder. Also, be careful with your wallet and phone when you go shopping. There are too many pickpockets, especially at the night market on Hepping Road. Okay, Tilder. Beep. Beep. Just as I hung up the phone, a shrill whistle suddenly sounded from behind me. Xu Mingyu was startled and turned her head to see two young men riding electric motorcycles stopped in front of her. One of the boys with dyed red hair was looking at her, shaking his head and legs, with a cigarette in his mouth. Hello, beautiful lady, would you like to meet me? Another young man with long grey hair also said jokingly, Miss, come on, I'll take you for a ride. No need, Tilder. Xu Mingyu frowned slightly and replied lightly. I'm used to this kind of pick-up line. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Qingyu walked over. Xu Mingyu felt relieved and immediately stepped forward to hold his arm. Wang Qingyu had a smile on his face as he looked at the two Ghost Fire boys indifferently. The two men didn't seem to have any intention of getting entangled. Seeing that the beauty had been taken, they stepped on the accelerator a few times and left in a leisurely manner. Wang Qingyu chuckled, and interlocked the 10 fingers of his left hand with Xu Mingyu's right hand, with the two gold rings pressed tightly together. Have you reported this to your family? Tilder. Xu Mingyu nodded, and her beautiful eyes curved into crescents when she smiled. I told my mother that I would meet an old classmate tonight and sleep at her place at night. Wang Qingyu couldn't help laughing when he heard this. It seems that regardless of gender, the reason for not coming home at night is the same, and they sleep at their friends' houses at night. Boys use this as an excuse to spend the night in an internet cafe, and girls also use this as an excuse to go out with their boyfriends. Can your mother believe this? Xu Mingyu's pretty face flushed with laughter, and she rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. Brother, where are we going now? Wang Qingyu reached out and pinched her soft cheek. Everything is arranged. Just follow me. Xu Mingyu smiled gently and nodded obediently. She liked Wang Qingyu's maturity and independence, his efficiency in doing things, his ability to be ruthless when necessary and gentle when necessary, which made her feel safe. Your pants are torn. Let me take you to buy 2 sets of clothes first. Hey, no need, brother, we can just go shopping. Xu Mingyu had already gotten used to holding hands with her boyfriend, but she was still a little polite. I have clothes in my suitcase. Not only will simple girls not ask for things, they will also feel embarrassed to ask for them even if you give them things. Gold diggers are different. They only ask for things and want you to pay. They think you owe them and that being with you is a great reward. Of course, gold diggers were also young once, and perhaps they were naive too. It's just that they were cheated by scumbag men. She gave her love, innocence and chastity to a scumbag, and after being dumped by him, she blamed the honest man and vented her resentment on him, and began to ask for and calculate things blindly. He had always been asked for it before, but now that he encountered someone who didn't want it even when he was given it, Wang Qingyu wanted to give it even more. He immediately put his arm around Xu Mingyu's soft and slender waist and said, Let's go. There's a women's clothing store just ahead. Let's go in and take a look. If you are able to fall in love in college, you must be proactive. If you are proactive, there will be a story. It will be too late to wait for a blind date. Isn't it nice to have a simple, kind, positive and pure female college student? Why go on blind dates with those who have been played around with and hurt by scumbags? Xu Mingyu's waist was so slender that Wang Qingyu could wrap his hand around it. Because of her fair skin, beautiful face and long legs, this girl looks good in anything she wears. The female boss was so amazed by this that she wanted to use her as a model for some promotional photos. Wang Qingyu was also very generous and started shopping right away. In less than half an hour, I bought her 4 sets of clothes. A fairy-like white dress, a set of ice silk straight casual pants paired with a t-shirt and a sun protection shirt. Of course, Wang Qingyu's favorite is the pink JK suit, red shorts and a white t-shirt. When worn by Xu Mingyu, it not only makes her waist look as slender as a willow, but also makes it look like it can be held in one hand. The most eye-catching thing is the pair of exposed white, straight, slender and long legs. Wang Qingyu couldn't take his eyes off him. He really could have fun. Absolutely perfect. I went shopping, bought a few sets of clothes, had some street snacks, and watched a movie. In a blink of an eye, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. The street lights went out and the number of pedestrians gradually decreased. Sweat-soaked Wang Qingyu's newly bought black eye silk short-sleeved shirt, and also left a few crystal dewdrops on Xu Mingyu's rosy little face. A little cool breeze at night cannot blow away the heat in people's hearts. Wang Qingyu held various shopping bags in one hand and held Xu Mingyu's little hand tightly with the other. Looking down at the beautiful girl in a white fairy dress with fluttering sleeves, the desire in her eyes was gentle and not stimulating. Mingyu, it's past 11 o'clock. Shouldn't we go back and rest? Xu Mingyu felt embarrassed, and her cheeks, which were already slightly flushed, turned even redder. Their hotel room was already booked. There were not 2 rooms, but just one, where both of their luggage were placed. Chapter 12. Brother, I'm going to take a shower first. From the moment she arrived at the hotel entrance, Xu Mingyu buried her little head in her chest with a guilty conscience. I didn't dare to look up along the way, and I didn't even dare to breathe. Both shy and nervous. Many blushing scenes even appeared in his little head unconsciously. She didn't breathe a sigh of relief until she returned to her room. As soon as she looked up, she saw Wang Qingyu casually throwing the shopping bag on the ground and looking at her with a smile. Xu Mingyu instinctively felt embarrassed and turned around with a red face. Brother, you Tilder. Why are you looking at me like that, Tilder? Nothing, it's just that my girlfriend is so beautiful. The more I look at her, the more my heart is moved and the more I like her, Tilder. Wang Qingyu raised the corner of his mouth in a playful manner and slowly took 2 steps. Strange thoughts kept popping up in my mind. What should I do? Where do you put your hands? It seems I haven't brushed my teeth yet. Will the smoke sting him? After an unknown amount of time, Wang Qingyu reluctantly separated. The girl's breath was as fragrant as orchid, and her mouth was sweet and soft, which made him extremely fascinated. Xu Mingyu took a deep breath, her cheeks flushed, and she opened her watery eyes that were already filled with emotion. She looked at her lover, then shyly looked away. My legs felt so weak that I could hardly stand. Wang Qingyu noticed the girl's embarrassment and felt amused. He bent down to pick up the shopping bags and said in a gentle voice, Mingyu Tilder. Put your arms around my neck. Forehead. Xu Mingyu was stunned for a moment, and her heartbeat, which had just calmed down, began to beat again. But that low and gentle voice, when you fall in love for the first time, who doesn't he fantasize about forever? We will always love each other, stay together forever, be sweet and beautiful forever, it will always be you and me. The same is true for Xu Mingyu. Feeling her lover's tenderness and affection, Xu Mingyu raised her voice a few degrees, also expressing her determination. The rolling Adam's apple, the desire in the eyes, the hormonal scent that makes one's blood boil, Xu Mingyu blushed. The ambiguous atmosphere, the single man and the single woman, what might happen, Xu Mingyu also felt it. She was shy and nervous, but deep down, she was also curious and expectant. After hesitating for a moment, the girl seemed to have made up her mind. She lowered her head shyly, and a soft voice came slowly, Brother Tilder. I'm going to take a shower first, Tilder. Chapter 13. Isn't he this more beautiful than by Jie? When Wang Qingyu heard that Xu Mingyu was going to take a shower, he suddenly reached out to stop her. Xu Mingyu thought Wang Qingyu couldn't wait and didn't want her to take a bath, and her pretty face suddenly turned red. Brother Tilder. I want to give it to you cleanly, Tilder. She has had her own opinions since she was young and is a person who has a clear distinction between love and hate. Since I have fallen in love with the man in front of me, I will give him everything without reservation and willingly. Oh Tilder. Give it to me cleanly. In other words, wash yourself clean and let me. Wang Qingyu was stunned for a moment. He was just worried that there might be hidden cameras. Didn't he expect this girl to be so self-aware that she doesn't even need to use any tricks herself? I have to say it, but I was still very touched. But before taking a shower, you still need to check. Although this is a 5-star hotel, there is no guarantee that there are no dark aspects here. He doesn't want to be a free protagonist and have people watch him online. Especially, in his mind, it was not just a joke. Instead, he treated Xu Mingyu as his woman. What if someone gets photographed? Wouldn't that be a big loss? This matter must be handled with caution. He would rather do nothing tonight than allow his woman's body and the video of their joy to be seen by others. But this matter cannot be said openly. The girl is nervous and shy, and feels extremely ashamed. If she says it, there is a possibility that she will be secretly filmed and posted online, so she will definitely not dare to do it. Mingyu, don't worry, the hotel has provided snacks and red wine, let's go have some first. Xu Mingyu was stunned for a moment, thinking that Wang Qingyu wanted to cultivate some feelings and add some romance, but she did not object. Obediently followed Wang Qingyu to the dining table in the suite. The snacks were delicious, but she had never tasted alcohol, so Wang Qingyu went to the refrigerator to get a drink. The two sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, eating snacks and enjoying the night view. Wang Qingyu communicated with the system calmly. System, can you check if this suite has any hidden cameras or other electronic devices? Yes. But there is a price to pay. What's the price? The mechanical voice echoed in my mind again, 1 day of cashback eligibility. If you pass the system check, your cashback eligibility for tomorrow's consumption will be revoked. Cancel only 1 day. Wang Qingyu frowned. Yes. Good. It was only 1 day, but Wang Qingyu didn't take care and said directly, then start the inspection. The system works very quickly and scans the entire house in an instant. 3 hidden cameras have been discovered and automatically destroyed for the host. The assets of 16 individuals who profited from them, totaling 1.89 million, have all been transferred to the system account. This system account is linked to their host's WeChat balance and can be used directly for purchases. Perfect. Wang Qingyu secretly praised and felt relieved. He looked at the time and it was almost 12 o'clock in the evening. Mingyu, let's take a break. Xu Mingyu, who was eating snacks, trembled her little hand, and her snow-like skin immediately turned a layer of crimson. The girl responded shyly, her voice as low as a mosquito's, and she lowered her head and trotted to the bathroom. The bathtub inside was huge, but she probably didn't dare use it as it was probably used by many people and it was full of toiletries. She ran out shyly again and found various toiletries, towels and bath towels from her suitcase. The moment I closed the bathroom door, my face was still burning and my heart was pounding. The bathroom door was not locked. Xu Mingyu hesitated for a moment, but finally made up her mind. The snow-white fairy dress slipped off from the waist, and the lace underwear was removed. After being bound for a long time, she regained her freedom and jumped like a rabbit. Looking at the snow-white, graceful and slender body in the mirror, and thinking about what was about to happen, Xu Mingyu felt her cheeks burning hot and couldn't help but take a deep breath. The shower turned on and the shower head made a rushing sound. The cool water poured over my head, extinguishing the heat in my heart and the impulse from my first kiss. Xu Mingyu slowly closed her eyes, and Wang Qingyu's appearance immediately appeared in her mind. His tall and handsome body and mature and gentle temperament made her deeply fascinated. She didn't know if she had that complex. Anyway, ever since she first fell in love, she has not been interested in the boys of the same age who pursued her. Most of the mature men are greasy and not handsome. And Wang Qingyu? When she saw him for the first time, she fell to the ground, panicked, terrified, and helpless. At this time, his tall figure came running over. Under her gaze, he raised the bench in his hand and smashed it down with quick, decisive and ruthless moves. The crazy big dog was instantly knocked away by the huge force. She still clearly remembers his stern face, sharp eyes, and the well-defined muscles on his arms holding the bench. At that time, she was stunned, while he held the bench in his hand and wanted to kill the dog without hesitation to get rid of the trouble. Later, when the dog-loving lady started to make trouble, he jokingly retorted without any courtesy. Even in the end, when faced with the dog-loving lady's request for help, he not only did not help, but also gloated over her misfortune, showing no sign of being a saint at all. This character made her appreciate him even more. Later, when she saw him about to leave, she quickly called him back. He turned around slowly, with a tall and handsome figure, a mature and calm temperament, and those affectionate and beautiful peach blossom eyes. Just one glance made her blush and her heart beat faster. Being deeply attracted to each other, one cannot help but want to get closer to each other. Then, he didn't care about thanking her or not, but instead attentively checked her injuries and humorously resolved her embarrassment. She secretly looked at him seriously, and at that moment, she knew she had fallen. The subsequent developments surprised her. The man she fell in love with also fell in love with her. He expressed his love sincerely and tenderly, and she happily agreed. That's how they became a couple. Thinking back to the tenderness and love just now, and the entanglement of lips and tongues, she felt like her heart was melting with happiness. Slowly opening her eyes, Xu Mingyue's red lips curled up into a happy smile. The tension and fear in my heart disappeared, leaving only sweetness and anticipation. All that remains is the passionate emotion that is willing to go through fire and water and never return. Bathing and cleansing the body are like preparing for the sacred baptism, with the hope of running towards happiness. She squeezed some shower gel into her hands, then applied it all over her body, carefully washing every inch of her skin. After washing and drying herself, she wrapped herself in a bath towel and walked out shyly. Wang Qingyu, who was outside, had been looking forward to it for a long time. When he heard the sound of the glass door opening, he immediately turned around. Then Xu Mingyu came out wrapped in a bath towel. Her long, straight black hair was wet, and a white bath towel was wrapped around her slender and graceful body. A large area of snow-white shoulders is exposed on the upper part, and only the hips are visible below, revealing a pair of snow-white and slender long legs. The lotus emerges from clear water, naturally without any decoration. That beautiful face had no eyebrows drawn, no eyelashes, no makeup, and no lipstick. But her eyebrows are graceful and dark, her eyes are clear and dewy, and her pink lips are delicate and moist. Beautiful eyes without makeup, ethereal and pure. Her skin is as white as ice and as tender as snow, and it emits a bright luster under the light. Is this the charm of a beautiful girl? Isn't he this more beautiful than Bai Jie? Isn't he this more tender than Bai Jie? Although old tofu is delicious, how can it be as fragrant, soft and smooth as tender tofu? Chapter 14. Girls are at a fun age. Wang Qingyu waited anxiously until the beauty came out of the bath. Compared with that beautiful teacher, the 18-year-old girl is more fragrant, tender and delicious. He had been having a secret affair with Bai Jie for more than a year. During that time, he had never met Bai Jie's two adopted daughters. He only heard Bai Jie talk about the circumstances of their parents' death. Little did he know that the pure and sweet beautiful girl in front of him, who was ready to sacrifice herself to save him, happened to be one of them. After waiting for a full hour, Wang Qingyu, who was originally very impatient, suddenly felt that it was worth waiting no matter how long he waited when he saw the girl, who was as fair and tender as a lotus emerging from the water, delicate and timid. He immediately rushed forward like an arrow and hugged the girl in his arms. Just as he was about to come directly, Xu Mingyu suddenly grabbed his hands and said shyly, "Brother, you don't want to go wash?" Ever since they broke up after graduating from college, Wang Qingyu hadn't eaten such tender seafood for a long time. He was a little anxious for a moment and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. "Okay, I'll go wash it." As he spoke, he bent down and picked up the girl by the waist. R-tilde. Xu Mingyu was caught off guard and instinctively let out a low cry, instantly becoming frank. After a slight pause, Xu Mingyu reacted and quickly reached out to grab the bath towel. Wang Qingyu was quick to pull out the bath towel and throw it away, then put the girl on the soft, large round bed. Looking down, I saw the girl's skin as white as jade lying on the white bed sheet. All their beauty is fully displayed in front of him. Xu Mingyu had never even had her hand held by a member of the opposite sex before. At this moment, she was lying in front of her boyfriend, being honest with him, and she felt so embarrassed. Then he saw Wang Qingyu's eyes blazing as he looked at himself, who was now naked. The desire in Xu Mingyu was so embarrassed that she could only cover her face with her hands again. Wang Qingyu raised a wicked smile, reached out and gently took her hand away. Xu Mingyu looked up and saw Wang Qingyu standing in front of her. He was tall, handsome and well-proportioned. The girl is also obsessed with looks. She looks pure on the outside but a little lustful on the inside. She almost instinctively looked at the arm that left a deep impression on her. The man's arms were thick and strong, with shallow tendons that were not particularly distinct. They were not like the muscles of professional bodybuilders, which were knotty, exaggerated and ugly. It was this arm that saved me. Look elsewhere. Broad shoulders, thin waist, six-pack abs, and well-defined muscles. The sexy and stylish figure made the girl swallow her saliva quietly, and her bright eyes turned into a pool of spring water. Wang Qingyu took in the girl's expression and found it a little funny. Without hesitation, he once again pulled away the jade hands that were covering his face. The beautiful face with white and rosy complexion immediately caught his eye. The flush on her cheeks was as bright as the first snow and as gorgeous as peach blossoms, which made Wang Qingyu's heart surge. In the deep blue sky, a bright moon hangs alone in the middle of the sky. Under the dim moonlight, it looks at the young couple in love below, feeling tender and happy, yet a little embarrassed, so it pulls a veil to cover its face. Good times always fly by, and before you know it, the moon sets in the west. Wang Qingyu was in sage mode, still with a look of nostalgia on his face. Lying on the soft big round bed, holding the girl with long hair soaked with sweat in his right arms, he took out his cell phone with his left hand and took a look at it, and immediately exclaimed, "Wow! It's already 3:30. Brother Tilder." Xu Mingyu rested her head on Wang Qingyu's sturdy arm, curled up in his arms like a little kitten, her voice still carrying the same wild charm as before. "I just felt like I was going to die." Wang Qingyu chuckled and lowered his head to rub her forehead. "Little fool, you won't die." Xu Mingyu lay on Wang Qingyu's chest. She was very tired now, so tired that her whole body felt like it was falling apart. Her mouth was dry and her voice was a little hoarse, but I really wanted to die at that time. Wang Qingyu was stunned for a moment, then kissed her forehead with some heartache, with a hint of guilt in his eyes. "I'm sorry." "No, brother Tilder. I don't blame you, Tilder." Xu Mingyu raised her head and kissed Wang Qingyu on the lips. Their eyes met, and the girl's already radiant face turned red again, and she shrank back shyly. After hesitating for a moment, she put her ear close to Wang Qingyu's ear again. Before she could say anything, her ears were already red with shyness. She told him in a very low voice, "I was thinking at the time that it would be good to die like this." After saying this, the girl was so embarrassed that she immediately buried her head in Wang Qingyu's arms and dared not come out. Wang Qingyu was stunned for a moment and found it a little funny. "I can't even think of that. Wouldn't that make me a murderer? Or should I just do that first and then that?" Looking at the snow-white kitten in his arms, he couldn't help but pat it from behind and said with a smile, "Silly boy, how could I bear to let your little wife die?" Then he pinched the soft, white and tender little face again. "From now on, I will continue to love you day and night." Xu Mingyu shuddered and her cheeks blushed again with shyness. Lying in her boyfriend's arms, looking at the man's strong and distinct chest muscles in front of her, she couldn't help but stretch out her little hand and curiously pressed it gently with her index finger. Like a stone. The girl was in a playful mood and couldn't help but caress it gently. Wang Qingyu looked at her with a smile on his face. This beautiful girl was really interesting. He suddenly leaned close to her ear and asked with a teasing smile, Yeah, what did you call me just now?" "Brother." Xu Mingyu was stunned for a moment, and seemed to remember something in her mind, and quickly pretended to be stupid. Extreme shyness caused a layer of mist to rise in her eyes instantly. Chapter 15. It turns out this girl is so good at flirting. The next day, at noon, Wang Qingyu changed into casual clothes and couldn't help laughing when he saw Xu Mingyu still lying in bed and refusing to get up. The girl is as delicate as a lotus bud about to bloom, unable to withstand the wind and rain. Fortunately, he is not a naive boy. After all, he has had 8 or 9 women over the years. At the age of 30, his body's energy and blood are still very strong, but he has already become proficient in archery and horse riding, and his skills are mastered to perfection. He is also kind and gentle to women, and although they are extremely intimate, they are still happy together. So Xu Mingyu didn't have any painful experience last night. On the contrary, I have always enjoyed it and found it very enjoyable, even knowing its taste. They slept from 4 in the evening to 11 in the morning, and after waking up, the two of them were in love with each other and couldn't help but indulge in pleasure. Got a little more directly. At Wang Qingyu's urging, Xu Mingyu finally got out of bed resentfully. After washing and getting dressed, it was already 2 o'clock. The two of them had a quick bite in the hotel and then returned to the room. Xu Mingyu carefully put away the bed sheets used last night and put them in Wang Qingyu's suitcase as a gift. Seeing this, Wang Qingyu couldn't help but lower his head and give the girl a deep kiss on her delicate and moist pink lips. Xu Mingyu hugged her boyfriend with her backhand, feeling his tenderness. Suddenly she raised her beautiful eyes again, and said timidly with a hint of worry, "Brother, when you get tired of playing with me in the future, will you not want me anymore?" Wang Qingyu also knew that girls often feel insecure after giving their bodies and minds, and he couldn't help but hug her petite and soft body tightly. Silly boy, I promise I will love you forever. He lowered his head and gently rubbed the girl's hair with his chin, and smiled gently. Besides, my little wife is so beautiful, how could my brother get tired of playing with her? I promise, I'll never get tired of you, Tilda. Xu Mingyu felt the man's warm embrace, his gentle voice, and his tenderness, and her heart was filled with a sense of security. I will always love my brother. The two of them were affectionate for a while, and Wang Qingyu finally checked out of the room, took his and Xu Mingyu's luggage, and went straight to the agency to pick up the car. Come to the agency store again. The other party specially prepared a car handover ceremony, not only with many balloons, but also with a bouquet of flowers. After a careful inspection, Wang Qingyu put the luggage directly into the trunk and started the car. Leave in style. Brother, are we going back home now? Xu Mingyu sat in the car, holding flowers in her hands, her eyes curved into crescents with joy. Knowing that Wang Qingyu liked her beautiful legs, he couldn't let go of them last night. Xu Mingyu was also very thoughtful. She specially wore the pink JK suit that she bought last night. At this moment, she is sitting in the passenger seat, and the ultra-short JK skirt barely covers her private parts, revealing a pair of long and slender white silk legs. When Wang Qingyu turned his head, he was attracted by the pair of perfect long legs. Oh Tilda. Wang Qingyu pondered for a moment, his hand already placed on it, and suggested, how about we stay here for 2 more days? As he spoke, he gently grabbed Xu Mingyu's hand and said, Wife, I want to be with you forever. I don't want to be separated from you. The word wife-in-law made Xu Mingyu's heart blossom with joy, as sweet as drinking honey. No, brother, I also want to be with you forever. But I've already wasted a day. If I don't go back today, my mother will definitely come looking for me. Wang Qingyu smiled and patted the long, soft legs. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. If my mother-in-law comes, I'll bring her along to play. HMPH Tilda. Xu Mingyu snorted softly and said shyly, Who is your mother-in-law Tilda? Although she said so, her heart was filled with sweetness, and her delicate and moist thin lips also curled up into a brilliant arc. Thinking about parting with her boyfriend soon, she couldn't help but pout again, feeling a little unhappy. Oh, let's go back Tilda. Otherwise mom will worry. The most intimate relationship has just occurred, and now is the period of passionate love, when everything is sweet and sweet. The girl has just given her body and soul, her purity, and she has tasted the sweetness of love for the first time. She is the most clingy and wishes to be with her boyfriend all the time, not wanting to be separated for even a moment. But after all, I already lied once last night, so I have no reason to lie again today. Wang Qingyu sighed helplessly when he heard this. When the car stopped in front of the real estate agency, he did not get out of the car. Instead, he put his hand on Xu Mingyu's thigh again, gently stroking it and practicing his claw skills. Alas Tilda. I originally wanted to buy a villa in our Handan city. I'll take you to look at houses in the next 2 days Tilda. Buy a villa? Xu Mingyu was slightly stunned, and asked in a puzzled tone, Brother, why did you suddenly think of buying a villa? Wang Qingyu curled his lips, his hands still stroking. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Xu Mingyu's eyes, as pure and clear as morning dew, rolled around, a sly glint flashing in them. Hey, listen to the lies first, then the truth. A lie is. Wang Qingyu paused for a moment, and the corners of his pretty lips raised in a playful tone. I was single before, but now I have a little wife like you, so of course I have to buy a big villa and hide my beautiful wife in it Tilda. HMPH Tilda. Xu Mingyu was slightly startled when she heard this, then immediately puffed up her snow-white cheeks, and the resentment in her eyes seemed to overflow. What about the truth? The truth is. Wang Qingyu chuckled, my parents have worked hard all their lives, and I want to buy them a villa so that they can live better. Xu Mingyu nodded. What he said was correct. Fathers are kind and sons are filial. Parents are loving. Now that they are old, it is natural for them to be filial to their parents. Only. Why do I always feel like something is wrong? The girl raised her eyes, a hint of suspicion flashing in her eyes. Wang Qingyu felt amused when he saw this and couldn't help but pinch her smooth little face with his hands. Silly girl. Just teasing you Tilda. Now that I have a beautiful, gentle, considerate, and understanding wife like you, of course I have to buy a big villa as our future home. Tilda. Xu Mingyu was not forcing Wang Qingyu to buy a house for her, but her boyfriend said so, which meant that he really loved her. The girl felt sweet as honey in her heart and was naturally very happy. Brother Tilder. The strawberries I just ate at the hotel were very sweet, Tilder. Really? Wang Qingyu frowned. If you like it, I'll buy you some more later. Xu Mingyu had a wicked smile on her face, and seemed a little shy. Do you want to try it? Without waiting for Wang Qingyu's answer, she unbuckled her seat belt and offered her pink lips. The small, thin tongue was soft and smooth, and indeed, it had a hint of strawberry flavor. For the first time, Wang Qingyu discovered that this girl was so good at flirting. Chapter 16 Pink and Tender Little JK. Xu Mingyu shyly tidied her clothes, her fair and tender face flushed, looking rosy and white, just like a delicate crabapple. Brother Tilder. The girl's beautiful eyes, as pure and clear as morning dew, were filled with spring water because of the sweet love and whispering just now. Her eyes were full of charm, and she whispered softly, "You are so bad, Tilder. Every time I kiss someone, my hands are never honest, Tilder. He, I can't help myself, Tilder." Wang Qingyu pursed her lips, as if she could still taste the strawberry flavor. As she spoke, she placed her hands on those perfect long legs again, a smile on her lips, and her voice was exceptionally gentle. "This means that my brother loves you, Tilder. Loving you makes me unable to help myself every time. HMPH, Tilder, you big pervert." Xu Mingyu's pretty face turned red, and it was obvious that he was not so easy to fool. "What do you mean by loving yourself? It's obviously just lusting after your own body." However, for some reason, she did not feel disgusted, but instead felt secretly happy and sweet in her heart. In the past, she and her sister had also encountered deathly stares from men or male classmates. Even if they were wearing school uniforms that were not revealing, they would still attract malicious looks. There are even people who specifically block them inside and outside the school and tease them. That kind of lustful and hungry look made her extremely disgusted and feel sick. She would not tolerate the other party and would often pick up things and hit them. The child without parents can only rely on himself to protect himself and his sister. Now that she has met Wang Qingyu, she does not reject any of his burning gazes and intimate contact, and even wants to take the initiative to get closer to him. This kind of physiological liking makes her irresistible. The other person's body odor and the smell of clothes will also make her feel strongly favorable and make her deeply infatuated. "Mingyu, do you have anything to do tomorrow?" Xu Mingyu thought about it and shook her head slightly. "I don't know, anyway, it's vacation time, so it should be fine." She said with a bright smile, "Hey, what's wrong? If everything is fine, then we'll register with the agency today and then drive back home so your mother can rest assured." Wang Qingyu grabbed Xu Mingyu's white and tender little hand, and kneaded it gently with his fingers restlessly, feeling the warmth, tenderness and smoothness, as if it had no bones. "Tomorrow morning, I'll pick you up and we'll look at houses together. If we find one we like, we can buy it and use it as our love nest." Xu Mingyu blinked her beautiful eyes and couldn't help pouting. "You lied to me again. Didn't you say you bought a house for your parents?" Wang Qingyu smiled slightly. "Silly girl, my parents are living well in their hometown. I guess even if I buy it for them, they won't be willing to move in. I don't know anyone here, how can it be better than my hometown? If they don't live there, won't it still be our love nest?" As he spoke, he couldn't help but pinch the fair and tender little face. "This way, we can have our own home in the future. Every time you have a day off, we can go out and play, and when we are tired, we can rest at home. Free and unrestrained, no one disturbs me." As he spoke, he couldn't help but hold Xu Mingyu in his arms, and his voice sounded gently in her ears. "I am serious about being with you, not just playing around, and I also want to give you a home as soon as possible. Once we buy the villa, it will be our home. You can decorate it however you want. When you graduate and we have a car and a house, we'll get married. I'll give you the best life possible, so you can live a carefree and happy life." When Xu Mingyu heard this, she felt that the softest part of her heart was deeply touched. Her eyes turned red with emotion, and her heart was extremely sweet and full of happiness. She hugged her lover tightly with her backhand, wishing she could melt into his body. "Yeah, brother, I love you, Tilder. I don't care about these, as long as I can always be with you." The two of them cuddled for a moment longer, and Wang Qingyu unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. Let's go, register first." Xu Mingyu quickly adjusted her pink JK skirt and got out of the car. "Hello sir, beautiful lady, please take a seat." Seeing Wang Qingyu and Xu Mingyu coming in arm, Wang Jie, the agent on duty at the front desk, quickly stood up and asked them to sit down. He went to the water dispenser, filled 2 glasses of water and placed them in front of the 2 men before smiling and asking, "Sir, do you want to buy or sell a house?" "Buy a house, Tilder." Xu Mingyu picked up the water cup and took a sip, then asked, "Do you only have second-hand houses here?" No sir." Wang Jie glanced casually at the Audi parked outside, feeling slightly pleased. "We mainly deal in house rentals and second-hand house sales, but we also cooperate with many developers. Almost all newly developed residential communities in our city have agency business. If you want to buy a new house, we have many discounts. It will definitely save you money compared to going on your own." Wang Qingyu nodded slightly. "It doesn't matter if it's a new or second-hand house. As long as it's ready, in a good environment, and ready for move-in, that's fine." "Oh Tilder," Wang Jie said, "then let me register your information first." Then he went back to the front desk and got a notebook. The so-called registration information, in addition to registering basic information such as the customer's name, also means understanding the customer's basic needs, such as the purpose of buying a house, location requirements, geographical location, surrounding facilities, house type, area, orientation, price, etc. When others sell houses to them, their company's system will also keep detailed records. Then, based on the needs of these customers, suitable houses for sale are screened out from the agency's system. It can not only improve efficiency but also provide accurate matching. After leaving contact information, Wang Qingyu took Xu Mingyu away and agreed to view their house tomorrow morning. As for when to look at houses and where to look at houses, it will be left to Wang Jie to arrange. Driving home, I was accompanied by a young and beautiful girl. Pink and tender little JK. We talked and laughed together, and played with beautiful legs. It was a very happy journey. As soon as he stretched out his hand, Xu Mingyu immediately and considerately raised her left leg to make it easier for her boyfriend to satisfy his urge. But the happy time was short after all. As the sun set, the two finally returned to Zhongyin County. "Do you live here or nearby?" At the gate of Hanlin Yuan community, Wang Qingyu parked his car on the side of the road and looked at the familiar community in front of him, feeling a little surprised. This community is where his ex-girlfriend Bai Jie, who was also his Chinese teacher in high school, lives. An underground relationship that lasted for more than a year. Although I have never been to Bai Jie's house. But whether it's to pick someone up for a date or to deliver something, he often comes here. No wonder Xu Mingyu said I looked familiar. "So you live in the same neighborhood as your ex-girlfriend?" Xu Mingyu raised her eyes slightly and smiled sweetly. "Of course I live here, Tilder." "What's wrong?" Wang Qingyu coughed dryly. "It's okay, Tilder. It's inconvenient for you to carry your luggage. Can I talk to the guard and drive the car in?" Chapter 17. Do you want to play in the wild? "Hey, no need, Tilder." Xu Mingyu unbuckled her seatbelt but didn't get out of the car. "I don't have much stuff anyway, it's very light, I can just pull it in myself." As she spoke, the girl turned her eyes and looked at her handsome boyfriend, with a look of reluctance in her eyes. She has already become very attached to this man whom she has only known for one day. "Brother, I don't want to be separated from you." She took the initiative to open her arms and ask for a hug. After Wang Qingyu hugged her tightly, the girl leaned on her boyfriend's shoulder and said in a voice full of resentment and longing, "I want to be with my brother all the time, stick to you, rely on you, and let you hold me while I sleep, Tilder." Wang Qingyu hugged the girl's slender and soft body, listening to her confession full of love and attachment. He was very moved and couldn't help but kissed her on the cheek. "Be good, it's okay. Anyway, I have a car now. If I have nothing to do at night, I will drive over to see you." His girlfriend has fair skin, beautiful face, long legs, a pink and tender complexion, and is very petite. She is also a virgin, so how could he not want to be with her? Really? Xu Mingyu's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up with stars. "Certainly." Wang Qingyu pinched her little face lovingly. It was a beautiful little face, white, tender, soft, and smooth. It felt very comfortable to pinch. "After I get home, I'll have dinner and chat with my parents, then drive straight over to see you." "Good." Xu Mingyu's worry turned into joy. On her beautiful face, a pure and sweet smile appeared. She took the initiative to touch Wang Qingyu's face. "Then I'll wait for you, Tilder." He Tilder." Wang Qingyu smiled maliciously. Well, if you come over tonight, will there be any reward? Xu Mingyu was now experienced, so she immediately understood the subtle thoughts in Wang Qingyu's words. A blush immediately rose on her snow-white cheeks, and she blushed softly. No. Hasn't the reward just been given? Of course not. Wang Qingyu's eyes were full of aggression, and he had already rehearsed the exciting scenes of tonight in his mind. I specifically checked the rockery south of the county town. There's no surveillance, and it's rarely visited during the week, especially at night. Handancheng is located in the North China Plain, which has a flat terrain. There are no earthquakes, no typhoons, and basically no floods or other natural disasters. Throughout the year, there are some dry days with only light wind, drizzle and snow, but a heavy rain can make the students shout excitedly. There are no mountains or water here, and the river has long dried up, so the villagers spontaneously turned it into farmland. So the mountain is a fake one, made of stones brought from Taihang Mountain at a cost of tens of millions, and the water is artificial, brought from the south to north water diversion project. Hearing this, Xu Mingyu's pretty face immediately turned red, and she said shyly, "Brother, you want to go jungle?" Xu Mingyu is not completely ignorant. Apart from studying in class and reading in the library, she likes to stay in her dorm room watching TV dramas and reading romance novels. Many romance novels are very explicit. There are also many that involve the male and female protagonists engaging in guerrilla warfare in the wild. Is it okay? Wang Qingyu raised his eyebrows slightly and asked with a smile, his eyes full of anticipation. Don't even think about it, Tilda. Xu Mingyu shyly turned her face away. It would be so embarrassing if someone saw me. I don't want to, Tilda. Okay, Tilda. Wang Qingyu's voice was slightly disappointed. There may be other rewards, Tilda. Xu Mingyu rubbed Wang Qingyu's face again and got out of the car. Watching Xu Mingyu pulling the suitcase into the community, Wang Qingyu was silent for a moment, and couldn't help but smile. He immediately started the car and prepared to return home, but just as he passed an intersection, he saw a familiar figure standing there. He immediately stopped the car and rolled down the window. Lao Lin, what are you doing here? Lin Chen was his classmate. They were in the same class in junior high and high school and had a very good relationship. They kept in touch every year after graduation. Fuck, Lao Wang. Lin Chen saw a brand new Audi A8 parked beside him. He looked through the window and saw Wang Qingyu sitting in it. He couldn't help but swear, "Why are you here?" As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at the brand new Audi A8 and asked in surprise, "Whose car is this? Did you buy it?" "Yeah, just brought it over." Wang Qingyu got out of the car, replied, and then greeted the woman next to Lin Chen. "Hello, sister-in-law, long time no see. How many months now?" "Hello, it's been more than 7 months." Lin Chen's wife Yuqing responded with a smile, but couldn't help but asked in surprise, "Qingyu, is this a new car you bought?" Seeing Wang Qingyu nodded, he asked in disbelief, "How much is the landing price?" At this time, Lin Chen had already sat down and looked at the interior curiously. He had driven an Audi before, but his brother had just bought one, so of course he had to take a good look at it. Wang Qingyu smiled and said, "About 1.05 million. What the hell?" Yuqing couldn't help but step forward to take a look, exclaiming, "Amazing. $1 million luxury car." Wang Qingyu chuckled, then couldn't help but ask in confusion, "It's already evening, what are you two doing here?" "Waiting for the bus here." Yuqing said with a wry smile, "My mom is sick, and I'm going back to see her." Wang Qingyu frowned and asked curiously, "Where's your jetter?" Lin Chen got out of the car with eyes full of envy and smiled helplessly, "Don't mention it, I was rear-ended this morning and sent it to be repaired, Tilda." Then he couldn't help but envy, "Brother, you're so awesome. If you don't make a move, it's fine, but when you do, it's an Audi A8. He was the one who knew Wang Qingyu's situation best. He knew that this brother had no problem with his ability, but he felt a little wronged and had been badly cheated. He just didn't expect that he could turn things around. With a light laugh, Wang Qingyu took out his phone and looked at it, frowning. "It's already 6:30, I guess there are no cars left." Then he raised his head and pointed to his car. "Okay, don't wait, drive my car, Tilda. It is generally not recommended to lend out cars. Bumps and scratches are minor matters. If you encounter an unreliable person and a serious accident occurs due to drunk driving, the person who caused the accident cannot afford to pay the compensation, so he will have to ask your car owner to pay the compensation. But Lin Chen is an exception. The two often sit together for hours drinking tea, smoking cigarettes, and chatting. The friendship between gentlemen is purer than water. The feelings between the two sides are sincere, without any empty talk. When Wang Qingyu was in glory, they were good brothers, and when he was in adversity, they were still good brothers. Don't come because of the peak, and don't leave because of the trough. To say that we are friends is too shallow. Not only does he have good relationships, but he is also mature and stable. Working in the government, he must be reliable. The most important thing is that he has been poor in the past 2 years and cannot afford to buy a car. Whenever he has something to do, he has to use other people's cars. They will lend it to you or drive it for you without any hesitation, and they won't even bother asking you for gas. When interacting with others, no matter how good the relationship is, one should always reciprocate. Lin Chen politely declined, "No thanks. You just bought an Audi and haven't even got the license plate yet. How can I drive it?" Wang Qingyu patted his shoulder and smiled unhappily. "Come on, why are you being so polite to me? Cars are meant to be driven." He glanced at Yu Qing beside him and said, "It's really inconvenient for my sister-in-law with her big belly. Hurry up and drive away." Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then asked, "What about you?" Wang Qingyu put his hands in his pockets and smiled softly, "Don't worry about me. I have a nephew who has been driving an illegal taxi. I will contact him later and take his car back." Lin Chen looked at his wife and hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, we were planning to go to your house to visit your uncle, so I'll take him there tonight." Chapter 18 Young and Mature Sister-in-Law. Sister-in-law, isn't your Qingyu always idle at home? Why haven't you seen him for several days? Are you going to the internet cafe again? As soon as I arrived at the door with my suitcase, I heard someone at home mention me. Judging from their voice, it should be Wu Xiuqin who lives not far to the east. Wang Qingyu hesitated and did not go in immediately. "No. My mother." Qin Juanxia's voice came at this time. "He went to Qingdao to play with his girlfriend. I've been gone for a week." "Oh my god." Upon hearing this, Wu Xiuqin couldn't help but exclaim, "Qingdao. How much does that cost?" Then he asked loudly, "Are you asking for money again?" Qin Juanxia nodded, "No. It's nothing. He hasn't made any money this year." "Sister-in-law, this won't do." Wu Xiuqin's voice was filled with deep emotion. "Qingyu, you guys are already over 30 years old, and you've been staying at home playing games online all the time. What's going on? You're still spending money lavishly like this. You need to talk to him properly. You can't keep doing this." Qin Juanxia smiled slightly. "No, he doesn't go online to play games, he goes online to make money. He makes tens of thousands a month. The money he spent on traveling was earned by him, but he saved it with us." Wu Xiuqin snorted and laughed, obviously not believing it. In her opinion, sitting in front of the computer means playing games and not doing your job properly, while going to the internet cafe means being addicted to the internet, and that is not good. "What are you talking about, earning tens of thousands a month? How can that be possible? That won't work either. He can't stay at home or in an internet cafe all day. You need him to go out and meet people and interact with them." Qin Juanxia frowned. "Let him do whatever he wants. It's nice to be able to earn money at home." The child was always very ambitious and earned a lot before. Now he has encountered such a big setback and is in a difficult situation. He must be feeling very uncomfortable. Her voice was full of kindness as she spoke. He must rest and relax. When a child goes out to work and suffers injustice, he or she cannot be forced to do anything when he or she returns home. When Wang Qingyu outside heard this, his eyes instantly turned red. Although his mother was illiterate, his family was poor and he had never been to school, she always gave him the greatest understanding and care. Ever since he was cheated, he has been a little disheartened and has not gone out to look for a job. He has heard a lot of sarcastic remarks. Fortunately, his parents did not force him. At this time, another clear voice echoed, "That's right. Brother Qingyu is a capable man, but he was cheated by those people. He felt bad for a while and wanted to take a break. He's capable and educated, and can make money anywhere. He can earn money and bring it home without leaving home, and he can also take care of his uncle and aunt." How wonderful! As soon as Wang Qingyu heard their voice, he knew it was his sister-in-law Chang Hongyu. Because they are from the same family and are neighbors, they see each other every day and have a good relationship. Chang Hongyu is a widow and her husband has been dead for more than 5 years. There are always troubles around a widow. Although Chang Hongyu was born in the countryside, she has fair skin, beautiful looks, a cheerful personality, and is lively and bold. The key is that she has no son, only a daughter, which has attracted the covetousness of many unmarried or divorced men. There had been rumors of an affair between him and her in the village before. HMPH, Wu Xiuqin sneered when she heard this. I think it's pretty bad. Even in front of Wang Qingyu's mother, his voice was full of disdain. Sister-in-law Juanxia, you also know that I am an honest person and always speak directly. Don't take it to heart. Your Qingyu never goes out to interact with people all day. What's the point of reading so many books? He's become stupid. You have to talk to him. Wang Qingyu frowned. In the village, that's it. Introverts are all fools and losers. They don't care about your mood, don't understand why you want to take a break, and don't understand what letting go means. If you can't manage interpersonal relationships well, can't say nice things, can't flatter others, and can't act according to circumstances, then you will definitely have no future. They can joke with you, tease you, mock you, and bully you without restraint. If you dare to resist or fight back, you are being immature and sensitive. He is a weird person. The words Wang Qingyu hates most in his life are, I am a straightforward person, when others say them. Har har, what's the point of going out and meeting people? Wang Qingyu stopped eavesdropping, knowing that the other party couldn't say anything good. He shouted and walked straight in. Sure enough, he saw Wu Xiuqin, Chang Hongyu and his mother Qin Juanxia sitting together chatting about family matters. My mother was not idle either. She sat next to me and washed the pots and dishes. Wang Qingyu smiled slightly and looked at Wu Xiuqin. Why don't you just wander around the streets like a street urchin all day? Or maybe if you meet more people, they'll lend you money when you need it in the future. Upon seeing Wang Qingyu, the loud-mouthed Wu Xiuqin's expression immediately changed, and she smiled warmly and brightly. Hey, Qingyu is back. Wang Qingyu greeted her with a forced smile, his words tinged with sarcasm. Well, has Aunt Xiuqin had her meal? Without waiting for her to speak, he looked directly at Chang Hongyu next to him. Sister-in-law Hongyu, where is your ninny? Chang Hongyu. Ninny went out to play. Qingyu, how was your trip to Qingdao? Did you have fun? Wang Qingyu smiled and put the suitcase aside. It's okay, it's quite fun. When you are free, sister-in-law can take Ninny to the beach to play. Chang Hongyu wore a low ponytail and a chiffon printed dress. She has an oval face and delicate features. She has graceful eyebrows and dark, bright almond-shaped eyes that reveal tenderness and brightness. She has a pretty nose and a cherry mouth with bright red lipstick on it, which makes her look charming and attractive. Although she is called his sister-in-law, she is actually a few months younger than him in age. I just didn't go to college and got married early, and now my daughter is in elementary school. Although she is already 30 years old, she is still the mother of an 11-year-old child. But she looks very young, with exposed skin that is white and tender, looks delicate and full of collagen. She also has a very good figure, with graceful curves, full breasts, and a slender waist like a little girl. Mature, charming, and graceful. A typical young and mature woman, a beautiful stepmother type. His mother, Qin Juanxia, was very happy to see her son back, but when she saw that he was alone, she couldn't help but ask, Qingyu, where's Baijie? Qin Juanxia and her husband are very concerned about Baijie. Although she is a few years older, she has a good appearance, a good figure and a good job. Although Zhongyin County is a poor county with a very poor student source, the students with good academic performance in the county all go to the number 1 middle school in the city or go to school in other cities. Wang Qingyu had good grades back then, and he wouldn't even bother with the free tuition at number 1 middle school, even if they paid him money. But in the past 10 years, after the principal of the county number 1 middle school was changed, it has been constantly reforming, constantly intensifying its internal development, and strictly enforcing teaching. The students' grades have been getting better and better, and they have entered with low standards and graduated with high standards. Gradually, the school gained a good reputation and attracted more students. Thanks to special policies, more and more students are admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University. Last year, 18 students from a middle school in a small county were admitted to Tsinghua University and Peking University. Not only did it gain fame in the province, it also attracted the attention of many schools from other provinces. Schools from other provinces often bring people here for exchanges and studies. In the past, the county number 1 middle school couldn't retain good students even if it had to pay money. Now, the best students are still controlled by Handan number 1 middle school. However, many students with good academic performance also stayed, and the school also attracted many outstanding students from other counties. Number 1 middle school has gained fame and brought honor to a poor county. Naturally, the teachers of number 1 middle school are also highly respected in the county. Their son's girlfriend made the couple feel very proud in the village. Every time Bai Jie comes over, all the aunts, uncles and neighbors praise her highly. Since their son is so old now and his girlfriend is so outstanding, the old couple naturally hope that they will get married soon. Have a baby soon. Yes, Qingyu, where is your wife? Wu Xiuqin couldn't help but agree, why didn't I come with you? Wang Qingyu knew that his parents loved Bai Jie very much, so he naturally couldn't talk about his family's affairs in front of outsiders. She had something to do at home, so she went back. Wu Xiuqin immediately smiled and waved her hand. Qingyu, please sit down. Auntie needs a favor from you. Wang Qingyu frowned and said, forget it, sister-in-law. I'm online all day long and not doing my job. I've become stupid. Why are you begging me for help? For someone who has no sense of boundaries, if she asks him for a favor, then it must be more than just a favor. Wu Xiuqin smiled awkwardly, as thick-skinned as if she hadn't heard Wang Qingyu's rejection. Thinking Wang Qingyu was joking, he smiled obsequiously and said, Qingyu, my grandson's high school entrance exam this year was a little short of the passing score for number 1 middle school. Why don't you talk to your wife and ask her to use some connections to get my grandson in as well? Chapter 19. You little slut, you're still protecting me. Wang Qingyu sneered in his heart. It turned out that what he was asking for was not a trivial matter. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and exhaled a puff of smoke. Although he was sure it wouldn't help, he was still curious. How many points is the difference? Wu Xiuqin smiled and said, not much, just around 20 points. Talk to your wife about our relationship, there will definitely be no problem. He slapped his thigh and promised, well, Qingyu, tell her not to let her work in vain. When the job is done, come back and we'll treat you and set up a table. Wang Qingyu was so angry that she laughed. Set up a table, auntie, our family is poor and can't afford it. Zhongyan number 1 middle school is located in Handan City. It is a good school almost comparable to the number 1 middle school in the city and is known for its strict management. The principal is devoted to the cause of education and has vigorously carried out reforms, turning the once dilapidated number 1 middle school into the key high school it is today. She is known for her impartiality and even her own relatives cannot help but look for her. If you don't have enough points, it's useless to ask anyone for help. No matter how rich and well-connected one is in the local area, it is impossible to win by paying favors or large sums of money. You have the confidence because you have achieved good results, and no one will fall for your tricks. Of course, the children of truly powerful or super rich people don't have to work hard. They can study abroad and easily gild themselves by spending some money. Bai Jie is just a teacher, don't say she doesn't have the face to do that. Even if there is, you are only 20 points short. Do you think you can just treat them to a meal and solve the problem? In a place as competitive as Handan, do you know how many people are missing 1 point? There are so many people trying to find connections, but how many of them can get in? Our family is so poor that we can't afford a meal? Don't tilt her. Wang Qingyu waved his hand and refused directly without any hypocritical courtesy. Bai Jie is just a teacher, not the principal. She doesn't have that power. You should find someone else. Learning to say no to others is the beginning of treating yourself well. It is also a sign of maturity. Adults, don't be easily swayed by others. Let's try a tilder. She's been in school for so many years. As a teacher, how could she not give me face? Remember last year, didn't you say that children of teachers or younger siblings could still go to number 1 middle school even if their scores weren't high enough? Isn't it enough to just say that my grandson is your son? Wu Xiuqin still didn't give up, and said with a shameless smile, we are so close, my Yu Wei has been playing with you all the time, his son, isn't he your son? What the hell do you want? That's a benefit that number 1 middle school gives to its teachers. Do you think you can just say something without any evidence? Wang Qingyu is usually gentle, bookish and refined, but he will not hold back when others say unpleasant things to him. Yu Wei's son is my son, and his wife is my wife too, right? Now that Yu Wei is not at home, I went to play with Xiaoxue, right? Har har, go ahead, play however you want, just make sure my grandson has a good school tilde. Wu Xiuqin was not angry at all, but instead started joking. No, please ask someone else for help. We can't do it tilde. When Wu Xiuqin heard this, she instantly looked displeased. If you have connections, you should use them. How did you really become stupid from studying? What does one do these days that doesn't depend on connections? You're the fucking fool, idiot. Your son can't even read well. Does anyone in your family have a junior high school education? How dare you call others stupid? Wang Qingyu's face darkened. Always looking for connections is the style of your generation. We now rely on ourselves. If you have the ability, then go ahead. If you don't, then do what you need to do. Chang Hongyu, who was standing by, saw that something was amiss and quickly tried to smooth things over. It's just that, Auntie, the rules at number 1 middle school are very strict, and Qingyu has no other choice. Otherwise, how could he not help us? Mom, come here for a moment. I want to tell you something. Wang Qingyu knew Chang Hongyu's kindness, looked at her with gratitude, and then called his mother into their house. Frankly said, Mom, Bai Jie and I have broken up. What? Break up? Qin Juanxia was a little surprised. Why did you split up? Why? Didn't I ask you to discuss marriage with her? Why did you break up? Wang Qingyu sighed. She agreed to get married, but she said that although we can get married, we don't want children in the future. This made Qin Juanxia even more puzzled. Why don't you want children? Wang Qingyu could only recount the details of their breakup. Qin Juanxia frowned. It was definitely not possible not to have children. Qingyu, how about you go back and talk to her properly? She still held out hope. You two are still young, you should have a child of your own. Talk to her in a gentle manner and try to persuade her. Wang Qingyu shook his head and said, no need. I made it very clear at the time. Qin Juanxia suddenly became anxious. What should we do? We can't just divide it like this. Bai Jie is impeccable in terms of appearance and work. She really likes this daughter-in-law. Many young people in the village get married early. Not only do their daughters-in-law not earn money, but their sons also don't earn money. The couple has a child, and the family of 3 relies on their parents. Bai Jie already has a job. Where can you find a daughter-in-law like her? It's a big deal. I'll bring you a better one in a couple of days. Wang Qingyu walked out of the room and saw Wu Xiuqin standing at the door. Auntie, are you a dog? Why are you so close? Wu Xiuqin changed her flattering attitude and sneered. Oh, I was wondering why you didn't want to help. Turns out you were dumped. You kid, you're still trying to save face. Can't you just say it directly? If others don't like us, then so be it. There's nothing shameful about it. As he spoke, he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Sister-in-law, let me say something unpleasant. As for me, I've long seen that they won't be together. Wu Xiuqin's thin lips were covered with vertical lines, and her words lost their flattery and were full of sarcasm and harshness. She's a teacher at number 1 middle school. She does a great job and is beautiful too. Your Qingyu doesn't have a formal job, no money, no house, and he spends all day at home surfing the internet instead of working. How could anyone be willing to marry him? Har har, you say you don't want to have children, but in fact you just look down on your Qingyu. What's the point of just being good looking? You can't eat it. You need money but don't have it. Why isn't my family richer than yours? I can buy a house anytime, but can you afford one anytime? Wang Qingyu became angry when he heard this and raised his hand to slap her, but was stopped by his mother. How much money your family has earned in their entire lives is more than what I've earned in just 2 years since I graduated. How dare you criticize me? Is Bai Jie snobbish? Not really. If she was not fond of the poor and loved the rich, she would have married into a good family long ago with her job and looks. The people she went on blind dates with were basically children or relatives of leaders within the system, and in the end she didn't like any of them. She is not a wealthy woman, but she does have some money, at least hundreds of thousands. I don't run any tutoring classes privately to make money. They teach a class of senior high school students every 3 years. As long as the students are admitted to good schools, the school will give them generous bonuses. It's just too hard, now that I'm a class teacher. I get up at 5:30 every morning to go to school, do exercises with the students, and go home at 10:40 in the evening. I have been busy with work, not only teaching work, but also various administrative tasks unrelated to teaching, such as teaching research, open classes, class meetings, parent meetings, or communicating with parents, etc. I only make money and have no time to spend it. Wu Xiuqin had endured it before just for her grandson's schooling. Now that she knew Wang Qingyu had broken up, it meant there was no hope, so she stopped pretending. He continued to chatter at the top of his voice, saying sarcastically, "Look at you, sister-in-law. You're already so grown up, but you don't understand the ways of the world at all. You're in a hurry to say a few words. Oh, mother, what's the point of going to college? It's a waste of time. He stays at home all day, doesn't make money, doesn't know how to build good interpersonal relationships, doesn't know how to behave in society, and all he does is go to the internet cafe to play games." At this point, he couldn't help but chuckle, not as good as my Yue, who earns 6,000 or 7,000 a month in the coal mine. Going to school is useless, so why don't you send your grandson to your mother's school? Let him go to work in the coal mine with your son. Wang Qingyu didn't attack her for his mother's sake, but he said directly, "Wu Xiuqin, I won't bother with you. When your son comes back after the new year, I'll find him and see if I beat him up." Wu Xiuqin was always careless with her words, and her words were a bit excessive, which made Chan Hongyu secretly angry. "Okay, auntie, stop talking. If she doesn't like Qingyu, why would she be his girlfriend? Why don't you be your son's girlfriend? I think they just want to take it easy after raising a child for so many years. It's not as harsh as you say. TSK tilde." Wu Xiuqin rolled her eyes at Chan Hongyu and jokingly said, "You little slut, you're still protecting her. Auntie has long noticed that you and Qingyu are having an affair. You dress up all day long, isn't it just to seduce him? What's going on? Now that Qingyu has broken up, how about I be your matchmaker? Can I help you guys reconcile? Find another man for you, my little slut. It saves you from having to eat cucumbers every night." Chan Hongyu blushed and felt embarrassed and angry after hearing what she said, and was about to argue. Wang Qingyu immediately stepped forward and slapped him. Bang! R. Chan Hongyu let out a low cry, obviously startled. Wu Xiuqin finally reacted after feeling a burning sensation on her face. You dare to hit me. I'm going to hit you. This matter is not over yet. I will find your son." Wu Xiuqin immediately howled and wanted to quarrel with Wang Qingyu, but was stopped by Qin Juanxia and Chan Hongyu. Seeing this, Wu Xiuqin started throwing a tantrum again. "Hey, someone's being beaten. The Wang family is bullying us again." Seeing that she started to curse like a shrew again, Wang Qingyu raised his hand to hit her. Wu Xiuqin, however, learned her lesson and immediately called out, "Mom," and ran away in a panic. Qin Juanxia also quickly grabbed her son. At this moment, a deep male voice suddenly came from the room, "Qingyu, come here." Chapter 20, Shaking People. "Qingyu, what's going on?" In the main room, a middle-aged man with grey hair on his temples was sitting on the sofa. Although he was nearly 60 years old, his hair was grey and his face showed many traces of time. But looking at the man's facial features, he still looks mature and handsome. The aunties, grandmas and little girls who have seen him basically all praise him for being handsome. Even by Jie's colleagues at number 1 middle school, who had met him before, were full of praise for him, saying that he had big eyes, double eyelids, and a cherry mouth, and was a real handsome guy. Wang Qingyu sat down next to his father, Wang Zhenhe, and instead of answering immediately, he asked with concern, "Are you taking your blood pressure medication every day? You need to check your blood pressure regularly every day. No matter whether it's high or not, you can't stop taking this medicine now. You have to take it long term. I don't know about other places, but in Handan City and Zhongyin County, there are a lot of cardiovascular and cerebrovascular patients. Especially hypertension, most of the elderly suffer from it. Some suffer from cerebral hemorrhage, some suffer from cerebral infarction. Although most of them are rescued after the onset of the disease, they are left with serious sequelae. Hemiplegia is usually mild. In severe cases, the patient cannot take care of himself and lies in bed all year round, not being recognized by others. He will die within a few years. Before, it was the elderly, but now many young people in their 30s and 40s are suffering from the disease. Fortunately, his father usually pays attention to his health. When he felt dizzy, his head swollen, and his hands and feet numb, he rushed to the hospital. Upon examination, it was found that he had cerebral hemorrhage. Fortunately, it was not much, and the amount of bleeding was only as big as a mung bean. After the effects of the infusion wore off, he was discharged from the hospital. There are no major sequelae and he can move around freely, just like usual. His father's treating physician, Wang Qingyu, was a classmate of his and Lin Chen's, and a very good brother. Lin Chen probably learned from Wang Qingyu that his father was hospitalized due to cerebral hemorrhage, so he wanted to come and see him. Okay, I understand. Wang Zhenhe responded, then asked in confusion, why did you break up with Bai Jie? They said it's okay to get married. Wang Qingyu leaned back on the sofa and said, but let me make it clear first, we won't have any more children. They said it's not easy for her to raise 2 children. She's already over 30. If she has another child and raises them for another 18 years, she'll be too old. How many 18 years are there in a lifetime? I didn't agree and tried to persuade her, but it was useless, so we broke up. Hearing this, Wang Zhenhe said in a hoarse voice, let's break up. She has her ideas, and we have ours. We can't work together if we don't share the same ideals. Wang Qingyu smiled faintly, just don't force me to apologize. Apologies are useless in this matter. If they were useful, we wouldn't have ended up breaking up. Har har, what are you apologizing for? Wang Zhenhe sneered, people live by their breath. Who can't live without whom? Wang Qingyu raised the corner of his mouth. From childhood to adulthood, his parents had never disciplined him much, but they taught him a lot of lessons. First, respect your teachers and elders. Don't bully others, and don't allow others to bully you. If anyone bullies you, fight back and beat them to death. Second, pay attention to safety and never go to dangerous places, such as large puddles. Those puddles are often 10 meters deep, and there are many large puddles in the town, where children drown every year. The third person should live with a breath and have ambition. He didn't communicate much with his father, so he didn't say much. He got up, opened the suitcase, and took out 6 bottles of wine and 2 packs of cigarettes. Dad, you can't drink now. Wang Qingyu pulled the corner of his mouth, unable to suppress his evil smile. This Maotai is bought specially for you. Wang Zhenhe frowned. Maotai? It's expensive, right? Why spend that money? Wang Qingyu smiled and said, it's not expensive. I made some money investing in funds recently, and I bought this as a gift to you. Respect what? Wang Zhenhe smiled unhappily, you know I can't drink, but you bought it on purpose to tempt me, right? Wang Zhenhe is not a drunkard and doesn't like to drink normally. He only gets some fengjiu and has a drink when he's tired occasionally. Or when you get together with friends, have a drink at the table. But this is Maotai. He has never drunk it. Naturally I want to try it. Don't worry. Wang Qingyu placed the wine and cigarettes on the coffee table and said, you can keep this wine. When you're almost well in half a year, you can drink it occasionally and savor it slowly. I bought it here just for you to drink. Wang Zhenhe smiled, stood up, grabbed the Maotai, and looked at it carefully. Dad, Lin Chen and Qingyu will come to see you soon. Wang Zhenhe frowned when he heard this and put down his Maotai. It's late at night. People are working so hard. Why are you asking them to run another trip? Wang Qingyu shrugged helplessly, they think highly of me and treat me as a friend. Then he picked up the phone on the table and said, you prepare cigarettes and alcohol at home, I'll go make some food. Before he even left their house, he saw his mother Qin Juanxia running in. Qingyu, someone is looking for you outside, go and see them. Wang Qingyu saw his mother panicking and was immediately puzzled, is it Lin Chen? Don't you know him? No. Qin Juanxia was a little nervous. A black car came, it looked like a Mercedes. 4 young men came down, all wearing black suits and sunglasses. You could tell at a glance they weren't good people. There was a large truck following behind, but I don't know what it was carrying. She had also seen gangster movies, and her voice was trembling. Qingyu, are those people who cheated you before here to cause trouble again, or have you offended someone? What are you afraid of? He dares to rebel against the heaven in our own village. Wang Zhenhe sneered angrily, Qingyu, go get me a kitchen knife. Give them face. If they dare to cause trouble, I'll beat them to death. After saying that, he picked up his phone and started calling people in the family group. This village is called Wangjiaswan. The Wang family is a big family in this village. There are many people in the clan. Although they are not very united, at least they will not be bullied. Back in the 1990s, the old man who lived behind the house had a conflict with someone. The other party came in the middle of the night with a gun, smashed the door and shouted, and even fired 2 shots at the door. The old man made a phone call, and at 3 o'clock in the morning, the whole clan went out, and a large number of hundreds of men gathered quickly. The other side, about 10 people, holding a hunting rifle, were so scared that they didn't dare to say a word. They drove a 3-horse farm cart faster than rabbits. I chased him for 5 miles but still couldn't catch up. This is the place where Qin Shi Huang was beaten, and the people have been simple and honest for 3,000 years. They only believe in one thing: everyone has one breath, one life, so who the hell is afraid of who? Ahem tilde. Wang Qingyu couldn't help but cough twice when he saw his father state, "Dad, don't, there's no need to be like this." At this time, Chang Hongyu outside also ran over in a panic. "Brother, those people outside said they are looking for you and asked you to go out. You must not go out." Perhaps because she ran too fast, she was out of breath while speaking, and her already plump and firm breasts were shaking violently. Chapter 21. I regret. Wang Qingyu always wanted to go out, but his mother and sister-in-law Chang Hongyu kept holding him back. They only let him out after hearing that some family members had come outside. As soon as I went out, there were already crowds of people outside. A black Maybach was parked at the door, and 4 tall and strong young men were standing side by side beside the car. Everyone wore a black suit and sunglasses. When Wang Qingyu walked out the door, he saw a large truck parked behind the Maybach. The back of the truck was covered with a green cloth, and it was unknown what was inside. The surroundings were already full of people, or to be more precise, full of strong men. Call him uncle, brother, or uncle or grandpa. Although I didn't take anything. But in the hot summer, everyone's skin is tanned yellow, and they are either shirtless or have big arms and waists. Or they would expose their arms, which were thick and had bulging veins. They are all men who do physical labor. They plant crops during the busy farming season and work or do business during the slack season. The 4 bodyguards were dressed in suits and looked strong. But if a fight really breaks out, these bodyguards will probably be useless. Just looking at this folk custom, men who work hard every day are not comparable to men who stay in the gym every day. Looking closer at these bodyguards, although they stood with their backs straight, hands behind their backs, and as strong as pine trees, each of them was sweating profusely. I don't know if it's hot sweat or cold sweat. Such a big scene made Wang Qingyu smile bitterly, but he was still inexplicably excited in his heart, and a surge of blood rushed into his body. Wang Zhenhe didn't say anything, just glanced at his brothers and nephews around him, and walked forward to distribute a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. Wu Xiuqin, who was inside, also came out timidly. Seeing this scene, she was no longer afraid and whispered to Chang Hongyu beside her, "You are interested in this troublemaker? Look, we've offended some big shot, and now they are coming to our door, right? Humph, it's obvious that this kid is not a quiet one. He was so arrogant before. I don't know what big shot he offended that made him come to his door. Are you scared now? Don't be fooled by the number of people. They look rich and powerful. They are not afraid at all. Let's see how this kid ends." He was arrogant and proud when he was rich. Later, he started dating a teacher from number 1 middle school, who was also very arrogant. "I came to you with such shamelessness to ask for your help, but you refused to help me with even a small favor. Now I'm going to see your show." Chang Hongyu glanced at the eunuch in the crowd, as well as the group of men from her family. A sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she retorted without any hesitation. "Aunt Xiuqin, which I have yours so that my Qingyu was afraid. Your Wu family is a small, independent household with only a few members. Back then, when someone surnamed Zhu came to scold you, you didn't even dare to say a word. We Wang family men don't bully others, but we're definitely not afraid of trouble either. There are so many men here, but only these for bodyguards. Don't even think about touching Qingyu. Do you think they dare to utter a single dirty word here?" Wu Xiuqin felt a lump in her throat, but couldn't refute, so she could only snort and turn away with a sneer. Wang Qingyu ignored the gossips behind him and nodded to everyone. He walked forward calmly, his tone full of confusion. "I am Wang Qingyu, who is looking for me." The car windows were dark and I couldn't see the people inside at all. The 4 bodyguards hesitated for a moment, then suddenly moved aside, and one of them stepped forward and opened the door of the Maybach. A moment later, a young man got out of the car. "Are you Wang Qingyu?" The man looked to be in his 20s, tall and thin, wearing casual clothes and having a cool Korean hairstyle. He was very handsome and fair-skinned. He had one hand in his pocket, holding a photo in the other, and was looking at him with his eyes slightly narrowed. Seeing his lazy and uninhibited appearance, Wang Qingyu was sure that he didn't know him, and asked again in confusion, "It's me, who are you?" He tilde. The man chuckled, turned his head and glanced around, his face relaxed, and a sneer curled up his thin lips. Why prepare such a big scene? You want to fuck me? Since they were not acquaintances, Wang Qingyu was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and just looked at him silently. Seeing this, the man felt embarrassed and nodded with amusement. He immediately took a photo and put it in his hand. My name is Zhang Yi. Yi means shining and radiant. I mean Qin Jingshu's cousin. Qin Jingshu. My first love in college, the beautiful, rich girlfriend who I lived with for 5 years and slept with until I got tired of her. The dead memories revived, and a girl with fair skin, beautiful appearance and elegant temperament emerged in Wang Qingyu's mind. But she was completely naked, like a beautiful jade statue carved out of white jade, lying on the chaise longue in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, with charming and affectionate eyes. Her cousin. We've been separated for many years. What are you doing here, my cousin? Zhang Yi obviously didn't waste any words and just snapped his fingers. The bodyguards behind him immediately took action. One of them got into the Maybach, beeped, and waited for the crowd to move aside before driving the car forward about 10 to 20 meters. One of them got on the truck behind and drove it directly in front of the two men. The remaining two hurriedly untied the green cloth covering their backs. As the green cloth was torn off, the contents of the trunk were revealed. Exclamations followed. Wow! What's this? New car. Holy crap, a Mercedes-Benz. Brand new. Wang Qingyu frowned and looked at it, and was stunned for a moment. Then I saw a huge glass cover in the back of the truck, covering the entire back. Inside the glass cover, a red SUV was parked quietly. The car is brand new and shiny red. Viewed from the side, the Mercedes-Benz logo is very conspicuous in the center of the wheel. There were balloons and roses all around. And on the glass, there were some large colorful words. Wang Qingyu. I regret this. Come to Jiangcheng to find me. I will support you. On the other side, there was also a line of large characters. You are the joy of youth, and also the 4 seasons of the rest of life. Looking at the scene before them, all the tribesmen were a little confused. Isn't he someone here to cause trouble? Why does it look like a car delivery? Do I regret it? I support you. A group of men who had just looked ferocious looked at each other, and couldn't help but come closer to take a look, their words full of excitement and surprise. He pointed at the big words on the glass and the dazzling red G-Class. Some people simply took out their mobile phones and took photos and videos. Chang Hongyu felt mixed emotions, but when she glanced at Wu Xiuqin, who was stunned beside her, she knew that she could also read, so she chuckled and said, Aunt Xiuqin, did you see that? The daughter of Jiangcheng has regretted her sins and is offering gifts to make amends. Why? Zhang Yi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw this scene, cursing in his heart, damn, a bunch of country bumpkins, they scared me. I'm never going to come to this shitty place again. My thoughts drifted away, back to that rainy night in summer. The BMW was shaking in the deserted park. It was raining heavily outside and the wind was blowing hard. The inside of the car was bustling with activity and the screams were wilder than the wind. An hour later, a beautiful girl straightened her white suit and skirt. Her eyes were red and tearful, and she bit her lips tightly with her pearly teeth. Finally, she spoke softly, Qingyu, this is the last time I will look for you after we break up. Let's go to the end. Wang Qingyu was in sage mode, lying on the back seat, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his face cold and calm. Have you decided? Just don't regret it anymore, tilde. The girl tried hard to hold back the tears in her eyes, and said proudly and stubbornly, I, Qin Jingshu, never regret anything I do. Wang Qingyu curled his lips into a cold smile. In the 3 days since we broke up, you've regretted it 8 times. This is the 9th time. This breakup seems like a joke. In 3 days, he came once in the morning, pulled up his pants and ignored me, regretted coming at noon, returned with a full load, and regretted it again in the evening. 3 consecutive days. Qin Jingshu's breathing suddenly stopped. I said, this is the last time. Qingyu, what's going on? His mother's voice came from beside him, and Wang Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief. Har har, after all these years, Qin Jingshu, you finally regret it. In front of others, you are a glamorous, noble and elegant young lady who attracts everyone's attention. In private, I treated him like that. I thought you had completely turned over a new leaf. Chapter 22, so tender that you can squeeze out water. Mom, it's okay. Wang Qingyu said calmly, remember I told you that I had a girlfriend in college named Qin Jingshu. Do you still remember her? Qin Juanxia thought for a moment and remembered the girl's key point, the one whose family is rich. Oh tilde. Wang Qingyu pulled a wry smile from the corner of his mouth, it's her. We broke up before, and now he must be regretting it and asking me to get back together, so he made such a big fuss. Is that so? Qin Juanxia couldn't help laughing, what do I think it's a big deal tilde? That. Qin Juanxia suddenly paused, her tone a little worried, is she willing to have a baby? This urgent desire to hold grandchildren. He tilde. Wang Qingyu was amused by his mother and he understood. Firstly, I am old and I am worried about him, and I also want to have many children and grandchildren. Secondly, if you don't get married and have children at such an old age, there will inevitably be rumors in the village, people will laugh at you, make fun of you, and look down on you. Even though our clan members are very united now, that is how they treat outsiders. Even when nothing is going on, there are still many conflicts inside. I guess my mother has heard a lot of gossip, both in front of and behind the scenes. He put his arm around his mother's shoulders and smiled, comforting her, don't worry, Mom, don't worry about anyone. If she doesn't want to have a child, then we don't want her. Don't talk about treating people as reproductive tools or not. It's a matter of mutual consent. They want a child now. If you don't want to have one, then get out of here. At this time, the Wang family members also showed their enthusiasm. Knowing that Zhang Yi was not there to cause trouble, they all came forward to offer cigarettes and greet him. Without Wang Zhenhe saying anything, they led him into their home. Zhang Yi looked calm and relaxed before, but he was actually feeling nervous inside. He was afraid that if he wasn't careful, he would be beaten up by these country bumpkins in his eyes. Today he finally understood what it meant that a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Now looking at everyone's attitude, although I feel relieved, I still don't want to stay any longer. I just want to finish the job quickly and go back to report. However, faced with the hospitality of so many people, it was difficult to refuse, so he could only smile awkwardly and be escorted in. In a blink of an eye, the Wang family courtyard was crowded with people. Chang Hongyu at the door lowered her head and said nothing, not knowing what she was thinking. Wu Xiuqin, on the other hand, smiled and said, sister-in-law, where is this girl from? What does her family do? As he said that, he looked at the domineering G-class that had already landed. Why did that eye-catching red color make people so envious, jealous and hateful? I heard from them that this car is worth 2 or 3 million. At this moment, the bodyguard standing guard beside the car took out a suitcase from the car and bowed respectfully to Wang Qingyu. Mr. Wang, this car is a collector's edition, worth 3 million. Our lady knows you like it, so she gave it to you specially. Then he put the box into Wang Qingyu's hands and said, there is 1 million in cash in here. It's a birthday gift from the lady to you. Birthday present. Wang Qingyu opened his cell phone and found that tomorrow was his birthday. When Wu Xiuqin heard that the car was worth 3 million and the money was worth 1 million as a gift, she couldn't help but gasp. Wang Qingyu couldn't help laughing, and suddenly looked at her, Auntie, you are pretty, and it seems you can make a living. He raised the box in his hand and said, 1 million. Isn't this delicious soft rice delivered to your door? She had previously said that Wang Qingyu's good looks were useless since they couldn't be used to make a living. Wang Qingyu remembered this sentence clearly. Qin Juanxia, the mother next to him, burst out laughing and patted her son's shoulder in annoyance. The previous gloom turned into sharp arrows and shot back, making her feel better. Seeing that there was nothing serious, it would not be good for so many people to gather here at night. An old man who often took charge of weddings and funerals clapped his hands and said loudly, all right, since there is nothing else, everyone can go back first tilde. Then he asked a few older, steady and talkative people to stay. Wang Zhenhe quickly took out several cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes that Wang Qingyu had bought and distributed them to everyone. Seeing that most people had left, Zhang Yi in the yard finally relaxed completely. At this time, Wang Qingyu came over with a suitcase. Zhang Yi saw him and hurriedly stepped forward with a playful smile. Brother-in-law, how about the gift my sister gave you? Are you satisfied? If you are satisfied, come back with me to get back together with her. Wang Qingyu rolled his eyes. Satisfied with what? If there was no system, he would have immediately run over to live off her. Now, do I want this from you? Just a car and $1 million, you think you can buy me off? I don't want that. Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment, staring at him with wide eyes. Damn, my sister took the initiative to find you, and you are still pretending. After hesitating for a moment, he whispered kindly, Hey, buddy, let's just stop here. My sister is the eldest daughter of the Qin family after all. She's fair-skinned and beautiful. She's the most famous female CEO in Jiangcheng. She's only 28 years old, owns 8 companies, and is worth billions. She ignored her family's objections and put aside her pride to apologize to you and get back together. Give her a way out and we'll back down. Don't let your efforts end up in vain. There's no such thing as regret in this world. Wang Qingyu chuckled and placed the suitcase and car keys directly in his arms. His tone was calm and without a trace of emotion. I told you, I don't want it. I already have a girlfriend. As pretty as her, but younger than her, only 18 years old, so tender that you can squeeze out water from her. When several elders of the family saw this, their hearts skipped a beat and they stamped their feet in anxiety, wishing they could get the car keys and money back for Wang Qingyu. Is this kid stupid? You don't want a luxury car and $1 million? If a girl from a rich family pays you back and wants to support you, won't you have fine clothes and delicious food, drive a luxury car, live in a big villa, have more money than you can spend in your lifetime, and enjoy endless wealth and glory? Why are you still pretending? Have you become stupid from reading too much? The old man who just spoke was also getting anxious and losing his composure. He quickly winked at Wang Jinhe, asking him to persuade his son not to do anything stupid. Wang Jinhe laughed, but had no intention of getting involved. He pretended not to hear anything, walked up to a few people and handed them cigarettes, leaving the decision to himself. Seeing this, Zhang Yi did not look at Wang Qingyu with new eyes. Instead, he sneered in his heart, thinking that the other party was so naive at such an old age and was unwilling to get along with money. He was too lazy to talk nonsense and just put the money and car keys on the ground, his hands in his pockets. Whether you want it or not, I have delivered it anyway. He paused for a moment, then nodded respectfully to several elders. Dear uncles, I'll be leaving now. Several elders wanted to keep him, but Zhang Yi didn't want to stay any longer, so he quickly got into the Maybach and left the red G-Class in a cloud of dust. Chapter 22 Getting more and more outrageous. As soon as Zhang Yi left, the Wang family's gate was surrounded by people in a short while. Apparently, the man who had left here earlier had spread this explosive news, causing a sensation in this small northern village. One by one, people with their families, wives and children gathered at the door of Wang Qingyu's house to watch the excitement and prove in front of his wife whether the matter was true or not. In the blink of an eye, the huge alley was blocked by people. There was already a Mercedes-Benz parked in front of the Wang family's gate, and now it was even more crowded, and people kept pushing in. In the past, this kind of excitement would only happen when there was a fight between two families, which would gather so many spectators. But the rumors are getting more and more outrageous. At the beginning, it was said that a college student from the Wang family was favored by a rich girl from the city, who gave him a luxury car worth 3 million and 1 million in cash to pursue him. As the story spread, it became known that Wang Qingyu was favored by a wealthy woman in the city, who gave him a luxury car worth tens of millions and a betrothal gift worth several million, asking him to marry into her family. In the end, the story turned out to be that he was being kept by a rich woman. A group of men, women, young and old gathered at the door, touching and taking pictures of the $3 million luxury car, and the noise of talking and laughing made people dizzy. Wang Qingyu had no choice but to squeeze through the crowd and drive the car into his home. Seeing so many people watching the fun, several elders also helped to persuade them. After a lot of persuasion, the crowd gradually dispersed. But some busybodies, and those old ladies, aunts, young sisters-in-law, and new daughters-in-law who like gossip, sneaked into the house one by one and asked Wang Qingyu's mother about it. When he returned to the yard, several uncles and grandfathers in charge called him to the living room. As soon as he entered the room, all eyes were on him, and everyone had a strange expression on their face. His ungrateful behavior just now obviously made these uncles and grandpas think that he had become stupid from reading too much. As the father, Wang Jinhe spoke first. Qingyu, what happened today? Wang Qingyu chuckled and found a stool to sit down. It's very simple. Qin Jingshu was my girlfriend in college. A year after graduation, she decided to study abroad, and we broke up. Wang Qingyu said this, took the cigarette handed to him by an old man, lit it, took a puff, and then continued, she must be regretting it now and wants me to go find her and get back together. Knowing that I used to like the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, she sent her cousin to deliver it to me. The old man who was in charge before asked curiously, where is this girl from? Why is her family so rich? What does she do? Local from Jiangcheng. Wang Qingyu didn't intend to reveal too much information about Qin Jingshu, so he said directly, I don't know what they do specifically. At this time, there was a commotion outside. Wang Zhenhe went out to take a look. After a while, he returned with a photo in his hand. Har har, Qingyu, this is the girl's photo, right? Your mother found it. Wang Qingyu frowned, took it and looked at it, and it was indeed a photo of himself and Qin Jingshu during their college days. No need to guess, it must have been my mother Qin Juanxia who found it in the photo album in his room at the instigation of that group of women. When they heard that there was a photo of the girl, several men came over curiously, wanting to see what this legendary rich girl looked like. Oh, isn't this beautiful? A bald uncle looked at Wang Qingyu in confusion. Qingyu, she's so pretty and not ugly, why were you so reluctant just now? They were even more confused when they discovered that Qin Jingshu was not only rich, but also a beautiful woman who was more beautiful and elegant than female stars. That's right, Qingyu. The girl is so rich and treats you so well that she even sent people here. Don't be stupid. In my opinion, you should take a bus to Jiangcheng tomorrow and have a good talk with her. Of course you are. You are already old enough, it's time for you to get married. The girl gave you a car worth more than 3 million and 1 million in cash. Her sincerity is beyond words. If you marry her, won't you have everything you want in the future? You won't have to work for the rest of your life and you'll have endless money to spend. Yes, if you marry this girl, you'll never have to worry about money. You'll live in a big villa, drive a luxury car, eat delicious meals every day, wear a big gold chain, a solid gold watch, and have a nanny to serve you. You won't have to work for the rest of your life, just eat, drink, and have fun. How wonderful! Forget marrying her into the family is also fine. This kind of good thing is something that others will never encounter in their lifetime. If we have a few more children, they will be well-fed from childhood. They will be born into the world of young masters and young ladies. This will completely transform our lives. Yes, nephew, when you become a millionaire, don't forget us poor uncles. Someday your uncle will come to the doorstep of your villa begging for food, just don't kick us out then. Har 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 har. Wang Qingyu was smoking a cigarette while they kindly persuaded him and took turns to educate him. He was a little shaken by what he said. But after all, they hadn't seen each other for so many years, and he didn't know what the other person had become. No matter what, it was you who wanted to break up in the first place, and it is you who regrets it again and again. If you want to get back together now, that's fine, just come to me in person first. Let me find out the situation first. After seeing off all the uncles and grandpas, a group of women squeezed in again, blocked Wang Qingyu in the room, and asked him all kinds of questions and inquired about gossip. Fortunately, at this moment, another voice suddenly rang out in the courtyard. Oh my god, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, red in color, new. Whose is this? Qingyu. Qingyu. When Wang Qingyu heard the voice, he was immediately delighted and quickly said, Dad, my friend is here to see you. As he said that, he squeezed out from the group of women. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw Lin Chen, Lu Qinyu, Li Shutang, and Dong Fangqi, each holding a box of gifts, surrounding the red Mercedes-Benz in the middle of the yard, looking at it curiously. When they saw Wang Qingyu coming out, several people immediately came forward to greet him. Lin Chen couldn't help but be curious and asked directly. Qingyu, whose Mercedes-Benz is this? Don't tell me you bought this too. The four of them were his junior high school classmates. They lived in the same dormitory for 3 years and continued to visit each other every year after graduation. Now we all work and live in our hometown, and we are in close contact. Li Shutang laughed and said, What are you talking about? Since brother Qingyu can afford an Audi A8, what's wrong with buying a Mercedes-Benz? Is there a problem? At this time, Wang Zhenhe, Qin Juanxia and a group of women also came out. Wang Zhenhe was familiar with these friends of his son. After a round of greetings, Lin Chen was still agonizing over the Mercedes-Benz. "Uncle, I haven't told you yet, is this Mercedes-Benz Qingyu just bought?" Before Wang Jin and the father and son could say anything, Wu Xiuqin, who had been chatty and had never left the room, interrupted and said, "No, that was a gift from Qingyu's girlfriend. Just delivered. Where's the luxury car I bought for 3 million tilde?" After hearing this, several people looked at Wang Qingyu in confusion. Wang Qingyu's girlfriend was their Chinese teacher in high school, so they naturally knew about it. The four of them were in the same class in junior high school. In high school, Wang Qingyu and Lin Chen were in the same class, and Dong Fangqi and Li Shutang were in the same class. Although they were not together, coincidentally, their Chinese teacher was Bai Jie. Teacher Bai Jie is so rich. Give him a Mercedes-Benz. Chapter 23. Let your grandson inherit your father's business. Knowing that they had misunderstood, Wang Qingyu glared at Wu Xiuqin and explained with a wry smile, "It's not Teacher Bai. I broke up with Teacher Bai the day before yesterday. This car was a birthday gift from my ex-girlfriend from college." Lin Chen was a little surprised. "Break up? Why?" Wang Qingyu shrugged helplessly. "We'll talk more about this later." Lin Chen nodded, then looked at the Mercedes-Benz next to him and was speechless. Lu Qingyu is now an internal medicine doctor at Zhongyin County Hospital. He is usually very calm, but at this moment he couldn't help but swear. "Grass. Is this true? Your ex-girlfriend gave you a Mercedes-Benz worth 3 million. Awesome." Lin Chen couldn't help but give Wang Qingyu a thumbs up, and then walked to the front of the car with an envious look on his face, opened the door and sat in the driver's seat to experience it. Li Shutang didn't come forward, but just patted Wang Qingyu on the shoulder and nodded sincerely. "Brother, I am really impressed by you." The fact that he had taken over their goddess Chinese teacher from their school days was already shocking enough for them. They called him a beast and a pervert every day, and even didn't spare the teacher. Now look what's going on. I just broke up with Teacher Bai the day before yesterday, and today my ex-girlfriend gave me a luxury car worth 3 million. He was really impressed by this brother's charm. As expected, those who suffered from drought died of drought, and those who suffered from floods died of floods. You will never imagine how proactive women are in front of handsome guys. The Chinese teacher, who they previously considered a cold and aloof goddess, bought clothes and tied shoelaces for Wang Qingyu in front of them, and opened a card for him at a foot massage parlor so that he could enjoy himself. That gentle and considerate look made them drop their jaws. Dong Fangqi also joked, "I'm impressed too, brother. You just bought an Audi A8, and your ex-girlfriend gave you a Mercedes-Benz. What? You're not going to treat me? Please. You must. Go back to the county tomorrow and make arrangements tonight." Wang Qingyu smiled heartily, but Wang Jinhe frowned. "Qingyu, what Audi A8? Master, you don't know yet." Lin Chen got out of the Mercedes-Benz, closed the door, took out the Audi car keys from his pocket, and threw them to Wang Qingyu. "Qingyu just bought an Audi A8. I had something to do tonight, so I used it. I just delivered it and it's parked outside the door." Upon hearing this, not to mention Wu Xiuqin, Chang Hongyu and other women, Wang Jinhe and Qin Juanxia were all a little confused and looked at Wang Qingyu for confirmation. Wang Qingyu smiled and nodded, then distributed cigarettes to the four people and said, "All right, brothers, don't stand in the yard anymore, let's go inside and talk tilde." He immediately invited a few people into their house. After a few people went in, Chang Hongyu, Wu Xiuqin and other women ran out curiously. When they went out, they saw a brand new black Audi parked there. Although Ma Hongju is not as old as Qin Juanxia, she is a generation older than her. At this moment, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Mom, Juanxia, didn't your Qingyu get ripped off and end up in debt? How did he manage to buy an Audi?" Wu Xiuqin laughed loudly. "Sister-in-law, have you forgotten that Qingyu has a super rich ex-girlfriend? The money for the Audi must have been given by her. That's probably it." This statement attracted the approval of a group of women. Ma Hongju then asked curiously, "Who were those for young men just now?" Qin Juanxia laughed and said, "They are all Qingyu's classmates. The one in black works in the government, the one wearing glasses and jeans is a doctor at our county hospital, and the skinny one is from the traffic police. There's another one with longer hair. He works at the county's #1 middle school and seems to be a director of some kind." When Wu Xiuqin heard this, she suddenly had an idea. "The director of #1 middle school. Then there will be hope for my grandson to go to school. Wu Xiuqin rolled her eyes and sighed with a smile. Oh, Qingyu is really capable and has so many powerful connections. I have so many friends in the system, and I have a rich girlfriend. She didn't mean to be sarcastic, she just felt envious. Seeing her stiff smile and her eyes full of flattery, Chang Hongyu curled her lips in disdain, and she really admired the shamelessness of this aunt. Before, he was sarcastic and belittling to others in front of them. Now that he sees that he is rich and has such good connections, he actually starts to flatter him again. Wu Xiuqin chatted with the other aunties for a few more words, then suddenly changed the subject. Sister-in-law Juanxia, your friend Qingyu is here, why don't you serve some fruit? Ma Hongju also nodded in agreement. Yeah, let's get some sunflower seeds or something, just in case there are non-smokers, so they don't have to sit there doing nothing. Well, I'll go buy some. Qin Juanxia felt the change in her pocket and found that there were about 40 or 50 coins, which was definitely enough. Then he went out. Not long after, he bought some tangerines, bananas and melon seeds. Wu Xiuqin was quick-witted and immediately stepped forward to take the banana and followed Qin Juanxia into their house. Oh, don't bother. Seeing Qin Juanxia come in with fruit, the people who were talking quickly stood up. No trouble, please sit down. You're welcome at home. Qin Juanxia greeted everyone with a warm smile and asked them to sit down. She bent down and put the things on the table, then made an excuse to leave. Unexpectedly, Wu Xiuqin grabbed her at this time, and before she could react, Wu Xiuqin sat down on the chair next to her. Qin Juanxia frowned, immediately understanding her thoughts, and quickly pulled her shoulder. Xiuqin, they are all outside, let's go out and talk. Sister-in-law, wait a moment. Without even turning her head, Wu Xiuqin smiled and asked Dong Fangqi, young man, I heard that you also work at number 1 middle school. Dong Fangqi was unsure about the relationship between Wu Xiuqin and Wang Qingyu. Just as he was about to reply, Wu Xiuqin ignored Qin Juanxia's persuasion and spoke again, really? Young man, I am Qingyu's aunt. My grandson missed the high school entrance exam by a few points this year. She acted as if Qingyu and I were very close, and continued, look, for Qingyu's sake, could you please help me? Then she vowed, don't worry, I won't let you work in vain. Dong Fangqi chuckled. He couldn't tell what the relationship between this woman and Wang Qingyu's family was, so he turned his gaze and looked at Wang Qingyu. Wang Qingyu raised the corner of his mouth slightly in a playful tone, and spoke in a sarcastic tone, Auntie, why are you so confused? Didn't you just say that going to college is useless? When Wu Xiuqin heard what Wang Qingyu said, her face changed instantly. Wang Qingyu chuckled and continued, it's useless to go to university. You can't find a job after graduation, and you won't earn as much as your son working in the coal mine. If going to college is useless, why bother spending money on connections? Isn't that stupid? When they heard this, their eyes suddenly became subtle, and Lin Chen couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. Seeing Wu Xiuqin's face flushed red, Wang Qingyu sneered in her heart, but she was not forgiving and continued to speak sarcastically, I think, Auntie, you should let your grandson inherit your father's business. 6,000 to 7,000 yuan a month for being absent from work is really a lot. It's better than going to college. Chapter 24, A Single Man and a Single Woman. When Dong Fangqi heard Wang Qingyu's words, he knew what their relationship was like and ignored her. Are you kidding me? You mocked and insulted my brother, and you still want me to help you. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, gave one to each of them, and then started puffing away in silence. Wu Xiuqin not only made herself look bad but also lost face. She cursed Wang Qingyu for 18 generations in her heart and hated him to the core, but she could do nothing and could only leave in embarrassment. The group chatted for a while, and seeing that it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Chen and the other three said goodbye and left, taking Dong Fangqi's car back to the county town. After everyone left, Wang Qingyu returned to his room. Zhang Yi did not tell him the password to the safe. But a string of numbers still appeared in his mind, and after fiddling with them, he opened the suitcase easily. Stacks of banknotes are neatly placed in the box, and the tempting red color looks so fascinating. Wang Qingyu took out the money and saw another layer underneath. When they opened it, they found 2 boxes of cigars with invoices on them. Each cigar cost 4,500 euros, and there were 10 cigars in each box. According to the current exchange rate, one should cost over 35,000, right? Wang Qingyu opened the box, picked up one and looked at it in front of his eyes. Kaigar brand diamond chain. He was not unfamiliar with this cigarette, on the contrary, he was very familiar with it. Qin Jingshu's father likes to smoke this cigarette the most. When they were dating, Qin Jingshu often stole good cigarettes and alcohol from home for him. He smokes this cigar every day. Seeing the object reminded him of his past. Looking at the familiar thing in front of him, Wang Qingyu's mind once again appeared Qin Jingshu's snow-white, tender and graceful body. The happiness that this fair, rich and beautiful young lady brought him is really something he misses. It wasn't that he was only thinking about lewd things. The flowers were so beautiful that if he didn't pick them and play with them, he would seem unromantic. When flowers are in bloom, pick them immediately, don't wait until there are no more flowers left to pluck. This was the love letter Qin Jingshu gave him back then. When they were together, they were as crazy as they could be. As long as they were in the villa where they lived together, Qin Jingshu was basically in a neutral or naked state. The daily life of the two of them is full of awkwardness anytime and anywhere. So every time he recalled his past with her, the stereotype of her in his mind was full of awkward scenes. When he took out the cigar, he saw a set of red clothes neatly placed underneath. When he opened it, the gauze was thin and silky, and his hands could be clearly seen through the clothes. Does she still have this hobby pajamas? The moonlit streets were dark and quiet, with few people walking around. Although it is summer, there are basically no people on the streets in the countryside after 10 o'clock in the evening. Either go to bed early and watch TV at home, or play cards at the neighbor's house. Wang Qingyu drove his Audi out of the alley and saw a familiar graceful figure walking on the side of the road. She lowered her head and was not playing with her cell phone. He immediately stopped and rolled down the window. A car stopped beside her, and the headlights made Chang Hong-yu pause. She looked back in confusion, revealing a pretty face with tears in her eyes. "Sister-in-law, where are you going so late at night?" Chang Hong-yu didn't say anything. She just took 2 steps to the car and gently knocked on the door. Seeing tears in her eyes, Wang Qingyu frowned and raised his hand to press the unlock button. Chang Hong-yu opened the car door directly, sat in, and then said woodenly, "Drive." "Sister-in-law, what's wrong with you?" Wang Qingyu's eyes fell on the woman, his eyes full of concern. "Did you quarrel with the old man and the old lady again?" Chang Hong-yu's husband has been dead for 5 years, and she has been a widow with her daughter for 5 years, but she is not liked by her in-laws. Although they didn't live together and had their own yards, they often quarreled. It's quite pitiful to say that she is not happy living in her husband's family and cannot go back to her parents' home. Her mother's family is a bottomless pit, a whole family of vampires. They have been sucking blood as long as her husband is alive. After her son-in-law died, her parents and brothers not only set their sights on her husband's death compensation, but also tried every possible means to borrow and take it away. He also wanted to marry Chang Hong-yu again and collect another betrothal gift. The matchmaker clearly marked the price at 200,000. Chang Hong-yu nodded silently. Perhaps she felt too aggrieved. She glanced at Wang Qingyu and couldn't help but let the tears well up in her eyes flow out. Wang Qingyu was going to the county town to meet Xu Mingyu for a date, but seeing her like this, it was not easy for him to let her get out of the car. After all, he has always been nice to me and we have a good relationship. She is in a bad mood and crying now. You can't just abandon her. In desperation, I decided to drive away from the village. Otherwise, if passers-by saw them, his affair with Chang Hong-yu would probably lead to several versions of the story by tomorrow. They left the village in silence and walked onto the main road. Chang Hong-yu seemed to calm down. She wiped her tears with toilet paper and said softly, "Qingyu, where are you going?" "County seat." Wang Qingyu hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to park the car on the side of the road. "Sister-in-law, why are you arguing again today?" Chang Hong-yu sighed deeply, and the tears that had just been wiped away began to fall again. "Don't stop here, keep driving." "I'm going to the county town." Wang Qingyu frowned and couldn't help but remind him, "I won't be back tonight. I'm staying there." Chang Hong-yu pouted and snorted, "It's just right, I'm feeling very unhappy and want to go to the county town to relax. I don't want to go back tonight." As she spoke, her beautiful eyes flushed red, and there was a hint of affection in her eyes as she looked at Wang Qingyu. "How about letting my sister-in-law live with you too?" She has liked Wang Qingyu for many years and had a crush on him when her husband was still alive. After all, Wang Qingyu is not only tall and handsome, rich and educated, but also gentle and well-educated. His words and actions are completely different from those rude men in the village. When she got married, Wang Qingyu was still studying at a university and had never returned. After meeting each other during the Chinese New Year, I was completely infatuated with each other, and I felt both admiration and love for each other. It's a pity that the other person has a bright future, but as a married woman, she knows she is not worthy of him, so she keeps it in her heart. But I had just had a fight, and my mind was in a state of ups and downs. I was feeling down and needed comfort. It was late at night again, and a man and a woman were alone in the car. After years of suppression, she finally couldn't bear it anymore. Given Chang Honyu's appearance, Wang Qingyu naturally didn't mind being a thief of cow. In order to ease her mood, he immediately joked, "Sister-in-law, of course I welcome you to live with me. But you are a single man and a single woman, and you are in my house. If I get angry and do something, don't blame me." Humph! Who's afraid of who? When Chang Hongyu heard what Wang Qingyu meant, she felt that he seemed to have feelings for her as well. She was secretly delighted and her heart was moved, unable to contain her emotions. An irresistible impulse surged in both body and mind. She immediately crossed her arms and gave Wang Qingyu a charming look. Those bright and beautiful almond-shaped eyes, with a bold and even fiery look, moved around under him. There was also a hint of teasing in her words, "You are still so beastly. Sister-in-law wants to test how powerful you are. You made that young lady break up with you for so many years, but she still misses you so much. If you really have the ability." Perhaps because she had been suppressed for too long, Chang Honyu's red eyes were charming and a little shy. "That's your home, sister-in-law, you should follow the host's wishes." As she spoke, her pink tongue gently brushed across her red lips, revealing her alluring demeanor and speaking in a seductive voice, "Of course, do whatever you want. Do whatever you want." The harsh words and fiery gaze made Wang Qingyu feel hot all over. Chang Hongyu has been idle for 5 years, and he really wants to give it a try. What about Nini? Is she home alone? I have sent Nini back to school. Speaking of her daughter, Chang Hongyu no longer dared to look at Wang Qingyu enthusiastically and boldly. She turned her head guiltily and looked out the window. "Okay." Wang Qingyu smiled triumphantly, started the car, and immediately stepped on the accelerator to drive off. A man and a woman were alone in the car, but at this moment, facing the man she had been attracted to for a long time, the other party's intimate contact, in her heart, was naturally not harassment, it was love, gentle love. "Sister-in-law Tilda. Why are you arguing again today?" The car was silent. Wang Qingyu felt that Guang was taking advantage of someone's vulnerability, so he broke the silence first. "My parents and I were at home, so why didn't I hear you arguing?" "Oh, why else?" When this matter was mentioned, Chang Honyu's eyes reddened again, tears streaming down her face, her chest surging with anger. "Isn't it just bullying us, an orphan girl and a widow? Qingyu, tell me, why is my sister-in-law so miserable?" He pulled out a piece of paper from the front, wiped the tears from his face, bit his thin lips with his pearly teeth, and sobbed out the grievance in his heart. "Your brother was accidentally crushed to death at the construction site, and the compensation was 900,000. Nini was still young at the time, and I was taking care of the child. I didn't have a job, and without your brother, our family would have lost its source of income. And Nini's grandparents not only farm 20 acres of land and run a small business, they also have a grown son who can support them in the future." Wang Qingyu nodded slightly. Chang Honyu's husband was named Wang Qinghe, and she had a 3-year-old brother named Wang Qinghai. "I don't have a proper job and the money I earn from working is not enough for me to spend. He is not very good looking and he is 29 years old now, but he is still unmarried. So the court ruled that they and I would split 50% each, meaning each would get 150,000 yuan, and the remaining 450,000 yuan would be given to Nini as her future child support. They didn't appeal, but they are not giving up." Chang Hongyu thought of what her parents-in-law had just been thinking, and she was so angry that she was shaking all over and felt sick to death. They used the 300,000 yuan to pay the down payment for a house in the county town to help Qinghai get married, and they also took out a loan to buy that baojun. But they couldn't afford the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift, so they wanted to take it from Nini's child support. "We are an orphan and a widow, and we don't have much financial resources. How can we survive if we give them the money? It sounds nice, they're just borrowing money and will pay it back in the future. They can't even pay off their mortgages and car loans, so how can they pay us back? You're kidding me? Qingyu, is it okay for you to say I disagree?" Wang Qingyu nodded. She was also aware of this matter because their family had quarreled more than once about this matter and it had already become known to everyone. Her parents-in-law beat her, scolded her, and used all kinds of tricks. Ask the neighbors to judge, and no one says that Chang Hong-yu is wrong. Fortunately, Chang Hong-yu withstood the pressure and never gave in, so her parents-in-law had no choice but to let the matter go. In the end, they couldn't afford the bride price, and the girl didn't want to marry Qinghai, so they broke up and he didn't get her. They blame everything on me. They've clearly made a lot of money over the years, but it was all squandered by Qinghai. Now they can't afford to marry a wife, and they blame me. You don't know, they can't even pay their monthly mortgage payments, yet they keep asking me for money to help them pay it back. They are about to stop paying their bills, and they are talking so pitifully. For your brother's sake, okay, I'll pay them back once or twice, no problem. But what about now? I've already paid them back 4 times, and they are still not satisfied. Are there any in-laws who are so unreasonable? Chang Hong-yu seemed to have finally found someone to talk to, and continued angrily, do you know what disgusting thing they did today? He tilde. Wang Qingyu chuckled coldly, what are they up to tonight? Thinking of what happened tonight, Chang Hong-yu had a physiological reaction and felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. She lowered the car window and waited for a long time before continuing, after leaving your house today, I will go straight home. Wang Qinghai actually followed me in from behind and said some disgusting things to me. You know, that kind of thing. Wang Qingyu frowned deeply. It was so late at night that he ran to a widow's house with evil intentions. It was easy to guess what disgusting things he would say. It's nothing more than dirty talk like, you've been a widow for so many years, you wanted too, right? You want a man too, right? Let me help you. But Wang Qinghai is brother Qinghai's younger brother and Chang Hong-yu's uncle. His brother died, and he still demanded money, beat and scolded people, and plotted something bad. How could he bully his sister-in-law and niece like this? Then he actually touched me in front of Nini and tried to pull me into the room to do that kind of thing. Or tilde. Having said that, Chang Hong-yu couldn't help but retching again. She already hated her mother-in-law's family, and her brother-in-law was an ugly and wretched man, so she was completely disgusted by him. And then tilde. Hearing Wang Qingyu's voice, Chang Hong-yu patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief, her pretty face filled with anger. Then I picked up the bowl and smashed it on his head, causing him to bleed profusely right away. Nini also took the broom and followed me to beat him. Upon hearing this, Wang Qingyu couldn't help but look at the lovely little girl with admiration. Har har, good job, mother and daughter working together can break any obstacle. Chang Hong-yu curled her lips, looked at Wang Qingyu with her beautiful eyes and said, then he ran away. I was worried that he would come back for revenge, so I sent Nini back to school. The economy here is backward and there are few jobs. Many young people have to go out to work after having children. Leave the children with their parents, and when the left-behind children grow up, send them to boarding schools. Most of the public elementary schools here have been closed or merged. Most children attend private primary schools in nearby villages and towns and can live in the school, which saves trouble. Chang Hong-yu worked in town and had no time to go home at noon, so she also chose boarding school for Nini. I just have nothing to do at night, so I often pick up the child and send him back the next morning. The most disgusting thing is that after I came back, Nini's grandparents came over. Do you know what they said? Wang Qingyu was slightly stunned for a moment, then suddenly sneered, you won't be asked to pay me, will you? Chang Hong-yu's lips curled up with a hint of sarcasm. He said that I injured his son and he either had to pay me money or let me marry him. Wang Qingyu knew that many things in the village were explosive, but this time he really saw it. Chang Hong-yu's pretty face was as cold as ice. Whatever you say, you will get married again sooner or later, so it's best not to let outsiders take advantage of you. They also said that everyone knows each other well, so there's no need to worry about being cheated. Qinghai is Nini's uncle. If you marry him, at least he will treat Nini well and won't let her suffer any grievances or bully her. Har har, Uncle Jungwo and his wife are really smart, their calculations are really loud. Wang Qingyu sneered, if Qinghai marries you, we can save hundreds of thousands of dollars in betrothal gifts. Not only can it help them continue the family line, but it can also help them pay off their car and mortgage loans. The key is that they can also find ways to get your money, Nini's money. Kill 4 birds with 1 stone. Do you have any advice from an expert? Frankly speaking, if he were Wang Qingyu, he might also be tempted by such a beautiful sister-in-law. Chapter 26. You don't need to be responsible. Half an hour passed in a blink of an eye, and Wang Qingyu drove to the Qinhe Mingzhu community near number 1 middle school. Ever since his successful blind date with Bai Jie, Wang Qingyu rented a house here and usually lives here, so that he can have secret dates with Bai Jie. 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, 1,100 yuan per month, fully equipped with appliances, ready for move-in. Bang! As the door closed, Wang Qingyu just turned around and a warm, soft and fragrant body threw itself into his arms. Qingyu tilde. A faint whisper, accompanied by slightly heavy breathing, came from under the tongue. Chang Hongyu hugged Wang Qingyu's waist tightly and buried her head in his arms. Her soft chest, perhaps because of the tension, kept expanding and contracting in his arms. Wang Qingyu took a deep breath, grabbed the perky breast hard, took out his cell phone and looked at the time. It was already 10:40. He and his girlfriend Xu Mingyu made an appointment to meet at the entrance of Hanlin Yeyuan at 11:30. There are still 50 minutes left, which is about the same amount of time. Although we can finish it hastily, it is still in time. It's just inevitable to be in a hurry. The key point is that if you use the spoon you use to drink milk tea to stir coffee, the taste will be mixed. After hesitating for a moment, I could only refuse temporarily. Sister-in-law, you take a rest first. I have something else to do and I have to go out first. Chang Hongyu was slightly stunned. Her sister has already thrown herself into his arms, and now you tell me you want to go out? She raised her delicate head and cast a puzzled and resentful look at him with her beautiful eyes. After a slight pause, Chang Honyu's eyes suddenly turned red. She quickly turned her head away, tears of sadness streaming down her face. Qingyu tilde. I know I'm not worthy of you. Wang Qingyu knew she had misunderstood and quickly explained, No, Hongyu, I really have something to take care of. Listen to me. Chang Hongyu shook her head, wiped her tears and snot with her sleeve, and said in a faint voice, I have always liked you in my heart for many years. But I'm already married with children, and now I'm a widow. I know I'm not worthy of you, so I never told you. Today, I'm just in a bad mood. I want to indulge myself once, and I want to give it to you once too. Speaking of this, Chang Hongyu felt shy and her cheeks flushed, but she hugged Wang Qingyu even tighter, as if she was afraid that he would leave mercilessly. Qingyu, don't worry, I did it willingly. You don't need to be responsible. I don't ask for eternity, I just ask for having it once, okay? Then she was worried that Wang Qingyu would misunderstand her as a slutty woman, so she quickly explained, I am not a slutty woman. For so many years, I have never been touched by anyone. It's because I really love you too much that I think so. From now on, I will stay with Nini and won't look for another man. Wang Qingyu was also moved when she heard this. After hesitating for a moment, she said seriously, Sister-in-law, you misunderstood. I really have something to do. I made an appointment with someone in advance and will be back in about an hour or two. As he spoke, he frivolously grabbed a handful of that perky breast, with a wicked smile on his face. To be honest, sister-in-law is so beautiful, I have been coveting you for a long time, and I have long wanted to hold you down and fuck you hard. He paused, not saying anything too bluntly, but sighing softly, his tone full of regret. It's a pity that there has never been a chance. Hearing Wang Qingyu's words, Chang Hongyu was slightly startled, feeling both shy and happy, and her clear almond eyes lit up. Wang Qingyu lowered his head and blew a breath of hot air into Chang Honyu's ear, causing her body to tremble. Then he chuckled and said, Go take a shower first and wait for me to come back. I will definitely satisfy my sister-in-law's wish tonight. Upon hearing this, Chang Honyu's pretty face turned red. She shyly let go of Wang Qingyu, found the bathroom, and quickly went in. Seeing this, Wang Qingyu raised the corner of his mouth, hesitated for a moment, but still resisted the impulse, opened the door and left. Yeah, why are you smiling at your phone? After evening self-study, Bai Jie saw her daughter Xu Mingyu. She hadn't seen her for a long time and was naturally very happy. Their mother and daughter hugged each other like friends and excitedly chatted about college life for a while. Bai Jie had morning reading tomorrow, so she had to end the conversation and go take a shower and prepare lessons. When I came out after preparing lessons, I saw Xu Mingyu lying on the sofa in neat clothes, laughing foolishly at her phone. Chapter 27. Did you go to a hotel with someone last night? No, nothing tilde. Xu Mingyu's heart skipped a beat when she heard her mother's voice, and she quickly sat up. Seeing that Bai Jie had already come and sat down on the sofa beside her, Xu Mingyu guiltily brushed her bangs and then cunningly changed the subject. Hey, dear teacher Bai, have you finished preparing your lessons? Something happened. Are you in love? After all, Bai Jie has been a high school teacher for so many years, and she has taught adolescent children, who are just beginning to fall in love and experience the budding of youth. After years of coaching experience and training with that group of adolescent children, he has already developed a pair of sharp eyes. With just one glance, he could tell that his adopted daughter had a little secret. 90% of them are in love, and the remaining 10% have probably met a boy they like and are in an ambiguous relationship with him. She had lived with Xu Mingyu for such a long time, and she was determined to take good care of these two delicate flowers. However, the Xu Mingyu sisters were too beautiful and were harassed and coveted by many people, so she had always been on high alert and strictly managed them. Out of occupational hazard, he immediately picked up Xu Mingyu's cell phone. Mom tilde. Xu Mingyu was startled and quickly called out to stop. Seeing Bai Jie looking at her with serious eyes, she felt a sense of dread and her cheeks flushed instantly. She said softly, Mom, you. As he said that, a light bulb went off in his little brain and he found an excuse. Are you hungry? Shall we go to the night market for a late night snack? Then he immediately hugged Bai Jie's arm and started to act coquettishly. I haven't eaten at the night market stalls here for a long time. Bai Jie gave the girl a coquettish look, turned around, and looked at her with a smile in her bright eyes. Looking at her like this, she couldn't help but feel a little dazed. The little girl had grown into a graceful young lady with fair skin and beautiful looks. She was even taller than her and had become a beautiful lady. When a girl grows up and becomes as beautiful as a flower, it is inevitable that she will be noticed by others. However, when she goes to college and is in love, it is inevitable that she will be moved when she meets the opposite sex she likes. When you grow up and meet the right person, it's not bad to have a relationship with him/her. It is much better than missing out on the opportunity and then regretting it for the rest of your life. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Jie raised her phone and prepared to return it. Just as Xu Mingyu reached out to take it, the cell phone suddenly rang. Bai Jie was startled and almost dropped her phone. She was stunned when she accidentally saw the lit screen of the phone. After the phone screen lights up, the WeChat voice call waiting interface appears. However, at the top of the interface, there is an avatar of Audi A8, and the note below the avatar shows the word husband. Bai Jie raised her eyes and looked at her daughter in surprise. It's true that girls can't be kept at home when they grow up. Are you calling me husband now? It seems like they really talked about it. Bai Jie's eyes teased, husband. Xu Mingyu's pretty face had turned red to her ears. She quickly took the phone, glanced at the screen, and became more and more embarrassed. She quickly hung up the call. Mom, he is. The girl stammered. It was her first time in love and she didn't know how to confess to her mother. I was also worried that she would control me and object. Is this your boyfriend? Seeing her daughter so nervous and shy, Bai Jie pulled her to sit down with some amusement. It's just a love affair, so just do it. Xu Mingyu was slightly stunned and a little surprised. Mom, you don't object. Bai Jie pinched her daughter's face unhappily and said, of course. You're already a college student, an adult. If you meet a boy you like, isn't it normal to have a relationship? Mom isn't from an unknown power. Then he couldn't help but be curious. Tell Mom, is he your college classmate? Xu Mingyu felt relieved to hear that her mother had no objection, but she still couldn't help feeling a little shy when sharing her relationship information with her mother. No, he's from our county too. Oh? Fellow countrymen. Bai Jie didn't think much about it and couldn't help but gossip. When did it start? What does he look like? It was just confirmed yesterday. Xu Mingyu's mind didn't catch up with her mouth, and her heart skipped a beat as she spoke. He and Wang Qingyu just met yesterday. They fell in love at first sight, confirmed their relationship that day, and broke through the last barrier that night. But she lied yesterday. Tell Bai Jie that I had an appointment with my high school classmate Zhang Yi last night. If I honestly tell you about the relationship we just confirmed yesterday, wouldn't that be exposed? She lied, stayed out all night with the boyfriend she just met, and then something unspeakable really happened. If my mother knew, she would definitely be angry. Bai Jie raised her eyebrows and asked, just confirmed yesterday. You didn't save that handsome guy of yours when he was bitten by a mad dog, did you? Just after returning home, Xu Mingyu told her that she was chased and bitten by a mad dog yesterday, and a handsome guy saved her and also paid 2,000 yuan for a vaccine. She directly transferred 3,000 yuan to Xu Mingyu, asking her to pay the other party back and treat him to a meal when she had time to express her gratitude. At this point, Xu Mingyu could only sigh inwardly and hum softly. Hey Tilder. Bai Jie wasn't angry at all. Instead, she chuckled and teased, are you acting in a TV show? It's the same old cliched plot of a hero saving a beautiful woman and then offering his body to her. Seeing her mother teasing her, Xu Mingyu felt a little embarrassed and immediately acted like a spoiled child. Mom Tilder. You're making fun of me again Tilder. Hee Tilder. Although Bai Jie was her adoptive mother, she was still young after all. She asked with a sly smile, then why didn't you come home last night and told me you were with Zhang Yi? Were you lying? Did you go to a hotel with someone last night? Xu Mingyu's face shook like a rattle. No, really no Tilder. Didn't he tell you that he bought Moutai, gold jewelry, and an Audi A8, and drove straight back home? Xu Mingyu usually blushes when she lies, but now because she is shy, her little face is always covered with a layer of blush, and her white face is rosy, so Bai Jie can't notice it. Okay, with Moutai, gold jewelry, and an Audi A8, he looks very rich, right? Is he a second-generation rich kid? This question stumped Xu Mingyu. She didn't ask much about Wang Qingyu's family situation or many of his personal matters. We felt that we liked each other, so we got together. The family should be well off. Bai Jie frowned slightly when she heard this. It was naturally a good thing that her daughter's boyfriend came from a well-off family. She wouldn't have to suffer in the future if she married him. The key point is that most of the rich second generation play very extravagantly and are very good at dealing with young girls, so don't let them deceive your feelings. Yeah, mom doesn't object to you dating. But if you have time, you'd better ask him out so that mom can meet him and check him out for you. R. Xu Mingyu's eyes widened. Mom, do you still want to see him? Bai Jie said with a smile. Why? Is it not possible? Didn't you say he was handsome? Can't he show it off? That's not the case. Xu Mingyu's pretty face raised, a little proud. He is really super handsome, and mature and steady, gentle and handsome, and well-mannered. Mom will definitely like him when she sees him. Bai Jie became more curious after hearing this. Now that you say that, Mommy wants to meet your boyfriend even more. Xu Mingyu chuckled, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Mom, I want to have a midnight snack. Let's go to the night market. Bai Jie looked at the time and saw it was already past 11. She said unhappily, eating so late, aren't you afraid of getting fat? Xu Mingyu felt ashamed. She was so tired every time, it was a good thing if she didn't lose a pound. There was no way she would gain weight. But she didn't dare to say this. Hey, I only eat once in a while, I won't get fat. Bai Jie smiled slightly and shook her head. Forget it, the night market is not far away anyway, you can go by yourself Tilder. Mom is not feeling well today, and I have morning reading tomorrow, so I need to rest early. Xu Mingyu hesitated for a moment, then I'll ask Xiaowen to go with me. Did I see her when I came back just now? Xiaowen lived on the third floor downstairs. He was her neighbor, childhood friend, and classmate. They had been going to and fro in elementary and junior high school. But her grades were not good. After completing 9 years of compulsory education, she was admitted to a technical secondary school, but dropped out after only half a year. Go ahead Tilder. Bai Jie nodded slightly. Just as she was about to get up and go back to the bedroom, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. She remembered that tomorrow was that brat's birthday. After a moment's hesitation, she picked up her phone again. Yeah, tomorrow is my good friend's birthday. I want to give him an iPhone 8 Plus, 256 gigabytes. I transferred 9,000 to you. Can you help me buy it tomorrow? Okay Tilder. Chapter 28 Sister-in-law will give you a good nourishment. Husband Tilder. On the rockery, everything is quiet and the breeze is pleasant. The girl's whisper came out softly with a hint of worry. A bright moon hangs high in the sky, casting slanting shadows of the pines on the mountain and falling on the rocks, like a painting rendered in ink. The pavilion with flying eaves and pointed corners stands quietly among the rocks and pine forests. Occasionally, a car would pass by the roundabout road around the rockery, but on the hill that was dozens of meters high, even in the moonlight as bright as water, only the pavilion could be seen and no one was there. In the pavilion, Xu Mingyu, wearing a white dress, sat face to face on Wang Qingyu's lap. A pair of slender, snow-white arms were wrapped around the man's neck. The little head leaned shyly on the man's shoulder, her face flushed with an intoxicating blush, and her voice was also shy and timid. "Is there really no camera here? No one will see us, right? When we met again, yesterday he was called brother, but today he became husband. Little fool Tilda." Wang Qingyu smiled gently, lowered his head and kissed the girl's rosy face. "You are my woman now, your heart belongs to me, and your body must also belong to me. Your body can only be seen by your husband. How could your husband bear to let others see or take pictures of your body? I checked this place in advance, there are no cameras. I also just walked around and there are no other couples here." "Well, that's good, Tilda." The girl smiled shyly when she heard this. Her heart was his, and her body must be his too. These somewhat overbearing words from the president not only did not disgust her, but made her feel sweet inside. Possessiveness is not necessarily love, but when a man loves a woman, he will definitely have possessiveness. Wang Qingyu chuckled and said gently, "Wife, if we graduate and get married, will you be willing to bear me a child?" Xu Mingyu was stunned for a moment. He had never thought about such a thing in such a short time together. Tilda. The girl's watery eyes rolled around, and she hummed, lowering her head shyly, "Of course I do." As she spoke, she suddenly raised her head again, her eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. "I want two more, preferably a boy and a girl." Wang Qingyu raised the corner of his mouth when he heard this. "Then it's okay here, right?" Xu Mingyu sensed the strong intention of the invasion, and her fair and rosy face became even more red and charming. "Then you take the money first." "I agreed to lend you money, so I must pay it back, Tilda." "Okay, Tilda." Wang Qingyu didn't hesitate, took out his mobile phone, opened WeChat, and quickly clicked to receive. This amount of money was nothing to him. At worst, he could take it and give it to her in the future under another name. Xu Mingyu clumsily opened the door, poked her little head out, looked through the entrance hallway into the living room, and when she didn't see her mother, she breathed a sigh of relief. He closed the door gently, changed his shoes, and then sent a voice message to Wang Qingyu. "Hey, honey, I'm home already." Wang Qingyu, who was downstairs, saw the message on his phone and typed a reply. "Okay, I'm leaving then. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to Handansheng to look at the villa area. But my mother asked me to buy her a mobile phone, Tilda." "It's okay. Let's meet at 9. Let's go buy a phone first. You can leave it at home, and then we'll go to Handan together." "Okay, okay. Then, husband, go back and get some rest. Good night, darling Tilda." "Good night, Tilda." After putting the cell phone in her trouser pocket, the girl carefully and staggered back to her room. "Lying in my familiar little nest, I naturally feel comfortable with my mother's newly changed mattress and air-conditioned quilt." But at this moment, the girl opened her eyes and closed them, her mind full of the scene she had just had with her boyfriend. The next day, at 6 in the morning, Bai Jie got up early, washed up, put on a sun protection jacket, and went to her daughter Xu Mingyue's room. When he opened the door and looked inside, he saw the girl wearing only her panties, lying on the bed in an indecent sleeping position. He couldn't help but smile helplessly. After closing the door gently, Bai Jie sighed softly. She could only suppress her sleepiness and rode her electric scooter to school. On the other side, Wang Qingyu woke up in a daze, and a tempting fragrance wafted into his mouth and nose. I walked out of the bedroom naked and heard the sound of a cigarette smoke machine. When he came to the kitchen, he saw Chan Hongyu with her shawl hanging down, wearing the white short-sleeved shirt he had just changed into at home last night, busy in front of the kitchen stove. This shirt is made of ice silk, which has a loose and lazy style and a strong drape. When worn on her, it looks wide, big and long, silky and soft, perfectly highlighting the full shape of her chest. The bottom is like a super short nightgown, revealing a pair of slender and white legs. The bright golden sunlight shone in from the window, shining on her beautiful legs, as if they were glowing. From a distance, it looks like she is not wearing anything underneath. As expected, it is still the young woman who has good skills and is open and relaxed, allowing you to have fun, but she is also gentle and considerate and knows how to care for others. Ruby Tilda. Wang Qingyu stepped forward, hugged the woman's slender waist from behind, and said softly, "You worked so hard last night, why don't you get some more sleep?" The sudden hug made Chan Hongyu tremble slightly. Feeling the strong fire of the man when he got up early, her pretty face suddenly turned red and her body felt a little soft. Woke up. She was cooking and was worried that Wang Qingyu would cook her as a dish too. She turned her head and gave him a charming look, saying shyly, "Go wash up quickly, the food will be ready soon." Wang Qingyu glanced at the dishes on the marble slab in the cupboard and immediately grinned: scrambled eggs with leeks and boiled prawns. He glanced at the clay pot on the stove again and asked curiously, "What's in that clay pot? It's so juicy and thick. Is it pork ribs? It smells so good." Chang Hon-yu's red lips curled up tenderly. "You haven't eaten it before. I learned this morning from watching Douyin. It's called nourishing bullwhip and bones. It's made by stewing bullwhip and pork ribs with yam, wolfberry, and ginseng slices. It's soft and tasty." Upon hearing this, Wang Qingyu exclaimed inwardly, "Wow, sister-in-law, this early in the morning, it's already so rich and nourishing." As he spoke, he leaned close to Chang Hon-yu's ear, his voice somewhat teasing, "Is this a reward for last night, or does sister-in-law want to encourage me to continue today?" Chang Hon-yu was wearing a shirt with a slightly open collar, half exposing her shoulders. She looked lazy yet sexy. Even though she was not a virgin, her cheeks blushed when she heard this. "Qingyu, thank you for giving me a wonderful and unforgettable night. You've worked so hard and spent so much energy, sister-in-law will give you some good nourishment." Chapter 29 I will support you. After a slight hesitation, Chang Hon-yu turned off the natural gas, wiped her hands with a towel, turned around and hugged Wang Qingyu tightly. "After dinner, I'll go home. Qingyu, I was very happy last night. Don't worry, sister-in-law won't pester you and will ask you to take responsibility. After." Chang Hon-yu said this with a shy look on her face. "If you want to, you can come to me anytime." Wang Qingyu fell silent after hearing this, and then he comforted her gently. "Last night, my sister-in-law also brought me a lot of happiness. Nothing tastes better than dumplings. You are so beautiful, it makes people fascinated tilder. When I have time in the future, I will visit my sister-in-law more often." Chang Hon-yu felt both embarrassed and happy when she heard that he was so obsessed with her. She was admitted to university, but her grades were not very good and she only got into a second-tier university. It was just that her parents didn't want her to go to university. Firstly, it would cost a lot of tuition and living expenses. Secondly, I was afraid that after she went to study thousands of miles away, she would never come back in the future and would not be able to help the family. So they burned her notification letter, confiscated her ID card, found someone to act as a matchmaker for her, collected a betrothal gift of 80,000 yuan, and forced her to marry. So deep down, she always thought that she was a cultured person. I disdain to associate with those uneducated gossipers in the village who only know how to talk about family matters. I also disdain those men in the village who usually go out to work and come back during the new year to drink, play cards and brag. The only one is Wang Qingyu, the next-door neighbor and relative. He is gentle, handsome, well-mannered, a top student, and can open a company in a big city and make a lot of money, which makes her love and admire him. In so many midnight dreams, lonely and sleepless, she imagined the man who loved her was Wang Qingyu. Really? Chang Hon-yu's excited heart, trembling hands, and joy in her eyes overflowed. Wang Qingyu smiled brightly. "Okay, let's eat first. I'm really hungry. I'll go wash up." After washing my face and brushing my teeth, Chang Hon-yu had already prepared the meal. Seeing her so gentle, virtuous, considerate, and capable of both housework and cooking, Wang Qingyu couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Brother Qinghe is a nice guy, with a good temper, hardworking, and thrifty. He doesn't look like his good-for-nothing brother Qinghai, who was born to the same parents. It's a pity that I'm too unlucky to enjoy such a beauty. It smells so good, it smells amazing. Chang Hon-yu served a bowl of nourishing whip-wrapped bone soup. Wang Qingyu took it and tasted the soup first, and couldn't help but admire it sincerely. Seeing that he liked the food she cooked, Chang Hon-yu's physical and mental fatigue was immediately swept away, and she became more energetic. She smiled gently and said, "I'm glad you like it. I will cook for you often in the future." Alas tilde. Then he sighed softly, "I finally figured it out. From now on, I'll treat you and Ninny well and don't care about their rumors. If they want to gossip, let them gossip." Wang Qingyu smiled slightly, was silent for a moment, and then spoke again. "Sister-in-law, have you ever thought about changing the way you live? Change your way of life?" Chang Hon-yu was slightly stunned, and a hint of doubt flashed in her bright eyes. Tilde. Wang Qingyu picked up a small piece of pork ribs and said as he ate, "Life is short, why make things difficult for yourself? If you live in a place that makes you uncomfortable, unhappy, and miserable, then leave, like where you live now. Change your place of life. China is so big, there is always a place to stay." Upon hearing this, Chang Hongyu nodded thoughtfully. If being with some people makes you feel painful, depressed, and constrained, then break up. Wang Qingyu continued, for example, those people in your in-laws' family. There is always someone you can find who makes you feel comfortable, relaxed, and happy together. If something or an emotion is superfluous and keeping it will only burden you, causing you pain and despair, then let it go. For example, your mother's family. At this point, Wang Qingyu looked at the woman in front of him with a smile. Cut off, let go, and leave. Make your life easier, happier, and more fulfilled. Chang Hongyu felt sad when she thought of her husband's family and her own family. She is now like a fat lamb, and her parents' family and her husband's family are like hungry wolves, and everyone wants to eat her up. She nodded in grief and indignation. "You are right, it is time to break up and let go, but I am a woman and I am carrying Nini with me. She still has to go to school, how can she leave here? We are an orphan and a widow, and we don't know where to go." Wang Qingyu raised his eyes and looked at her seriously. "Come with me, I will support you and Nini for the rest of your lives." "Go with you? Support us?" Chang Hongyu's beautiful eyes narrowed in surprise. Wang Qingyu nodded solemnly, pondered for a moment, and said seriously, "Yes. I think in a month or two, I will be going out of town." "Where are you going?" Chang Hongyu suppressed her excitement and asked impatiently. "It should be Jiangcheng, which I am more familiar with." Wang Qingyu smiled slightly. "Come with me." "Really?" Chang Hongyu clenched her fists unconsciously, her eyes full of anticipation. Wang Qingyu nodded again, "Of course." Then he sighed softly. "Hongyu, to be honest, I can't give you marriage, and I have never thought about giving you marriage." Chang Hongyu was stunned for a moment when she heard this, then nodded slightly, with a sad look in her eyes. Wang Qingyu continued, "But I will support you and take you away from here, leaving behind all unhappiness. I will give you and Nini a brand new life, and let you and Nini live happily forever." Qingyu, I understand what you mean." Upon hearing this, Chang Hongyu breathed a sigh of relief, with relief in her eyes. Tilde. Wang Qingyu's meaning was very simple, which was to support someone. I believe Chang Hongyu also understood what he meant. However, it sounds a bit harsh to call it keeping someone as a sponsor. To be honest, it can be said to be saving someone. Save them both from this sea of suffering. If you are willing to give up everything and follow me, I will buy you a villa in Jiangcheng for you to live in. Then arrange a good school for Nini so she can study. I'll also give you 50,000 yuan in pocket money a month. I'll let you two live in a villa, drive luxury cars, live in luxury for the rest of your lives, and never worry about money. When I have nothing to do, I will also spend the night there to accompany you and your daughter and give you a happy married life." "I do." Chang Hongyu excitedly grabbed Wang Qingyu's strong arm, as if grabbing a life-saving straw. "Qingyu, I am willing to go with you, I am willing to be your lover." Her eyes were slightly red and tears welled up in her eyes, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but raise joy. "I don't want a status, I don't want a villa, just an ordinary house like this is fine. I don't need a luxury car, and I don't need you to give me that much money every month. Just enough for Nini and I to live on. I just want you, I just want to be with you, I just want you to accompany me occasionally." Wang Qingyu raised the corner of his mouth and touched her face. "Don't worry, I will definitely make you and your daughter happy." Chapter 30, Beauty is a feast for the eyes. You don't have to be like this. This little money is nothing to me. Wang Qingyu was somewhat moved by what he said, but he still said, "Since you are willing to give up everything and follow me, I will not treat you and your daughter unfairly. I will definitely love you and your daughter well." Chang Hongyu felt warm in her heart when she heard this. An hour later, I had enjoyed myself and eaten the delicious food. Wang Qingyu turned on the sage mode, with a cigarette in his mouth and his head down, scrolling through his phone. Occasionally, he looked up and saw the young and beautiful woman washing pots and dishes and cleaning the kitchen, and he felt more and more satisfied. Only after the kitchen was spotlessly clean did Chang Hongyu return to the bathroom and start to clean herself up. When she came out, Wang Qingyu hugged her and said, "Thank you for your hard work. You are so virtuous." I really feel like I have found a treasure. He tilde. A word of praise from her lover made Chan Hong-yu feel instantly refreshed and comfortable all over. She gave him a coquettish look, but the smile on her lips became more and more charming. Okay, stop making trouble, it's time for me to leave. He tilde. Then it's settled. Hearing that she was leaving, Wang Qingyu decided it was necessary to teach her some details. This is equivalent to elopement. If she is taken away openly, I am afraid that Chan Hong-yu's in-laws will not let it go. If they cannot find her, they may harass Wang Qingyu's parents. In order to avoid trouble, they can only disappear without anyone noticing. Nini's summer vacation is about to start. During this time, you can sort out the things at home, pack up the important things, and transport them here bit by bit. If it's unimportant, just leave it at home. When Nini has her summer vacation, you can take her away by car. As for the house you live in, just lock it up. If they want to, let them do whatever they want. It's not worth anything anyway, and you don't plan on coming back. Hearing Wang Qingyu say this, Chan Hong-yu was secretly delighted and nodded hurriedly. I imagined a beautiful future, a big city, a villa, a luxury car, never having to worry about food and drink for the rest of my life, and no longer having to argue with my husband's family or my own family over money. The important thing is that I have my beloved man by my side. Just thinking about it makes me happy and I am looking forward to it very much. Leaning against the side of the car and watching the bus go away, Wang Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief. Now that I have received the car and the money from my ex-girlfriend Qin Jingshu, I have to go to Jiangcheng eventually. It's not impossible to get back together, but people change. Let's wait until we understand her now. The Qin family is not a famous family with a long history, but a prominent family in the local area. Instead, he is one of the 5 newcomers in Jiangcheng who started from scratch. The Qin group under his name is also well known in Jiangcheng and is one of the top 10 enterprises in Jiangcheng. Qin Jingshu's father, Qin Hongjun, took advantage of the reform and went into business, and quickly made his first pot of gold. After that, he saw the potential of real estate and took decisive action. Today, he has become one of the 3 largest real estate developers in Jiangcheng, with investments in tourism development, hotels and restaurants, and internet media. Precisely because he is a rising star, Qin Hongjun has always hoped to deepen his ties with other groups or families and consolidate the foundation of the Qin family through marriage with Qin Jingshu. Unfortunately, Qin Hongjun passed away suddenly before his daughter returned from studying abroad. Moreover, Xu Mingyu also went to school in Jiangcheng. She would only start her sophomore year during the summer vacation, so it was still a long time before she graduated. She went to Jiangcheng, accompanied her to school, settled Chan Hong-yu and her daughter there, and also had some fun with Qin Jingshu, making progress in all 3 aspects. He put out the cigarette and drove to the gate of Hanlin Yuan again. Not long after, he saw Xu Mingyu walking towards him with a canvas bag on her back. The upper body is a pink irregular short-sleeved t-shirt with a white sun-protective cardigan, and the lower body is a white high-waisted and wide-hemmed ice silk skirt and pants. It looks like a skirt, but it is actually pants. The whole outfit looks gentle, fresh and elegant, and paired with her pure and sweet face, she looks both beautiful and fairy-like. Husband tilde. After getting into the passenger seat, the girl immediately opened her arms for a hug. Wang Qingyu grabbed her head and sealed her delicate and tempting cherry lips. Xu Mingyu has transformed from a novice into a skilled driver. She instinctively put her arms around her lover's neck and skillfully returned the favor. Wang Qingyu looked at the girl's fair, pink, tender and smooth face with tenderness and love in his heart. In just 2 days, this pure and sweet girl seemed to have brought her back to her youth and occupied an important place in his heart. He looked at the girl quietly, his eyes filled with tenderness and a hint of smile. The girl blushed at his gentle and affectionate gaze and lowered her head shyly. Husband, why are you looking at me like that tilde? Wang Qingyu's lips curled up into a bright smile. My little wife is so beautiful, I can't get enough of looking at her. He tilde. My husband is clearly a lecher tilde. Xu Mingyu smiled sweetly, her voice ethereal and soft. The way you looked at me last night was as if you wanted to eat me. Wang Qingyu joked, no way, it's clearly you who ate me tilde. Hate tilde. The words, you eat me, made Xu Mingyu's face turn red all the way to her ears, and she immediately became coquettish. Seeing this, Wang Qingyu couldn't help but burst out laughing. By the way, husband, happy birthday tilde. Xu Mingyu suddenly spoke, then took out a small glass bottle from her canvas bag and handed it to Wang Qingyu with a smile. Wang Qingyu picked up the small transparent glass bottle. There are a bunch of colorful handmade stars in the bottle. I spent a whole summer folding this when I was 17. I thought I'd give it to the man I love when I find him. Then he took the initiative to step forward and kissed Wang Qingyu lightly on the lips. Mr. Wang, I will love you forever. Young love always says forever easily. Most of them just dispersed as they walked. But no matter whether they will be together forever, no matter whether their vows will be fulfilled, at least their hearts at that time were extremely sincere. Then he drove her to a mobile phone store. Xu Mingyue's phone had been used for 2 years and was very slow and the battery was not working well. Wang Qingyu planned to give her a mobile phone as well, but did not buy one directly for Xu Mingyu. The cashback reward was cancelled yesterday and has been restored today. His money is now to be spent largely. He directly transferred 20,000 yuan to Xu Mingyu. Brother, why do you give me so much money? Having said that, he returned the transfer without hesitation. This money is for your pocket money, why did you return it? I don't need money here, Tilda. Then she turned around again without hesitation and said, if you run out of money in the future, ask your husband for it. I have plenty of money. Although Xu Mingyu didn't want to spend Wang Qingyu's money, she felt sweet inside. Hey, no need, my pocket money is enough for me. Hearing her say this, Wang Qingyu liked this little girl even more. In the past 2 years, he has become accustomed to seeing gold diggers who only know how to ask for things and never give in return. Now, the sudden appearance of such a simple and innocent little girl has aroused his desire to protect and pamper her. You are my little wife. There is no need to make such a clear distinction between us. Just keep this money, or I'll be unhappy. And it's time to change your phone. Lenovo phones are rubbish. They freeze after a short time. Of course, this was a common problem with domestic smartphones in the past, and they were not at the same level as Apple of the same period. I hope you can contact me quickly and easily anytime and anywhere. Seeing this, Xu Mingyu no longer insisted. After receiving it, I bought myself a red iPhone 8 Plus and bought a space gray one for my mother. Chapter 31 Extraordinary Temperament. Mr. Wang, Ms. Xu, this is the first villa we are going to see today. Leaving the space gray phone at home, Wang Qingyu took Xu Mingyu straight to the city. There are not many proper villa areas in Handan, and even fewer large single-family villas. Many of them are large flats and duplex villas. The overall price is between 10,000 and 30,000 yuan per square meter. The place Wang Jiri took them to see today was considered the most luxurious villa area in Handan City, and it was also the only community with single-family villas. Using the key to open the door, Wang Jiri took out shoe covers from her pocket and said, Mr. Wang, let's put them on. It's the owner's request. The villa is luxuriously decorated and has never been lived in. He doesn't want their house to become dirty or damaged due to too many viewings. Wang Qingyu understood this, it's a good thing to be clean. Wang Jiri was very happy to see the customer being so easy to talk to. Yes, sir, this house has been listed with several real estate agencies. They originally asked for a capital verification before showing it, but they were worried that the real estate agencies would just show people around. I saw that you have an extraordinary temperament, so they didn't verify it. Wang Qingyu raised the corner of his mouth and joked, it's not me who has an extraordinary temperament, it's that brand new Audi A8 that has an extraordinary temperament, right? Wang Jiri couldn't help but chuckle, they all have extraordinary temperaments. Only a person with extraordinary temperament can drive a car with extraordinary temperament, don't you think? Wang Qingyu smiled without saying anything. After putting on shoe covers with Xu Mingyu, he walked into the entrance hall. This villa has a construction area of 578 square meters and a land area of 986 square meters. There are gardens in front and back. We just looked at the garden to the south. It's very large and elegantly designed, with a sunroom, a small bridge, and a fish pond. There is a fagia pavilion at the back, a carefully arranged garden, a bamboo forest, pine trees, peach trees, and rockery. Wang Jiri brought everyone to the living room on the first floor, and then passed through the living room to the tea room. The tea room opens to a terrace and is connected to the garden. As for the villa, it has 2 floors above ground, a loft, and a private elevator. It has panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows on all 4 sides, allowing for excellent light. The underground floor is surrounded by sunken courtyards, and the basement floor is also illuminated from all sides. The panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows throughout the building can perfectly solve the lighting problem. We have adopted the current popular new Chinese style, which has both modern elements and the traditional aesthetic charm of our ancestors. As Wang Jiri introduced their house, she couldn't help but sigh, "To be honest, I really love this style. It's so beautiful. Every time I take customers to see their house, I don't want to leave." Wang Qingyu raised the corner of his mouth and laughed. "That's easy, you are young and beautiful, only 20 years old. When you find a partner, find someone from a well-off family and let him buy it for you." "Well," Wang Jiri sighed helplessly, "I'll just forget it. I wouldn't dare to have such thoughts. Miss Xu is what we call a great beauty. With my current situation, I can't find a man as handsome and rich as you." Wang Qingyu smiled and went upstairs under the guidance of Wang Jiri. The layout of the first floor is mainly functional, with only one master bedroom, and the rest is a large living room, kitchen, dining room, tea room, and bathroom. The second floor is mainly used for living, with one master bedroom and for side bedrooms. The master bedroom is a suite with a small living room, a large separate bathroom, and his and hers dressing rooms. The bathroom also has an extra large double bathtub. The attic on the third floor was renovated into a Chinese-style study by the previous owner. The basement floor is also mainly functional. In addition to the underground parking lot, there is a wine cellar, audio-visual room, collection room, gym, and living room. In addition to the villa and garden, there is a row of houses at the gate, which are the nanny's room and laundry room. "Brother, beautiful lady, what do you think of this villa? You can move in right away." Wang Qingyu didn't make a decision directly, but instead asked the owner of the house, "What's the situation of the owner of this villa? Do you know?" "Well, I understand." Wang Jiri led the two of them to sit on the sofa in the living room and introduced them with a smile. "The owners of the house are an elderly couple. They are quite famous here. They own several pharmacies in our area and are in good condition. The most important thing is that my children are also very successful. My daughter was admitted to Peking University and my son was admitted to MIT. After graduation, they both stayed in the local area to work and I heard they earn a lot of money. This villa was bought by the children specifically for the two elderly people to live in during their retirement." Wang Jiri's eyes were full of envy as she spoke, but she couldn't help but sigh. "It's just that the two old people are used to living in the old house and have never wanted to move. After the renovation, it has been idle ever since. Oh, by the way, it has been 5 years now. My grandfather died in a car accident last year, and my wife has been in poor health. It's not convenient for her to live alone at home, so my daughter plans to take her to Beijing to live in her old age." Wang Qingyu nodded and asked, "What about the property rights? Is it clear? Have you checked it?" "Clear, it's now under the old lady's name." Wang Jiri seemed to know the place well, and answered all of Wang Qingyu's questions fluently. Plus, this is a school district house. The best elementary and middle schools in the entire Handan city are all concentrated in this area. If you two have children in the future, you won't have to worry about their education. When the surrounding supporting facilities were first built, we also looked at them. They really have everything, the transportation is convenient, and the property management is also very good. How much does this villa cost?" Xu Mingyu, who had been watching curiously, also asked curiously at this time. She knew nothing about buying a house and had no idea what to pay attention to. "All I know is that this villa is really big and grand, and the decoration is very tasteful. It would definitely be pleasant to live here." 11.5 million. Wang Jiri curled her lips. "Wow, 11.5 million. That's so expensive." Xu Mingyu was dumbfounded. Wang Jiri gave a wry smile. "Yes, but this villa has been listed with a nearby real estate agency for half a year and still hasn't been sold. The price should still be negotiable." "That's not necessary." Wang Qingyu shook his head. "There are system rewards. The more he spends, the more rewards he gets. There is no need to bargain. If I like it, I'll just buy it without bargaining." Wang Jiri was stunned for a moment and looked at Wang Qingyu in surprise. This was the first time she encountered someone who didn't like bargaining. The price could obviously be negotiated. The villa had been on the market for half a year and remained unsold. She estimated that the price could be reduced by at least 200,000 yuan. That saves 200,000. Rich people are like this. Are you arrogant? Even Xu Mingyu cast a puzzled look. "Brother." Wang Qingyu smiled calmly. Are there any other villas? I want to see more. Of course, according to your previous request, we have prepared for 5 sets for you. Wang Jiri raised the keys in her hand with a sweet voice. Buying a house is not something that can be rushed. Led by Wang Jiri, the 3 of them left the villa and were about to go see another house in the same community when Xu Mingyu suddenly stopped. Brother, a high school classmate wants to play with me. Can I go? Wang Qingyu raised his eyebrows. Really? Male or female? Chapter 32 The Female Agent's Reward. Of course it's a woman. Xu Mingyu didn't expect her boyfriend to be jealous. She smiled sweetly and felt very happy in her heart. It's that Zhang Yi. I told you before that her family lives in Handan City. She's back. Tilde. Xu Mingyu took the man's arm and said coquettishly, I just came back last night. When they saw the circle of friends I just posted about the villa and knew I was in Handan, they wanted to ask me to meet up and get together. Wang Qingyu put his arm around her waist, looking amused. Then you don't want to see this villa anymore? Xu Mingyu said in a delicate voice, brother, just let me make the decision. I will listen to you in everything. Wang Qingyu hesitated for a moment and said, then I'll take you there. No need Tilde. Xu Mingyu stood on tiptoe and kissed Wang Qingyu on the cheek in front of Wang Jiri. Thank you, dear. I'm not a child. I can just take a taxi. As for you, go with this sister to see other villas. Wang Qingyu nodded slightly. If you encounter any problems, please contact me. Xu Mingyu nodded, said hello to Wang Jiri, and left alone. Wang Jiri looked at Xu Mingyu, who had a graceful figure and beautiful appearance, and could not hide the envy in her eyes. Ms. Xu is so lucky. She's naturally beautiful, a top student, and most importantly, she has a boyfriend like you who dotes on her. She's so blessed. Wang Qingyu raised the corner of his mouth. A boyfriend like me? What kind? Wang Jiri opened her mouth and said, mature and steady, gentle and considerate, and most importantly, handsome and rich. Tilde. You're not bad either. Wang Qingyu chuckled and looked at Wang Jiri. With your looks, it shouldn't be a problem for you to find a boyfriend who's handsome and comes from a good family. Wang Jiri told him that she stopped studying after graduating from junior college and returned to Handanqing to work as an agent. She is 20 years old this year. Judging from her appearance, she is indeed quite young, so she must be telling a lie. The other person was wearing the standard black suit worn by real estate agents and had a good figure. Although she is not as slim and thin as Xu Mingyu, she is not fat either. It can only be said that she has grown up and has a curvier figure. The tight suit pants make the long legs look straight. The skin color is not cold white, but it is also fair and delicate. She has an oval face, delicate eyebrows, big eyes and double eyelids. Although her lips are not cherry-like, they are not big either, and her mouth shape is also very beautiful. If Xu Mingyu's appearance can score 95 points, then Wang Jiri's appearance must be above 80. It is no exaggeration to say that she is young, beautiful and has a good figure. Alas, I'm not that lucky. Wang Jiri and Wang Qingyu walked side by side to the next villa, sighing helplessly at the same time. I've had a blind date. She's okay looking, 180 centimeters tall, but her features are average, and her family conditions are average. Like me, she lives in an urban village and bought a commercial apartment, but she can't afford the full payment because of a loan. Wang Qingyu chuckled. Yeah, the current housing prices are incredibly expensive. Although Handan City is somewhat famous, its economy is not good and there are few job opportunities. Most of the young people have gone to other places. There are only a few service industries locally, and the average salary is 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. Housing prices are over 10,000 yuan per square meter. Young people can't afford to buy a house on their own without family support. Yes. Wang Jiri couldn't help but complain, it's really too expensive, but there's nothing I can do. Everyone wants a stable home after getting married. I can't rent a house and move every day. Wang Qingyu smiled slightly. Judging from your appearance, you should be quite frugal, right? She used a domestic mobile phone, wore affordable formal clothes, her high heels and bags were not branded, and she had no jewelry on her ears or hands. Wang Jiri smiled a little embarrassedly. There's no point in being frugal. I've been working for 2 years and I've only saved about 100,000 yuan without spending any money. You're only 20 years old, and you've saved over 100,000 yuan. That's pretty good. Wang Qingyu meant what he said sincerely. Many girls start dressing up when they go to college, and want good mobile phones, good computers, good cosmetics, and good bags. After work, people usually spend more than they earn. In fact, there are many girls in society who don't like to dress up, live a simple life, and are focused on saving money. It's just a piece of stinky shit that spoils their whole pot of porridge. There are too many uploaded on the internet. As long as you meet her, for an ordinary boy, you will definitely have found a treasure. After Xu Mingyu left, Wang Jie seemed to open up and talk more, chatting with Wang Qingyu about many topics that had nothing to do with the house. Wang Qingyu didn't look at the next 4 villas carefully. Although they each have their own advantages, the decoration cannot be compared with the first one. Although they are all ready for move-in, it is obvious that someone has lived in them before and they have suffered varying degrees of damage. If you buy them, they will need to be renovated. Sir, after looking through them, do you have any that you like? Wang Jie blinked her clear big eyes and looked at Wang Qingyu with a sweet smile. The latter hesitated and said, "The first set is better, but I'm not sure yet." Wang Jie felt a little disappointed when she heard this, but she still smiled and said, "Then I'll take you back to have a look." Then he glanced at his phone again. It's already past 12 o'clock. How about this? The weather isn't too hot today. I'll order some takeout and we can go to the pavilion in the villa to eat. After dinner, let's take a rest and then go to Lianqing Villa to see the other 2 villas. Okay, Tilda. Wang Qingyu did not refuse and agreed immediately. His system only gives you the chance to get cash back for the first 3 purchases. If you don't seize the opportunity, you won't get it later. I haven't made any purchases today. I can't use such a good opportunity to buy takeout. The takeaway was quite delicious, a chicken pot, which cost over 50 yuan. It seems that Wang Jie was determined to get this big order. After lunch, the 2 put on shoe covers again and entered the living room of the villa. After a rough walk around, I went down to the living room which was well ventilated. Wang Jie sat down on the sofa, her body tilted to her side, and said tiredly, "Oh, I'm so tired." Then he looked at Wang Qingyu and said, "Brother, I sincerely recommend this villa. I see you like it too. Why don't you just take it? This villa is basically the most expensive house for sale nearby. Many agents are eyeing this piece of fat meat, hoping to meet a noble customer who can buy it." With a sales volume of 11.5 million, the company received a 1% commission from the buyer and a 2% commission from the seller, which adds up to 3%, or 345,000. After deducting the 20% platform fee, there is 276,000 left. Given her level, she can probably get 55%. In other words, she can earn more than 150,000 yuan from this order. Wang Qingyu was still a little hesitant. "Let me think about it." Upon hearing this, Wang Jie suddenly panicked and quickly sat up. She has shown a lot of clients, and those who usually say they want to consider it again usually don't get it done. Remembering Wang Qingyu's previous praise for her, Wang Jie hesitated for a moment, moved her butt, and sat next to Wang Qingyu. She took the initiative to step forward and hugged his arm, acting coquettishly. "Brother, is there something you don't like about me? Or do you have any concerns?" At the same time, he rewarded Wang Qingyu with his warm heart. Wang Qingyu felt her thoughts and was moved. Originally, because Xu Mingyu was around, he had no such thoughts about Wang Jie. But now that Xu Mingyu is gone, and Wang Jie is suddenly so proactive, as they are a single man and a single woman, he also has some thoughts in his mind. So he decided to continue pulling. "No one dislikes it, I like them all. It's just that I bought this house for my parents to live in during their retirement. But they live in the countryside and are used to it. I don't know if they will like it." Chapter 33 Lifelong Lover. How could I not like it? Wang Jie pressed her whole body against Wang Qingyu's. "This villa is so luxuriously decorated and comfortable, uncle and aunt will definitely like it." Wang Qingyu saw that her little face was blushing, and although she tried her best to get close to him, she threw herself into his arms. But it was obvious that this was the first time he had done such unspoken rules, and he couldn't compare with those at a higher level. Someone like Liu Yaxian would never take the initiative to throw herself into someone's arms. Instead, she pretends to be a prey in front of you, posing and trying her best to show her sexy charm intentionally or unintentionally. She will lure you to take the initiative, then pretend to be reserved, making you unable to stop, and finally give you a sweet treat, so that the other party will naturally buy it impulsively. Wang Jie's rank is obviously much lower. Wang Qingyu raised the corner of his mouth in a playful manner and gently lifted her chin. "If this deal goes through, you can get a lot, right? Wang Jiri lowered her head a little embarrassedly. Well, I can probably get 150,000. He tilde her. Wang Qingyu chuckled. Why, how many times have you offered yourself to someone just to get an order? Wang Jiri blinked, and her fair face instantly turned red. First time. After hesitating for a moment, he whispered, I've only heard others talk about it before, but this time, I saw that you're so handsome, so I wanted to. Wang Qingyu was a little amused. So, you want to whore me and make money from me, right? Good calculation, huh? Wang Jiri blushed, reddened at his words, and was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Just when he was at a loss, his body suddenly felt lighter and Wang Qingyu picked him up by the waist. He was stunned again. Wang Qingyu carried her straight up to the third floor. The third floor is a loft with 6 floor-to-ceiling windows, and it is also quite large. Outside the attic is a spacious terrace. Standing on the terrace, you can have a panoramic view of the surrounding green scenery. This villa area is very large, but there are only 18 single-family villas and 8 townhouses. The occupancy rate is less than 50%. Many are empty. It is sparsely populated. Wang Jiri insisted on refusing. Wang Qingyu had no choice but to hold her and open the attic. The attic is a 360 panoramic study room with a desk, bookshelves, tea sets, tea table, Luohan couch, and a chaise longue specially for taking naps. They are all made using ancient craftsmanship, made of pear wood, painted with ancient lacquer, full of relief carvings, and beautifully shaped. Standing in the attic, Wang Jiri hesitated for a moment, then turned her head and glanced at Wang Qingyu secretly. She saw that he was tall and handsome, with fair features and a handsome appearance. He was more handsome than many young men who put on makeup. It seems that I am not at a disadvantage, tilde. Wang Qingyu raised the corner of his mouth. I heard you say before that you have a younger sister who is also in your store. Wang Jiri was crossing her arms over her chest, curling up her legs, and nodded shyly. Wang Qingyu raised the corner of his mouth, lifted the woman's chin, and smiled mischievously. If you call her over, I will buy 2 more villas and let you and your sister each place a big order. How about that? There happen to be 3 consumption opportunities today, so I might as well buy houses from them all. This. Wang Jiri didn't expect Wang Qingyu to play so fancy, and immediately frowned. I am a poor kid. I dropped out of school early and went out to work to earn money. Although I am still a virgin, I am in a relationship and are talking about getting married. I just need money urgently. Her family is poor and she doesn't want to be poor after getting married. My sister is different from her. She couldn't guarantee it for the moment. I'm afraid it won't be easy. Why? Wang Qingyu was a little curious. Wang Jiri picked up her clothes and covered herself up again, her face flushed. My sister and I are not twins. We are 1 year apart in age. My grades aren't good, but hers are. She's now a sophomore at Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology, and she's never been in a relationship, not even holding a man's hand. Oh. Wang Qingyu was very surprised. That's a double first-class university. Tilde. Wang Jiri nodded slightly. I came to the store to work as an agent now, and it was also to have a summer job. My parents don't give her tuition and living expenses. She can only earn some herself, and then I lend her some. But she's still a college student and hasn't been in a relationship before. I'm afraid it would be difficult for her to do something like this just for money. Wang Qingyu chuckled. If you don't try, how do you know if she's willing? A villa worth 11 million yuan and a commission of 150,000 yuan is enough for her to live a carefree life for a year. Oh, okay. Wang Jiri nodded thoughtfully. Just as she was about to make a call, Wang Qingyu stopped her again with a sly smile on his face. From what you said, your sister is still a virgin, what about you? Wang Jiri blushed and gave him a shy look. Me too. This is my first time dating, and we've only been together for 2 months. Wang Qingyu was a little amused. So you are talking about marriage. But think about it, if you don't go to college, wouldn't you just go on a blind date early in the village, then date for a while and then get married? After a slight hesitation, Wang Qingyu suddenly said, do you want to change to an easier job? Huh? What kind of job? Wang Jiri felt a little excited. After all, in her eyes, Wang Qingyu is a rich and successful person. She asked her to change jobs, definitely because she wanted to introduce her to a better one. Now that Wang Qingyu has money, he wants to fulfill the wishes of his parents and himself and have as many children as possible. In a month or 2, I'll also go to Jiangcheng. Do you want to come with me? When we get there, I can buy you a house near Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology, and you two sisters can live there together. Huh? Going to Jiangcheng? Wang Jiri was still a little confused. Wang Qingyu said bluntly, well, I will provide you with a place to live and give you 20,000 yuan in pocket money each month. What you have to do is very simple. I will occasionally stay over there for a day, and what about you? This is not. Wang Jiri suddenly understood what he meant. He looked up at Wang Qingyu and felt conflicted. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke, I may need to discuss this with my sister. Can. Wang Qingyu smiled slightly and said, if you have a child, regardless of gender, you will receive a cash reward of 2 million, a BMW, an apartment, and a tenfold increase in your monthly living allowance. Wang Jiri's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she looked at Wang Qingyu in surprise, then lowered her head to look at her phone. She knew that this phone call might determine the lives of both of them. Although you don't have to live an ordinary life anymore, you can still live a life of fine clothes, delicious food, luxury cars and villas, and of course you can also be a lifelong lover. I'm going to discuss this with my sister. Brother, why don't you go out and wait for a while? Chapter 34. Let us give you a sports car this time. The weather in Handan City is bad today, and there may be heavy rain in the evening. Fortunately, there is a cool breeze during the day. However, in Jiang City, the sun is scorching, and people are restless due to the heat. The top floor of Qin Group building. Why? He refused. Qin Jingshu was wearing a white suit and sitting in his CEO chair. His cold eyes glanced at Zhang Yi and then fell on the documents in front of his desk. Yer tilde. Zhang Yi was dejected and sat down on a sofa used for entertaining guests not far away. That boy is so ungrateful. You are the president of the Qin Group. You apologized to him, gave him a car, and gave him money. And he, a country bumpkin, actually pretended to be so nice. Shut up, tilde. Qin Jingshu frowned and scolded coldly, be more respectful to me, he is your future brother-in-law. If you dare to do this again, I will beat you up. Zhang Yi shrank his neck, his eyes full of resentment. Sister, you are still mean to me. For you, I traveled thousands of miles back and forth to such a remote place. Do you know that I almost lost my life? Qin Jingshu then raised her beautiful face, a hint of doubt flashing in her beautiful eyes. What's going on? Zhang Yi took out a cigarette, lit it, leaned back on the sofa, and started complaining. When I arrived at his door, do you know how they greeted me? That kid, for some reason, called a group of people to surround us. And it's a group of men. They are all big and strong, with fierce looks. Their skin is tanned and dark red. They surrounded our car. The 4 bodyguards I brought with me were so scared that they stood there sweating and dared not breathe. Qin Jingshu was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help laughing. A bright smile suddenly blossomed on his cold and beautiful face. You deserve it. Who told you to bring so many bodyguards with you? And with your black suit and black sunglasses, people will definitely think you're from the black society tilde. As he spoke, his smile faded, and he returned to his cold, unapproachable demeanor. Since it doesn't work once, then try again. Still going. Zhang Yi collapsed on the sofa when he heard this. Sister, I really don't dare to go to that place. Don't worry, as long as you don't provoke them, they won't beat you up. Qin Jingshu was a little amused and continued, also, let's give her a sports car this time. Then he took out a card from his bag and said, this card originally belonged to him. I transferred 20 million yuan into it. He knows the password. No, sister, I just don't understand. Zhang Yi stood up and walked to the desk. Why do you have to like him? You are the president of the Qin Group. That guy doesn't know how to appreciate your kindness. Why do you have to stick to him? If you like poor pretty boys, we have plenty of them in Jiangcheng. I can find one for you. Qin Jingshu narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of coldness on the corner of his mouth. What did you say? Zhang Yi quickly shut up, hesitated for a moment, and took the card. Hello, Mom tilde. Outside the attic, Wang Qingyu was waiting for a woman to come to his door, but then his mother called. Qingyu tilde. Qin Juanxia's gentle voice came from the phone. Where are you now? Wang Qingyu leaned against the parapet beside the terrace and whispered, I'm looking at villas in Handan City and plan to buy one for you to live in. Villa? How much does that cost? Qin Juanxia said with some worry. We live well in our hometown, so there's no need to buy anything. If you have money, save it and don't spend it recklessly. She instinctively thought that the money to buy the villa was from the rich girl of Jiangcheng. It's not much. Our villas in Handan are still very cheap. The medical facilities here are good, and it's convenient for you to live here. After hearing what her son said, Qin Juanxia still shook her head. Forget it, we are used to living here. We are unfamiliar with the place there. It is better to stay in our hometown. If you have money, buy it and save it for your wedding. Wang Qingyu didn't want to argue about this matter anymore. They would just live together in the future anyway. Mom, what's going on? Qin Juanxia was silent for a moment. She knew her son's temper. He was soft-hearted and could only distinguish things clearly. Relatives all say that this child is cold-hearted by nature. But now my sister and brother-in-law are here, and they are arguing again about the 180,000 yuan. My brother-in-law refused to listen and kept wanting to get the 180,000 yuan back. However, my sister was very reasonable and insisted on not accepting the money. She knew that it was because I had begged my nephew with all my dignity that he agreed to invest with me. They deserve the loss, it's not their fault. Qingyu lost more. But because of this, the couple quarreled every day for 2 or 3 years. She doesn't care about her brother-in-law, but she feels bad for her sister crying here and causing unrest at home every day. Qingyu, how about? When Wang Qingyu heard his mother hesitating and heard the quarreling sound on the phone, he understood what was going on. Without hesitation, he said, "Okay, give it to me, Tilda. Didn't I give you the 1 million? Just give my aunt the 200,000 yuan. The extra 20,000 yuan can be considered a gift to her since I haven't visited her in the past 2 years. If it were up to him, no matter how much money he had, he would not give me the 180,000 yuan. The more you ask for it, the less I will give it to you. But my aunt treats him well. My grandma and grandpa are gone, and besides me, my mother is the only relative left in the world. Mom definitely doesn't want my sister's family to be in turmoil because of this. Besides, my cousin just got married and his family is in a lot of debt." Wang Qingyu had thought about this matter a long time ago and finally chose to compromise. At the same time, he added, "Tell them that these 180,000 yuan were not my repayment, but I gave them. Also, from now on, tell my uncle not to come to the Wang family's door." Qin Juanxia heard this and sighed inwardly. "Okay, Tilda. Jiayue, this is Mr. Wang. What do you think? Handsome, right? Young, right?" Hershey Villa District, Villa 9, first floor living room. Wang Jiri walked in with a young woman and introduced herself shyly. Compared to her, the girl next to her was even more embarrassed and her face turned red. She only glanced at Wang Qingyu timidly and then quickly lowered her head. Wang Jiri found this a bit funny. "Are you stupid? Hurry up and say hello." In just half an hour, she had figured it out. Dry. "It's such a good job, no hard work, you can earn 20,000 yuan a month, food and accommodation are provided, of course I should do it. Even if you get pregnant, you can live a life of wealth and glory, with no worries about food and clothing, driving luxury cars and living in a mansion. Why not do it?" As for the boyfriend on the blind date, kicked. Rather than working hard to earn and save money, she would rather live an easier life. What if sisters are together? So what if others find out and say something? Just be happy. Wang Jiayue was so nervous that she was at a loss and even stuttered. "Hello Mr. Wang, I am Wang Jiayue." Chapter 35. What a pair of beautiful sisters. They were wearing the same black suit, white shirt and red tie, but the sisters didn't look particularly alike. Compared with Wang Jiayi, her younger sister Wang Jiayue is obviously whiter, taller, and has more delicate facial features. There is a clear innocence in his eyes. His temperament also obviously became more scholarly. If giving a score, Wang Qingyu would give Wang Jiri 80 points, but would give Wang Jiayue 90 points. She has a rosy face, white teeth, bright eyes, a slender figure and a gentle temperament. What a beautiful pair of sisters. I really found a treasure. What's the sense of accomplishment in supporting those vain gold diggers? They are like chicken butts that anyone can eat. On the contrary, girls who are relatively simple and not gold diggers feel more accomplished. Wang Qingyu looked at the girl in front of him with a smile on his face, feeling particularly satisfied. "Hello, my name is Wang Qingyu. Jiri should have explained everything to you, right?" Wang Jiayue raised her head and nodded shyly. Tilda. Since you're here, does that mean you agree? Wang Qingyu's low voice is magnetic and gentle. With his tall and handsome appearance and gentle manners, Wang Jieyue couldn't help but feel moved. My sister didn't lie to me, he is really handsome and gentle. Wang Jieyue responded softly again, while her little hands tightly grasped the corner of her clothes, showing her nervousness and uneasiness. Seeing this, Wang Qingyu smiled even more deeply. He turned around and sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and then patted the empty seats on both sides. Wang Jieyue's pretty face turned red. After hesitating for a moment, she touched her sister with her hand, then walked over first and sat on the right side of Wang Qingyu. Seeing this, Wang Jieyue also went to the other side and sat down timidly. Jieyue, it's settled then. First of all, in addition to buying this villa, I will also buy the 2 villas next to the lake in the back. As for the commission, you 2 sisters can decide how to divide it up. How do you think? Really? Wang Jieyue was pleasantly surprised. Brother, that's over 30 million. Wang Jieyue grinned when she heard this, and was stunned in surprise. 3 villas, more than 30 million. Can you just buy it like that? How arrogant this is. But then it was replaced by ecstasy. She had just heard from her sister that she could get a commission of more than 150,000 yuan for a villa. 3 villas, that's 450,000. Jieyue, what year are you in at Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology? Wang Jieyue was surprised when Wang Qingyu suddenly asked her about this. She said hurriedly, junior year. I'll be a junior when school starts this summer. Wang Qingyu nodded thoughtfully, then let's do as we agreed before. 20,000 yuan per person per month, and I will reimburse your daily food, clothing, housing and transportation. When the time comes, I will buy a villa in my name near Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology for you to live in. You guys will live there from now on, and I'll occasionally go over and stay for a couple of days. As for you guys, you can do whatever you want normally, but let's make it clear first, during this time, you are mine. You can't have anything to do with any man, let alone have sex with him, even eating together or being intimate with him is not allowed. What he meant was very simple. I have a beautiful girl in my house, and your family is the canary, belonging to me. Unless I get tired of it and end this relationship. Otherwise, if you have any ambiguous relationship with others, don't blame me for being rude. Brother, don't worry. We are not the kind of fickle women. As long as we follow you, we promise to be wholeheartedly devoted and will never be entangled with any other man again. As she said that, she took out her cell phone, dialed her boyfriend's number, and pressed the speakerphone button. Hello, Liu Yuqiang. The voice on the other end of the phone was a little chaotic. What's wrong, Jieyue? Wang Jieyue frowned. Why is it so messy over there? Liu Yuqiang smiled awkwardly and said, Hey, Xiaokang and I are just sitting around playing games in the internet cafe. It's just right. I have something to tell you. Let's break up. Wang Jieyue didn't waste any words and said she wanted to break up directly. Liu Yuqiang was obviously a little surprised. Huh? Jieyue, what did you say? Wang Jieyue took a deep breath and said in a low voice, I said, we are not suitable for each other, let's break up. Why? Liu Yuqiang asked in disbelief. Wang Jieyue sneered, because I met a man I like. Sorry, we're already living together. Let's not contact each other anymore. She did not make excuses to blame Liu Yuqiang, nor did she stand on the moral high ground and shift the blame to the other party in order to feel at ease. Since you want to break up, just be honest and say it. Instead of complaining about the other person playing games, being poor, not being able to buy a house, etc. This fact made Wang Qingyu look at her with admiration, and it also made up for her lackluster appearance. Of course, we can't just look at a person's appearance, his character and personality are also crucial in many cases. After hanging up the phone, Wang Jieyue didn't give the other party a chance to call back and directly blocked the call. Anyway, they had just started dating and had a few meals together. She even paid for the shopping she did. They were consistent and didn't owe each other anything. Wang Jieyue blushed upon seeing this. I don't have a boyfriend, but I do have some good male friends. They must be interested in me, which is why they approached me. I will cut off contact with them. Wang Qingyu smiled with satisfaction and continued, I'm getting pregnant and having a child. I love both boys and girls, and I will increase the monthly salary tenfold. Not only that, there will also be a reward of 2 million, a car worth more than 500,000, and a house. This can be considered as a guarantee to ensure that you can have a happy and beautiful future. Manager Mar, my client has decided to buy the large villa in Hershey Building 9. Is this true? The one in Hershey Building 9? Are you sure? Wang Jiri suddenly said, of course it's true. It's Mr. Wang who drives the Audi A8. I'll take him to see other villas. He said he's planning to buy 3 big villas. Many agents in the store were constantly calling clients, 200 calls a day, and the noise was so deafening that Manager Mar couldn't hear anything else. Fuck, really? 3 big villas? Don't lie to me. Really? We're going back to the store after we've finished looking at it. Manager, please contact the landlady and get ready. They want it done as soon as possible. We want to sign the contract today and pay the bill today. Wang Jiri said in a rough voice. Oh my god. Okay. I'll get ready right away. Jiri, you 2 sisters, please serve me well. Don't let the Ijir gang snatch this important client away. After Manager Mar hung up the phone, he wasn't too excited and his mood calmed down. There are so many changes in buying a house. Now I just have the intention to buy, but I haven't negotiated the price, discussed the payment method, various taxes, signed the contract online, or had the funds supervised. After all, it is not a small amount, it is more than 11 million. If you don't pay the money and the agency fee, it will not be considered a success. Come on, Xiao Zhang, Xiao Wu, prepare the contract. Jerry said someone wants to buy that big villa. As soon as these words were spoken, the store clerks who were not out showing the items cried out in surprise. It was not until 2 hours later that Xu Mingyu called and Wang Qingyu reluctantly left the villa and took Wang Jiri and Wang Jiayue back to the agency. As soon as he entered the door, he found that all the store clerks were looking at him. Wang Qingyu didn't care and greeted and shook hands with the store manager calmly. However, the faces of sisters Wang Jiri and Wang Jiayue flushed red and their steps became a little unnatural. Their colleagues in the store did not think much of it, thinking that they were probably too excited. After all, it's such a big order, they would be very excited too. Since Wang Qingyu was buying the house in full and didn't care about the price, there was no need to negotiate or bargain, so the entire house buying process was very simple. At 2:30, I called the landlord, brought all the documents and procedures, negotiated the price, payment method, etc., signed the contract directly, paid a deposit of 100,000 yuan, and paid an agency fee of 1% of the house price. I went to sign the contract online at 3:30. Then they went to the bank together and transferred the remaining money into an escrow account. At this point, the mechanical voice in Wang Qingyu's mind finally sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you spent a total of 11.615 million to buy a villa for yourself, and received a tenfold cashback reward of 116.15 million. Chapter 36, Portable Space, Viewing Panel, Blood Essence Due. Of course, buying a house costs more than this money. It also requires 3% deed tax, 0.05% stamp duty, and some other fees. But now is not the time to hand it in. Ding! Congratulations to their host, your deposit exceeds 100 million yuan, and you have won a chance to participate in the lottery. Do you want to spend 100 million yuan to participate in the lottery? Spend 100 million yuan to participate in a lottery. What kind of award is this? Wang Qingyu hesitated for a moment, then immediately gave the order in his mind, draw the prize. This system is so magical, of course he has to trust it unconditionally. I believe that this 100 million yuan will be well worth it. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you won 3 grand prizes in the lucky draw. Reward 1, get a portable space of 10M 10M 10M. Reward 2, gain access to the female panel view function. Can view any female attribute panel. Reward 3, blood essence spirit due. The system can supply unlimited quantities, but only the host, the host's close relatives, and the host's women can use it. Blood essence due. Check the effects of the blood essence due. Blood essence due, it is condensed from 30 kinds of medicines in the world today. Taking it continuously for 100 days will have miraculous effects on vascular diseases. It can repair various problems such as blood vessel damage, blockage, hardening, and deformity, and cure various diseases caused by these vascular diseases. It can restore blood vessels to their most perfect state, and at the same time purify the blood and eliminate various impurities in the blood. Oh my god! Isn't this a miracle drug for cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases? Modern medical technology is very advanced and its level of technology is very high, but many diseases are actually incurable, or people don't want to be cured. Everyone knows that cancer, rabies, leukemia, and AIDS are terrible, and there is currently no cure. But in fact, there are many diseases that have no specific medicine, not just these major diseases or scary viruses. Rhinitis, meniscus injury, cheilitis, arthritis, bronchitis, diabetes, cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases, etc. are all incurable. It can only be maintained or alleviated. There are more than 300 million patients with cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases in China, and almost 1 in 3 or 4 adults suffers from cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. Almost 2 out of every 5 deaths are caused by cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. His father and grandfather had this disease, one had cerebral hemorrhage and the other had cerebral infarction. If it can be sold, it will definitely be a hit, but it will also cause many pharmaceutical companies to go bankrupt and offend many people. Wang Qingyu was very open-minded about this. He was not short of money anyway, and it was good enough that he could treat his relatives' illnesses. After agreeing to sign the contracts for the other 2 villas tomorrow, Wang Qingyu took Xu Mingyu away. Watching the Audi A8 drive away, the agency's manager, Mar, was stunned for a long time before finally bursting into curse words, FCK. How f***ing arrogant. This villa is the most expensive one currently on sale in the nearby districts. It is a serious big order, and all the surrounding real estate agencies are looking forward to getting this deal. Who would have thought that after being unsold for half a year, it could be sold so easily today? It was over 11 million, and the other party took it without even bargaining. The important thing is that the agency fee was given without any ambiguity and was paid on the spot. It was the first time they had seen such a straightforward and happy client. When people heard that the villa might be sold today, their whole store was in a frenzy. The store's agents didn't leave until it was time to get off work. They kept discussing the matter and looked at the sisters Wang Jiayi and Wang Jiayue with envy and jealousy. Awesome. Manager Ma came up to Wang Jiayi and gave her a thumbs up. As he said this, he was the first to clap his hands. The shop assistants around echoed and applauded loudly. Awesome, Jiayi, super big order. Tonight's dinner, it has to be a feast. Yes. We must treat you. Wang Jiayi enjoyed everyone's compliments, her face was full of smiles, her face flushed, and she said excitedly and modestly, what luck, I happened to meet such a generous client. After everyone had a good chat, Manager Ma continued, just before Wang Tuhao left, he said he would come over tomorrow to sign contracts for 2 more villas, one for 11.2 million and one for 10.85 million. These are all orders from Jiayi and Jiayue. Wow. At this moment, there were bursts of exclamations in the store, and everyone opened their eyes wide and looked at the Wang sisters in disbelief. One is 11.5 million, one is 11.2 million, and one is 10.85 million. This is equivalent to the 2 sisters achieving sales of 30 million in one day? It directly broke the record of all real estate agents in Handan City, right? The store received such a large order at once, so Manager Ma didn't hesitate and said directly, let's go. Seafood buffet, I'll treat you, for 3 days in a row. His salary is linked to the store's performance. If the store clerk places a big order, he will also receive benefits. The key is to gain face. The 30 million orders on this day were enough to make him the center of attention in front of all the store managers in Handan City. Hubby, today is your birthday. What do you want to eat tonight? It's my treat. After returning to Zhongyan County, Xu Mingyu brought her pure and sweet face closer. Wang Qingyu pinched her soft cheek unhappily, with a wicked smile on his face. My husband only wants to eat you now. Xu Mingyue's face turned red. Although it was not the first time she was intimate with Wang Qingyu, the shy girl would still instinctively feel reserved and shy when she heard such words. It is precisely this reserve and shyness that makes men obsessed and unable to stop. Hey, don't eat now. Then when can we eat it? Wang Qingyu asked. Wait. Xu Mingyue's cheeks were white with a hint of pink, and her eyes, as clear as morning dew, were even more watery. Her shy voice was also a little more gentle. Wait until late at night when there is no one around, then you can do it. Wang Qingyu sighed helplessly and immediately took out his phone. Okay then, I've made an appointment with some good friends to treat us tonight. Why don't you come too? I'll just forget about it. Xu Mingyu shrank her shoulders, feeling scared instinctively. Wang Qingyu saw her timid look and laughed. What are you afraid of? They are all my old classmates, good brothers, and even gentlemen's friends. You will meet them sooner or later. Besides, Tilda. As he spoke, Wang Qingyu looked his little wife up and down. Xu Mingyu has a face like that, with fair skin, picturesque features, delicate cheeks, pure beauty, tall and graceful figure, and is more charming than most female stars. She is definitely the sweetheart of countless young people. You are so beautiful. If they see you, they will surely envy me to death. What are you afraid of? Then, will they bring their families with them? Xu Mingyu felt so happy because of her lover's praise. Wang Qingyu shook his head. I asked them at noon, and they said no one would bring it. Well, I'd better not go, Tilda. Xu Mingyu bit her thin lips lightly, her voice soft and ethereal. You good brothers, get together and talk. I won't get involved. If you want to get to know me, there will be plenty of time later. Chapter 37. What if I treat you as my child? Teacher Bai. In the private room of Shinfeng Barbecue, Lin Chen, Lu Qingyu, Li Shutang, and Dong Fangqi were drinking and chatting, talking about Wang Qingyu's personal feelings and their respective children. They talked about children, then work, and then the current situation of county units and hospitals, the financial situation, the county leader, and then national affairs and the international situation. It wasn't that he was drunk and bragging, he just went up there while chatting. They drank according to their own wishes. No one ever forced them to drink. If they wanted to drink, they would drink more. If they didn't want to drink, they would just clink glasses with plain water. A few people were drinking happily when the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open, and then a graceful and beautiful figure walked in. Seeing Bai Jie, Lin Chen and the other three stood up and greeted her. Bai Jie nodded to a few people. Seeing that Wang Qingyu never stood up and had no intention of paying attention to her, she felt both amused and angry. I knew you guys were here, Tilda. She didn't hesitate and sat down in the empty seat next to Wang Qingyu, saying jokingly, Hey, that stingy guy. It's been 2 or 3 days, and you're still angry. Wang Qingyu rolled his eyes. The two of them didn't have any deep hatred, so he didn't need to act like he was seeing an enemy. Teacher Bai, what's the matter? In the past, even though they were together, he always liked to call her Teacher Bai. That name is a nickname, and it's interesting. Now that my identity and tone have changed, this address has obviously become much more unfamiliar. Lin Chen, Lu Qingyu and others looked at each other and understood what he meant. Lin Chen tilted his head back and drank their wine in his glass. Then he stood up and said, Well, it's getting late. Should we leave? Lu Qingyu also stood up and picked up the tram keys. Yeah, it's time to go back and see the kids. Let's get together some other time. Seeing the 4 people about to leave, Wang Qingyu also stood up quickly, but was held down by Li Shutang again. All right, brother, no need to see me off. Go have a good chat with Teacher Bai. Don't be emotional, just talk it over nicely. Wang Qingyu was helpless. He watched the 4 people leave before speaking. Teacher Bai, do you have anything to say to me? Things have changed, and now he no longer lacks people who are willing to have children for him. Seeing that he was still angry, Bai Jie rolled her eyes at him charmingly, smiled and said coquettishly, Little rascal, why are you so angry? Wang Qingyu chuckled, then let me ask you. If I had 10 million now and could afford to raise a child, would you still be willing to have one? Bai Jie frowned slightly and gave Wang Qingyu a coquettish look. Who do you take me for? I'm telling you, sister, I don't want to have a baby. If you want, I can support myself without you. Okay, Tilda. Wang Qingyu suddenly smiled slightly. So, you found this place. I miss you, is that not okay? Bai Jie's eyes were full of affection, her expression was charming, and her voice was particularly seductive. She pouted and acted like a spoiled child. My dear husband, don't be angry. I know I was wrong. Except for this, I promise you everything, okay? How about I be your child? Ahem, Tilda. Wang Qingyu coughed dryly, looked around vigilantly, and lowered his voice. Why are you yelling here? Bai Jie smiled and frowned, full of charm. She bit her thin lips lightly and whispered shyly in Wang Qingyu's ear, Then, can I go back and call you? I've prepared 2 birthday gifts for you. Wang Qingyu looked down at her. The beautiful face so close to her is so white and tender, with skin so fine that it has almost no pores, graceful eyebrows, a pair of affectionate eyes, charming and alluring. Bai Jie, do you want to get back together? Yeah, that's right. Bai Jie said unhappily, I've thought about it for a long time. I do love you. Although I cannot fulfill your wish, I am willing to give you anything except this. Wang Qingyu laughed and said, okay, we can get back together. But if you don't want to give birth, don't blame me for finding someone else to give birth to the baby. HMPH tilde. You can find it wherever you want tilde. Bai Jie crossed her arms over her chest puffing out a bit proudly. Do you still think you're in your 20s? Back then, you were indeed handsome. Girls sent you love letters every day at school, and you charmed a lot of little girls when you walked on the street. With just a wave of your hand, an 18-year-old beauty will throw herself at you. They are so captivated by your tall and handsome appearance that they are foolishly willing to do anything for you. They don't even ask you to give them anything material. You're already an adult now, and little girls don't like you, an old man. He's your age, and more realistic. I want a car, a house, and a betrothal gift. The car must be a good one, the house must be paid in full, and the betrothal gift must be 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. You also need to have a job and be able to earn money, and you have to hand over all the money you earn. Do you think you can just find someone willing to bear your child? Wang Qingyu chuckled, that's hard to say. There are many 18-year-old girls who just like mature, handsome and charming uncles like me. TSK, that's nice of you to think about. If you have the ability, why don't you go find a beautiful girl who is willing to give birth to you? Bai Jie obviously didn't believe it. What era is this? Nowadays, young girls are all very smart. They all place great importance on economic conditions. Which silly girl is so stupid as to only look at appearance? Wang Qingyu sneered and thought to himself, how can I be so idealistic? I found an 18-year-old beauty with fair skin, beautiful face and long legs, and she lives in the same community as you. What should I say if I find it? Bai Jie immediately sat up straight, refusing to back down. If you have the ability, go find her. Not only will I not be angry or jealous, I'll even allow you to take her home. Har har, if there really is that kind of silly girl, don't worry, just give birth as you like. Then she said directly and domineeringly, I will personally help you raise the child. I will cover all the expenses of giving birth and raising the child. As she spoke, she couldn't help laughing again, that's just right, it saves me a lot of trouble. Okay. That's what you said. Wang Qingyu gave her a thumbs up and said confidently, you're a teacher. Once you say something, you can't take it back. Do you understand? Of course I understand. I keep my word, old lady. Bai Jie, undeterred, asked again, what if you can't find it? What if you lose? If we can't find it within a year, you can do whatever you want to me. Whatever you say goes. Wang Qingyu sneered. Bai Jie chuckled, lowered her voice, and said in a seductive tone, if you can't find it, then you should get married with your sister obediently, and never mention having children again. He immediately added, when you are old, my 2 daughters will definitely take care of you, don't worry. Wang Qingyu shrugged indifferently. Bai Jie looked at the time. It was already past 10 o'clock. Time was running out, so she immediately pulled Wang Qingyu up and walked out. He pulled him into his car and drove straight to the rented house. Chapter 38, Mother and Daughter. As soon as they entered the villa, Bai Jie immediately pushed Wang Qingyu against the wall, stood on tiptoe, and moved closer, putting her beautiful face in front of him. Her eyes were charming and her voice was a little teasing, do you miss your sister? Wang Qingyu stretched out his hands to embrace her warm and fragrant body, and said in a flat voice, of course not, there are so many beautiful women around me, how can I have time to think about you? TSK, it's blowing again. Bai Jie's eyes were full of desire, silly, what are you standing there for? I have to go back later tilde. Time is tight, hurry up. Wang Qingyu had a wicked smile on his face, but he remained calm and said, why are you in such a hurry? It's so. Wang Qingyu was a little amused, your sister is lucky. As he spoke, he picked her up with one hand. Hey, good job, full marks. In a blink of an eye, it was already past 11 o'clock. Bai Jie was content and was tidying up her clothes and hair in front of the mirror. At the same time, he also reminded, remember to eat the fruits I bought for you. If you can't finish them, put them in the refrigerator to avoid attracting insects. Wang Qingyu held a cigar between his lips. I remember your sister owns a shop near the east gate of Hanlin Yuyuan. She's renting a shop called St. Baolong Ceramics. They sell tiles, right? Huh? What's wrong? Bai Jie came to the sofa in confusion. It seems that I can't do it anymore, I'm ready to transfer it. Will your sister sell it? If she does, I'll buy it. Wang Qingyu said after spitting out a puff of mist. Your sister is the one selling it. Bai Jie glanced at him coquettishly. Then there was some confusion. Why are you asking this? Does anyone want to buy it? Wang Qingyu chuckled. Well, my parents are old and can no longer do heavy work, but they can't sit idle, so I want to buy it and open a supermarket as a gift for them. You have money. Bai Jie frowned slightly. That shop is 160 square meters. I remember she said she wouldn't sell it unless someone offered 1.6 million. Wang Qingyu was a little surprised. She bought it for 500,000 yuan, right? And sold it for 1.6 million yuan. Bai Jie smiled slightly. The rent of that shop is 12,000 yuan a month, and the annual rent can reach more than 140,000 yuan. If you don't buy it, they don't want to sell it. But it's also a livelihood. Bai Jie hesitated slightly and said, how about this, if you want to buy it, I'll let my sister give you a discount, and I can pay half of the price, how about that? You'll pay half. Wang Qingyu was a little surprised. Yeah, we're family, why are you being polite? Bai Jie laughed and said, you are the only son your parents have, so you will be ours in the future. Forget it, I'll buy it myself and transfer the money to you now. Find some time to ask her to come over and transfer the ownership. Wang Qingyu directly picked up his mobile phone and transferred 1.6 million yuan through the bank. Bai Jie took out her phone and glanced at the balance information just sent by the bank. She raised her beautiful eyes in surprise and asked, where did you get so much money? Don't worry about it. Wang Qingyu smiled faintly. Ding! Congratulations to their host for spending 1.6 million for your parents. Get a 10x cashback reward of 16 million. Wang Qingyu was secretly happy, as today's 3 consumption opportunities had been used up. Once he used it to buy a villa, and another time he used it to have barbecue and drink. He paid for it, but the system did not reward him, so it was a waste. The last time, he used it to buy a shop. He looked at the balance displayed on his system panel. After deducting 100 million yuan, the current balance was 31.2658 million yuan. After spending 100 million, he got a portable space, checked the woman's panel, and got the blood essence due. It was a sure win no matter how you looked at it. If there was no blood essence due, my parents and grandfather would have to take medicine for a long time, and something could happen at any time, leading to hemiplegia or even death. Now we can eliminate these hidden dangers. It's really worth spending 100 million. Bai Jie pouted in resentment. You're being generous to your parents. You spend that little money on them, and in the end you have to return it. What a heartless little scoundrel. Is this the legendary mama's boy? Wang Qingyu said with a smile, why don't you look up the definition of a mama's boy and try to understand it better? Then let me ask you. Bai Jie raised her chin a little proudly. If your mother and I fell into the water, and the water was rushing down, and we only had time to save one of us, who would you save? Of course, save my mom. Wang Qingyu did not hesitate. Bai Jie's eyebrows immediately raised. You still say you're not a mama's boy? She wasn't really angry, it was just the other party's attitude. Wang Qingyu laughed unhappily. What are you thinking about? My mother gave birth to me and raised me for 30 years, working very hard and never complaining. In my mind, why do you compare with her? Just based on how many times you slept with me. Bai Jie rolled her eyes cutely. She felt that what the other person said made sense, but it just made her feel unhappy. She glared at Wang Qingyu and took out a box from her bag. Hey, little rascal, happy birthday. Wang Qingyu took it doubtfully. Apple phone. Bai Jie nodded slightly. Your phone wasn't working well, so I bought you a new one, an Apple iPhone 8 Plus. It cost me more than a month's salary tilde. Wang Qingyu remained silent, but when he opened the package, he was shocked. Space gray. It can't be such a coincidence, right? He suddenly remembered that Bai Jie seemed to have mentioned that her 2 daughters were admitted to Jiangcheng University. Still in the same neighborhood. She just said that her daughter is back from summer vacation. What the hell? Is this such a coincidence? No, I should say I'm Kao's daughter. Think about it, if it's true. Why am I still a little excited? It's over, it's over. If they were to be discovered, wouldn't they both have to leave me? Still need to confirm. By the way, you are currently single according to your household registration, right? Bai Jie blinked and said unhappily, of course, what's wrong? Wang Qingyu coughed dryly. Well, before they were together, you said they were in the critical stage of preparing for college entrance exams, so you kept it a secret. Now they are both about to enter their sophomore year. Should I stop hiding it? I don't even know what my future daughter's name will be. Tilder. Tilder. Hearing this, Bai Jie thought Wang Qingyu had changed his mind and was ready to acknowledge his two daughters. She couldn't help but smile happily. How sweet. They are two sisters, one is called Xu Mingyu and the other is called Xu Mingxiu. The older one is back, but the younger one has activities to attend at school and won't be back in 2 days. When Wang Qingyu heard this, his heart suddenly tightened. After hesitating for a moment, he suddenly pulled Bai Jie into his arms and doted on her. Chapter 39. It's obvious that men in their 30s are tigers. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you today? Why are you so reckless towards others? Bai Jie's face was as rosy as a peach blossom, her eyes rippling with spring water, and she complained in a rough voice, "Little rascal, do you want to kill someone?" As he said that, he stood up, tidied his messy clothes, staggered to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, took out a bottle of purified water, and gulped it down in one big gulp. Wang Qingyu smiled but said nothing. Just watching her quietly. Name, Bai Jie. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 101. Age, 34. Pollution number, 1 pollution source. Wang Qingyu, every time you have an intimate relationship with a man, the pollution number increases by 1. He still believed Bai Jie in this regard. Seeing this, Bai Jie's eyes became even more tender. Somehow, she liked the other person's roughness. It is said that women are like wolves at 30 and like tigers at 40. She felt that this statement was not accurate, as men in their 30s were clearly tigers. Let's go. Bai Jie picked up her canvas handbag, which contained some materials, papers, a USB drive, and other things. She waved her hand a little proudly and said, "I'll stay alone in the empty room tonight." After saying that, he left with satisfaction. Wang Qingyu lay on the sofa, thinking of Xu Mingyu and Bai Jie, and felt excited, but he did not go to look for Xu Mingyu again. It was the middle of the night, and he had expended too much energy today. Although his body was powerful, it was not made of iron after all. He felt a little tired and empty. He replied to Xu Mingyu directly and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Wang Qingyu took a taxi to the barbecue restaurant, got in the car, and drove straight home. My parents have long been accustomed to getting up early. When I arrived home, my father was busy working among a pile of electrical appliances filled with urea sacks, while my mother was cooking in the kitchen. The red Mercedes-Benz, with its cool red color, looks extremely out of place among the pile of garbage. My parents' job is physical labor. Simply put, they drive a 4.2-meter light truck to Cao County, Shandong, and collect used light bulbs, telephones, aluminum wires, copper wires, rotors, DVDs, radios, soy milk makers, batteries and other things from the scrapyard there. After packing, they are taken back to the town to sell at a special purchasing point to make a profit from the difference. It usually takes 3 days to go back and forth. It sounds simple, but in fact, I have to rush to the scrap collection station early every day to collect, bag and load the waste in those places full of pungent smells and dirt. When I arrived in Cao County, I went to collect goods during the day and stayed in a small hotel that cost 20 yuan a night at night. I didn't want to eat dinner out. I had a small room in the yard of someone else's hotel, where I prepared my own pots and pans and cooked my own meals. In order to facilitate the sale after returning home, every time he returned to their hotel at night, he had to unload the goods and place them in the hotel yard. Wait until you have collected enough to fill a truck, then sort and pack them. They can make 50 cents off the price difference for 1 kilogram, so they have to load 3 tons of goods each time. With the manpower of the two of them, they loaded packages of goods weighing 1 or 200 kilograms to a height of 3 meters. Since it was impossible to load the bag manually, they put a bamboo ladder against the side of the car, put a rope under the bag, and then my father pulled from above while my mother pushed from below, using the rope to make the bag roll up. We can't drive during the day with so much stuff loaded on us because they will check it, so we can only drive back in the middle of the night. This car was originally bought for 80,000 yuan. It was loaded with 2 tons of goods and was stopped on the road. The dealer directly fined it 150,000 yuan. Although he earned a lot of money, he also developed many health problems. The mother inhaled harmful gases and particles, which caused emphysema, which is incurable. My father suffered a meniscus injury due to long-term heavy work. He has been suffering from leg pain and the pain cannot be cured. There is also high blood pressure. Are you back? Well, Dad, come here for a moment, I have something to tell you, Tilda. Wang Qingyu stepped forward, took the bag from his father and put it aside. What's wrong? Wang Jinher straightened up and asked in confusion. Even my mom is invited. Wang Qingyu gestured to his father and then walked straight into their house. After his parents came over, he took out a few medicine bottles from his pocket. This medicine bottle is just an ordinary glass bottle, about the size of a beer bottle. It contains a milky yellow liquid. What is this? Wang Jinher picked it up curiously and looked at it carefully. Dad, this is medicine for various cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. I got this secret recipe through many connections. Drink 1 capful a day for 100 days and it will completely cure your disease. Completely cured. Wang Jinher was a little surprised because he heard many doctors say that this disease cannot be cured. The blood vessel damage is irreversible and can only be maintained or delayed. However, he still believes in folk remedies and secret recipes. But there's a condition. Wang Qingyu continued to instruct earnestly, this medicine is specially supplied. It is made with many rare medicines. It cannot be found on the market and is not available to outsiders. You must not tell anyone. You must not let anyone know. Just use it yourself. If it gets out, people will hold me responsible. He still felt it necessary to scare them, otherwise his parents might really tell others. After telling his parents and having breakfast, Wang Qingyu rode his electric bike to his grandparents' house. It's a bit hot today and the sun is scorching. Grandma's house only has 3 small red brick houses, which are their retirement homes. These seasonal vegetables are planted in the small yard. When he was a child, he often picked tomatoes and eggplants to eat raw. In addition to seasonal vegetables, there is also a large locust tree, 2 jujube trees and various flowers and plants in the courtyard. Just got back. Wang Qingyu moved a small wooden stool and sat down next to the old man. He grabbed his left foot and placed it on his leg, gently massaging his obviously swollen left foot. Grandma Chen Shufan also stumbled out at this time. Qingyu, have you eaten, child? I ate, just finished, Tilda. Okay, your aunt will come over later and we'll make dumplings together. Chen Shufan smiled and put the cup of water in Grandpa's hand, urging him, drink the medicine quickly. After drinking, go out for a walk. Seeing this, Wang Qingyu quickly snatched the medicine away. Grandpa, I got you some new medicine. Drinking this in the future will completely cure your illness. Wang Ming'an immediately raised his eyes, and the loose bags under his eyes were particularly noticeable on his old face. Wang Qingyu also gave some instructions to his grandparents, and then poured a lid of blood essence dew and fed it to his grandparents. Grandma's indicators are normal and she doesn't have any vascular disease. But after all, she is old, so there may be some problems with her blood vessels and blood. It is better for her to drink them together. Chapter 39. There are so many taboos. Gulp, gulp, gulp. After eating dumplings, I took a nap under the big locust tree and woke up at around 1 o'clock. The familiar sounds of childhood afternoons seemed to never disappear here. Seeing that his grandparents were asleep, Wang Qingyu did not disturb them and drove directly to Handan. We had agreed to buy 2 more villas, but because the owner of the villa had something to do in the morning, we had to postpone it until the afternoon. As soon as they saw the Audi A8 parked in the parking space next to the store, Wang Jiai and Wang Jieyue rushed out and greeted them with smiles on their faces. Wang Qingyu looked at the 2 excited girls through the car window, and a teasing smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. When you are in a relationship, you don't care about anything. You can't be ambiguous with other girls, you can't chat, and he will be jealous if you say anything. But if you are rich and powerful, can't you still live in harmony and get along well with each other? So what if we are sisters? There aren't so many taboos. The richer and more powerful you are, the fewer rules and taboos you will be bound by. Wang Jiri opened the car door attentively, bent down and greeted him with a smile. Brother, you are here, Tilda. Although there was still a hint of shyness in her eyes, her voice was much more charming than usual. Wang Qingyu got out of the car. The store was already crowded with the colleagues of the Wang sisters. In order to protect the reputation of the two women, Wang Qingyu did not behave too intimately. He just nodded and locked the car. At this time, the manager also ran out of the store, holding out his hand with a smile. "Hey, here comes Mr. Wang." Wang Qingyu shook hands with the other party. Manager Ma hesitated for a moment, but kindly reminded, "Boss Wang, there are still few wealthy people in third and fourth tier cities like Handan. Villa properties have poor liquidity. Some villas may be listed for 3 to 5 years with no one interested in buying them. If you're buying it for investment, you should be more cautious." Wang Qingyu was slightly surprised when he heard this. Manager Ma's vision is truly extraordinary. If it were someone else, they would want you to buy dozens more sets so that they can make more money, and they would not really consider the customers at all. Now that the signing is imminent and the landlord has already made an appointment, the other party can still remind me. This is something that not everyone can do. It's okay. I bought so many villas not for investment, but mainly for living. Wang Qingyu patted his shoulder and said sincerely, "But Manager Ma, thank you very much for reminding me. With your words, I feel very relieved to buy a house from you." Manager Ma was also very happy when he heard this. "Har har, you're welcome, Mr. Wang. When a distinguished guest like you chooses us, it means you trust us, and we naturally cannot let you down. Although we are doing business and sales, we can't just think about making money without considering the interests of our customers." Wang Qingyu smiled slightly. "That's right, I've made you my friend. Let's have a drink together tonight." Manager Ma said with a smile, "Of course, I already had this idea. Boss Wang has taken such good care of us, we have to show our appreciation tonight. I'll take care of everything, how about that?" When he arrived at the office, two couples were already waiting there, looking at him curiously. He was the owner of the two villas he was going to buy today. Those who can own such a big villa in Handan are not ordinary people. Since the price was not a problem, the three parties did not waste any time and waited to check the other party's documents and information and confirm that there was no dispute. Wang Qingyu directly signed the letter of intent to buy a house, paid a deposit, and each transferred 100,000 yuan, including a 1% agency fee. The two villas are priced at 11.2 million and 10.85 million respectively. Wang Qingyu paid a 1% agency fee and the seller paid a 2% agency fee, which is not a small amount in total. Manager Ma was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. He happily gave Wang Qingyu the deposit receipt and agency fee receipt. "Maybe I was too happy and made a few mistakes when filling it out." Afterwards, the four parties, including the agent, went online again to sign the formal house purchase and sale contract. He then went to the bank to transfer the remaining house payments of 11.1 million and 10.75 million respectively, which were temporarily frozen by the bank for fund supervision. After the transfer is successful, the buyer, seller and the intermediary will jointly issue a house transfer confirmation instruction to the bank before the funds can be unfrozen. Ding! Congratulations to their host. You spent 11.312 million on a villa for yourself and received a tenfold cashback of 113.12 million. Ding! Congratulations to their host. You spent 10.9585 million to buy a villa for yourself and received a tenfold cashback of 109.585 million. Wang Qingyu looked at his balance. The previous balance was 31.2658 million, but now it has become 231.7 million. Their host has a balance of 200 million. Do you want to spend 200 million in exchange for 2 chances to win the lottery? Yes. With the experience from last time, Wang Qingyu did not hesitate this time. Ding! Congratulations to their host for obtaining 15 Huan Yuan pills. Note, after taking each Huan Yuan pill, the body can be made 10 years younger and receive purification and nourishment, which can strengthen the body, make it healthy and energetic, and prevent all diseases. Note, besides their host, Huan Yuan Dan can only be taken by their host's closest relatives and the host's women. It is effective only for the first time a person takes it, and will not be effective thereafter. Only the host is not restricted. Yuan pill. Wang Qingyu's brows were full of surprise. Although there are many restrictions on loved ones and the woman you love, it is definitely worth it to be able to live 10 more years in good health. As for me, if there is no limit, wouldn't I be able to live forever? Just as he was lost in thought and excitement, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to their host for obtaining the innate succubus body. She exudes a mysterious and captivating charm, naturally attracting young people of the opposite sex. Her pupils possess hypnotic powers, allowing her to hypnotize anyone by simply holding their gaze for 5 seconds. Succubus? This? Everything was done at 6 in the afternoon. The agency where manager Mar works is the largest real estate agency in Handan, with many branches in the city. I heard that the store here had signed 2 more orders worth tens of millions, so managers from nearby stores also came over. For a while, the store was crowded. Everyone looked at Wang Qingyu in surprise and curiosity. After watching the seller leave, manager Mar clapped his hands, and all the store staff came out, including Wang Jiayi and Wang Jiayue, and automatically divided into 2 teams, then applauded and shouted. "Congratulations, Mr. Wang, for getting 2 large villas." Wang Qingyu, who preferred to keep a low profile, smiled slightly and waited until everyone had dispersed before saying, "Manager Mar, are you going to pay the taxes tomorrow?" Manager Mar nodded, and the corners of his chubby face couldn't be suppressed from turning up. "Yes, the taxes for the 3 villas will be handled together tomorrow." Then he smiled and said, "Why don't we take everyone with us and have fun together?" Chapter 40, Adultery has always been a cause for death. We had a dinner party tonight and drank quite a bit of wine, then went to KTV and sang until midnight. Wang Qingyu, who has always had a good alcohol tolerance, also became a little drunk after drinking a lot. After everyone left, manager Mar tactfully gave the task of sending Wang Qingyu to their hotel to Wang Jiayi and Wang Jiayue, who had not drunk any alcohol. Following Wang Qingyu's hint, sisters Wang Jiayi and Wang Jiayue understood what they were going to do tonight. After discussing with Wang Qingyu, he decided to go back to the store to get the villa key and spend the night in the villa. Wang Qingyu has already signed the contract for villa number 9, which is worth 11.5 million yuan, and has handed over the full amount to the bank for supervision. The landlord simply left all the keys in the store. Let Wang Qingyu move in at any time. The 3 of them took the keys and Wang Jiayue drove back to the villa. Wang Jiayue started the car nervously. She passed the driving test last summer. I have also driven my father's manual wooling car and my aunt's automatic Volkswagen several times. But it was my first time driving such an expensive car as Audi, so I couldn't help but feel scared. After returning to the villa, Wang Jiayi calmed down a little, but she was particularly proactive tonight, which made Wang Jiayue stunned and blushing. The next morning, I paid the taxes and received the keys to the 3 villas. Wang Qingyu directly asked someone to change the locks of the 3 villas. I don't know if it was the effect of his innate succubus body or the 2 intimate exchanges, but the Wang Jiayi sisters were conquered by him and knew the taste of it. In short, Wang Jiayi and Wang Jiayue are becoming more and more infatuated with him and obsessed with him. The look she gave him was full of love and admiration, without caring at all whether others were present or not. When we returned to Zhongyan County, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Thinking that he hadn't eaten Xu Mingyu for 2 consecutive days, the girl's fair, tender, fragrant and soft body made him miss her very much. Wang Qingyu drove directly to the gate of Hanlin Yuan and then called Xu Mingyu. "Wife, what are you doing?" Xu Mingyu was lying on the sofa. Although the TV was on, her eyes were hazy and she was dazed. When she heard her boyfriend's voice, she instantly perked up. "Husband. Where are you?" Wang Qingyu couldn't help but smile when he heard the girl's soft and ethereal voice. "Outside your neighbor. She is Bai Jie's daughter." Although she is an adopted daughter, it is enough to make people excited just thinking about it. Especially when thinking about the bet between him and Bai Jie. Before, Bai Jie was still confident. "I feel that no girl would like me, a poor guy with good looks but no wealth or wealth. Now I have an 18-year-old girlfriend with fair skin, beautiful looks and long legs." I wonder what her expression would be when she found out that this girlfriend was none other than her daughter. It must be exciting to think about. Especially, she said, if he found a girl who was willing to bear his child, she would not only allow him to bring her back, but he would not be jealous either. He even threatened to help them raise their children and pay child support. Yeah, that's right. If Xu Mingyu really gets pregnant and gives birth to a child, wouldn't she be the child's grandmother? Of course I have to help take care of the kids. Chapter 41, You little slut, how dare you steal my man? Har. Xu Mingyu put her hand in front of her mouth and blew on it to make sure her teeth smelled good after brushing. She couldn't help but smile happily. But when she remembered that she had washed herself specially for kissing before going out on a date, the girl couldn't help feeling embarrassed. The thought of her lover doing something unbelievable to her made her cheeks burn even more. The beautiful face in the mirror also had an alluring blush on her face. After adjusting her clothes in front of the mirror and making sure they were beautiful and there were no problems, the girl picked up her phone and ran out in a hurry, worried that her boyfriend would have to wait for a long time. When I arrived at the gate of the community, I saw the familiar black Audi parked on the side of the road. Wang Qingyu leaned against the car. She has a tall figure and wears white casual clothes. From a distance, she looks thin and elegant. A pair of long legs are particularly eye-catching in front of the Audi. With his fair, clean, handsome face, he is even more charming and makes people's heart beat faster at first sight. Every woman passing by on the roadside, whether they were middle-aged women, young women or young girls, would turn around and take a peek. Seeing a few spirited girls with tattoos gathered together and peeking at her boyfriend from afar, the girl unconsciously raised the corners of her mouth. Humph, look, no matter how you look at it, it's not yours. Thinking of this, he immediately trotted to Wang Qingyu to declare his sovereignty. The voice she called out was delicate and a little proud, husband tilde. As he said this, he opened his arms for a hug. Wang Qingyu was standing next to the trash can. Seeing this, he put out the cigarette butt and threw it into the extinguisher. He bent down and hugged the girl's slender waist. Shumingyue's smile became brighter, she raised her chin a little proudly, and looked at those energetic girls as if showing off. Seeing them looking at her, she immediately raised her pretty face and asked for a kiss. Wang Qingyu naturally noticed the girl's vanity and found it a little funny. He simply lowered his head and kissed the girl's delicate and moist cherry lips. Shumingyue's body trembled as if she had been electrocuted. Her body and mind seemed to be possessed by a demon. She had no time to show off. She couldn't help but stretch out her slender arms and put them around her boyfriend's neck. A pair of snow-white, slender long legs unconsciously wrapped around Wang Qingyu's waist. Wang Qingyu also took the opportunity to grab the girl's hips, put her on the hood of the car, and tasted the girl's cherry lips unscrupulously. It's fragrant, sweet, soft, and a little refreshing. At the entrance of the community, a white Volkswagen Lavender suddenly stopped. The car window slowly lowered, revealing a soft face. Bai Jie stared blankly at the intimate couple not far away, and was instantly struck by lightning. Then, is that Wang Qingyu? All primary and secondary schools in the city officially started their summer vacation this afternoon. After sending her students to school, Bai Jie drove home and prepared to have a big meal with her daughter. Unexpectedly, I saw a brand new and shiny Audi A8 by chance, and I took a second look at it. When I looked up, I saw a man and a woman kissing passionately beside the car. She was very familiar with the man's figure and clothes. Especially the white casual wear, which she bought herself. Her boyfriend wore it when they met at the rental house yesterday. She immediately determined that the man who was hugging a tall girl in front of the Audi A8 was Wang Qingyu. This bastard! How dare you cheat on me behind my back? Bai Jie was so angry that she was fuming, but she couldn't block the gate with her car, so she immediately drove into the community, parked in the green belt next to it, and rushed over with a cold face. Caught in adultery! Caught in adultery! I want to see it! Which little slut dares to steal my man? I must slap her today. After leaving the community gate, Bai Jie saw the adulterous couple still kissing passionately in the street as if no one was around. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth. The man who seduced me at the gate of my community. It's clearly a provocation. I'm so angry. With trembling hands, Bai Jie took out her cell phone and turned on the video. She suppressed her anger, bent down and crawled along the cypress green belt. Seeing that the couple was still in high spirits and wanted to do it in public, Bai Jie was furious. She took 2 steps forward and secretly hid behind a plane tree. Snort. Judging from her figure, she should be young. I want to see how beautiful this little bitch is. How dare she steal my man? Raise your phone and record the evidence. This time, you little slut will be ruined. And Wang Qingyu? You playboy. Just wait for me. Bai Jie was stunned when she suddenly remembered the bet she made with Wang Qingyu the night before. I don't want to have children. He threatened to find a beautiful girl who was willing to bear a child for him. I didn't believe it, so I made a bet with him as a joke. Let him find someone he wants. I won't be angry or jealous. I can also allow him to bring the child home, have as many children as he wants, and I will pay to raise them. Damn it, this bastard Wang Qingyu, he wouldn't take it seriously, right? Time passed minute by minute, and it was unknown how long it had been. Just when Bai Jie was so angry that her face turned red and her heart was so sour that she wanted to rush over with a knife, the couple finally separated. Bai Jie saw the man turn around and immediately saw Wang Qingyu's face. It's really him. Wang Qingyu didn't pay attention to his surroundings at this moment. Xu Mingyu in front of him had a beautiful white face that was flushed after their tenderness and love. She is fair with a rosy complexion, has a rosy face, and bright eyes as soft as water. She is extremely charming and attractive, so beautiful that you can't take your eyes off her. Husband Tilder. Xu Mingyu was still sitting on the hood, holding the man's slender waist with both hands, her head tilted in Wang Qingyu's arms, her voice soft, yet with a hint of resentment. I miss you so much, Tilder. Wang Qingyu's lips curved into a gentle smile. Really? What do you think? Xu Mingyu raised her innocent face and pouted her pink lips. I think about you every day, day and night, all the time. As she spoke, a blush rose on her snowy cheeks again. I don't want to do anything. My mind is full of my husband. I didn't sleep well all night. You don't come to see me. Wang Qingyu chuckled and couldn't help pinching the rosy little face. The girl's cheeks don't look fat and she doesn't have baby fat. But it feels meaty, soft and smooth when you pinch it. Because I went to Handan City for business. What did you do? There was curiosity in Xu Mingyue's clear eyes. Didn't you buy a villa before? Wang Qingyu turned around and opened the car door. After the two of them got in, he continued, after we went there yesterday, we saw 2 more villas in the Hershey Villa district and bought them both directly. Xu Mingyue's mouth dropped open in shock. You bought 2 more sets? Tilder. It's about the same price as the first one, just over 10 million. Wang Qingyu smiled and nodded. This morning I paid another 1.21 million in taxes and got the keys to the 3 villas. I then arranged for someone to change the locks on each door of the villas. Husband, you are too rich, aren't you? Xu Mingyu was dumbfounded. Wang Qingyu smiled slightly. Look, I just finished my work and drove over to see you immediately. Hee, hubby, you've worked hard. Xu Mingyu stepped forward and offered a kiss, then blushed and whispered, I can reward you. Wang Qingyu raised a wicked smile and immediately started the car, speeding towards the Qinhe Classics where he rented a house. Bai Jie, who was standing behind the plane tree, was completely disheveled in the wind. That little slut seems to be monthly. Impossible. Chapter 38. Listen to mom, leave that liar. Isn't Yaya sleeping at home? Yes, Yaya must be sleeping at home. That little bitch only looks like Yaya in figure and hairstyle. All skinny little girls are like this. Bai Jie muttered to herself, walking quickly towards home in her high heels. Thinking about how Wang Qingyu and that little bitch had just done such a despicable and shameless thing in such an ambiguous and indecent posture in public, she felt so angry that her chest ached. She quickly arrived at the door of her house and took out the key from her bag. Bai Jie was about to open the door when she suddenly felt a little scared. Afraid that the room was empty and Yaya was not at home. She took a deep breath, and her breasts swelled visibly. The key in Bai Jie's hand was finally firmly inserted into the small hole. The door opened and I walked slowly through the entrance hall. The living room was empty, without a trace of anyone. Only monkeys on TV beat women. Yaya? Bai Jie put down her bag and immediately went to Xu Mingyue's bedroom. The bedroom door was not closed, so there was no one inside. Bai Jie was a little out of breath. She held her breath and went to the bathroom. The stone in her heart finally fell down. He frantically found his cell phone and tremblingly dialed Xu Mingyue's number. Mom? What's wrong? The charming voice was very different from usual. Bai Jie's heart sank, but she took a deep breath and tried to control her tone. Yaya, why aren't you home? You sound strange, are you sick? I'm fine, just a little tired from shopping. Mom, are you back? A classic from Qinhe, Xu Mingyue's snow-white cheeks flushed with an alluring blush. She grabbed her boyfriend's big hand and glared at him shyly. Tilder. Bai Jie had a bad feeling in her heart. Where are you? I'll come find you and we'll go have barbecue together. Xu Mingyu raised her eyes to look at her boyfriend. The desire in those affectionate peach blossom eyes was like a tsunami. Mom, forget it today. I'm out shopping with my friends. Tilder. Friend? Boyfriend, right. Bai Jie regained her composure at this time, took off her high heels, and sat down on the sofa. Xu Mingyu felt a little guilty and could only act coquettishly. Mom is so smart. Tilder. Don't give me that. Tilder. Bai Jie sneered, your boyfriend who drives an Audi A8. Mom tilde, I only have this one boyfriend tilde. Xu Mingyu acted coquettishly again. Bai Jie frowned and asked again, what's his name? How old is he this year? Where is he from? What does he do for a living? He, Mom, are you checking the household registration? Xu Mingyu smiled coquettishly. Bai Jie said angrily, I'm your mother. You have a boyfriend, so shouldn't I ask you about it? Feeling that her mother's tone was a bit fierce, Xu Mingyu frowned and looked at her boyfriend for help. Wang Qingyu lowered his head and looked at the girl below. He heard what the mother and daughter had just said. He guessed that Bai Jie might know something, but he was not afraid. Instead, he curled up a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. He nodded at the little girl below. Seeing this, Xu Mingyu confessed honestly, his name is Wang Qingyu. Qing means clear and Yu means giving. How about it? Does it sound nice? Although she was mentally prepared, Bai Jie was still confused for a moment. This bastard. It's him? He actually. Bai Jie couldn't say it. Whenever she thought about the fact that both she and Ye had had sex with him, she felt like the sky was falling. If this gets out, how can I face people? Seeing that her mother didn't say anything, Xu Mingyu continued, I'm 30 years old this year and I'm from Yan'e town. Ye, listen to me. Bai Jie covered her swollen and painful chest, feeling extremely angry. This girl, after being cheated, was still helping others count money. He's too old, break up with him immediately, you two are not suitable. Xu Mingyu blinked her beautiful eyes, looking a little silly, obviously not expecting her mother to say that. Why? You're not that much older. Xu Mingyu pouted and said, he looks very young and in good health. Of course I know he looks young. I know better than you whether you are in good health or not. Bai Jie complained inwardly, but she suppressed her anger, that won't work either. In our county, men in their 30s who are still looking for a partner are either hiding the fact that they are married and want to have an affair, or their families are too poor. A lot of stinky men are like this, pretending to be single, pretending to be rich, and lying to pretty girls like you. That's why so many girls are treated as mistresses. That Wang Qingyu, if he's not married, he's just pretending to be rich to trick you. That Audi A8, he either rented it or borrowed it. Listen to me, leave that liar. Xu Mingyue's eyes were red. He's not a liar, and there's no need for him to lie to me. I don't care if he has money or is a wealthy man. And Xu Mingyu pouted, looking at her loving boyfriend, her heart becoming more determined. Besides, I was there when he bought the Audi A8 and saw him swipe the card with my own eyes. He is not a liar. Bai Jie was stunned for a moment, listening to her daughter's intermittent crying, and was at a loss for a moment. Did you see with your own eyes the Audi A8 he bought with a credit card? Is he rich? Bai Jie suddenly remembered that he had transferred 1.6 million to her the night before. Suddenly, I was shocked. Where did he get so much money? Chapter 39. My mother agreed that we should be together. Xu Mingyu. You're not listening, are you? Bai Jie was anxious. Completely anxious. She knew what the two were doing, of course she guessed it. Whenever she thought about the scene of her daughter being so affectionate with her Wang Qingyu, her heart felt like it was being pricked by needles. Mom tilde. Xu Mingyu was frightened by her mother, and tears rolled out of her beautiful eyes, sliding down the corners of her eyes and into her ears. I have always been very obedient and well behaved. But. Xu Mingyue's crying voice was filled with pleading, this is my first time in love. I love him very much, really do. He didn't pretend to be rich and deceive me. Can you let me make the decision myself? Indeed, the sisters Xu Mingyu and Xu Mingzu have always been very well behaved and sensible. Having lost their mother at a young age, they are very sensible and know that they are different from others, so they never cry, make a fuss or act willfully. At such a young age, he could dress and wash himself because his father Xu Jiangyu was busy with work. They live with their grandparents, eat well, wash dishes, and help their grandparents with housework and herding sheep. He has never acted like a child and never asks for anything on his own initiative. Later, my grandparents grew old and died of illness one after another. My father Xu Jiangyu also died of drinking on the eve of his wedding. After the funeral, the two sisters were surprisingly quiet, neither crying nor making a fuss. They stood in the yard at a loss, waiting for their relatives to decide on their fate. But my relatives are not wealthy, they all have elderly parents and young children to take care of, and they don't want to be a burden. Just want to divide the family property. Because Xu Mingyue's father worked hard from the countryside and bought a house and a car in the city, he is the richest among their relatives. His property attracted the attention of many people. Especially Xu Mingyue's grandparents and aunt's family, they even fought over the property. Bai Jie has been blaming herself, thinking that it was because she saved herself and knew herself that Xu Jianyu was in trouble today. This made the two already poor little girls become lonely and helpless, losing their mother and completely losing their father. So, she made up her mind. Despite opposition from her own family and Xu Mingyue's relatives, she decided to continue raising the two girls as Xu Jianyu's legal wife. A lawsuit was filed for this, and fortunately, the Xu family's assets were successfully preserved in the end. Although it wasn't much, it was still for two little girls. After following her, the two little girls became more sensible and well-behaved. She washes her own clothes and takes a bath, goes to school by herself, and sometimes even comes home early from school and makes simple home-cooked meals for her. But she also knew that the two girls were trying their best to please her and be well-behaved and sensible, which was because they felt insecure. I'm always worried that she will remarry, have her own children, and no longer want them. This is also the reason why she vowed not to have any more children. Fortunately, as time went by, with her loving care, the two girls grew up happily. The elder sister is lively and cheerful, while the younger sister is quiet but not introverted and does not have low self-esteem. They get along well, like mother and daughter, like sisters, and like friends. She never lost her temper with them. He has even been proud of having them and treated them as his own daughters. This was the first time Xu Mingyu cried in front of her and begged her. Bai Jie couldn't help but feel soft in her heart when she heard the sad pleading voice. Okay, tilde. Bai Jie raised a smile and said unhappily, Mom is just worried that she will lie to you, since. Her heart was bleeding, as long as he is not lying to you. Since you love him so much, then, let's just be together for now, tilde. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes felt sore and red. After hanging up the phone silently, Bai Jie slumped down on the sofa powerlessly. The tears could no longer be held back and fell like a rainstorm in Handan in July. The image of that tall and handsome man emerged in my mind, his good, his bad, his gentle and refined, his rude and brutal. She felt like her heart had been dug out, and she was lost and confused. Xu Mingyu hung up the phone, suddenly hugged the man's neck excitedly, and slapped him hard on the face. Husband. Very good. My mother agrees that we should be together. Wang Qingyu narrowed his eyes slightly, a little surprised, and didn't understand what Bai Jie was thinking. He agreed so easily. But it doesn't matter, the best is yet to come. Chapter 40 I'm hungry. Yeah, my husband really loves you so much, tilde. Wang Qingyu held the girl in his arms with a gentle look in his eyes. He always loved Xu Mingyu deeply, and it could be said that his love was deep-rooted and deeply rooted. I love my husband too, tilde. Xu Mingyu muttered and shrank like a kitten in her boyfriend's broad arms. Her face is radiant and beautiful, her beauty is like spring, her snow-white cheeks are slightly flushed, and her cheeks are flushed, she is beautiful beyond words. There was a hint of water in her charming eyes, and the look she gave Wang Qingyu was full of affection. Today, she is very happy and very content. Her mother agreed to her relationship with her boyfriend, and with her support, she felt more at ease. Especially her boyfriend's hug and comfort after each time made her feel safe when she was most vulnerable. Seeing Xu Mingyu fall asleep in a daze after being happy. Wang Qingyu got off the cement mattress and went to the balcony of the living room without even wearing any underwear. She lay down on the chaise longue and took out a cigar from the space and lit it. I paid 1.213 million in taxes today and received a cashback of 12.13 million, leaving a balance of 42.617 million. He used to be worried every day. I am worried about how to make good use of these 3 opportunities every day and what to buy to get the most cash back. Now I suddenly understand. Why bother so much? The most important thing for a person is to be content. If you worry about this all day long, you will lose the original intention of happiness. Anyway, with the system cashback, I will never be short of money in the future. Why bother worrying about how to make more money? He stretched out his hand, and a yellow pill suddenly appeared in his hand. 1 yuan pill, after taking it, can make you 10 years younger, and it can purify and nourish your body, making it simply strengthened, healthier, more energetic, and free from all diseases. Looking at its appearance, it is a yellow glass ball-sized pill with a restrained luster and a strange fragrance. He planned to give one to his parents and grandparents, and use one for himself first. As for the remaining 10, don't give them away blindly to your women for now. See how they perform in the future and decide based on the circumstances. Thinking of this, he put the Huan Yuan pill directly into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth, and a fragrance rushed straight to his forehead and instantly spread throughout his limbs. Wang Qingyu felt as if something in his body was awakening. He instantly became full of energy and seemed to have endless energy. When I came to my senses, I found that my whole body was covered with dirt. The stars move, the sun and the moon rotate, and when I wake up, it is already night. Hubby. Xu Mingyu ran to the bedroom door without wearing any clothes, opened it a crack, and stuck her head out. Woke up. Wang Qingyu, who was sitting in the living room playing with his mobile phone, stood up immediately when he heard the sound. When I opened the door, I saw the little girl had already trotted into bed. Wang Qingyu couldn't help but smile evilly when he saw this. After being baptized by the Huan Yuan pill, his body was already full of energy and enthusiasm. As soon as Xu Mingyu saw her boyfriend's actions, she knew what he wanted to do. She shrank her shoulders in fear and begged pitifully, "Hubby, I'm hungry tilder." "Yeah. Hey, let me see." Wang Qingyu pulled back the quilt and placed his big hand on the girl's snow-white, flat belly. The little belly, as soft as jade, collapsed as expected. Occasionally, he would grunt a few times. The delicate little wife begged pitifully and weakly. Wang Qingyu naturally wanted to be gentle with the girl and couldn't bear to destroy her beauty again, so he could only suppress his thoughts temporarily and slept from the afternoon until 9 o'clock in the evening. It was indeed time to eat something. I took the girl out for a barbecue to replenish my energy. Are you full? Wang Qingyu put his arm around Xu Mingyu's slender waist, touched her smooth belly, and looked at her with an ambiguous look. "Let's go back." Xu Mingyu shuddered reflexively, her cheeks flushed slightly. "Hubby, it's getting late, I should leave." She had been exhausted enough in the afternoon and was physically and mentally exhausted today. She was really scared. Wang Qingyu hugged the girl reluctantly. "Anyway, your mother has agreed. How about staying at my place tonight? Let's just forget it tilder." Xu Mingyu knew that if she went back tonight, she would not be able to rest well at night. "I just had some unpleasantness with my mother today, and I want to go back and spend some time with her." "Are you back?" As soon as I opened the door and walked in, Bai Jie's calm voice came over. Xu Mingyu smiled awkwardly and quickly trotted to her mother's side, giggling and acting coquettishly. Hee, Mom, I miss you so much tilder." "Being spoiled again tilder." Bai Jie gave her daughter a displeased look, then got up and went to the kitchen, bringing out a pot of pork ribs. "You've been out there for so long, you must be exhausted, right? Eat these ribs and you'll have a good rest." "Hey, thank you, Mom tilder." Xu Mingyu felt warm in her heart. Even though she had just eaten a full meal, it was difficult for her to refuse and she started to eat it obediently. Bai Jie just sat beside her, looking at her quietly. Seeing Xu Mingyu's slim and thin figure, he felt more pity for her. Ye is so weak, how can she withstand the disturbance of that bastard? She knew that bastard all too well. He looks gentle and polite. But in private, he is a completely different person, rude, barbaric, and reckless. No, I have to have a good talk with him. Chapter 41. You don't want Mingyu to know about our relationship, right? Why are you here? It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Bai Jie's sudden appearance was unexpected but also reasonable. He tilder. Bai Jie stared at the man in front of her with a pair of cold eyes, unblinking, and sneered, "What? Now that you have a new love, does that mean your old love is no longer welcome?" Wang Qingyu raised the corner of his mouth. "Of course you are welcome." He pulled her in and slammed the door. Being forced to the wall, Bai Jie still had no expression on her face, and her eyes were still cold. "Did you do that on purpose?" Wang Qingyu smiled faintly. "What do you mean by intentional? What do you think?" Bai Jie pushed Wang Qingyu away in annoyance, then sat down on the sofa. "Did you already know that Ye was your daughter and approach her on purpose?" "You've wronged me." Wang Qingyu came and sat down opposite Bai Jie. He had a rare moment of free time and was drinking tea. He picked up the fairness cup, added some tea to his own cup, and took out another cup to pour some for Bai Jie as well. "When I first met her, I had never seen her before and didn't know her name. It was completely a coincidence. I didn't know about your relationship with her until the day before yesterday, when I saw the birthday present you bought me. Birthday present? That iPhone 8. Bai Jie frowned, and she suddenly remembered Xu Mingyue's new cell phone, which her friend said was bought for her. Yes, I bought two at that time, one red and one space gray. Although Mingyu bought them, I paid for them. Bai Jie suddenly breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. She was a little worried that Wang Qingyu was getting closer to Xu Mingyu to take revenge on her for not wanting to have a child, and was trying to deceive the innocent girl. Looking at the man in front of me, he has a handsome face, a tall and stylish figure, a mature and elegant temperament, and exudes charming charm. Bai Jie's heart was pounding when she saw it, and she felt a little dazed. Yes, he is so handsome, so tall, and so charming. I have been with him for so long, but I still never get tired of seeing him. I love him madly and my face turns red when I see him. Not to mention that she was just an innocent little girl. So, what are you going to do next? Wang Qingyu raised his eyebrows and smiled. What should we do? Bai Jie was so confused at this moment that she didn't know what to do. She hesitated and asked, you guys slept together, right? Tilde. Wang Qingyu nodded slightly, not shying away from the question. That's at least 4 or 5 times, right? I've only been back for 3 days, and this has happened 4 or 5 times. After hearing the answer, even though Bai Jie already knew it, she couldn't help but feel a little choked up in her heart, and could only take deep breaths in discomfort. Bai Jie took a breath and then said softly, break up with her. You two are not suitable for each other. Har har, if we are not suitable, then who is suitable? Wang Qingyu chuckled, with you? Bai Jie's tone paused, and she didn't know what to say. She instinctively still hoped to be with Wang Qingyu. But after this happened, even if Xu Mingyu and Wang Qingyu broke up, if he and Wang Qingyu were still together, he would not be able to face Xu Mingyu. It's so embarrassing. Just as she was daydreaming, Wang Qingyu drank the tea in the cup and then sat down next to Bai Jie. I won't break up with Ye. This is Ye's first time in love. She belongs to me physically and mentally now. Even though we've only been together for a few days, you should have seen that she loves me very much. If I break up with her, it will definitely hit her hard and hurt her. Wang Qingyu's answer was direct and clear. Besides, she is so pure and sweet, with such a good figure, fair skin and tender skin. Why should I break up with such a young and beautiful 18-year-old girlfriend? Didn't you tell me before that you could let me find someone I wanted and that I wouldn't be jealous or angry? Wang Qingyu thought of that night and was so happy he couldn't stop grinning. You even said if I found the baby, I'd bring it back and let it have any babies. You even threatened to help us raise it. So you don't have to give birth yourself. You tilde. Bai Jie was furious. I was just joking, didn't you know? Har har, are you kidding? Wang Qingyu said jokingly, you just don't believe it. I think I'm old and poor, and I don't believe I can find a fair-skinned, beautiful girl who is willing to bear my child. Well, now I've found it. Wang Qingyu put his arm around her shoulders, a proud smile on his lips. We agreed before, once a word is spoken, it cannot be taken back. Look, when are we going to clarify our relationship? We are all family now. We must love each other, be honest and upright, and not deceive each other. Can't say. Upon hearing this, Bai Jie immediately grabbed Wang Qingyu's hand and shook her head firmly. Don't tell me. If you tell me, how are we going to face each other in the future? Wang Qingyu smiled and said, what should we do then? Bai Jie was stunned again when she heard this. Her eyes gradually became empty. She murmured sadly, okay, I'll do it for you. I'll do it for you, okay. What do you mean? Wang Qingyu asked with a frown. What I mean is. When Bai Jie said this, she paused and looked at the man she loved deeply. The handsome face gradually blurred in my sight, tears streaming down my cheeks. I withdraw, I will help you. From now on, we break up, cut off all ties, and never forget each other. Then he stood up suddenly and said, Ye is simple and kind, I hope you treat her well. Also, I hope you can keep the secret between us. If she finds out, it won't be good for either of us. He tilde. Is this breaking up with me, withdrawing voluntarily, and giving way to others? No tilde. You can break up just like that, and get back together just like that. Are you kidding me? Wang Qingyu pulled her into his arms and slapped her on the butt in annoyance. You said before that once you made a promise, it's impossible to take it back, but now you regret it. So what do you say we should do? Bai Jie's eyes instantly turned red, and she pouted and cried like rain. Do you think I am willing? You big bastard. Donkey hanging ham goods. Note, ham goods, the correct pronunciation is manhwa. It's all your fault. I love you so much, and you actually seduced my daughter. Wang Qingyu rolled his eyes, he's not my biological child. As he said that, he pushed her down on the sofa, looked down at her graceful white figure on the sofa, and the corners of his mouth deepened with teasing. Teacher Bai, you don't want Mingyu to know about our relationship, right? Bai Jie leaned back, what do you want to do? Wang Qingyu slowly approached and pinched her chin with his hand. From now on, she will be in the light and you will be in the dark. Let's continue like this. How about it? You actually want to? Bai Jie's face flushed, not knowing whether it was out of anger or shame. I can't say what comes next. He just shook his head firmly, no. Wang Qingyu sneered, you said before that as long as I find her, you won't be jealous or angry, and you'll allow me to bring her back. As a teacher, you must lead by example and keep your word. But I didn't ask you to look for Ye. Bai Jie reached out and grabbed Wang Qingyu's t-shirt and wiped it on her face. Wang Qingyu smirked and said, no matter what, that's what you said. If you don't want to, I'll tell Ye. If she knew, she would definitely be very sad, upset and in pain. If your own mother robs you, you might not be able to bear the blow. Bai Jie was speechless. Chapter 42, Having Your Pour. Are you convinced? I give in Tilda. Do you want to split more? Want? Bai Jie's cheeks flushed, her breathing still stagnant, but she still struggled to get up, her face full of stubbornness. No matter what, we have to break up. Since you have chosen Ye and she has chosen you, I can no longer be foolish and do something to let her down. Wang Qingyu chuckled, who said I chose Ye? My choice is to have both fish and bear's paw. I want fish, and I also want bear's paw. As he said this, he hugged her head and put away his cynicism. His expression was surprisingly serious. Sister, I know you have always loved me. To be honest, I really love you, too. Life is short, just a few years. You've already suffered for so long, why worry too much? Aren't we in a pretty good state right now? You can let Ye find someone you know well, and you can feel at ease, and you can also be happy. How wonderful it would be if we could all live together in the future and never be separated. Bai Jie lowered her eyes slightly and remained silent. After a while, she finally opened her red lips softly. Well, I'll go back first. Ye is home alone Tilda. She is now in a state of disarray. On the one hand, he really couldn't bear to leave Wang Qingyu, but on the other hand, he was afraid that if he continued, it would hurt Ye. By then, the quarrel will be huge and will affect the relationship between the two parties. Let's go, I'll drive you Tilda. Hearing Wang Qingyu's words, Bai Jie was slightly startled, with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. Is the Audi A8 really yours? Wang Qingyu smiled slightly, what else? And what about the 1.6 million? Where did you get so much money? Bai Jie asked in confusion. Wang Qingyu said mysteriously, don't worry about that. All you need to know is that I didn't steal or rob. Everything came from legal sources. Bai Jie rolled her eyes at him and said, that's better. I don't want to visit you in prison in the future. He said this coldly and walked out the door. It was a cold voice and icy words, but Wang Qingyu couldn't help but feel warm when he heard them. That's it. Go meet the landlord and sign the contract directly. Hanlin Year UN, Building 8, Unit 1, Room 701. The morning sun was particularly bright. Wang Qingyu looked around the room. It had 3 bedrooms and a living room, and was nicely decorated. It looked pretty good. The important thing is that upstairs is 801, Bai Jie's home. I have 3 villas to live in the city. In a county town, you should at least have a house of your own. It's not a good idea to rent a house all the time. Wang Qingyu made an appointment with the agent early in the morning, looked at 3 sets, and finally decided on this one. It has 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, and is 126 square meters. Although it is not big, it is enough for living. The decoration is also very good. The key is that Bai Jie's house is upstairs. It would be convenient for Bai Jie or Xu Mingyu to come and see me. Simply perfect. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you spent 819,000 yuan on buying a house for yourself, and you will be rewarded with a tenfold cashback of 8.19 million yuan. Balance, 50.8 million. Mr. Wang, are you married? The landlord's Aunt Liu Xiuxiang is about 50 years old, with a wealthy figure and well dressed. Wang Qingyu was tall and handsome, with a fair complexion, gentle manners, and drove an Audi A8. Her family must be well off, so she couldn't help but think, my daughter is 29 years old this year and teaches at number 3 middle school. How about introducing you to her? Thank you, Aunt Liu, for your kindness. I already have a girlfriend. Liu Xiuxiang still didn't want to give up. What's wrong with having a girlfriend? You're not married yet. How about I arrange for you to meet? Maybe you two are suitable. Let me tell you, my daughter is very beautiful. Really, there's no need, Auntie. We have a good relationship. Wang Qingyu smiled and shook his head. From ancient times to the present, beautiful women have always been coveted by people. If she was really beautiful, someone would have gotten her long ago instead of being left alone until she is nearly 30. Of course, it is also possible that someone got tired of it and kicked it out. As he spoke, Wang Qingyu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he saw a graceful figure walking towards the door. The corner of his mouth raised again. Hey, here she comes. Brother Tilder. Xu Mingyu was still embarrassed to call her husband in front of outsiders. Did you buy this house? Xu Mingyu had skin as white as snow, beautiful features, and a tall and slender figure. She was as beautiful as a fairy. Liu Xiuxiang widened her eyes slightly, feeling surprised. No wonder she doesn't want to go on a blind date again. This little girl is so pretty. Even so, he still snorted a little unhappy and turned away. After successfully getting the key, Wang Qingyu chuckled, that's good now. We live close by, so you can come see me anytime. Hee tilde. Xu Mingyu was also very happy and couldn't help but stand on tiptoe and offer her pink lips. After some sweet talk, Wang Qingyu hugged Xu Mingyu and sat on the sofa, playing with a strand of the girl's hair with his fingers. Yeah, now that I've moved here and your mother has accepted us, shouldn't I go up and visit her according to etiquette? Huh? To see my mom. Xu Mingyu suddenly sat up from her lover's arms, blinked her beautiful eyes, and frowned slightly. This, I don't know either. The girl stuck out her tongue. She didn't understand this either. She wanted to be with her lover openly, but she was worried that her mother would stop her again, and she was also a little shy. You should still visit. Wang Qingyu stood up, otherwise, if she finds out, she'll say I don't know etiquette. Oh tilde. Xu Mingyu pouted her lips, and her pink and tender tongue slid across her lower lip. She felt inexplicably nervous and uneasy. Wang Qingyu couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. He stepped forward and touched the girl's head. Okay, go back first and tell your mother, so as not to be too sudden and look bad. As for me, I'll just buy some things and then go over. Saying hello in advance is to avoid visiting someone without permission. After all, in this hot weather, some people like to wear cool clothes at home, or even wear nothing at all. Although he had seen Bai Jie's body everywhere, it would always seem a bit abrupt to visit her without permission. Oh. Okay tilde. Xu Mingyu felt relieved that her boyfriend was so thoughtful. Thinking that my boyfriend is tall, handsome, mature, gentle, and financially strong, my confidence has increased. What? Your boyfriend bought the house downstairs. Bai Jie, who was lying down at home, sat up suddenly when she heard that Wang Qingyu had bought the house downstairs. Yeah, I bought it for 820,000. Xu Mingyu came to sit next to her mother and said shyly, He also said that he would come to visit you later tilde. Visiting me? Bai Jie's heart trembled. This brat bought a house downstairs and came to visit. What does he want to do? Xu Mingyu said shyly, well, he said that since he moved here, he should visit his mother, otherwise it would seem impolite. Bai Jie sneered when she heard that. I don't believe him at all. Moving downstairs is obviously to make it easier to date. I just don't know whether he did it to make it easier for him to date Yaya, or to make it easier for him to date me secretly. Or are both convenient. Chapter 43 Come in. Mom, this is my boyfriend, Wang Qingyu. At the entrance of 801, Xu Mingyu held her boyfriend's arm intimately. After shyly introducing them, she asked with a little pride, how is it? Handsome, right? Looking at Wang Qingyu who appeared at the door, Bai Jie was a little confused. She has always been graceful and has seen too many scenes. But now, facing the man and daughter in front of her, her heart was in her throat and she was so nervous that she didn't know what to do. Seeing that her mother didn't say anything, Xu Mingyu gave her a puzzled look. At this moment, Wang Qingyu suddenly spoke, his words full of meaning. Teacher Bai, long time no see. Bai Jie came back to her senses, her eyes finally moving. To cover up her previous gaffe, she pretended to be suddenly enlightened. Yes, it's you. I was wondering why it looked so familiar at first sight. Tilde. Then he turned sideways to make way for the passage. Come in quickly. Tilde. Wang Qingyu was slightly startled, and while Xu Mingyu was not paying attention, he suddenly winked at Bai Jie. Come on in. She often invites herself like this. Bai Jie understood almost instantly, her face turned red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at anyone. Wang Qingyu was carrying a box of Lulu and a box of Omul in his hands. After coming in, he put the 2 boxes of gifts on the ground. Then he smiled and said, Teacher Bai, I really didn't expect that you are Yeye's mother. Bai Jie nodded awkwardly. Yes, I didn't expect that the boyfriend Yeye mentioned would be you. Mom, brother, do you know each other? Xu Mingyu didn't understand and asked in surprise. More than just knowing each other. Tilde. Wang Qingyu raised the corner of his mouth, his smile carrying a hint of playfulness. Teacher Bai and I are close friends. As soon as these words were spoken, the blush on Bai Jie's face, which had just disappeared, instantly rose again. The friendship of pestles and mortars is an idiom, but she understood that Wang Qingyu must have been mischievous and deliberately said it literally. A friendship like a pestle and mortar? Xu Mingyu blinked, looking a little silly and cute. As a top student in liberal arts, she actually knew this idiom. It is a metaphor for making friends without caring about wealth or status. But she could never guess that Wang Qingyu only meant what he said literally. How did they meet? The girl cast a puzzled look. Wang Qingyu smiled slightly and put his arm around Xu Mingyu's waist without hesitation. Don't you know? I am the first student your mother taught. The first class she taught during her internship was ours. After she graduated, our Chinese teacher happened to give birth, so she continued to teach us. Teacher Bai is beautiful, gentle, and a good teacher. We all like her very much. At that time, my Chinese grades were excellent, and Teacher Bai took great care of me. I often talk to her. Teacher Bai is always gentle and patient, and never acts superior to students just because of her status as a teacher. In my heart, she is both my teacher and my friend. I just didn't expect that you were her daughter. R. Xu Mingyu's beautiful eyes narrowed. Really? What a coincidence. Bai Jie greeted Wang Qingyu in her heart, her smile a little stiff. Yeah, it's quite a coincidence. Wang Qingyu felt amused when he saw her gritting her teeth. Xu Mingyu suddenly noticed that her mother's face was red, and her eyebrows frowned immediately. Huh? Mom, are you feeling unwell? Why are you so red? Huh? No, it's okay. Bai Jie covered her snow-white face with her right hand, and it really felt hot. Worried that her daughter might notice something, she quickly changed the subject. Qingyu, please sit down. Tilde. Then he said to his daughter, Yeye, go get a bottle of drink from the refrigerator and chat with Qingyu. I'll go cut some fruit. Oh, let me cut it. Tilde. Xu Mingyu responded, looked at her boyfriend shyly, and immediately ran to the kitchen in a hurry. Bai Jie looked at her daughter's back, sighed helplessly, and went to the refrigerator to get 3 bottles of birch sap. Hey, yours. Tilde. He handed over the birch sap and rolled his eyes at the same time. Har har, Mr. Bai, don't bother me. I'll just sit for a while. Wang Qingyu smiled and reached out to take it. When he took it back, he touched Bai Jie's white fingers with his hand. Bai Jie was so scared as if she had been electrocuted that she quickly withdrew her hand. She looked towards the kitchen guiltily and glared at Wang Qingyu fiercely. Then she sat down next to him and asked in a low voice, why did you buy a house downstairs from us? Wang Qingyu winked at her and lowered his voice, what do you think I want to do? He crossed his legs and said, it's all for the good of both of you. For our own good. Bai Jie opened her beautiful eyes wide, with confusion in her eyes. Wang Qingyu chuckled, her masterpieces is too far away. I moved downstairs mainly to make it more convenient for the two of you. You don't have to run so far every time you come to see me. Whenever you miss me in the middle of the night, just come downstairs and I'll be there. How convenient is that? Isn't this for your own good? Hearing this, Bai Jie felt ashamed and annoyed, wondering how this boy could be so hateful. It's obvious that he wants to steal the beauty for his own convenience, but he still tries to make excuses saying that it's for our own good. You bastard! A playboy! Suddenly I felt an itch under my feet, and when I looked down, I saw a smelly foot rubbing against my legs. Bai Jie was startled and hurriedly retracted her legs. She was wearing home pajamas consisting of a t-shirt and shorts, revealing a pair of long legs. I didn't expect Wang Qingyu to be so bold, and I couldn't help but frown at him again. Ahem tilde. In order to avoid arousing Xu Mingyu's suspicion, Bai Jie deliberately coughed dryly and asked in a louder voice, Qingyu, what kind of work have you been doing after all these years since graduation? Wang Qingyu said jokingly, I started a business in Jiangcheng before, and later returned to my hometown to develop it. However, my hometown is poor, and there are not many business opportunities. I plan to return to Jiangcheng to develop it after a while. Then he added, it just so happens that Yeye also goes to school there, so I can accompany her. Bai Jie was slightly startled, a little surprised. You still want to go to Jiangcheng? Thinking that his daughter Xu Mingyu was studying in Jiangcheng, Wang Qingyu suddenly decided to go to Jiangcheng, definitely for Xu Mingyu. She suddenly felt sour in her heart and her face darkened. Yer tilde. Wang Qingyu nodded calmly, men, you still have to earn more money, otherwise you won't even have the right to have children. Since I'm not content with a stable life back home, I'll go out and try my luck, and pursue my dreams. By the way, I can also accompany Yeye. Listening to Wang Qingyu's words, Bai Jie was speechless for a moment, feeling sad. He. As expected, when new people come, the old ones are forgotten. At this time, Xu Mingyu cut the watermelon and trotted over, sitting next to Wang Qingyu naturally. Mom, brother, what are you talking about? Bai Jie forced a smile, let's talk about his work. Oh tilde. Xu Mingyu couldn't help but be curious, brother, what do you do? They had only known each other for less than 5 days, and Wang Qingyu had already bought 3 villas, a commercial house, and $1 million luxury car. Wang Qingyu smiled slightly, I started my own business and became a boss, and later I got into investment. The profits were huge, and I could easily earn 10 times more. Oh. Bai Jie raised her eyebrows and said, so, you've made a lot of money. He's so rich, no wonder he can afford an Audi. Wang Qingyu raised the corner of his mouth, a little bit, but don't worry, teacher. It's definitely enough to support you and Yeye. You are Yeye's mother. After we get married in the future, I will definitely respect you well. Chapter 44 Just give in. Who wants you to support them? Bai Jie naturally understood the teasing in Wang Qingyu's words. Then he said in a somewhat angry and arrogant tone, I have a job and a pension. You can go wherever you want. I don't need you to support me. Xu Mingyu pouted, Mom, what are you talking about tilde? You've raised us for so many years. Mingxiu and I are very grateful and will definitely repay you for your kindness. Her eyes were clear and sincere, and Bai Jie was a little moved. He couldn't help but smile gently and reached out to touch the girl's tender cheek. When he touched it, he was stunned again. The girl's skin is indeed different, soft, tender, smooth and delicate. Although I am also fair and my skin is soft. But it's a completely different feel. No wonder men like young ones. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but secretly glance at Wang Qingyu. At this time, Wang Qingyu was attracted by a row of photos in the living room and stood up curiously. Teacher Bai, is this a group photo of every graduating class you taught? As he spoke, he walked to the first photo and took a closer look. It was indeed the class he graduated from high school. Xu Mingyu suddenly came over, glanced at the photo, and saw Wang Qingyu standing behind him. Brother, isn't this you? The man in the photo has a middle-parted hairstyle, delicate eyebrows, and handsome features, and he stands out among the young men. Xu Mingyu suddenly covered her mouth with her hands, looked at Wang Qingyu in surprise, and then looked at the photo. No wonder I felt that my brother looked familiar when I first saw him. I told you I'd seen him somewhere. Wang Qingyu looked at himself in the photo and said with a smile, how is it? Handsome, right? Aha! Xu Mingyu never hesitated to praise him, so handsome. Brother must have been the most handsome boy on campus back then. Were there a lot of girls chasing after you? Not far away, Bai Jie's eyes flickered, and it seemed as if her thoughts had returned to that time. A gentle smile played on the corner of her mouth. Yes, those little girls surrounded him every day, buying him breakfast and gifts. Every holiday, like Christmas, Christmas Eve, birthdays, there are so many gifts that they can't fit on a table. Love letters arrive every day, and some even fight for him. Wow! Xu Mingyu was not jealous at all, and said in surprise, brother is really amazing. It was Wang Qingyu's first visit, so he didn't stay long. After chatting for a while, he stood up and said goodbye. Teacher, bye. Yeah, I'll go back first. You guys should rest. Bai Jie breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. Wang Qingyu always took advantage of the fact that she and Xu Mingyu were not paying attention and touched her. Bai Jie had long wanted to kick him out. Xu Mingyu was still a little reluctant. Brother, when are you planning to move in? Wang Qingyu pondered for a moment. As soon as possible. Moving is easy anyway, just spend some money and find a few people. Then he looked at the two beauties in front of him and said, we will be neighbors from now on. When you have nothing to do at home, you can come down and play with me. Xu Mingyu nodded happily, without understanding the meaning. Bai Jie was secretly ashamed and angry. Wang Qingyu went downstairs and was just about to lie down and rest for a while when his cell phone suddenly rang. Mom? What's wrong? Qin Juanxia's somewhat anxious voice came from the phone. Qingyu, come back soon. The guy who delivered your car before is here to deliver something again. Wang Qingyu raised the corner of his mouth. Qin Jingshu, you are still like this. When he arrived at the alley, Wang Qingyu looked at the crowded crowd ahead and had to park the car on the side of the road. There is never a shortage of people who like to watch the show in the village. Normally you don't see many people on the streets. But once someone fights, quarrels, or speaks loudly, many people will immediately come out to watch the fun. As soon as we got off the car, a voice rang out among the crowd. I'm back. Qingyu is back. Qingyu, that rich woman is looking for you again. This time I'm giving you a sports car. As soon as these words were spoken, all the men, women, young and old who were crowded at the alley entrance watching the excitement looked over immediately. Especially since it was broad daylight and the children were on vacation, the crowding was even more shocking than last time. Wang Qingyu was helpless. Qin Jingshu had given him a car and money in such a high-profile manner, twice. This was forcing him to go back on his own initiative. Because if he doesn't leave, trouble will come soon. After he graduated, he started his own business and achieved some success. He bought a luxury car and a house on his own. As word spread, he became known as the big boss and rich man. Every now and then, relatives, friends or neighbors would come to borrow money. Because of this matter, he was quite troubled. It's not that I'm rich but stingy. The money borrowed is basically not much, but it is never returned. No one's money comes from the wind. He had complained to Qin Jingshu about this kind of thing before. Later he fell into poverty and had no money, so he started calling people one by one to ask for money. Most of those relatives and friends have paid it back. But behind their backs, he also became a joke among them. Qin Jingshu is so high profile now just to force him to go back on his own initiative. Wang Qingyu could almost imagine what his current situation was like in the eyes of his relatives, friends and neighbors. If a rich woman supports him, gives him a car and so much money, they will think that he has endless money and it is easier to make money, easier than the wind. While making fun of you for being a gigolo and teasing you behind your back, he is also thinking about how to borrow money from you. He slowly came to the front of the crowd, and the crowd automatically made way for him. Just like the protagonist appears in a TV series. I walked through the crowd and arrived at the door of my house, and saw many familiar figures. And that familiar big car. The trunk of the truck is still made of glass. A car was parked quietly inside the glass cover. Still red. He and Qin Jingshu both like red. But this time it's not a Mercedes-Benz. But a sports car. A sports car with a cool and gorgeous design. The Ferrari in the front is still very conspicuous. Zhang Yi got out of the car wearing sunglasses and walked over in a dashing manner. He hugged Wang Qingyu's shoulders and said proudly, "Brother-in-law, where have you been?" This time, facing so many people, he was not afraid. However, when Wang Zhenhe and others invited him into their home to rest, he was still a little hesitant. "Who is your brother-in-law?" Wang Qingyu put his hands in his pockets and asked, "Why did your sister ask you to come again?" Being beaten. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes behind his sunglasses and said unhappily, "Do you think I want to come? Isn't it because of you?" He took off his sunglasses and pointed at the sports car behind him. "See that? A Ferrari. Over 4 million. Bought it just for you. Wow." As soon as these words were spoken, there was a burst of surprised sounds all around, and many people holding up their mobile phones began to take photos and videos. Zhang Yi was very satisfied with everyone's reaction and smiled proudly. After that, he took out a bank card from his pocket and said, "This is your card. There is 20 million in it. It's your pocket money. Is this sincerity enough? When will you come back with me, brother-in-law?" Seeing that Wang Qingyu didn't take the bank card, Zhang Yi stuffed it directly into Wang Qingyu's pocket and then patted him on the shoulder. "Brother, my sister has already done this much, shouldn't you give her some space? After she broke up with you, she's been busy with work and has never been in a relationship again. She only loves you. Now that they've taken the initiative, you're still not satisfied. She is now the head of the Qin Group and a female CEO worth tens of billions." Before Wang Qingyu could speak, a man in his 50s said in a rough voice, "Yes, brother. That rich woman likes you so much and is so sincere, just give in. Brother is waiting to drink at your wedding." Chapter 45. Why are you calling Qingyu a dog? Yes, that's 20 million in pocket money. Nephew, just follow them. 20 million in pocket money is just a piece of cake. This rich woman is no ordinary woman. What's the point of being so stupid? Exactly. If it were me, I'd fly over right now. As long as they don't use steel wool, everything will be fine. Har 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 har. Qingyu, if you become rich and powerful, don't forget me. Why are you calling Qingyu a dog? The spacious alley was filled with onlookers, young and old, men and women. Some had envious looks on their faces, some had playful looks on their faces, some had curiosity in their eyes, some had sarcasm in their eyes, and some spoke with contempt in their words. Some people, on the other hand, are filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, and their teeth are itching with hatred. Wang Qingyu stood in the middle of the crowd with an indifferent expression, paying no attention to this drama. Seeing that he had a cold face, Zhang Yi felt that he was asking for trouble, so he asked someone to unload the car and drove away again in the Maybach. Zhang Yi was still there, and the atmosphere became even more lively. A middle-aged man who was usually on good terms with Wang Zhenhe came forward with a smile and said, "Congratulations, old Wang. Your son is really capable." Another bold middle-aged man also joked, "That's quite impressive. He just stayed at home and earned 20 million. He's made a fortune." Someone in the crowd immediately chimed in with ridicule, "Har har, you don't have to move at home, but in a rich woman's bed, you have to move hard. Har 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 har. Old Wang, when your son leaves, you should follow him. If a rich woman takes a fancy to him, you'll be completely rich. Please treat me, old Wang." Wang Zhenhe didn't take the first few jokes seriously, but what he said later was really unpleasant. Everyone in the village knows Wang Zhenhe's reputation. He is a kind and good-tempered person. "I have always been the kind of person who smiles as long as others don't bother me. But only those in his family know that anyone who provokes him will be wrathful like thunder. When I was young, I somehow got into a conflict with the electrician from the next village. I beat up 3 of them by myself, like a bull, and fought them to the death. In the end, it took 7 or 8 men from the same family to come together and stop him. That night he went to the other party's house and beat up the leader. They had lived in the same village for decades, so Wang Zhenhe knew who had said those unpleasant words just by listening to their voice. Without saying a word, he rushed over. In the blink of an eye, a man in his 30s was pulled out from the crowd. "Let me go. What are you holding me for?" The man's name was Zhu Qiang. He was from the next village, but the woman he married was the girl who lived across from Wang Qingyu's grandmother. Wang Zhenhe grabbed his wrist and pulled him out. Zhu Qiang instinctively wanted to pry Wang Zhenhe's hands open, but Wang Zhenhe's hands were like pliers and he couldn't move them at all, so he could only shout loudly. Wang Zhenhe didn't waste any words, raised his other hand and slapped him directly. Bang! This attack was so fast and fierce that no one was prepared for it except the Wang family members. Wang Zhenhe glared and yelled at the same time, "Damn it! What did you just say? Say it again." Zhu Qiang was tall and thin, and he was a little confused and timid at this time. It wasn't until several men came over to try to stop the fight that Zhu Qiang seemed to react and immediately started cursing, "Fuck! Dare to hit me!" As he said that, he raised his foot and kicked Wang Zhenhe. However, his body had been pulled away by the men from the Wang family, so he couldn't kick them at all. But Zhu Qiang felt that he had lost face in public, and with so many people trying to stop the fight, he wanted to find Wang Zhenhe to fight like a madman. "Fuck! Let me go! Let the fuck go of me! Fuck you! Dare to hit me!" He cursed and went crazy, trying to break free from everyone and fight Wang Zhenhe to the death. Seeing this, several men from the family looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Wang Zhenqing, who was standing next to him, grabbed Zhu Qiong's arm tightly and blocked his legs with his feet, saying with a smile, "Stop fighting, brother." On the other side, Wang Zhenyin tightly grasped Zhu Qiong's other arm. "Yeah, we're all from the same village, there's no need." There was a young man behind him who locked his neck directly. "My uncle has such a bad temper, don't bother with him." "Why did you bother him for no reason?" The three men tried to stop the fight, saying nice things while locking Zhu Qiong's body tightly. There were several men nearby who were also staring at Zhu Qiong. When Zhu Qiong saw this, his nose almost became crooked with anger. Wang Zhenhe's face was gloomy and his voice was furious. "It's okay, let him go. Let him come over." As he said this, he walked forward and pulled apart a few of his brothers, ready to challenge the other party in a duel. Wang Qingyu knew that his father had a bad temper, but he suddenly reached out and stopped him. "Dad, go back first and leave this to me." Wang Zhenhe's stubborn temper completely flared up, and he said in a deep voice, "Qingyu, get out of the way. I wonder what he can do." Speaking of it, Zhu Qiong is an enemy of Wang Qingyu's family. The house opposite Wang Qingyu's grandmother's house is his father-in-law's house. His father-in-law's surname is Liu, and his name is Liu Jiongwo. "I have 2 sons and 4 daughters." Liu Jiongwo relied on his 2 sons, for married daughters, and 4 sons-in-law, thinking that he had more people and more power, so he started to show off. When he saw Wang Qingyu's uncle Wang Zhenyi building a house, he started to make trouble, and they finally fought and became enemies. At that time, Wang Zhenhe was out of town, and the 2 brothers had a conflict over family property, so he didn't pay much attention to it. But the 2 families have always been at odds. Liu Jiongwo even built a slope at the door to prevent households from getting into their house, and then drained water into the alley every day. It's okay in the summer, but it's cold in the north in the winter and the road is often covered with ice. Wang Qingyu's grandfather suffers from hemiplegia and has always been in poor health. He needs to go out for exercise frequently, which causes him a lot of trouble. Wang Zhenhe had been holding a grudge in his heart for a long time. Now that the other party is a son-in-law, he dares to say unpleasant words in public. How can I let him off easily? Wang Qingyu also knew his father's temper, but he still held him tightly. "Dad, leave this matter to me, trust me." At this time, Qin Juanxia, who had been holding Wang Zhenhe, also said, "Yes, Zhenhe, go home quickly, your body can't get angry. Let's go, leave it to Qingyu." Wang Zhenhe glanced at his tall son, his eyes moved for a moment, and then he nodded. Turned around and went home. Zhu Qiong was still struggling and shouting, "Don't go. Don't go, damn it. Let me go." Taking sides, huh? Wang Qingyu walked forward expressionlessly, staring at the other person with a cold and indifferent look. "Uncle Zhenqing, Uncle Zhenyin, please let him go." A calm voice, without a trace of emotion. Wang Zhenqing and Wang Zhenyin hesitated for a moment, but finally let go. Zhu Qiong was finally free, but he no longer had the reckless spirit he had just had. Instead, he was stared at by Wang Qingyu, and unconsciously weakened a little, and had no intention of taking direct action. He just pretended to be calm, took a step forward, and shouted angrily, "Wang Qingyu, what do you want?" He tilde. As soon as I heard the other party say this, I knew that he was scared. Wang Qingyu curled his lips into a cold smile. "Get lost first, this matter is not over yet." Zhu Qiong was so angry that his face turned red and his neck was thick. He wanted to say something, but looking at the men from the Wang family around him, he didn't dare to say anything more. "Okay, you're bullying others by relying on your numbers, right? Just you wait." As he said this, he straightened his torn clothes and left angrily. Wang Qingyu looked at his back and knew that this matter was not over yet. He turned his gaze and looked at several uncles and brothers from his family. "Uncle Zhenqing, the kids are on summer vacation, right?" Chapter 46. Is this all you can do? Wang Zhenhe. Get the hell out here. How dare you hit my son-in-law, you bastards who will end your family lineage. Get out here. Don't be a coward. That's right, your whole family is a bunch of cowards, just as useless as your brother. About an hour later, most of the people outside the Wang family's gate had left. But 6 or 7 women gathered around and started cursing at the Wang family's gate at the top of their voices. They were talking at the same time and the cursing was very unpleasant. These women were none other than the sisters-in-law of the family next door to Wang Qingyu's grandfather. Liu Jiongwo's wife, 2 daughters-in-law, and 4 daughters were cursing in front of him, saying all kinds of nasty things. Liu Jiongwo, along with his eldest son Liu Xiaohu and 4 sons-in-law, stood behind them, ready to fight anyone who dared to move. The rural woman's voice was louder than a loudspeaker and soon attracted a lot of people. People were pointing and talking over here, and some came up to try to stop the fight, but how could they stop it? However, the gate of the Wang family was always closed. Wang Qingyu ignored them, smoking silently, and looking at the 2 luxury cars in the yard with several uncles and aunts around him. Fuck you guys! Wang Jinher in the room suddenly rushed out and ran to the kitchen in one step. He was generally well respected in the village. When he went out to earn money, he had never been bullied even when he was away from home. When has anyone ever blocked my door and scolded me like this? Life is short, so pick up a kitchen knife and rush out. Several uncles from the same family rushed forward to stop him. Jinher, what are you doing? Put down the knife. Get out of the way. Wang Jinher's face flushed red, his eyes full of ferocity. I'll kill their whole family. Wang Qingyu reached out and snatched the kitchen knife from his hand, frowning and asking, Dad, do you know why my uncle suffered the loss in the fight? Why? Wang Jinher's face was gloomy and his eyes were wide open. Because times have changed. These days, fighting isn't done this way. Wang Qingyu looked at the kitchen knife in his hand. This kitchen knife is very thick and is usually used to chop big bones. One cut from it will definitely knock a person's head off. He threw the kitchen knife directly back into the kitchen, his expression still calm and composed, as if he was not affected at all by the insults outside. Go back first, I'll teach you how to fight now. But you need to prepare your ID card. You may need to stay in the hospital for a few days. Wang Jinqing also hurriedly advised, yes, Jinher, you go back to their house first. Qingyu has seen a lot of things in the world, just leave this matter to him. Wang Jinher hesitated for a moment, but finally suppressed his anger and was persuaded to go back. Wang Qingyu smiled slightly and looked at Wang Jinqing. Uncle Jinqing, how are the preparations for what I just told you going? Don't worry, Qingyu. Your brother just sent a message saying everything has been arranged. Wang Qingyu nodded and smiled, it's done. I'll treat you. Let's have a nice drink. As he spoke, he reached into his pocket and took out a few cigars from his personal space and handed them over. You guys smoke these cigars first. Wang Jinqing and the others didn't refuse. Each of them took a cigar and asked curiously, this cigar is not cheap, is it? Well, one costs 35,000. Oh tilde. Wang Jinqing responded casually, but suddenly he was dumbfounded. Qingyu, how much did you just say? Wang Qingyu raised his lips slightly and said, this is imported. I bought it abroad. One stick costs 35,000 yuan. As soon as these words came out, several men in their 50s gasped. This. Wang Jinqing suddenly felt something heavy in his hand. After hesitating for a moment, he put away the cigar and carefully put it in his pocket. He grinned and said, my goodness, 35,000, I can't bear to smoke it. I'll keep it as a family heirloom. Wang Qingyu chuckled, then climbed the stairs to his own bungalow, sat on the roof, and looked down jokingly. Hey, Liu Marzi, you can curse as much as you want. I've already called the police and will sue you for disturbing the peace. As he spoke, he pointed to the surveillance camera below and said, see. This is the evidence. It's all recorded for you. Wang Jinher is a hauler. Not only does he have a lot of goods piled up at home, but sometimes he doesn't have time to unload the goods from his truck, so he has to park it temporarily in the alley. The alley in front of his house is very wide, so it doesn't hinder other people from passing by. I was just worried about people stealing things or doing bad things to me, so I installed cameras at home and at the front door. Liu Jiongwo usually hated being called that, so he immediately started cursing when he heard it. Damn it, you can sue me if you want, I'm not afraid of you. Liu Marzi is Liu Jiongwo's nickname, not because he has many pockmarks on his face. Instead, he has many black moles on his body, especially on his back, where there are many black spots of different sizes, so he has been nicknamed Marzi since he was a child. Liu Jiongwo's son Liu Xiaohu was even more direct. He picked up a brick and threw it at the camera. When it didn't work the first time, he hit it 3 more times. Only when he saw that the camera was broken did he stop. Go ahead and shoot. I tell you to keep shooting. Okay. Wang Qingyu raised the corner of his mouth, Xiaohu, this is exactly the result your grandfather wants. As he said this, he put his hand in his mouth and blew a hooligan whistle. Liu Xiaohu's wife sneered, still whistling. What's going on? Are you calling for help? Let me see how many people you can call. What era is this? Do you think those people from your Wang family will really help you fight? If you have the guts, come down and give me some money. I'll kill you. You're already over 30, a loser who can't even get a wife. What are you pretending to be? My son is almost in junior high school. Liu Xiaohu's eldest sister also chimed in, cursing, that's right, you'll be single for the rest of your life. Your entire family will be extinct sooner or later. Wang Qingyu ignored him and made 3 more calls in a row. Why are there so many children? At this moment, a woman watching suddenly cried out in surprise. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a group of children gathered at the entrance of the alley. They also knew these children. They were all young, the youngest was 12 or 13 years old, and the oldest was 15 or 16 years old. Now that conditions are better, children generally grow taller, and most of them are almost as tall as adults. Although they are thin, there are a lot of them. It's summer vacation and all the children are back home. Now they are gathered together in a large group, at least 30 or 40 of them. At this time, they all walked towards this side. But the entrance to the alley was blocked by a group of men from the Wang family. These people are the children's fathers, uncles, or grandfathers. Many members of the Wang family used to work as migrant workers outside, but it was too hard and they didn't make much money, so they all returned home. Most of them started hauling goods like Wang Zhenhe. This kind of work is relatively flexible, and you only have to come back once every 3 to 5 days, so it is not difficult to gather people. Seeing a group of little brats coming, Liu Zhongwo was naturally not afraid. He laughed disdainfully and said, Wang Qingyu, is this all you can do? Call a bunch of kids over. What? You want to beat me up with these little brats? Are you acting like a coward up there? Chapter 47 Murder. Hello, is this Director Chang from the Xiaoyan Township Police Station? Hello, how are you? In a large courtyard, a young man stood under a pine tree and said with a smile, Director Chang, I'm Lin Chen from the County Party Committee office. We've met before. Hey, Brother Lin, do you have any instructions? Chang Siyuan was stunned for a moment and said with a smile. Director Chang, you must be joking. It's just a personal matter, and I may have to trouble you for a moment. Lin Chen smiled slightly, then said directly. I have a friend who said a group of people came to his house to cause trouble. He called the police, but they were probably busy at the time, so they asked them to mediate the matter themselves. Chang Siyuan frowned, oh. Got it, brother. I'll send someone over right away. Lin Chen smiled faintly and said, they have more people and are bullying me. I'm afraid something might happen. They happen to be under your jurisdiction, Director Chang, so I'd like to trouble you to send someone over to take a look. Okay, no problem, I'll be there soon. Chang Siyuan asked again, brother, what's your friend's name? Wang Qingyu. Lin Chen's voice was very polite, I'm sorry to trouble you, Director Chang. Hey, you're welcome. Chang Siyuan smiled and said, serving the people is what we should do. After exchanging a few polite words with Director Chang, Lin Chen hung up the phone and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Brother, you were bullied back then. I had just been here for a short time, so it was not a big deal for me to help you. I can't say I'm that powerful now, but at least I can't let others bully me anymore. On the other side, Liu Xiaohu looked at the group of children with disdain and also mocked them. That's right, I'm standing right here, let them try to touch me. Zhu Chuang also laughed and challenged, Wang Qingyu, you little white face who only knows how to rely on women, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Is it so great to have a rich woman protecting you? Can she even control this? Looking at you, you must have been exploited by fat women a lot, right? How many times have you scrubbed it with a steel wool? Did it break? Why aren't you talking? Come down here. What's the point of calling a bunch of kids? Do you think I scared you? At this time, Wang Zhenxing's son Wang Qingyun, accompanied by a dozen or so men from the Wang family, came over and said to the crowd of onlookers, all right, everyone, disperse. Don't let anything happen and get hurt. His words were very clear. The onlookers hesitated for a moment and then left tactfully. Liu Xiaohu sneered. What's the matter, Wang Qingyun? This matter has nothing to do with you. It's best not to meddle in other people's business. If you dare to touch me, I'll blackmail you to death. Wang Qingyun smiled and didn't say much. He just crossed his arms and watched the show with a dozen brothers. At this time, Wang Qingyun's son Wang Enyang came out and yelled at the women in front of him, "Get out of the way. A good dog shouldn't block the road." "Hey, kid, how do you talk like that?" When Liu Jiongwo's wife was scolded by a child, her face immediately turned fierce. "You scold me again." Wang Enyang is 14 years old this year. He is usually very naughty and often fights with others at school. This time, he got his father's advice and was not afraid. "I'm going to scold you, you old bitch." Seeing his mother being scolded by a child, Liu Xiaohu was furious. He rushed forward and grabbed Wang Enyang's arm, ignoring Liu Jiongwo's attempts to stop him. "You little bastard, don't scold me again." Wang Enyang suddenly shouted at this moment, "Ar! He hit me." As she spoke, she burst into tears. "Wow! He hit me. Fuck him." When they heard what he said, the young people behind him seemed to be prepared, and 30 or 40 of them rushed forward in unison. Just as Liu Xiaohu and the others were about to speak, a dozen or so men from the Wang family who had been watching the show earlier stepped forward and firmly controlled the 6 men in their family. The remaining group of young people didn't care about this and rushed forward to attack with their fists and kicks without any hesitation. Liu Jiongwo's wife, daughter-in-law, and 4 daughters were also knocked to the ground. A group of teenagers were in the mood to attack without restraint. If they had not been told in advance, they would have really dared to beat the man to death. Murder. Oh. My God. Help. Someone come quickly. Someone's killing someone. This one-sided beating did not last long before an ambulance came rushing over. Everyone stopped immediately. Liu Jiongwo's family was beaten up, and the woman rolled on the ground, crying and screaming. The men were also beaten black and blue, and 2 of them could not even stand steadily. Liu Jiongwo, Liu Xiaohu, Zhu Qiang and others were furious, but seeing so many people from the Wang family, they did not dare to fight back. "The ambulance is here. Just wait for me if you dare." Liu Jiongwo pointed at the men from the Wang family and said, "I'm going to call the police right now and sue you for intentional injury. I'm going to blackmail you to death. Don't come begging me then." At this time, the ambulance had already stopped and someone got out of the car. "Who called the ambulance?" Liu Jiongwo raised his hand and was about to speak when a voice suddenly came. "I." Wang Qingyu, who had been watching the show from the rooftop, waved, then ran down, opened the car door, and said, "They were looking for trouble and kept swearing at our door. My dad was so angry that his head hurt, he felt dizzy and nauseous. He had a history of cerebral hemorrhage 2 weeks ago. I suspect it was a relapse caused by anger. He needs emergency treatment." Then he said loudly, "It's all their fault. Let's all bear witness." When Liu Xiaohu saw this, he immediately became so angry that his nose became crooked. "We didn't even see him, how could it be our fault?" Liu Jiongwo's wife collapsed to the ground and said, "Oh no. I can't take it anymore. They are going to beat me to death. Quick! Call the police and an ambulance." Liu Xiaohu immediately took out his phone. "Yes. Let's call 2. Then he looked at Zhu Qiang and the others and said, "You guys, hurry up and take out your phones, record the video, and keep the evidence." Before Liu Xiaohu could get through on the phone, 3 police cars had already stopped at the entrance of the alley. 4 or 5 policemen came running over. Seeing this, Liu Jiongwo's wife immediately ran forward and cried, "Officer, help! Murder! The Wang family is bullying us by taking advantage of their power, bringing so many people to beat us up. Help!" The leading man frowned and glanced at the women and the men who had gathered around to complain, knowing that they were not seriously injured. He glanced around again and guessed what was going on. He immediately said in a deep voice, "I'm Zhao Yi, a police officer from the Shaoyun Township Police Station. May I ask who called the police?" "I." Wang Qingyu stepped forward with a smile. "Officer Zhao, I'm Wang Qingyu, I called the police." Zhao Yi's heart moved. He looked at Wang Qingyu and his expression relaxed. "Tell me, what's going on?" Wang Qingyu said, "Officer, these people have been causing trouble at our doorstep. Not only have they been insulting and slandering us, they've also damaged our personal property. Because of their long-term insults, my father became sick with anger. Look." At this time, doctors, nurses and stretcher bearers had already carried Wang Zhenhe out and into the ambulance. At this time, Liu Xiaohu immediately argued, "No, officer, it was the Wang family who beat us. We didn't fight back, and they even made my nose bleed." Then he lifted up the clothes on his thighs and stomach and said, "Look, officer, I'm covered in wounds." Zhao Yi frowned, "Did you ask someone to beat them up?" "No, officer, I have been hiding in my home the whole time." Wang Qingyu shook his head and denied it. "These kids came over to play, and they were the ones who started beating up the kids. These kids got so angry that they started fighting with them. It's none of my business. These are two separate cases." Upon hearing this, Liu Jingwo and others became even more furious. Men and women all came forward, surrounded Zhao Yi, and complained and showed their injuries. Zhao Yi was dizzy from their noise and said in a deep voice, "That's enough. Stop talking. Take them all away. Go back and question them." Wang Qingyu quickly said, "Officer, we will definitely cooperate with the investigation. I have surveillance evidence and have copied it. How about this, since there are so many people, we can drive there ourselves." Zhao Yi looked at the other person deeply and nodded again, "Okay Tilder." Chapter 48. Why did you come out of Qingyu's house so early in the morning? A farce finally ended. It was already evening when the Wang family left the police station. However, Liu Jingwo and others were still staying inside. Wang Qingyu was not stingy either. He directly invited all the men in the Wang family to come to the town for a big meal. Their wine was good wine specially sent from the county town, and the cigarettes were all huazi. As for the children, each was given 1,000 pocket money. A group of guys usually get together and like to have a drink. This time, he was even more excited, as if he had won a battle. The atmosphere was lively with people drinking and playing rock paper scissors. They drank until 1 o'clock in the morning and were basically drunk, and then they were taken home by their wives. Wang Qingyu made a rough calculation and couldn't help but grin. There were 8 people at the table and the wine was 53, so each table drank an average of 10 bottles. To express his gratitude, Wang Qingyu specially gave each person 2 pieces of huazi. When I got home, it was already late at night. My father was resting in the hospital, while my mother was sent to the rental house by Lin Chen. Although I have bought a house, I haven't moved in yet, so I can only live there temporarily. Just as Wang Qingyu opened the door, a voice suddenly came. "Qingyu." I slowly turned around and saw a graceful figure running towards me stealthily in the moonlight. "Sister Hongyu? Why aren't you asleep yet?" Wang Qingyu's steps were a little unsteady, and he was about 6 or 7 parts drunk. There were too many people urging me to drink at the table, and even though I refused many times, I still drank more than half a catty. "Of course I'm worried about you." Chang Hongyu stepped forward, held Wang Qingyu's arm, and helped him into the house. After locking the door, he helped him walk towards the main hall in the east. The moonlight is beautiful tonight, the sky is dark blue, and under the bright moonlight, the red Ferrari and the red Mercedes-Benz appear exceptionally conspicuous. Especially among the piles of waste, it looks particularly out of place. "Qingyu, what's going on now? Is Uncle Zhenhe okay?" Helping Wang Qingyu sit down on the sofa in the main room, Chang Hongyu opened the refrigerator and handed him a bottle of mineral water. "Har har, it's okay, nothing at all." Wang Qingyu gulped down 2 mouthfuls before chuckling, "My dad is just pretending." Chang Hongyu smiled slightly, then asked doubtfully, "What about Liu Jingwo's matter? How was it handled?" Wang Qingyu leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, then raised a wicked smile and waved to Chang Hongyu. Chang Hongyu's pretty face turned red. After hesitating for a moment, she sat down next to Wang Qingyu. Liu Jingwo and his gang provoked trouble, gathered a crowd to swear and insult, and seriously disrupted public order. They also caused my father to be hospitalized. At my request, a case has been filed. I've also found a lawyer in Handan City and will try to get them all incarcerated. Chang Hongyu looked up in surprise, "Really?" Then Enyang and his men also beat up Liu Jingwo and his men. I think they beat them pretty hard. How will they deal with this? Wang Qingyu sneered, "It was all a group of kids who beat us up. We have no evidence to prove we beat him up, so what can we do? I gave those kids a few words of advice and let them come back. Liu Jingwo and the others have been complaining about being seriously injured and wanting a medical examination. They can go ahead and get it done." I've already asked someone to take photos of all the external injuries on their bodies to prevent them from hurting themselves. Even if we sue, the most that can be said is that they and the child fought each other. As he spoke, he saw Chang Hongyu wearing a hip skirt, showing off her charming figure. She was wearing a tight t-shirt on her upper body, which perfectly showed off her breast shape and curve. Wang Qingyu's mouth suddenly became dry. Sister-in-law, is Nini asleep? Chang Hongyu saw his expression and knew what he was going to do. She felt embarrassed and asked, I'm already asleep, what's wrong? Nothing. Wang Qingyu raised a wicked smile and said, I just want to borrow her mother for a while. Go away, you disgusting guy tilder. Chang Hongyu spat shyly, hesitated for a moment, and then shyly buried her face in Wang Qingyu's arms. Suddenly he reached out and turned off the light. Bad guy, hurry up, I have to go back tilder. The next morning. Yo! Hongyu! Why did you leave Qingyu's house so early in the morning? As soon as Chang Hongyu came out of Wang Qingyu's house, she ran into her fifth aunt who lived behind her house. The teasing voice made Chang Honyu's pretty face flush red. Hey, fifth aunt, what are you talking about? Chang Honyu raised the dishes in her hands and said, Look, Uncle Jinher and Auntie are not at home, so Brother Qingyu is alone. I came here to bring him some breakfast. Hey, you even brought me breakfast. When did you become so considerate? Aunt Wu teased and said sarcastically, I haven't eaten either. Why don't you bring me breakfast? Then he said with a mischievous look, Tell me the truth, did you also give yourself to Qingyu? Chang Hongyu suddenly felt a headache. She swears to God, she came here specifically in the morning just to deliver food. Aunt Wu, don't talk nonsense. She raised the bowl and plate in her hand. Look, it's really a meal, don't talk nonsense. After eating the loving breakfast brought by Chang Hongyu, Wang Qingyu asked someone to repair the surveillance camera, then left the Audi A8 and drove the red Mercedes-Benz straight to the hospital. Dad, how was your sleep last night? Although he was pretending to be sick, Wang Jinher did have chronic diseases after all, including hypertension, coronary atherosclerosis, and cerebral infarction. For a disease like hypertension, you must pay attention to it on a regular basis and cannot be without medication. Staying in the hospital for a few days on for drips is also a good option. Of course, before the infusion, you should check your whole body thoroughly. After drawing blood, Wang Qingyu just handed it over and found that there were 4 or 5 more people in the ward. Hey, Uncle Jinqing, Uncle Jinying, Uncle Jinban, why are you here? When they saw Wang Qingyu, they all stood up at the same time. Har har, Qingyu, have you finished giving away your blood? We came to see your father. As Wang Jinqing spoke, he couldn't help but say to Wang Jinher, Brother Jinher, your Qingyu did such a great job yesterday. It feels so good, so satisfying. Wang Jinying, standing by, said disdainfully, Liu Marzi relies on his 2 sons, for sons-in-law, and the size of his family to bully the Zhu and Zhao families, fighting with one and quarreling with another. These hit a wall. Wang Qingyun on the side also nodded in agreement, of course not. Qingyu has money, connections, influence, and legal knowledge, while Liu Marzi relies on his sons and sons-in-law. What can he use to fight us? Now, not only did I get beaten up, I went to jail, and I had to pay money. Let's see if I can control them. Zhenbang also chuckled and said, Yeah, from now on, you'll behave yourself in front of our Wang family. If they dare to act arrogantly, just ask the younger generation in the family to beat them up. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Jinqing patted Wang Jinher on the shoulder and said, Well, did your son do a great job? We are old now, so we should stop getting so angry and rushing forward blindly. The child is already old enough and capable. If there is anything you need, just let the child handle it for you. Wang Jinher smiled and said nothing, but he was obviously in a much better mood. Wang Qingyu was busy until 9 o'clock in the evening, then he drove his Mercedes-Benz and took his mother back to the rental house. Today, I was not only busy with inspections and meeting with lawyers, but also busy receiving clients. There were more than a dozen waves of people coming to the hospital to visit his father. Although they all knew that Wang Jinher was pretending, they still came. There were boxes of gifts, including Jianlebao, Lulu, Amul, Harisham Arenaceus, Telunsu, Jiaduobao, instant noodles, etc., which could not be put into the ward. Almost every group of people who came over would praise Wang Qingyu and vividly describe the fight that happened yesterday afternoon. Mom, you should go to bed early. I have something else to do and need to go out for a while. Qin Juanxia asked curiously, where are you going so late? If you have something that's not urgent, let's talk about it tomorrow. You've been tired all day, you should get some rest. Wang Qingyu chuckled and said, it's nothing serious. I'm just going to look for your future daughter-in-law. Qin Juanxia was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on her face, then hurry up. Don't keep the girl waiting for too long. Wang Qingyu still wanted to play nice, forget it, let's do it another time. I'm really tired today. Why are you tired? You're not tired. Qin Juanxia patted her son on the shoulder in annoyance and pushed him out. Chapter 49 Playing Mahjong. Mom, where are you going so late? Xu Mingyu poked her little head out of the room. Seeing that his mother Bai Jie had changed into a slim-fitting short dress and even put on black stockings, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Bai Jie put her phone into her bag guiltily and adjusted her hair with an awkward look on her face. Bending over to put on her sandals, she said without turning her head, I have an appointment with someone tonight to play mahjong all night. Yeah, if you're okay, just lock the door and go to bed early. Playing mahjong all night. Xu Mingyu pouted. In the past summer and winter vacations, Bai Jie was often invited by colleagues to play mahjong with several teachers. But this is the first time I've stayed up all night. Thinking back to my mother's recent abnormality, she is always absent-minded, dazed, worried about gains and losses, and restless. The girl suddenly had an idea. Mom, you're not going to have a boyfriend, are you? Bai Jie, who had just stood up and was about to leave, stumbled and almost fell to the ground when she heard this question. She couldn't help but turn around and glared at the girl. What are you thinking about? Xu Mingyu chuckled and walked forward to hug Bai Jie's slender waist from behind. Feeling her mother's warm body, the girl lost her usual cuteness and said seriously, Mom, you have worked so hard to take care of us for so many years. You are still so young and beautiful. If you ever meet someone you love, Mingxiu and I will support you in continuing to pursue your own happiness. No matter what you do, we will always love you, support you and be with you. As Bai Jie listened to her daughter's story, a touch of tenderness welled up in her heart. She turned around and held Xu Mingyu in her arms, her voice gentle, yeah, Mom loves you too. Then she smiled again and said, okay, go back and have a rest. Mom really needs to go play mahjong. Okay, bye, Mom Tilda. After saying goodbye to her daughter, Bai Jie took the elevator to the underground garage and drove out of the community quickly. But he didn't go far, but found a hidden parking space and stopped. Then he sneaked back, took the elevator to the 6th floor, and climbed a flight of stairs before arriving at 701. When Bai Jie opened the door and saw Wang Qingyu's handsome face, the guilt in her heart instantly disappeared. This man seemed to have a magical power that made her infatuated, obsessed, and crazy. Why are you looking for me in such a hurry? Although she was obsessed, Bai Jie walked into the room in high heels, closed the door, leaned against the wall, and asked with a calm face. Of course it's mahjong. Wang Qingyu slowly moved forward and moved closer until their bodies were perfectly fitted together and their noses were about to touch, then he stopped. The teasing voice made Sister Bai blush, and she felt angry and amused at the same time. That stinky girl, why did she tell you everything? Wang Qingyu raised a wicked look at the corner of his mouth, picked up Sister Bai, and smiled faintly. She is my woman, so naturally tell me everything. Besides, you just went out to play mahjong, what's there to be ashamed of? After saying that, he walked straight into the bedroom. After the house was renovated, no one lived in it and it was covered with dust. Considering that Wang Qingyu would be moving in soon, Xu Mingyu took Bai Jie with her and spent the entire afternoon cleaning the house inside and out. Bai Jie didn't expect that she would be the first one to sleep in the new house on the first night after it was cleaned. Lying lazily on the soft cement mattress, Bai Jie blinked her eyes, but ultimately was unwilling to open them again. After the impulse, the feeling of guilt spread wildly again. Qingyu, when you were with Yeye. Bai Jie was barely breathing and suddenly stopped talking here, her voice filled with fatigue. What's wrong? Wang Qingyu asked in confusion, hugging the soft and fragrant body tightly from behind. Bai Jie hesitated for a moment, then opened her red lips again. What are your plans for the future? When are you going to take her to meet your parents? When are you going to get married? When are you going to have children? Wang Qingyu suddenly chuckled. You want to ask me if I wore it when we were together? Bai Jie was speechless for a moment and could only say, softly. No. Wang Qingyu answered very straightforwardly. Bai Jie suddenly opened her eyes, What if there is an accident? What else can I do? Wang Qingyu jokingly said, give birth to you and let you raise it. That's what you said, don't try to renege on it. You told her. Bai Jie was so angry that her chest hurt. Yaya is still in college, how can she have a baby? You're thinking too much, aren't you? Wang Qingyu chuckled and said, there are a lot of college students getting married and having children nowadays. No. Bai Jie spoke in a firm tone. Wang Qingyu also said seriously, this is something we discussed a long time ago. Bai Jie's beautiful eyes froze, she's willing too. Yes, I do. Wang Qingyu nodded, after going to college, don't you still have to work for others? Earn some living expenses? Don't you still have to get married and have children? Anyway, I have plenty of money now, enough for her to never have to work and still live a happy and carefree life. She works so hard like a slave, and it might be hard for her to find a place in a big city, but I can easily provide her with a luxury car, a big villa, and a life of wealth and luxury. In that case, if you can go to university, go, if you can't, forget it. Bai Jie sat up despite her fatigue. What do you think she is? A canary hidden in a golden house. Wang Qingyu suddenly chuckled, that's just your idea. Have you ever thought that maybe she doesn't want to work hard, doesn't want to take the postgraduate entrance exam, doesn't want to be a slave, and just wants to be a canary? How is that possible? Bai Jie's eyes were filled with surprise. He told her. Wang Qingyu chuckled, actually, there's nothing wrong with being a canary. Bai Jie's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment, being a man's plaything, a bird in a cage, is that really good? That's what ungrateful women think. I always exaggerate my own efforts and the exploitation of men towards me. Then let me ask you, those women who are kept as mistresses in a mansion, they say they are men's playthings, and they are indeed playthings, but is that not their own will? Or, as a man's plaything, when she's being played with, only the man himself is happy, and she isn't happy. You keep saying that you are a bird kept in a cage by a man, but look at the lives of the birds in the cage and the birds outside the cage. Birds outside the cage are free, but they have to endure the sun and rain every day and work hard to find food. If they are not careful, they may be hunted by cats, snakes, eagles and other prey and become food for others. And what about the bird in the cage? It's true that being in a cage restricts freedom, but isn't a cage just a restriction of freedom? Isn't it also a safe wall that protects the caged bird from predators? In a cage, yes, you can't fly freely, but you don't have to work hard to find food, right? You don't have to be exposed to the wind, sun, and rain. You don't even have to move, and someone will provide you with delicious food. Isn't that great? To infinitely belittle the convenience you receive while infinitely magnifying the injustice you suffer, isn't that selfish? For example, Mingyu, maybe she just wants to be a bird in a cage. I've got her covered and a luxurious life, so why should she still work so hard? Why should she toil like a slave? Life is short. Wouldn't it be nice for her to live a relaxed and happy life? Bai Jie snorted, if you love her, you should help her grow up and become independent. Har har, on the contrary, men shouldn't help women grow. Wang Qingyu lay down on the bed, resting his head on his hands. From a positive perspective, this world is too dangerous, too bitter, and too tiring. If a man loves a woman, he will want to protect her, make her relaxed and happy throughout her life, and always keep her optimism, liveliness, innocence and kindness. You don't have to suffer the blows of society, nor go through the hardships of life. Bai Jie stared at him blankly without saying a word. Wang Qingyu continued to himself, if you look at it from the dark side. Men, you shouldn't help women grow, because when she really reaches a certain level with your help, or even surpasses you, she won't be grateful to you. She will only feel that all this is the result of her own hard work. Har har, that's only an incompetent man who would think that way and worry that a woman would surpass him. Look, am I right? Wang Qingyu sneered, you only think that you are capable and that it is the result of your own hard work. You never mention the help of men, and even belittle men, thinking that they are not worthy of you. When does a woman love a man the most? When she has no value, or when her value is far lower than that of a man, that is when she loves him the most. Bai Jie sneered, you mean, Yaya and I are worthless now, that's why I love you so much. Wang Qingyu raised the corner of his mouth, his eyes half smiling, Yaya loves me the most now, but you don't. Bai Jie was stunned when she heard this. Wang Qingyu always had a faint smile on his face, your value at that time was greater than mine, or rather, it was from the beginning. So you can break up with me anytime, anywhere. After 2 or 3 days, I took it for granted and thought that as long as you beckoned me, I would get back together with you at any time, and I would give up my previous differences and principles in order to get back together with you. By Jie. Chapter 50. Do you want double happiness? Upon hearing this, Bai Jie fell silent. Before, she was indeed fearless. It was just as Wang Qingyu said, and she never worried that Wang Qingyu would break up with her. As long as you want, you can get back together at any time. Just beckon him and he will come over. After all, although she was married for the second time, she was still a virgin when she was with Wang Qingyu. She is beautiful, has a good figure, and has a stable job with a certain social status. Being a teacher at number 1 middle school, although not that great, at least in this county, everyone who knew she was a teacher at number 1 middle school would give her face. Although Zhongyan County number 1 high school is only a high school in a small county, it is very famous. In last year's college entrance examination, among the top 10 students in the province, the 3rd and 5th were from their school. What is the value? Among the top 10 middle schools in the province, 2 are located in one county. The other 8 students are either from famous schools in the provincial capital or key schools in other cities. They enjoy the best teachers, the best resources, and the best students. There are only these 2, and they are from a high school in a small county town. In the silent room, Bai Jie was stunned for a while before finally coming back to her senses. She slowly turned around and snuggled into Wang Qingyu's arms. Qingyu, I really love you. Well, I believe it. Wang Qingyu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Bai Jie pursed her lips lightly, her tone pleading, when you are with Yeye, please be careful. Wait until she graduates before you have a child, okay? Wang Qingyu shook his head slightly, let her make the decision on this matter. Isn't it good to just let everything go? Not good. Bai Jie still insisted, looking serious. But she also knew that although she could force Yeye to agree to this matter, in the final analysis, it still depended on Wang Qingyu. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Jie's pretty face suddenly turned red again. Don't you just want a child? Bai Jie's voice trembled as she spoke, her cheeks burning. I'll help you, that's it. As for Yeye, please let her go for now. After she graduates, you two can do whatever you want. I won't interfere anymore. Okay? Wang Qingyu was slightly stunned, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He knew Bai Jie's character. Once she made up her mind, she would rarely change it. Even if she hit a wall and knew she was wrong, she would still go on. But I didn't expect. Hey, that depends on your performance, Tilda. Hubby, where are you? I miss you so much, Tilda. Xu Mingyue's voice came from the phone, which frightened Bai Jie so much that she was silent and felt uneasy. Wang Qingyu lay leisurely, his low voice magnetic and gentle. We will be at Hanlin Yeyuan soon. Something happened at home today. I had a fight with someone and just resolved it. Why haven't I heard you tell me? Bai Jie cast a puzzled look downwards. Xu Mingyue's heart tightened when she heard this, and she sat up directly from the bed. Fight? Are you okay, husband? Wang Qingyu laughed. It's okay, it's been resolved. As he spoke, his body suddenly moved, his voice still calm and composed. Be good, I still need half an hour. If you are free, take a shower at home first. Wait for me to pick you up. Tilda. After Wang Qingyu hung up the phone, Bai Jie breathed a sigh of relief, then instantly felt embarrassed and annoyed. Wang Qingyu. You. Wang Qingyu threw his phone aside, rested his head on his hands, and said jokingly, what's wrong with me? You are shameless. Bai Jie's face turned red, not knowing whether she was angry or embarrassed. Wang Qingyu felt a little wronged. You can't blame me for this. You heard it too. It was Yeye who missed me and asked me to come here. Bai Jie glared at him unhappily and wanted to let it go. But Wang Qingyu grabbed him and said, why are you in such a hurry? There's still half an hour left, Tilda. Sit down. Yeye. It's Yeye. What to do? Bai Jie tried her best to lower her voice. She was so nervous in the bedroom that she was at a loss and her whole body was shaking. She had just finished getting dressed and was about to leave with her high heels. Unexpectedly, just as I reached the door and before I opened it, I heard Xu Mingyue's voice from outside. She was so frightened that her face turned pale and she ran back on tiptoe. It's okay, I'll go out first. Wang Qingyu patted her shoulder gently, then opened the door and walked out. Hubby? When did you come back? As soon as Xu Mingyu closed the door, she saw her boyfriend walking out of the bedroom. She immediately smiled and threw herself into her boyfriend's warm arms. Just got back. Wang Qingyu was also a little nervous. I was just about to take a shower and then go pick you up, Tilda. Why did you come down by yourself? Xu Mingyu suddenly felt embarrassed, a blush rose on her cheeks, and she pouted and said, we agreed on half an hour, but I've already waited 50 minutes, Tilda. I can only come down and take a look, Tilda. Wang Qingyu hugged her slender waist and picked her up, then sat down on the sofa with a smile. Be good, wait a moment, I'll go wash up. Then he stood up and hesitated. Yeah, I'm hungry, why don't you go upstairs and see if your house has anything to eat? There's nothing to eat, and my mom can't cook. Bai Jie is busy with work, so they usually eat at school or out, and rarely cook at home. Xu Mingyu chuckled and took out her phone from her pocket. What do you want to eat, husband? I'll order takeout for you. Wang Qingyu curled his lips. How about we go out to eat first? Then take a shower when we get back. Then he suggested, how about barbecue? Well, no, Tilda. Xu Mingyu pouted and said, if you keep eating me late at night, you'll get fat. If my husband wants to eat, I'll order some for you. Wang Qingyu shrugged helplessly, forget it then. As he said that, he walked into the bathroom. Worried that something might really happen, he just took a quick shower and walked out of the bathroom. He saw Xu Mingyu hugging her legs and curled up on the sofa playing with her cell phone. Husband, I have good news for you. What good news? Wang Qingyu sat down next to her, feeling curious. My sister will be back from Jiancheng tomorrow. Xu Mingyu put down her phone, snuggled into her boyfriend's arms like a kitten, and found a comfortable position to lie down. Hey, when she comes back, I'll introduce you to her. Wang Qingyu was also looking forward to hearing this. Okay, I've also been wanting to meet your twin sister for a long time to see if you two really look alike. Not like. It's exactly the same. Xu Mingyu looked up at her boyfriend. Even my mother can't tell the difference, Tilda. He said with a little anticipation, then we'll stand together and let you tell them apart. See if you can tell which one is me and which one is her, Tilda. Wang Qingyu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, his face expressionless. If your mother can't tell the difference, I certainly can't tell the difference either. It's over. What if I recognize the wrong wife? Then he suddenly frowned again. Oh, there's more. Xu Mingyu looked up in confusion. What else? Wang Qingyu frowned. She looks exactly like you. She will find a boyfriend or get married in the future. When I see a woman who looks like my wife with someone else, I'll feel like I've been cheated on. That's not okay. Xu Mingyu found it a little funny and couldn't help but glared at her boyfriend. That can't be helped. You can't let Mingqiu never fall in love or get married for the rest of his life, right? Or. Xu Mingyu said, her eyes narrowed slightly in a dangerous arc. You want double happiness. Wang Qingyu was slightly stunned, a little surprised. You also understand this joke. Chapter 51, this is a plan to wipe out their whole nest. He. Xu Mingyu curled her cherry lips and looked at Wang Qingyu with a half smile. Tell me the truth, are all your men into this? She didn't understand the double happiness joke before. It was only after I went to college that I took a few group photos with my sister and posted them on WeChat Moments. As a result, a male classmate commented like this. She searched online and finally understood what it meant. She blocked the boy on the spot. Wang Qingyu smiled awkwardly, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? What is a lie? Xu Mingyu's eyes, which were like a pool of clear spring water, narrowed slightly. She had vaguely guessed Wang Qingyu's answer. Wang Qingyu coughed and said seriously, other men might have such evil thoughts, but I wouldn't, as a young man of the new era who possesses the four qualities of socialism. I have ideals, morals, culture, and discipline, so I wouldn't have such immoral and dirty thoughts. This is a lie, what about the truth? Xu Mingyu snorted, her eyes narrowed with a dangerous look. The truth is. Wang Qingyu paused and coughed twice. This is a temptation. For men, it is irresistible. Great. You really have such an idea. Xu Mingyu immediately sat up, pouting angrily. HMPH, big pervert. I'm not going to pay attention to you, Tilda. Bai Jie, who was hiding in the bedroom, was also angry and annoyed when she heard this, and secretly resentful in her heart. You're right, he is a big pervert. Having Yaya and I is not enough. Still thinking. This is an attempt to wipe out the whole nest. Wang Qingyu didn't know what Bai Jie was thinking. He even forgot about Bai Jie's existence at this time. Seeing that his girlfriend was angry, he immediately chuckled, carried her on his shoulders and walked towards the bedroom. When he reached the door and put his hand on the door handle, he suddenly remembered that Bai Jie was still inside, and he stopped immediately. After hesitating for a moment, he turned back to the sofa. The lovemaking in the bedroom that I had secretly been looking forward to did not happen as expected. Xu Mingyue's eyes were full of confusion. Husband, what's wrong? Wang Qingyu directly put her on the chaise longue at the corner of the sofa and pushed her down. Hey, sleep here tonight, Tilda. No, Tilda. Xu Mingyu immediately tightened her legs and took a defensive stance. Her cheeks were already blushing, and she begged softly, hubby Tilda. Go to the bedroom, okay Tilda? Seeing this, Wang Qingyu's eyes curved with doting, and he picked up the girl by the waist again. Although the girl was tall, she was very slim and frail, so he could easily carry her in a princess hug with one hand. This time, he walked into the bedroom without hesitation, closed the door with his backhand, but did not turn on the light. The curtains were drawn, and the bedroom was dark. Relying on his memory, Wang Qingyu put the girl on the bed, then opened the curtains and went to the balcony, where he saw a slender figure hiding in the corner. The faint moonlight poured in from the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows. Bai Jie stood in the corner, leaning against the tiled wall, tilting her pretty face upwards, and quietly gazing at the moonlight. His eyes were empty and his face was full of loss. Even when she knew he was coming, she didn't move. Wang Qingyu took a deep breath. If it weren't for the breakup in Qingdao, he would be considered a good man with positive values. Although there have been 9 women. But no matter who he is with, he is focused and wholeheartedly devoted. From first love Qin Jingshu, to schoolmate Su Ye, to Su Ye's best friend Shui Miamiao, to female secretary Fang Jishu, to female nurse Yukuei. Even though he had 2 brief relationships, they were both indulgences after breaking up with his previous partner. Of course, like a normal person, he had thought about having girls on both sides, but it was just a thought. Not to mention men, Haven T many women thought about this too. Whether he was rich in the past or poor later, he never cheated on his wife or had 2 relationships at the same time. He has always been wholeheartedly devoted to Bai Jie. Why did Qin Jingshu suddenly send Zhang Yi to deliver a gift? Because she had contacted him and wanted to get back together, but at that time, he already had Bai Jie. Just refused. Of course, he also knew that Qin Jingshu was the kind of woman who would never give up until she achieved her goal. But Bai Jie really hurt his heart that time. He was devoted to her, and his parents were full of expectations, and they were very good to her. They are also ready to buy a house and a car in the county and prepare the betrothal gifts. After dating for more than a year, she suddenly said she didn't want children. And there is no room for negotiation. With no regard for him or his parents. Act like you don't care. It just so happened that at this time, he had a system. The mentality has changed. Wang Qingyu put his thoughts aside, walked forward, put his arms around Bai Jie's head, and kissed her fiercely. Then he turned around and went back to the bedroom, found the bed sheet that had just been changed from the closet, and threw it onto the balcony. Husband. What's wrong? Xu Mingyu couldn't see clearly, she just lay on the bed, feeling a little confused. It's okay Tilda. Wang Qingyu lay down on the bed and put his arms around Xu Mingyue's little head. The girl smiled sweetly. In the darkness, her eyes suddenly flashed with mischief, and she said softly, Hubby, let me tell you a secret. When I was little, I didn't have a mother and my father was often not at home. I depended on Mingxiu, my grandparents and I for survival. Once my cousin got married, and Mingxiu and I went to the banquet. At that time, I told Mingxiu that if I ever get married in the future, I would marry the same person so that we could never be apart. Bai Jie on the balcony suddenly narrowed her beautiful eyes, her eyes full of disbelief. This girl, she wouldn't. Wang Qingyu's eyes in the darkness suddenly lit up like stars. Is there such a good thing? Instant excitement. But someone quickly realized that it must be the little girl who was conducting a sting operation. Immediately, his brows furrowed, and he said unhappily, Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about Tilda? That was just a joke when I was little. Besides, I'm a serious person. He Tilda. Yeah. Xu Mingyu curled her cherry lips into a cold smile, and suddenly she acted like a female detective, quickly, accurately and ruthlessly seizing the evidence of the crime. The evidence was irrefutable, but unfortunately, she couldn't completely grasp it. She could only grit her teeth and ask, "Then why is my husband so excited?" Wang Qingyu said solemnly and tenderly, "That is proof that I love you." Bai Jie, who was outside, got goosebumps instantly after hearing these corny and fake love words. Xu Mingyu also glared at him and said, "Hey, you big pervert. Tell her when Mingxiu comes back to stay away from your pervert brother-in-law." Wang Qingyu laughed and said, "Don't ruin my reputation as your brother-in-law." The two flirted a little, but after all, it was hard for a couple in love to control themselves, and they were so tender and affectionate, and it went without saying that they were so affectionate. Bai Jie stood in the corner in a daze, feeling indescribable for a moment. "This is the first time I've eavesdropped." I still listened to Xu Mingyu. She was in a trance for a moment. "I never expected that my innocent and lovely daughter would make such a shameful sound with her tongue. When they can't help themselves, they even say vulgar words." This completely refreshed her understanding of Xu Mingyu. Chapter 52, Let me take you to Qingdao for another 7 days. Yer tilde. Xu Mingyu picked up the phone and took a look at it, then suddenly let out a low cry. Wang Qingyu looked up in confusion. "What's wrong? Time flies so fast, it's already 3:30, I have to go back quickly." Xu Mingyu rolled out of bed, found her scattered clothes, and put them on in a panic. Bai Jie, who was hiding in the corner outside, was always worried about being discovered, and she kept the same posture as if she was sitting on pins and needles. I was still listening in the corner, feeling hot all over, but I didn't dare to make any big movements. After such a long time, I feel stiff, sleepy and tired. I didn't dare fall asleep for fear of being discovered accidentally. Hearing the girl's words at this moment, I felt both angry and amused. Wang Qingyu glanced at the balcony quietly, a little amused. "Why are you panicking? Didn't teacher Bai say would play mahjong all night tilde?" "Alas tilde." Xu Mingyu sighed softly. "It's said to be all night. If they get sleepy, it might end at any time. Maybe mom has come back now tilde. It would be bad if we were discovered." Bai Jie outside couldn't help rolling her eyes when she heard this, thinking that it was true that girls cannot be kept when they grow up. When she reached the age, she secretly went out to date her lover without my mother's knowledge. Hearing this, Wang Qingyu wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. "Don't worry, she will definitely not go home earlier than you." "Why?" As he spoke, Xu Mingyu turned around and faced Wang Qingyu. "Brother, please help me tilde." Wang Qingyu immediately rolled to the side, came behind her, and fastened their hooks for her one by one. "Because, your mother is talking about staying up all night. They finally have a day off, and the school might have to arrange for classes to start early in a few days. I had 2 days of rest in a row before, so of course I have to indulge myself now. Maybe he's going to sing again. He tilde." Xu Mingyu chuckled and snuggled into her lover's arms again. "You don't know, my mother has a nice voice, but she can't sing and is always out of tune, so she only likes to listen to songs." Of course he knew about this. After more than a year, Wang Qingyu knew Bai Jie inside and out. Wang Qingyu couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. After pulling them back, he couldn't help but raise them again. Maybe she listened to people singing all night tilde. When Bai Jie outside heard this, she felt ashamed and annoyed, and wanted to rush out and bite this bad guy twice. "Okay, brother, I really have to leave." Xu Mingyu put on her slippers and stood up. She couldn't help but stepped forward and kissed Wang Qingyu on the face. "Mua tilde." Only then did he reluctantly leave the bedroom. Wang Qingyu was a little amused. He picked up his shorts and put them on. He immediately followed after her and sent Xu Mingyu home. They spent some time flirting in her boudoir before leaving at the girl's urging. As soon as I went downstairs and got home, I saw Bai Jie sitting on the sofa, shrugging her shoulders and twisting her waist, constantly moving her body. When she saw Wang Qingyu coming back, her pretty face suddenly became gloomy, and she leaned back on the sofa with her arms folded across her chest. I lifted my right leg and tried to cross it, but my leg was so numb that I failed. Her beautiful eyes also became much sharper. "King Qing, you. Did you do this on purpose? What do you mean by intentional?" Wang Qingyu pretended to be dumb and sat down next to her. He wanted to reach out and hug her, but Bai Jie dodged him. "Don't admit it yet. It's obvious that he is deliberately toying with us." Bai Jie's eyes turned red with anger. "If you didn't do it on purpose, why didn't you find an excuse to send Ye away?" You knew I was hiding in the bedroom, but you still carried her in on purpose. And you made me listen to you guys all night long. I really didn't mean it. Wang Qingyu said sincerely. Yaya was wearing a t-shirt and nightgown, so short, revealing a pair of snow-white, slender long legs. I was completely stunned by her long legs and had forgotten about you. He was halfway through his words when he realized something was wrong and stopped talking immediately. Bai Jie raised her eyebrows and shot a cold look at Wang Qingyu. He told her. You mean to say that now that you have Yaya, you've completely forgotten about me? It seems you like Yaya more. In that case, why do you keep coming to me? Okay, I'm jealous. Feeling amused, Wang Qingyu walked forward with a playful smile and hugged Bai Jie regardless of her struggles. That's not what I meant. I was just talking about that time. Snort. Bai Jie turned around in anger, her back to Wang Qingyu, her chest rumbling with anger. Men, as expected, all like younger women. They get tired of the old and love the new. Indulge and abandon. Unfaithful and ungrateful. Playboy. Wang Qingyu raised the corner of her mouth, then immediately turned serious. Look, you've been a mother for so many years, why are you still jealous of your daughter? Eat your big head. Bai Jie pushed Wang Qingyu away and said, Go away. I don't want to see you. Suddenly, his brows furrowed again. You changed the subject again. You bastard. You knew I was outside and afraid of being discovered by Yaya, so you didn't dare to move, but you deliberately took so long. It's obvious that he has dirty intentions and is deliberately teasing us. I'll never come to your place again. As he said this, he was about to get up and leave. Wang Qingyu naturally couldn't let her go like this, so he quickly hugged her slender waist from behind. Hey, sorry, it's really my fault this time. To express my apology, how about I take you out for a ride in my Mercedes-Benz when we get back from Nuller? No. Bai Jie was still angry. She is now suffering from back and leg pain and is very angry. Wang Qingyu pulled her back to the sofa. Hey, really, don't you like going to the beach? How about I take you there in my Mercedes-Benz? And also go to Qingdao. It would have been fine if this hadn't been mentioned. As soon as Bai Jie mentioned this, she became even angrier. She glared at him coldly. What? I asked you to take me to Qingdao for another 7 days. Wang Qingyu immediately raised his hand and swore, I swear, this time we will definitely go to the beach. Let's drive there ourselves. It'll only take 7 or 8 hours on the highway. You're all on vacation anyway, so why not spend a few more days exploring all the nearby coastal cities? I'll cover all the expenses. How's that? Bai Jie snorted, feeling a little moved. The 7 days she spent in Qingdao were actually annual leave. Although there are 10 days of annual leave, it is generally not approved. At that time, my mother was ill and hospitalized, and my 2 younger sisters and 1 older brother all said they had something to do and couldn't come back. She asked the principal, Cha Shinrong, twice before she was allowed to stay. Unexpectedly, after 2 days of waiting, the 3 brothers and sisters came back one after another. After discussion, it was agreed that each of the 3 daughters would serve for 2 days, and the eldest brother, as the son, would serve for 4 days. She only had 8 days left. I wanted to take the opportunity to go to the beach to relax and relieve the pressure from work. I never expected that after traveling all the way to Qingdao, I would enter the hotel and not be able to get out. It's not that I didn't go out, it's that I can't go out. We interacted too late at night and were so tired that I could only sleep until noon. It was so hot that I couldn't go out. I couldn't go out, but I recharged my batteries and started interacting again. After the interaction, the weather was no longer hot, but I was tired and didn't want to move, so I could only fall asleep again. This cycle repeated itself over and over again, and I didn't go out for 7 days. She had finally applied for annual leave and had used up all of it. She had wanted to relax and see the sea, but she didn't see it. How can I not be angry? It's summer vacation now, and I've been wanting to go out and play for a long time. After Wang Qingyu mentioned it, he couldn't help but feel moved again. Chapter 53 Go find your little lover. If you want to go out and play, you have to promise me that you won't do anything to me, let alone touch me. Bai Jie hesitated for a moment and finally gave in. I was really furious just now, but now that the pain in my body has eased, I'm not as angry anymore. Wang Qingyu pretended to be embarrassed. Aren't you embarrassing me? Bai Jie's beautiful eyes narrowed. How did I embarrass you? Wang Qingyu said seriously, you know I have a bad temper. If I could only look at a beautiful woman like you with fair skin and graceful demeanor but not eat you, wouldn't that be really embarrassing for me? Bai Jie snorted softly, go find your little lover Tilda. Anyway, you won't remember me if she's around Tilda. Hee Tilda. Wang Qingyu couldn't help laughing, where does this sour taste come from? It's still the aged vinegar from Shanxi. Go away. You're the one who's jealous. Bai Jie was obviously upset that Wang Qingyu preferred Bai Yu to Xu Mingyu. Wang Qingyu smiled secretly in his heart. It turns out that you still have to make them feel a sense of crisis, so that they will be more dependent on you. Being favored always makes you feel confident. Okay, I promise. Wang Qingyu's eye smiled slightly, but Ye is my girlfriend now, you have no right to interfere. Bai Jie rolled her eyes, that's your business, you can be as crazy as you want. Besides, I'm warning you, stay away from the nuller. She's not like me. Even though it's already like this, I can live my whole life without getting married or having a formal status, but she can't. Har, impossible. Wang Qingyu did not hide this matter from Bai Jie. I made it very clear in the bedroom just now. I will not allow a girl with the same body and appearance as Ye to be with anyone else. Bai Jie frowned and said angrily, there are so many identical twins in the world. If they all think like you, they can only marry one. I don't care about others, and it has nothing to do with me Tilda. But I don't want to see a girl who looks exactly like Ye throwing herself into the arms of someone else, being affectionate, so I will try my best to keep her by my side. Wang Qingyu sat back down on the sofa with an indifferent expression, can we solve our own problems? I promise you, I will never force Mingxu if she doesn't want to. But if it's my will, I hope you'll respect their personal choices. Snort. Be careful not to lose both the wife and the army. Bai Jie's face was tense, if I can't get the second one, the first one will be gone too. Wang Qingyu chuckled, you are also a teacher, you should know. There is no single standard for a good life, and there is no single template for a happy life. Wang Qingyu crossed his legs and looked at her with a half smile, just like you now. No one can force you if you don't want to. And you chose this way. I believe you are willing and believe that you are happy this way, right? Bai Jie was silent. When she learned that he was with Ye, she was angry, upset, jealous and hateful. I also thought about never talking to him again. But somehow, it just. Having said that, Wang Qingyu picked up the cigar on the table and wanted to light it, but when he remembered that Bai Jie was preparing for pregnancy, he gave up the idea. Teacher Bai, I love you very much. I wasn't so greedy before. Now I'm greedy. I love you and Ye too. It's not because I've become rich again, and I'm really rich. But my mentality has changed since our last breakup. Everyone has their own choices, like you, like Ye, it's the same. I hope you can respect their respective choices in the future. And. Bai Jie didn't say a word, just looked up. How can you be sure that if the man she finds in the future is not me, she will definitely be happy? Maybe he's also a scumbag. Maybe he's not only a scumbag, but also a domestic abuser and a mama's boy. He's not as handsome as me, not as rich as me, not as free as me, not as gentle as me, and not even as old as me. Men are essentially the same, and women are similar. Everyone has their own hidden desires. It's just that they haven't happened to them yet, so they act sanctimonious and flaunt them. After saying that, he walked up to Bai Jie and said, you said you always take care of them and love them, but according to common sense, they will also get married and leave you. No one can guarantee how they will live, whether their parents-in-law love them, or whether their husbands treat them well. Even if you're being bullied, you may not even know it most of the time. It's so nice to be together. At least you can live together all the time without having to separate and take care of each other. At least my parents are reasonable people. As for me, I'm not bragging. I'm tall, good-looking, and have a good personality. I know how to be gentle with women. Now I have money and freedom. With me, you don't need to worry about them having a bad life. And you know whether it's happy or not. I returned home woodenly, and just as I closed the door, a cute and pretty little head popped out of the bathroom. Mom, are you back? Bai Jie quickly calmed down after hearing this. She looked at the fair and youthful girl and smiled slightly. Well, why are you taking a shower so late at night? Aren't you going to sleep yet? Hey, I've been bored and playing until now. I'll go to bed right after I take a shower. After Xu Mingyu finished speaking, she shrank back again. Bai Jie hesitated for a moment and sighed in her heart. She had no desire to sleep, so she sat down on the sofa. The lights in the living room were not on, there was only a dim entrance light in the hallway. Bai Jie was immersed in the darkness, feeling depressed and irritated, and didn't know what to think. In the end, I thought of Wang Qingyu. Not long after, Xu Mingyu came out of the bathroom. There was no one at home just now, and the girl walked in without wearing anything. Now come out wrapped in a bath towel. Under the dim and dark light, the girl's hair was still damp, and her already fair and tender skin, after washing, was even more like a lotus emerging from the water, with skin as white and smooth as ice and snow. Mom, why are you sitting here alone? Xu Mingyu came to sit next to her mother, hugged Bai Jie's arm affectionately, and her face was full of concern. Is there something on your mind? No, Tilda. Bai Jie smiled gently, but suddenly a mischievous thought came to her mind. After we played mahjong, I won some money, so we went to KTV. Alas, I sang a song, and they laughed at me the whole night. In the end, I could only sit by and listen to them sing until now. Xu Mingyu didn't understand what was going on, and her beautiful eyes narrowed in surprise. My brother really guessed it right. Bai Jie felt amused and pretended to know nothing. She looked at her in confusion. What's wrong? Xu Mingyu's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she shook her head shyly. No, it's okay, they are too much. They actually laughed at my mother Tilda. But their voices aren't as nice as my mother's, so I'm sure they can't sing very well either. Bai Jie looked at the girl mischievously, and felt better instantly. Yeah, how long have you and Qingyu known each other? It's been 7 days. What's wrong, Mom? Xu Mingyu remembered clearly that they met and fell in love on the 5th. It's 4 o'clock in the evening and it's already the 12th. So, how far have you progressed? Bai Jie knew it well, but she couldn't help asking in a joking manner. Chapter 54. Why are you shy in front of your mom? Xu Mingyu blinked her beautiful eyes. What has developed to what stage? Bai Jie's lips curled up with a teasing smile. What's your relationship? Then he asked directly, did you kiss? Xu Mingyu's heart trembled, her snow-white cheeks flushed slightly, she lowered her head shyly, and hummed softly, as soft as a mosquito. Bai Jie felt amused. This girl was so bold just now, she said whatever she wanted. In this respect, he is very similar to her. So, have you slept with him? Xu Mingyu's ears turned red, and she said shyly, Mom, what are you talking about Tilda? Har, you're still pretending in front of me. Bai Jie sneered secretly, her voice gentle and doting. Silly girl, why are you shy in front of your mother? Isn't this how all young people are when they're in love these days? It's no big deal, as long as it's not a mess. Xu Mingyu's eyes were already misty with shame. Mom, really not yet. I'm sleepy, I'm going to sleep Tilda. After saying that, he ran back to the room. Bai Jie found this quite amusing and couldn't help laughing out loud. The next morning, Wang Qingyu drove to pick up his mother and took her to the hospital. My father was able to move freely and had already gone downstairs to buy breakfast. Wang Qingyu and my mother came to the ward after finishing their meal. I saw my father swiping the new phone he bought for him. Although this is a small county town, it has a large permanent population. Young people get married early, and some are already fathers of 3 children in their 20s. Almost every family has 3 or 4 children, and those with only 2 are rare. In their hearts, 2 daughters and 1 son are the best. I have 2 sons and 1 daughter, and I am worried. Having another son means earning at least 1 million more. The place is poor and has a large population. People usually eat a diet high in oil and salt and do not take care of their health, so the people's hospital is always overcrowded. There are 3 patients in this ward, and there are many more in the corridor. Qingyu, who are you talking to now? Bai Jie. Mom Qingyu and Xiar had been holding back all the way, but finally couldn't help but ask. Oh, no. Wang Qingyu shook his head. Although Bai Jie is willing to give birth now. But after all, on the surface, his girlfriend is now Xu Mingyu. Who is that? Is it that Qin Jingshu? Qin Juanxiar asked again. When he heard the name Qin Jingshu, Wang Zhenhe also turned his head. Wang Qingyu shook his head again. No. Wang Zhenhe frowned. That Qin Jingshu seems to have set his sights on you. He won't let you go. How do you plan to resolve this? Then he warned, if you don't plan to get back together, then return the car and the money to him. Wang Qingyu smiled slightly, Don't worry, I will take care of it, you don't have to worry. Also, let's sell the car at home. You're not in good health, so you'd better not haul goods in the future. Wang Qingyu shook his head. That job is a bit tiring, but it pays well. We've been operating there for nearly 20 years. How could we bear to throw it away? Dad, Mom, no matter how much money you make, it's not as important as your health. Wang Qingyu said sternly, after all, you are old now, and your bodies have been damaged after hauling goods for so many years. You can't haul goods anymore. He sighed and said, I have been recuperating for the past 2 years and have not gone out to earn money. I am sorry to have made you worry. But now I can make a lot of money myself. Even without Qin Jingshu's money, I can still make a lot of money. These days, I not only bought an Audi A8, but also bought 3 villas in Handanshan. When you're discharged from the hospital, shall we move to the villa? What? 3 villas? Qin Juanxia was shocked. How much would that cost? Wang Qingyu hesitated for a moment, then told the truth. It probably cost over 30 million tilde. More than 30 million. Upon hearing this number, even Wang Qingyu could no longer sit still and looked at him in disbelief. Wang Qingyu chuckled and didn't explain the source of the money. Dad, Mom, we're not short of money at home now. We have a car, a villa, and we have endless savings. You've worked so hard for so many years, it's time to take a break and have a few good days. Listen to me and sell the truck. I'm already this old. Leave the responsibility of supporting the family to me. As for you, just enjoy yourself and take good care of your health. In the next 2 years, I will strive to give you grandchildren. When talking about their grandchildren, the old couple instantly became excited. Wang Qingyu chuckled, when the time comes, I'll have to ask you to help take care of my grandchildren tilde. If you're not in good health and you're stuck in the hospital every day, how are you going to have grandchildren? Wang Qingyu hesitated for a moment, thinking about what happened yesterday. His son did a great job. Although Wang Qingyu always thought that what happened yesterday was nothing, this is a rural area after all, and many people don't understand the lore very well. Okay. Wang Qingyu nodded and agreed, I'll ask when we get back and see if your brother Ji Yutong agrees. Okay. Qin Juanxia also sighed slightly, we don't have any other expectations now. We just hope that you can get married and have a child soon. While we are still young, we can still help you take care of it. Wang Qingyu smiled and said, well, don't worry, Mom. I'll give you good news in 2 months. Also, that Audi A8 is bought for you. You can drive it from now on. Such a nice car, you keep it and drive it. What should we drive? Wang Qingyu shook his head. He was also an experienced person. When his son made money, he wanted to buy him a BMW, but he refused. Don't want to waste that money. Wang Qingyu shook the Mercedes-Benz key in his hand. I already have a Mercedes-Benz and a Ferrari. How can I drive all these cars here? Wang Qingyu still insisted, Mercedes-Benz is an SUV, Ferrari is a sports car, and Audi is a sedan. Each car has its own purpose. You will need it in the future. Wang Qingyu smiled and said, what are you afraid of? We can just switch when the time comes. There were other people in the ward, so Wang Qingyu didn't say much. It wasn't a big deal in the hospital, I just helped watch the 4 bottle. After finishing the infusion at noon, Wang Qingyu took the old couple to their hospital cafeteria for a meal and then said goodbye and left. There are many restaurants in the county town, but most of them serve food that is high in oil and salt. On the other hand, the food in the hospital is not only light in taste but also inexpensive, and is very popular with the old couple. Hey, brother. When Xu Mingyu saw Wang Qingyu at the gate of Hanlin Yuan, she immediately smiled and ran over happily. Seeing this, Bai Jie behind her also smiled helplessly. She could feel Xu Mingyu's love and dependence on Wang Qingyu, and she couldn't bear to reveal the relationship between her and Wang Qingyu to her. Wang Qingyu unceremoniously put his arm around Xu Mingyu's slender waist, and with a faint smile on his face, he looked at Bai Jie who was approaching. Hello, teacher Bai. Tilde. Bai Jie smiled slightly. In front of Xu Mingyu, she didn't dare to look Wang Qingyu in the eye. Let's go. In another hour, Mingzu should be getting off the train. Then he looked around in confusion, where is your A8 parked? Xu Mingyu's lips curled up, Mom, my brother is driving a Mercedes-Benz this time. She had already seen Wang Qingyu's red Mercedes-Benz G-Class. But Bai Jie didn't know yet. Chapter 55 I am speechless about this silly daughter. Bai Jie was slightly stunned. She heard Wang Qingyu say last night that he would take them to Qingdao in a Mercedes-Benz. But at that time she just thought the other party was wrong. After all, I just bought $1 million Audi A8, how could I possibly buy a more expensive Mercedes-Benz? Wang Qingyu smiled slightly and took the two of them to the side road. Less than 30 meters away, I saw a bright red and cool Mercedes-Benz G parked quietly in a public parking space on the side of the road. Bai Jie looked at the colorful luxury off-road vehicle in front of her. Although she knew that Wang Qingyu had suddenly become rich again, she couldn't help but show disbelief. Did you buy this car too? Wang Qingyu raised the corner of his mouth and opened the back door. No, a friend gave it to me. Teacher Bai, please. Friend. Bai Jie's eyebrows furrowed slightly, her eyes filled with shock. This car must be worth 2 million, right? What kind of friend is so generous as to give you such an expensive gift? But I became suspicious. She found it a little unbelievable. A male friend or business partner. Even if the relationship is good, you don't need to give him a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, right? And in such a flashy color. A female friend. Isn't this woman so generous? How rich is she? Shanghai auntie? Or Beijing Circle lady? She looked at Wang Qingyu with her beautiful eyes. Based on her understanding of this boy, she could basically conclude that he was a woman. After getting in the car, Wang Qingyu fastened his seatbelt and said with a smile, "This car is top of the line, worth over 3 million. Xu Mingyu was no longer surprised by Wang Qingyu's lavish financial resources and did not ask any further questions. After all, Wang Qingyu had spent 30 million yuan on a villa before. Bai Jie lay on the front seat, still curious and asking, what kind of friend is this? He's so rich. Wang Qingyu put on his sunglasses and smiled faintly. Of course she is super rich, and I am a friend who can be useful to her. Who would be so foolish as to give you millions for no reason? Huh. At this moment, Xu Mingyu suddenly exclaimed, her clear eyes gleaming with surprise, brother, you look so handsome with sunglasses on. Wang Qingyu smiled slightly and said arrogantly, because I am handsome tilde. Bai Jie, who was standing behind him, raised her lips slightly, that's true. He's already handsome, and he even puts on sunglasses to look cooler. Look how obsessed our Yaya is with him, she looks like a crazy fangirl. Xu Mingyu's pretty face suddenly turned red. She looked away and smiled foolishly. She couldn't help but take a closer look and said, brother, are the diamonds on the eyes real? Tilde. Wang Qingyu hummed lightly, Bulgari sunglasses, the frame is made of 18K pure gold, and the diamonds and sapphires inlaid on it are all real. Wow. Xu Mingyu couldn't help but open her eyes wide, the sunglasses are made of pure gold and inlaid with diamonds. How much do they cost? Bai Jie also looked over from behind curiously. I think it was around 400,000 yuan. I can't remember exactly. I bought it when I graduated from university. These sunglasses were the graduation gift Qin Jingshu gave him. She had originally wanted to give herself a supercar, but Qin Jingshu's father did not agree with them being together and tried to stop them, so Wang Qingyu finally didn't want it. Speaking of which, during their relationship, Qin Jingshu gave him many valuable gifts. Leather shoes, clothes, belts, watches, sunglasses, rings. He has 3 brand name watches at home, each of which is worth a lot of money. He kept all these things in a cabinet under his bed, and he never touched them even when he was down and out. After all, no matter how poor he was not at the end of his rope. Upon hearing this, Bai Jie frowned instantly, and a name flashed through her mind, Qin Jingshu. After dating for more than a year, Bai Jie didn't know much about Wang Qingyu's previous relationship. She knew about her previous girlfriend Liu Yaxian, and she also knew about her previous girlfriend Gong Yu. There was another one, who was Wang Qingyu's first love and the first woman he had ever been with. She didn't know much, only that she was his girlfriend in college, whom he had been dating for 4 years, and she was super beautiful and super rich. Har, I bought these sunglasses so many years ago, but they still look like new. Xu Mingyu pecking at rice, yeah, I thought it was new tilde. Bai Jie behind her rolled her eyes and was speechless at her silly daughter. They fell in love and easily got together with each other, and slept together within a few days. The key is that when they meet each other, they only talk about love, only know how to be affectionate, and only know how men and women make love. Don't ask anything, don't try to understand anything. She estimated that this girl still didn't even know where Wang Qingyu lived or how many people were in the family. I don't even know which hand I'm eating. After hesitating for a moment, I could only ask again, you bought this when you graduated from college? Was it a gift from your ex-girlfriend? Xu Mingyu only realized it at this moment, and couldn't help but look at Wang Qingyu curiously. Wang Qingyu didn't hide it at all. Yes, it was given to me by my first love in college. Xu Mingyu blinked her beautiful eyes, looking a little silly and cute. I am not jealous that Wang Qingyu has kept the gift from his first love so well and is even wearing it now. The book says that life is a long journey towards death. During this journey, one person will appear and one person will disappear. In her opinion, who was he with before and why did they break up? That is not his black spot, but his past life and the path he has taken. If he wants to tell me about his past, then I should listen carefully, understand him well, experience his past joys and sorrows, loves and hates, and understand his mental journey and the joys and sorrows of life. If he didn't say anything, she had no need to ask and no right to get to the bottom of it. After all, it was part of his life. After all, that's just the past. She appears in his present, so she loves his present, enjoys his present, and hopes to always be with him and appear in his future. Therefore, even though she was so close to Wang Qingyu, she never took the initiative to ask about his past. When they talked, they only talked about the present and the future. What do you want to eat, drink, and do now? Where do you want to go in the future? What do you want to do? What kind of life do you want to live? Bai Jie raised her eyebrows. Then your first love is really super rich. Although she was talking to Wang Qingyu, she was actually hinting at Xu Mingyu crazily. Don't even mention 8 years ago. Even now, over 400,000 yuan is not a small sum. Not many people can come up with it, right? Just now Wang Qingyu said that this car was a gift from a super rich friend. Now his first love girlfriend is super rich. Bai Jie wanted to clarify things with her current girlfriend Xu Mingyu. Unfortunately, Xu Mingyu was obviously a little slow in this regard and did not react. Wang Qingyu chuckled softly, and naturally heard Bai Jie's suspicion. Yes, the eldest daughter of Jiangcheng, a super rich and beautiful lady, whose family is one of the few in Jiangcheng. Bai Jie saw her daughter staring at Wang Qingyu in a daze, and was so obsessed with her that she didn't hear her hints at all. She felt a little crazy about her insensitivity. I can only go on stage myself, wow. Such an amazing white, rich and beautiful girl. Could it be that this Mercedes-Benz G-Class of yours was given by her? Chapter 56, This isn't the father you found for us, is it? Xu Mingyu still did not suspect or ask further questions, but was just curious again. Wang Qingyu raised the corner of his mouth slightly under his sunglasses. That's right. That's her. When Bai Jie heard what she had guessed, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. As Wang Qingyu's first love, she took his virginity, which shows that she left a deep impression in his heart. We dated for 4 years in college, which shows that our relationship is deep enough. She is still a top-notch white, rich and beautiful woman. This is definitely the white moonlight. Bai Jie naturally understood the lethality of Bai Yueguang. So why did she suddenly give him such an expensive luxury car after so many years of breaking up? Could it be that the two of them want to reconcile again? Even Xu Mingyu, who was standing beside her, became nervous. The smile on her face faded, and she bit her thin lips with her pearly teeth, but she remained silent. She suddenly felt inferior. My boyfriend's first love. Just give it to me and it will be a luxury car worth 3 million. But I still have to spend my boyfriend's money. I don't even have a fraction of what others have. Only beauty. But she is a top-notch white, rich and beautiful woman, so she must be very beautiful. Her only advantage might not even be as good as others. Bai Jie's heart tightened, and her hands gripping the front seat tightened unconsciously. His expression remained calm. Oh. We've been apart for so many years, why did I suddenly give you a luxury car? Why? Your first love still misses you and wants to rekindle the past relationship and relive the past love story with you. Hearing this, Xu Mingyu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, held her breath unconsciously and looked sideways at her boyfriend. A girl in the passionate love period never thought that the knife from her first love would be swung at her. She was nervous and scared, and her little hands were holding the hem of her pink JK skirt, and she was sweating unconsciously. She does have that idea. Wang Qingyu had a faint smile on his face, as if he could see Xu Mingyue's nervousness at the moment. He drove the car with one hand and held Xu Mingyue's little hand with the other. But I refused. Xu Mingyue's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up again. Bai Jie asked suspiciously. Rejected. If you refused, then why did you accept the luxury car as a gift? He tilde. Wang Qingyu chuckled and asked instead, why not? Such a good car, don't miss it. Bai Jie was clearly unconvinced. Such a valuable item, aren't you afraid that the owner will be soft-hearted and feel guilty about taking it? Of course I'm not afraid. Wang Qingyu took it for granted, a faint smile curling up at the corner of his mouth. I've never had short arms, they've always been long. Bai Jie's tone paused for a moment, and she understood almost immediately. She secretly glared at him and pondered for a moment. I don't think this is a good idea. Accepting gifts from an ex-girlfriend is unfair to Yeye. It will make her feel insecure. No. Without waiting for Wang Qingyu to speak, Xu Mingyu quickly defended him. Even if we break up, we can still be friends tilde. There's no deep hatred, so why would we keep our distance from each other? Bai Jie was stunned for a moment, stared at her daughter with her beautiful eyes wide open, and covered her forehead speechlessly. Wang Qingyu's lips curled up beautifully under his sunglasses. He grabbed Xu Mingyue's little hand and kissed it on his lips. In a blink of an eye, they were on a highway. Bai Jie didn't dare to talk too much about this matter, for fear that he would be distracted. Just chat about family matters to prevent him from falling asleep. The wheels spun rapidly, and the cool red color attracted a lot of attention along their way. Wang Qingyu drove the car to the ground parking lot of Zhejiang Trade City opposite, and then took the two women across the overpass to the exit. There were quite a few middle-aged men and women standing at the exit. Of course most of them were not there to pick anyone up. The three of them waited at the door for about half an hour, and suddenly a lot of people came from the passage ahead. The uncles and aunts guarding the door were all very efficient. They blocked the exit in a flash, leaving only two small openings that were barely enough for one person to pass through. Everyone started shouting at once. Shixian, are you leaving for Shixian? Zhongyin. Wanping, we're leaving right away. Daimyo, are you leaving or not? Listening to the energetic shouts of the old men and women, Wang Qingyu was instantly reminded of the time when he took the train in the past, which made him feel very familiar. As the passengers gradually walked out, Bai Jie suddenly raised her hand and waved, "Open channel. Here." After a while, a tall and slim girl came out pushing a suitcase. Like Xu Mingyu has long hair and wears a slim-fitting black and white striped knitted t-shirt with loose and casual straight pants. It not only makes you look thinner, but also makes your long legs look slender and straight. As you get closer, her figure is even more attractive. The black and white stripes tightly wrapped around her flat belly, revealing a slightly white section of her waist, which made her waist look even more slender, like a willow, so thin that it could hardly be grasped. A pair of Mercedes-Benz C-Class cars above support the full and seductive curve. An absolutely girlish figure. Mother. Sister. When Xu Mingyu saw his mother and sister, his eyes suddenly lit up and he trotted over pushing his suitcase. Bai Jie and Xu Mingyu also greeted him with a smile. The three of them hugged each other, and Bai Jie asked with a smile, "Is the train late again?" Xu Mingyu pouted helplessly, "Well, it's half an hour late tilde." Looking at it closely, Wang Qingyu exclaimed in his heart, "Wow!" Xu Mingyu was born with fair skin and picturesque features. Her eyebrows are as slender as black ink, and her eyes are as clear and pure as a pool of spring water under the moon. When she smiles, her eyes bend into a crescent shape. The nose under her eyes is delicate and pretty, the cherry mouth is delicate and charming, and the thin lips are like rose petals. Rare beauty, pure and sweet. Wang Qingyu turned his gaze in astonishment and looked at Xu Mingyu again, and was even more surprised. Her facial features, face shape, height, and figure are exactly the same as Xu Mingyu's, as if they were carved from the same mold. Isn't this just another Xu Mingyu? No, I can't let her be abducted by someone else. Otherwise, if we meet every day in the future and she is being affectionate with other men every day, I will really feel like I'm being cheated on. This won't do. It wasn't until Bai Jie looked back that Wang Qingyu came back to his senses and made up his mind. Hello, Mingyu. Xu Mingyu had long noticed the tall, thin and handsome guy next to his mother. After stealing a few glances, he was stunned for a moment when he saw that the other party actually knew him. He quickly smiled and nodded, hello tilde. Her beautiful eyes turned and looked at her mother and sister curiously. Mom, who is this handsome uncle? Then he said with a smile, "You are not the father you found for us, right?" Forehead. This one sentence made Sister Bai's smile freeze, Xu Mingyu's face turn red, and Wang Qingyu's expression look a little weird. Silly girl, what are you talking about, Tilda? It was Sister Bai who reacted first. She pinched Xu Mingxiu's face unhappily and said, "This is your sister's boyfriend." Chapter 57, Sister-in-Law is Good. Xu Mingxiu opened her beautiful eyes wide in an instant, looked at Wang Qingyu beside Bai Jie, then turned her eyes and cast a surprised look at her sister Xu Mingyu. Really? Then he walked over to his sister and hugged her arm. Xu Mingyu, when did you start dating? Xu Mingyu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she looked shy. On the day I came back, Tilda. Xu Mingxiu was slightly stunned. On the day you came back? What do you mean? You two met that day and got together. Xu Mingyu nodded softly. Xu Mingxiu was dumbfounded when he heard this. Wow, love at first sight. As he spoke, his eyes turned and he looked up at Wang Qingyu, and was stunned. The man in front of me was wearing casual clothes and was tall and thin. He has fluffy Korean short hair, heroic sword-like eyebrows, a pair of big peach blossom eyes, clear and bright, and a deep and indifferent look. Her nose was high and her thin lips were elegantly curved into a faint smile. He has a tall stature, handsome features, mature temperament, and seems to exude a charming charm from head to toe. Xu Mingxiu's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and stars lit up in his beautiful eyes as he looked at Wang Qingyu. It takes time to say it, but in fact, from the beginning to the end, it is just a matter of being in a daze. Bai Jie, who was standing by, couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart when she saw Xu Mingxiu showing this infatuated look, which was exactly the same as the way Xu Mingyu usually looked at Wang Qingyu. Tilda. Bai Jie quickly coughed and reminded, yeah, why don't you introduce your boyfriend to Mingxiu? She wanted to remind Xu Mingxiu that this was your sister Xu Mingyu's boyfriend. Xu Mingxiu was interrupted and came back to her senses. Her pretty face turned red instantly and she looked at her sister shyly. Xu Mingyu didn't think much about it. In the past few days, she and Wang Qingyu went out shopping or to the night market, and she saw too many young girls who were fascinated by their boyfriends. My sister's reaction was naturally no exception. Hey, Mingxiu, this is your future brother-in-law, Wang Qingyu. Qing means clear and Yu means giving. As he spoke, he patted Xu Mingxiu's buttocks, showing off a little proudly. How is it? Super handsome, right? Tilda. Xu Mingxiu nodded shyly. Handsome. Then he looked up at Wang Qingyu, nodded at him, and joked obediently. Hello, brother-in-law Tilda. The words, hello, brother-in-law, made Xu Mingyu's cheeks blush instantly. Wang Qingyu raised the corner of his mouth and said without hesitation, hello, sister-in-law Tilda. He Tilda. Xu Mingxiu was so amused that he couldn't help laughing. He turned his gaze to his sister and whispered, Xu Mingyu. You are too unkind, aren't you? You found a handsome boyfriend and you're hiding him from me. Xu Mingyu smiled shyly. She was completely obsessed with it for a week. When I am not with my boyfriend, I think about him all day long. I have no appetite and just hold my phone, hoping to get a reply from him at any time. When they meet, it's even more amazing. They wish they could become conjoined twins, melt each other into their own bodies, and not want to be apart for a moment. I have long forgotten about you, my sister. Okay, let's go. We'll talk when we get back. The handsome men and beautiful women gathered together naturally attracted a lot of attention. Bai Jie naturally didn't want to be watched by so many people. After saying that, he picked up the suitcase. Wang Qingyu took it with a smile and boldly grabbed her hand. Bai Jie's heart skipped a beat, and she didn't dare to react too much, fearing that the two women would notice something. She just glanced at them sideways as a warning. The three of them returned along the same route, crossed the overpass, and came to the ground parking lot. The bright red Mercedes-Benz G-Class stands out among the crowd of sedans, and even the Maybach opposite seems to be a foil. Wang Qingyu opened the trunk and put the suitcase in. Xu Mingxiu opened her beautiful eyes wide in surprise, and looked at her mother and sister in disbelief, her voice soft and gentle. Xu Mingyu, this Mercedes-Benz. Is it my brother-in-law's? Tilda. Xu Mingyu nodded and twitched the corners of her pink lips. How is it? Isn't this car cool? Of course it's cool. Xu Mingxiu looked at the bright red Mercedes-Benz in amazement. Wang Qingyu walked over at this time and asked everyone to get on the car. Then he suggested, you don't have anything to do when you go home anyway. I just bought 3 villas in Handan City. How about staying there for a few days? The three girls all raised their beautiful eyes. Without waiting for them to speak, Wang Qingyu continued, "Let me make it clear first, I'm not showing off my wealth, I have other plans." "Do you have other plans?" Xu Mingyu was a little confused. "Brother, what are your plans?" Bai Jie lowered her eyes slightly, she naturally knew what Wang Qingyu was planning. Xu Mingxiu was sitting at the side behind him, blinking his clear and beautiful eyes with a curious look. "Har har, you finally have a day off, and you have nothing to do. I want to take you to the beach in Qingdao. Do you want to go?" Qingdao. Xu Mingyu's eyes suddenly lit up, and her heart was immediately moved. "Yes." Wang Qingyu laughed. "Teacher Bai, sister-in-law, how about you?" Bai Jie pursed her lips. Although she wanted to go, she refused. "Oh, forget it. You young lovers are going out to play, and we don't want to be a light bulb. So we won't join in the fun." Xu Mingxiu, who was looking forward to it, nodded in agreement after hearing this. "Yeah, you guys go play, I'll stay home with mom." Wang Qingyu felt amused when he saw Bai Jie was saying one thing and pretending to be mean. "Teacher Bai, I'm not an outsider now, why are you being so polite to me? You two are teaching and going to school, you've worked so hard. Now that you finally have a holiday, you should change places, relax and rest. Besides, Yaya would rather have you guys by her side. It's only when the family goes on a trip together that they can have fun and enjoy themselves to the fullest." Bai Jie pretended to be hesitant and pondered for a moment. "Okay then, but will it be inconvenient to live directly in your villa?" "No. You're not just here to live, you also have to work for me." Wang Qingyu smiled slightly. "Although my villa is ready for you to move into and has been cleaned, it lacks many daily necessities. While you're here, you can help me out these next 2 days. Let's go shopping together at the supermarket and buy some daily necessities." Bai Jie said unhappily, "So you want us, mother and daughter, to work for you?" Wang Qingyu chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I won't let you work in vain. I'll cover all the expenses for this trip to Qingdao." He actually wanted to take his parents to Qingdao Beach for some fun. "Although my parents often go to Shandong to transport goods, Cao County is inland after all. They also went to Qingdao during the financial crisis, but they went there to work and have never been there specifically for fun. But this time it was a bit inconvenient to bring Bai Jie, her mother and daughter with me. The main reason is that we cannot explain their identities. If he told them that Bai Jie was his girlfriend, then Xu Mingyu would be exposed. If Xu Mingyu was his girlfriend, his parents would know about his relationship with Bai Jie. At that time, he had just broken up with Bai Jie, and he got involved with her daughter, and the key point was that Bai Jie knew about it. I'm afraid it will refresh the old people's views. I can only wait until I come back this time, when my father is discharged from the hospital, to take them out for a trip." "How do we get there?" Bai Jie asked again, knowing the answer anyway. Chapter 58. Your lover is right. I've already made plans. Mingxiu just came back, let's rest in Handan City for 2 days. As Wang Qingyu spoke, he had already started driving. "The day after tomorrow we will drive directly from here to the highway. It will take about 6 or 7 hours to reach Qingdao." Xu Mingyu was a little surprised. "We're going there by car." Wang Qingyu smiled and said, "Well, traveling by car is more convenient and more enjoyable. When the time comes, we can go wherever we want, and we can go to nearby Rizhao, Lianyungang, Weihai, and Penglai." Tilde. Xu Mingyu and Xu Mingxiu are young girls at heart, so they naturally yearn for this kind of spontaneous trip. "That's great. Let's go on a road trip to the beach." Xu Mingyu was a little excited. Seeing this, Xu Mingxiu behind her couldn't help but smile. He turned his beautiful eyes to the side and couldn't help but look at Wang Qingyu. A fair face, big eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lips that always have a faint smile on their faces form an almost perfect side profile. Xu Mingxiu looked at him secretly, not realizing that his heart was beating faster. Bai Jie, who was standing by, so that she looked like a fangirl again and sighed helplessly. She found that Wang Qingyu had become more and more charming recently. "I have been with him for more than a year, and I can't count how many times we have had sex. Now, every time I see him, my heart still beats faster like a little girl, and I even have that feeling. Brother, why don't we go home first?" After Xu Mingyu's excitement, she calmed down. "What's wrong?" Wang Qingyu looked at her in confusion, then quickly looked away. Xu Mingyu tilted her head to look at her boyfriend and smiled sweetly. "We're going on a road trip. My mom and I didn't bring anything, so we need to go back and pack our bags. Yes. Bai Jie agreed with a smile. Not only do we have to get the things, but we also have to make a good strategy. Qingyu, did you do it? Wang Qingyu disagreed. Why bother making a travel guide? First, we're not in a rush, and second, we're on a road trip. We want to be spontaneous and free. Tilde. Xu Mingyu nodded in agreement. Brother is right, Tilde. Bai Jie jokingly said, yes, whatever your lover says is right. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Bai Jie remembered that she didn't make a travel plan last time, so she ended up staying in the hotel for 7 days. This time, I learned a lesson. He continued, we still need to make a strategy. We don't need to make it too detailed, but after all, we don't know much about that place. I don't know where to go for fun, where the scenery is good, which hotels are good, or what good food is there. At least you need to know where to go and not run around like a headless chicken. Then he directly instructed his 2 daughters, I'll leave this matter to you two, okay? Xu Mingxiu smiled and nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to say something, his cell phone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, Xu Mingxiu frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to answer the call. Xu Mingyu in front immediately pricked up her ears and turned her head to eavesdrop. Xu Mingxiu hung up the phone without saying a few words. Mingxiu, who is that? Is it Zhao Shichao? Xu Mingxiu nodded helplessly. Xu Mingyu asked like a curious baby, why did he look for you? Did he want to ask you out? Xu Mingxiu naturally knew his sister's gossipy thoughts and couldn't help but roll his eyes at her. No. He was on the same train with Wei Chao and me, but not in the same carriage. After getting off the train, he looked for me and asked where I was, wanting to go back together. Bai Jie's eyes moved slightly, and she asked curiously, who is Zhao Shichao? Is he pursuing you? Before Mingxiu could answer, the cheerful Xu Mingyu answered first, yes. Mom, you don't know, this person is very strange. Bai Jie was a little amused, who is this person? Why is he so weird? Xu Mingyu curled up her left leg on the seat and turned around to complain, he is also from our county and a student of Jiang University, just 1 year older than us. We met him at a gathering of fellow townspeople. He's a well-known figure in our Zhongyan Hometown Association. Oh? A celebrity? Very powerful. Bai Jie was a little confused. No, it's the weird one who became a celebrity. Xu Mingyu's voice was soft and ethereal, and she couldn't help but share with her boyfriend next to her, brother, you don't know, he is really weird. He has confessed his love to all the girls in our Zhongyan Hometown Association. From senior students, to female classmates from the same class, and even junior students like us, he has confessed his love to everyone. Tilde. Wang Qingyu twitched his lips when he heard this and said with a smile, is he casting a wide net? Aha! And it's like casting a wide net to catch stupid fish. Xu Mingyu nodded like a little chicken pecking at rice. I chase after every guy I see. I can't catch up with this one. So I switch to another one. He looks rather wretched, has acne all over his face, and his EQ is low. He can't make small talk. Sometimes, before people even know their names, they'll kneel down and confess their love to them. You just say one word to them and they'll think you're interested and want to ask you out to a hotel room. It makes you feel like you're being horny and disgusting. So he gradually became a celebrity in the hometown association. The girls hated and despised him, and the boys looked down on him. The key is that he didn't realize it and continued to pursue whoever he met. Bai Jie and Wang Qingyu were speechless upon hearing this. Casting a wide net to choose a mate is a good method in itself. After all, it is better than hanging yourself on a tree. But what can I say, look at that scumbag guy, the Aquaman, he casts a wide net and catches a lot of fish. For this thing you need emotional intelligence, skills, the ability to speak, and a step-by-step approach, or you need to be super rich and just throw money at it. Otherwise, you will be like Zhao Shichao, who confesses his love to everyone he meets, kneels down before he even knows you, or wants to ask someone out after just one sentence. This gives people a disgusting feeling of being super hungry and will only make people disgusted. Become a laughingstock. So. Wang Qingyu chuckled, he's chasing after the open channel now. Xu Mingyu rolled her eyes cutely, her words full of disgust, that's not true. Last week, before I came back, she gave me flowers and confessed her love in public. I scolded her in public, and then she turned around and chased Mingqiu. Bai Jie frowned slightly. Mingqiu, this kind of person has a bad personality and is like a mental patient. You should stay away from them. You have a soft personality, so you must not go out with him. Be like your sister and refuse decisively. Xu Mingqiu nodded obediently. Yes, I have already rejected him. Bai Jie asked back, what's going on? Then he directly guessed, you definitely didn't refuse explicitly, you should say. She continued, imitating Xu Mingqiu's tone, I don't want to fall in love for the time being. Let's just be friends, right? Xu Mingqiu's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she nodded embarrassedly. Bai Jie sighed helplessly, if you want to refuse, then refuse thoroughly and be clear in your attitude, understand? Xu Mingqiu pouted cutely, yeah, I get it. Wei Chao also told me so. Bai Jie was slightly startled, who is Wei Chao? Without waiting for Xu Mingqiu to answer, Xu Mingyu said directly, he is also from our hometown, from the same class as us. He is a very nice person. Can we be considered a friend? Bai Jie's lips curled up in a playful manner. What? He's also chasing after the nuller. Xu Mingqiu quickly explained, no, he has a girlfriend, and we're in a long-distance relationship. She's studying in Beijing. Oh. Bai Jie's eyes moved slightly, did he tell you? Tilde. Xu Mingyu also agreed, although they are in a long-distance relationship, their relationship is very good. They started dating in their second year of high school. Every time there's a holiday, people will take a train for more than 10 hours to be with their girlfriends. Bai Jie smiled and said, it seems like he has a good relationship with you guys. He knows you so well. Xu Mingyu nodded slightly. Well, we're friends, I guess. Their hometown guys occasionally hold some gatherings, spring outings, mountain hiking, etc. Mingqiu and I don't like to run around, so we only went once. It wasn't interesting, so we didn't go anymore. Occasionally they would ask us to play ball, but as you know, we don't really like sports or playing ball, so we've never been. Bai Jie sneered and turned to look at Wang Qingyu who was driving in front of her. Qingyu, what do you say? Wang Qingyu chuckled, have you seen his girlfriend? What does she look like? I've seen her before. She's thin and good-looking. Xu Mingyu held his chin with his hand, and the image of a girl flashed through his mind. Wang Qingyu asked again, how do I compare with you two? Then she's definitely not as pretty as us. Xu Mingyu raised her chin a little proudly. After saying that, he chuckled. Wang Qingyu smiled and said suddenly, Master Tilde. Expert. Xu Mingyu and Xu Mingqiu were confused. The former asked in confusion, what master? Bai Jie, who was standing behind him, also had a hint of joking on her face, he is indeed a master. The two sisters were confused, therefore big eyes blinking with clear innocence. Xu Mingyu couldn't help but ask, Mom, brother, what are you talking about? Bai Jie patted the seat in front of her with a half smile, Qingyu, tell me something? Teach these two girls a lesson. Wang Qingyu smiled slightly. Men often understand men best. They are all foxes, so their thoughts can be easily guessed. First of all, you two are prettier than his girlfriend. Secondly, he is interacting with you as a friend. Again, I've asked you out as just ordinary friends. This means that he likes one of you. Or I like them all. Wang Qingyu naturally would not say this out loud. No way. Xu Mingyu frowned slightly, he has a girlfriend. They are in a very good relationship. We are just ordinary friends and we are not very close. Wang Qingyu's eyes flashed with disdain, between men and women, there is no such thing as pure friendship unless one of them is incredibly ugly. You are so beautiful, he sees you every day, and his girlfriend lives in another city. If he can't see you every day, his mind must have changed a lot, otherwise he wouldn't have asked you out. Xu Mingqiu was puzzled, then why did he confess to us that he had a girlfriend? He has never made any ambiguous moves towards us. So he's an expert. Wang Qingyu narrowed his eyes slightly, he has no qualms about revealing his feelings in front of you. He's much more impressive than those who hide the fact that they have girlfriends. Because this will not only let you down your guard, but also allow me to get to know you and interact with you as ordinary friends, which will gradually deepen my impression of you. I can also create a loving persona in front of you. That way, I can keep you as a backup, and after dumping my girlfriend at the right time, I can pursue one of you by relying on the affectionate persona I've created, the gentle and polite image, and the caring qualities I possess. R. Xu Mingyu was dumbfounded. No way. Are you thinking so deeply? Bai Jie chuckled softly, that's it. Wang Qingyu also said, just wait and see. In the first half of this year, you will be freshman. In your sophomore or junior year, he will break up with you and tell you that love can't overcome distance after all, and his girlfriend dumped him. Then I'll slowly start chatting with you more frequently, and after a few days, I'll pursue one of you. Bai Jie said jokingly, yeah, although you have a high level of education, it depends on your heart and you need to practice tilde. Chapter 59, Reward Before Leaving. Xu Mingyu still found it hard to believe, but since her most trusted mother and brother said so, she couldn't help but feel suspicious. Bai Jie's eyes were like water as she looked quietly at her two beautiful daughters. For college students who are in a restless period, beautiful women are a scarce resource. Xu Mingyu and Xu Mingqiu are fair-skinned and beautiful. They are so beautiful that there must be many people coveting them. The brat driving in front is even worse. He not only covets it. He even dared to express his desire for the two of them in front of his mother-in-law. Bai Jie was also helpless about this. We chatted and laughed and returned home in no time. Xu Mingqiu hadn't been home for half a year. As soon as he entered the house, he couldn't help but sigh, oh, I'm finally home. Xu Mingyu chuckled, that's right, after I came back, I stayed at home all day, it was so cool. Bai Jie asked Wang Qingyu to sit down. Upon hearing what the two women said, she couldn't help but smile gently, her eyes doting, are you hungry? Take you guys out for a nice dinner. No need, Mom tilde. Xu Mingqiu pulled his suitcase to the door and said, I've already had instant noodles on the train, so I'm not hungry yet. I'll go pack my things first. Xu Mingyu took 2 ice creams from the refrigerator and walked over. She handed one to Wang Qingyu and opened the other one and put it into her mouth, saying, yeah, I'll pack up too. Brother, when are we going to Handan City? Are you leaving right after you've packed up? Bai Jie angrily said, your lover drove for over 2 hours to pick up Mingqiu and back. Can't you let him have a good rest? Wang Qingyu smiled slightly, it's okay, I'm not tired. But you may have to wait 2 hours before leaving. Without waiting for the two girls to wonder, he turned to look at Bai Jie, teacher Bai, you've been driving for so many years, is it okay for you to drive on the highway? Well, what's wrong? Bai Jie looked at Wang Qingyu with her almond-shaped eyes. Nothing, I have another car and I also want to drive it to the villa in Handan City. How about you drive the Mercedes-Benz later? Bai Jie's eyes narrowed slightly, her heart beating fast, let's just forget it, then. I've never driven a Mercedes-Benz before. Wang Qingyu smiled and said, it's no different from a regular car in operation, and the visibility is better too. Why don't we take the provincial road instead of the highway? It will only take about 10 minutes longer. Bai Jie hesitated for a moment, but she was naturally eager to try it out. After all, luxury cars are something that both men and women love if they have the conditions. Seeing Bai Jie agreed, Wang Qingyu stood up and said, then you guys pack up first. I'll go back and drive the car over, and then we'll go together. As he said that, he handed over the Mercedes-Benz keys. Bai Jie looked at the car keys in her hand and raised her eyes in confusion, then how are you going to get back? I can just take the bus back by myself. Wang Qingyu said this and came to the door. Bai Jie hesitated for a moment and said, how about I take you back? It's a good opportunity for me to test drive it first. You can help me watch over it from the side. Then he instructed Xu Mingyu, who was following him, after eating the ice cream, hurry up and pack up. It's already past 3 o'clock and time is tight. When we get there, we still have to work tilde. After saying that, he looked at Wang Qingyu, really? Wang Qingyu smiled and nodded, then went downstairs with Bai Jie and came to the underground garage. As soon as they got in the car, Wang Qingyu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, stretched out his dirty hands. Bai Jie is wearing a blue chiffon shirt top with khaki casual straight pants today. She is tall and slender, and this outfit not only highlights the efficiency of a working woman, but also her elegant personality. Bai Jie slapped the evil hand off her thigh and said angrily, little rascal, I knew you had bad intentions. Time is tight, don't mess around. Wang Qingyu smiled awkwardly, quickly retracted his claws, fastened his seatbelt, and couldn't help but smirk, what about tonight? There must be time, right? Bai Jie had just started the car when she slammed on the brakes and turned around to warn, I'm telling you. I'm going out to play these days. Yaya and Mingqiu are here with me. Behave yourself, or I'll ignore you. Wang Qingyu lost his usual maturity in front of this considerate teacher and said aggrievedly, "So what are we going to do these few days? You know, I've always had a hot temper. Won't I get sick if I hold it in? I'll kill you if I don't hold it in." Bai Jie glared at him and started the car again. She had been to Wang Qingyu's house more than 10 times and was very familiar with it. She didn't need any directions and soon drove to the entrance of his alley. "Why are you parking on the street? Are you going to drive straight to my door? I'd better not go over there." Bai Jie turned off the engine and said unhappily, "We've already broken up. If I go back with you, how am I going to explain this to your parents?" "No need to explain, they are not at home, they are in the hospital." Wang Qingyu laughed and got out of the car. Bai Jie frowned when she heard that, hesitated for a moment, and then followed him down. "In the hospital? What happened to them? Are they sick again? Is it serious?" Bai Jie was a little worried. Although she had only been dating Wang Qingyu for more than a year and had not married, the old couple treated her really well. "Nothing serious. High blood pressure, no symptoms, just nothing to do, so I went there for 2 days of intravenous drip." Wang Qingyu chuckled. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon and there were many people in the village. The red Mercedes-Benz was particularly conspicuous on the street. Especially at this moment, Wang Qingyu had become a celebrity in the village. When they saw him getting out of the car with a beautiful woman, many old men and women passing by looked over. Several neighbor aunts were playing with their grandchildren in the alley, and they were even more enthusiastic when they saw Wang Qingyu and Bai Jie. Wang Qingyu particularly disliked this kind of hypocritical courtesy in the village. Because no matter who it is, you have to say hello when you meet them, otherwise they will say you are impolite, ignorant, and incompetent. Compared to this, life in the city is much easier. No one knows each other and there is no need to bother socializing. Seeing the Audi A8 parked at the door, Bai Jie couldn't help but ask, "You're not at home, why don't you drive the car into their house?" After the pleasantries, Wang Qingyu ignored their gossip and simply opened the door and went home. In a yard full of scrap, there is a cool and gorgeous red sports car parked. It's like a stunningly beautiful woman wearing gold and jade standing in a bare yard. It seems out of place no matter how you look at it. Bai Jie opened her beautiful eyes wide and asked, "Is this sports car yours too? Or a Ferrari?" Wang Qingyu nodded slightly, turned around and locked the door, and said with a smile, "It doesn't look right to put this thing in the yard, right? That's why I wanted to get it to the villa." As he said that, he hugged Bai Jie's slender and fragile body from behind. Bai Jie sensed something was wrong and bumped him with her shoulder, scolding him in a low voice, "What are you doing?" Wang Qingyu chuckled, "We're going to Handan first, then Qingdao. It's a long journey, shouldn't you treat yourself well before we go? Otherwise, you might have to wait a long time tilde. Chapter 60 is coming out so soon. No tilde." Although Bai Jie's body was very honest, she still firmly refused. "I warned you before coming here, time is tight, don't do anything reckless." Her pretty face flushed again as she spoke, "Otherwise, how can I drive when my legs become weak later?" After saying that, she forcefully pushed away the pair of evil hands that were around her slender waist. Wang Qingyu had no choice but to go to his room and find the Ferrari keys from the leather shoes at the door. There was a man named Cha Huadan in their family who was a cripple, a drunkard, a gambler, and a habitual thief. He stole things everywhere and was caught countless times, but he continued to do it when he got out. I had found him a good family in the county town to marry into as a son-in-law. The girl was very beautiful, had a good figure and was young, but her family had no son, so she married him into the family. As a result, his true colors were revealed when he got there. On the afternoon of the wedding, he got drunk and started to go crazy. He beat his wife, molested his sister-in-law, and not only asked for money, but also beat and scolded his father-in-law and mother-in-law. It was returned to him on the spot. But even with such a man, there were still women willing to marry him and give birth to 2 sons for him. But in the end, she couldn't stand it anymore and left her child behind and ran away. That guy just got out of jail less than half a month ago. You really have to be careful when this sports car is parked here. I'm not afraid that he will steal the car, but I'm afraid that he will secretly drive the car out after drinking and crash into other cars while drunk. His family is poor and can't even come up with a few $1,000s. If something really happens, he will have to bear the consequences." Wang Qingyu drove the Ferrari out, parked the car and turned off the engine. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw his fifth aunt from next door walking towards him with her granddaughter in her arms. "Hey, Qingyu, you're out so soon." Wang Qingyu didn't think about anything else for a moment. She smiled and teased the little girl in her arms. "Aunt Wu, where are you going with your granddaughter?" Aunt Wu had a somewhat ambiguous smile on her face. "It's okay, just taking a walk." Then he looked at Bai Jie and said, "Teacher Bai, my nephew is so thin. You should take good care of him and give him more nutrition. Otherwise, he won't grow up fast in the future." Bai Jie? Wang Qingyu. Grass. My lifelong reputation. Wang Qingyu was suddenly overwhelmed. He knew very well how powerful the intelligence organization in this village was. Even the FBI had to admit defeat. Mossad was nothing but trash in front of them. If he doesn't prove himself, the rumors about him will spread among the aunties within half an hour. Especially since he was at the peak of his popularity in the village at that time, with a Mercedes-Benz, a sports car, 20 million yuan, and designs to beat people up. Became a big sensation. I guess their whole village is hoping something happens to him. But how can I prove this? Seeing Bai Jie's face flushed, Wang Qingyu coughed dryly and said, "Fifth aunt, are you doubting my ability? You're just worrying about nothing." He patted the Ferrari beside him and said, "If your nephew didn't have some skills, why would others give me cars and money? Why don't you give my fifth uncle a car and some money?" After saying that, she pinched the little girl's cheek in her arms and said, "Fifth aunt, since you have nothing to do, you should hurry up and take care of my brother Qinghui. I hope he can give you a big fat grandson soon." Aunt Wu was stunned for a moment, but couldn't help laughing. Everyone was just joking and teasing each other, so there was no need to be angry. "Okay, I'll make it up to your brother when I get back." Wang Qingyu chuckled, drove the Audi A8 back home, locked the door, and then drove away in the Ferrari. Supercars are just good looking. If you have one, you don't have to go out to pick up girls will come to you. But it's south really uncomfortable to drive. Not only is the visibility poor, the seats are uncomfortable to sit in for long periods of time, and most importantly, the chassis is too low. The roads in many cities are bumpy and uneven, not to mention rural areas and small towns. The village has a lime road, and at every entrance there are speed bumps made of lime, making it impossible for people with low vehicle speeds to pass through. Fortunately, this sports car has an electronic control system that can adjust their height, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to get out. Wow. This car is so cool. Xu Mingyu went downstairs with her suitcase and saw the sports car with its doors open in the basement garage. She was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. "Brother, is this yours too?" Bai Jie, who was standing by, saw her two daughters' surprised expressions and sneered, "Does it look good?" He immediately poured a basin of cold water over him. It was also given by his first love. Xu Mingyu's beautiful smile froze and she could no longer smile. First love. Seeing this, Xu Mingyu was also a little confused. "Mom, what first love?" Bai Jie crossed her arms, a hint of joking on her lips. "Car. This Ferrari and that Mercedes-Benz G-Class were both gifts from your brother-in-law's first love, his ex-girlfriend." R. Xu Mingyu's beautiful eyes narrowed, and her face showed disbelief. She looked at Wang Qingyu, then turned to look at her sister. Noticing that her sister's face looked wrong, she immediately shut up obediently. "Yes, no one would laugh if my boyfriend's ex-girlfriend repeatedly gave him such extravagant gifts." She felt that this future brother-in-law was a bit too much. He was already with her sister and was still in contact with her ex-girlfriend. Wang Qingyu sighed lightly. If he said to Xu Mingyu at this moment, yeah, if you don't like it, I will smash it immediately, Xu Mingyu will definitely stop it. But this is a bit like moral kidnapping. Fool tilde. You are my girlfriend now and my wife in the future. Don't worry about who gave it to you. Once it's given to you, it's ours. She can give as much as she wants, but we are the ones who enjoy it anyway. Brother promises to love you forever. Tilde. Xu Mingyu's expression instantly relaxed, and her smile brightened again. I will always love you, brother. I don't care who gave it to me. If I don't take advantage of a good deal, I'm a jerk tilde. As he said that, he happily handed the suitcase to Wang Qingyu and watched him put it in the front trunk. Wang Qingyu closed the hood and put his arm around Xu Mingyu's slender waist. Come on, wife, let me show you our supercar. Tilde. Xu Mingyu nodded with a smile, waved to her mother and sister, then bent down and got into the passenger seat. Seeing Xu Mingyu's face light up after being coaxed into a good mood by Wang Qingyu's 2 words, Bai Jie shook her head helplessly and sighed, and said to Xu Ming beside her, "See, this is a man's sweet talk. This is a woman in love. You should be more careful in the future." Xu Mingxiu smiled shyly, "Mom, shall we get in the car too?" Compared to the lively, cheerful and outgoing Xu Mingyu, she is more quiet and introverted, with a gentle and reserved personality. But after all, she is still young, so naturally she does not lose her girlish nature occasionally. Chapter 61. Isn't it more exciting if you can't tell the difference? Let us keep each other company in this world and live carefree and carefree. This was Xu Mingyu's first time riding in a sports car. She seemed very excited along the way and couldn't help singing. Seeing the girl's sweet smile, full of energy and youthful brightness, Wang Qingyu couldn't help but join in the fun. 2 red luxury cars drove one after the other and finally arrived at the Hershey Villa district an hour later. There are 3 villas, namely 9, 11 and 13. They are all about the same size. Building 9 is the most hidden and has a neo-Chinese style, which is Wang Qingyu's favorite. The other 2 buildings are right next to the artificial lake. They look like a beautiful environment and are convenient for going out to play, but they are close to the avenue around the lake and are less private. "Brother, I like this set." Wang Qingyu took the mother and daughter on a tour of the 3 villas, and Xu Mingyu just stood at Villa 13 and refused to move. "Good boy, you don't like it, Tilda." Wang Qingyu hugged her slender waist in his arms and said with a smile, "You like the villa in building 9. The girl's body is fragrant and soft, especially after her first experience. She becomes more charming and her figure becomes more attractive." Xu Mingyu blinked her beautiful eyes, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. "Why?" Bai Jie and Xu Mingxiu also looked at the 2 curiously. Wang Qingyu smiled and said, "When buying a villa, you should not only look at the layout and environment, but also privacy. Buildings 11 and 13 are right next to the main road, surrounded by iron fences and no greenery for protection. The living rooms inside are all covered with panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows. Although the view is great, the environment is nice, and access is convenient, there is no privacy at all. Others passing by on the main road can see everything in the villa. That won't do. We need to redecorate and redesign it." Upon hearing this, Bai Jie and Xu Mingxiu nodded in agreement. "So?" Wang Qingyu placed his hand on the girl's waist, feeling the softness and tenderness, with a sly smile on his face. "You like building 9 just like me, Tilda." "He Tilda." Xu Mingyu smiled brightly, and said delicately with her pretty face raised, "I like places where my brother is. Wherever my brother likes, I like there too. Tilda." Upon hearing this, Bai Jie and Xu Mingxiu both exclaimed in disgust, "Source Tilda." Xu Mingyu didn't care about her sister's evaluation. She snuggled in her lover's arms with a smile as beautiful as a flower, looking like a little bird. Xu Mingxiu looked at the 2 of them with a gentle smile. Wang Qingyu is 1.85 meters tall, with a slender figure, handsome facial features, mature temperament, and gentle manners. My sister is 174 centimeters tall and slender, with fair skin, picturesque features, and pure and beautiful. When the 2 of them stand together, they look like the male and female protagonists in a TV drama, handsome man and beautiful woman, dazzling and well-matched. In particular, this brother-in-law is not only mature and handsome, but also gentle and wealthy, with an intoxicating masculine charm all over his body. Xu Mingxiu looked at it calmly, but envy unconsciously appeared in his eyes. Which girl doesn't have spring in her heart? This man made her heart beat fast at first sight. After just a few hours of being together, his figure kept flashing in her mind. Especially when she was driving the Mercedes with her mother, for some reason, she was thinking about him the whole time. All right, Tilda." Bai Jie took out her phone and checked the time. It was already 6 in the evening. She couldn't help but urge him, let's go eat first. After dinner, we can go to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities." Then he said unhappily, "Although the villa is nice, there is nothing inside. If you don't hurry up, you will have no place to sleep tonight." Wang Qingyu also smiled and nodded, "We don't have enough time tonight, so let's buy some bedding first, a 4-piece set, a mattress, and pillow cores. In addition to these, we also need to buy some toiletries for washing tonight. And some fruits, drinks, and cups of water. I'll go shopping around tomorrow and buy the rest in bulk." As the 4 of them talked, they returned to Villa number 9 and drove out to eat in their Mercedes-Benz. "Ouch, I'm so tired." Bai Jie threw the things she bought on the ground and sat down on the sofa. Wang Qingyu laughed at this and couldn't help but teasing, yeah, look how tired your mother's old arms and legs are. She's old. Once she chooses a room, go and clean it up for her. You little brat. What did you say? Bai Jie's beautiful eyes widened, her gaze like knives, wishing she could poke holes into him. Who are you calling old? Huh. Try saying that again. Bai Jie has never been anxious about her age, as she is indeed not young anymore. But when she heard that she was old, especially when it came from her beloved, Bai Jie was really anxious. Xu Mingyu, who was standing by, laughed happily when she saw this. Xu Mingxiu's lips curled up. Although he also found it funny, he still gave his brother-in-law a coquettish look. Wang Qingyu also smiled and turned around and ran out with Xu Mingyu. This time we bought a lot of things from the supermarket, and the three of us had to make 4 consecutive trips before we could move everything we bought into their house. Looking at the living room filled with shopping bags, Wang Qingyu gave a wry smile and said, okay, let's start choosing a room now. After choosing a room, each of you will clean up your own room and go to bed early. Then he turned and looked at Bai Jie with a smile, dear teacher Bai, you are the elder, so you choose first. Roll. Seeing that this boy was teasing her again, Bai Jie immediately became furious. She picked up the pillow next to her and threw it over, but Wang Qingyu easily dodged it. Bai Jie gave him a sullen look, hesitated, pointed behind her and said, then I'll choose the master bedroom on the first floor. The master bedroom on the first floor is also a suite, with a bathroom, bathtub, and dressing room, and the balcony leads directly to the terrace and front courtyard outside. She still likes it very much. Mingxiu, let's go upstairs to choose. The first floor has functional rooms such as kitchen, dining room, living room, tea room, etc., and there is only one master bedroom. Seeing that her mother chose the first floor, Xu Mingyu pulled Xu Mingxiu upstairs. Just as they reached the stairs, Xu Mingyu suddenly turned around and smiled, brother, are you coming? Oh, come on. Wang Qingyu originally wanted to take the opportunity to tease Bai Jie again, but when his little wife called him, he had no choice but to follow her. Following the twins to the second floor, the two girls began to wander around the rooms excitedly. Wang Qingyu followed behind them and saw that the two little beauties were the same height, the same body shape, and the same appearance. I couldn't help but feel a little bit unbelievable. With the naked eye, you can only tell the difference between the two people by their hairstyle and clothing. Xu Mingyu is wearing a white flowing gauze skirt and pants today, a light blue knitted vest on the upper body, and a light blue ice silk sun-proof cardigan on the outside. With long hair falling down to her waist, she looks ethereal, fresh and sweet. Xu Mingxiu wore a loose white t-shirt and light blue wide-leg jeans, which made her look taller and slimmer. She paired it with a simple high ponytail, which was simple and refreshing. Of course, in addition to the naked eye, he can actually rely on the system to distinguish between Xu Mingyu and Xu Mingxiu. After all, as long as you think about it, you can see the attribute panels of the two women. But why make the distinction? Won't it be better and more exciting if you can't tell the difference? Chapter 62, Waiting for Mingxiu to fall asleep. Hey, the master bedroom on the second floor must belong to my brother-in-law and sister. I'll choose this one tilde. Xu Mingxiu's voice was gentle and a bit coquettish, but his words were somewhat teasing. The second floor was very large, with a master bedroom and 4 secondary bedrooms. They walked around and Xu Mingxiu finally stopped at the door of the bedroom on the northwest side. Xu Mingxiu, what are you talking about, tilde? Xu Mingyu's cheeks flushed red as she raised her hand and slapped Xu Mingxiu on the butt. I'll teach you how to talk nonsense. R tilde. Xu Mingxiu let out a low cry and quickly dodged. The girl's skin is naturally soft, especially there, which is firm, round and elastic. This slap made Wang Qingyu see the waves. Xu Mingyu was still not satisfied and chased after him again. The two sisters laughed and played, and the girl's laughter was charming and melodious, echoing in the empty second floor. But the two women were tired after a whole day. Within 2 minutes, they were out of breath and returned listlessly. Xu Mingyu hesitated for a moment and said, then I'll live next to the master bedroom. Xu Mingxiu pursed his lips with a wicked smile. Oh sister, why bother with so much trouble? We will live together sooner or later anyway. You are the future hostess, why are you shy, tilde? Xu Mingyu felt embarrassed. It wasn't that they would live together sooner or later, they had already lived together a long time ago. But of course, she couldn't let her mother and sister know about this. She raised her hand and threatened, Xu Mingxiu, your butt is itchy again, right? Xu Mingxiu chuckled and immediately moved to the side. The girl, who is usually quiet and gentle, is also cute and lively in front of her closest family members. Joking aside, Xu Mingxiu stepped forward and hugged his sister's arm, saying in a soft voice, Sister, are you really not going to live with your brother-in-law? Of course Xu Mingyue's face flushed with shame, and her voice was a little guilty. At the same time, she looked at her sister in surprise, thinking that she was a little abnormal today. The two sisters had a good relationship and often played around in the past, but not like this. Mingyu, how about we sleep together tonight? Xu Mingxiu suggested with a smile, we haven't slept together for a long time. Xu Mingyu was slightly stunned and said with a smile, okay Then stay in the room I chose The one you chose feels a bit damp. It needs to be aired out for 2 more days. Xu Mingxiu nodded, tilted his little head towards his sister, and said jokingly, I'm sorry, brother-in-law, I left you alone in the empty room. Sister, I've conscripted you tonight Hee. Wang Qingyu twitched the corners of his mouth. He really wanted to say, there was no need for me to call her, she would have to come here by herself in the middle of the night. But in the end, he took into consideration the girl's shyness and did not say it. Okay, now that we've chosen our room, let's go downstairs and get our things. It's so late, first bring the mattress, 4-piece set, pillow core, quilt and toiletries, tidy up and go to bed early. I'll clean up the rest tomorrow. The two girls responded obediently and followed Wang Qingyu downstairs. Bai Jie has already started to tidy up her room. After the 3 of them picked out their own bedding and toiletries, they went upstairs together. Sister, go help your brother-in-law. I can do it here by myself After Xu Mingxiu finished speaking, he took his things and went back to their house. Xu Mingyu and Wang Qingyu walked into the master bedroom together. The master bedroom is very large and spacious, with panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows and excellent lighting. The functional area includes 2 dressing rooms, a spa room with a mandarin duck bath, a small living room, a bathroom, and a large balcony. There is also a small terrace outside the balcony, which can be used to take a rest, drink tea, or grow some flowers and plants. Xu Mingyu took out a duck-down mattress from the plastic bag and spread it on the big bed with the help of Wang Qingyu. She then opened the 4-piece set, found the bed sheet, and spread the bed sheet. The girl moved very quickly. She found the 2 pillow cores she had bought, put on the pillowcases, and laid out the pillowcases. Then he threw the newly bought silk air conditioning quilt on the bed and said happily, Hey, okay, brother is tired all day, it's time to rest. Wang Qingyu lay down on the soft and comfortable bed, grabbed the girl's hand and pulled, and Xu Mingyu immediately fell into his arms. Xu Mingyue's face flushed slightly when she realized her boyfriend's misconduct. Brother, don't. I was spotted by the nuller in a moment. Wang Qingyu was already full of energy and vitality, and today he was surrounded by 3 beauties all day, so he had been having some dirty thoughts for a long time. It doesn't matter. If you see it, you see it. What are you afraid of? It's not an outsider. Xu Mingyue's pretty face flushed with shame. Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but give her boyfriend a coquettish look. You bad guy If not an outsider, then what is he? An insider. As she said that, she couldn't help but put her arms around Wang Qingyu's neck and offered her sweet lips. On the other side, Xu Mingxiu also tidied the bed and put the toiletries in the bathroom. He wanted to go next door to see if he had finished tidying up. Unexpectedly, as soon as I walked into the entrance hall, I saw 2 figures kissing passionately on the bed in the bedroom. I suddenly panicked and ran out with a red face. Soon, their lips parted. Xu Mingyu gazed at her boyfriend above her with deep affection. Her beautiful eyes were curved, twinkling with stars, and a faint shy smile hung on the corners of her delicate and moist mouth. Hey, husband, it's time for me to go. Under Wang Qingyu was a soft and boneless body, in front of him was a pure and shy face, and in his nose he breathed in the girl's light body fragrance. He was reluctant to let her go. Yeah, why don't you stay tonight As he spoke, he gently embraced the girl's graceful and soft body, his voice gentle and persuasive. Anyway, we are a couple, and they know it. Isn't it normal to be in a relationship and live together now? Why do you have to be so secretive all the time? No, I'm shy Xu Mingyu also wanted to stay, wanted to sleep in the arms of her beloved man, and wanted to be affectionate and loving with him forever. But her sister was next door and her mother was downstairs. After all, the girl was shy and didn't want them to know. Wang Qingyu understood, but said helplessly, "All right, Tilda." Then he proposed again, "Then, wait until Mingqiu falls asleep, and then you can sneak over here. How about I go find you?" Xu Mingyue's beautiful eyes raised with suspicion, "Looking for me? And then? After we washed up, our hair was all messy. Can you tell who is who?" Wang Qingyu's smile froze. This matter cannot be rushed. It must be done slowly, otherwise it will only disgust the two women. Be alert. Forget it, you should come find me, Tilda. HMPH Tilda. I don't want to look for you, you big pervert, Tilda. Xu Mingyu rolled her eyes, got up from the bed, and ran out with a blushing face. When I came to the next room, I saw Xu Mingqiu lying on the bed reading an online novel. Nuclear Channel, are you done cleaning up? Well, it's packed, Tilda. Xu Mingqiu put down his phone and saw Xu Mingyue's blushing face. He couldn't help but chuckle, "Hee, sister. I just saw my brother-in-law giving you first aid, artificial respiration and chest compressions. I thought you wouldn't be coming back tonight, Tilda." Chapter 63. Are you peeking at Xiao Haiwen again? Go, Tilda. Xu Mingyue's face flushed red all the way to her ears. She felt ashamed, embarrassed, and humiliated. She quickly warned him, "Don't say that in front of Mom." "Hey, don't worry, sister. I promise I won't say anything nonsense." Xu Mingqiu raised his little hand, swearing solemnly, and suddenly a cunning flashed in his eyes. "Mingyu, how did you feel just now? Kissing, and being kissed by my brother-in-law." Having said that, she suddenly reached out and grabbed Xu Mingyue's chest, grinning and saying, "Is this comfortable?" "Yeah, Tilda." "Xu Mingqiu. You're so bad." Xu Mingyue's already rosy face turned red in an instant. She felt her cheeks burning hot. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to run away immediately. She raised her hand to hit him, but Xu Mingqiu easily dodged it. Xu Mingqiu was not polite either. He hugged his sister and started tickling her armpits with his hands. Xu Mingyu couldn't bear it anymore and immediately screamed and dodged. The two sisters were playing and laughing, and the girl's voice was charming and gentle, and naturally there was a lot of sweet talk. "Hey, Mingqiu, are you peeking at Xiao Haiwen again?" Xu Mingyu was embarrassed and could not gain the upper hand. She was pinned down and bullied by her sister for a while. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of her mobile phone. The screen was on, displaying lines of text. Xu Mingqiu likes reading. He used to read classics in school, then novels, and then became obsessed with romance novels. He even secretly read some pornographic novels out of curiosity during adolescence and was caught in the act by her. "No, Tilda." Xu Mingqiu wanted to take it back, but Xu Mingyu hid it behind him. "Not yet, then what are you grabbing?" Xu Mingqiu finally blushed, and the shy look on his face was exactly the same as Xu Mingyue's. "It's really not, it's an online novel." He sat up straight away, not even trying to grab the phone. "If you don't believe me, check it out for yourself. It's called Urban Jame, starting from my ex-girlfriend's daughter. Strangely enough, the hero of this novel has the same name as my brother-in-law. And the two female protagonists are twins, and they end up together." Xu Mingyu was slightly stunned. She picked up her phone and fiddled with it for a few times, and surprise soon flashed in her eyes. "Hey, what's that written?" After reading a few chapters, Xu Mingyu couldn't help but complain, "Isn't this just a hilarious novel, Tilda? The writing is poor, the plot is cliché, and it's just some ambiguous flirting and driving. Only a little slut like you likes to read this." Then he threw the phone back and said, Okay, no more trouble. I'm really exhausted today. Especially you've been sitting in the car all day, why don't you take a shower and rest early?" Xu Mingqiu nodded slightly, "Okay, Tilda." Suddenly, she chuckled again, with a hint of teasing in her eyes, "If you want, you can sleep next door. I won't tell Mom." "Xu Mingqiu. Mingqiu, are you asleep?" The room was dark. Xu Mingyu lay on her side on the bed. Although she felt tired, she was full of anticipation and never fell asleep. Looking through the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, the sky outside was pitch black, and the once bright moon was now covered with a layer of clouds. There was no response for a long time, only the sound of regular breathing coming from behind. Xu Mingyu gently turned over and saw her sister Xu Mingqiu sleeping peacefully, but her sleeping posture was a little indecent. The air conditioner was turned off, revealing her naked body. She was hugging a big plush bear she had bought at the supermarket, with her legs wrapped tightly around it. This girl. Looking at her sister's beautiful sleeping face, she suddenly remembered what her boyfriend said before Mingqiu came back. Indeed, except for that, she and her sister looked exactly the same. If his sister gets together with someone else in the future, he will indeed feel like he has been cheated on. The girl couldn't sleep and lay in bed thinking about random things. Double the happiness. When I asked him if he liked it, he didn't deny it. The explanation is also what I wanted. Judging from the way my brother looked at Mingqiu today, he must like him too, right? And Mingqiu, who kept stealing glances at my brother with a crazy look on his face, must have fallen in love with my brother at first sight, just like me, right? Could it be that we are really going to do as we agreed when we were kids? No, no. How can this be? But, what if they really like each other? Do I have to firmly oppose it? I don't want to think about it anymore. Go find your brother. We'll talk about the future later. Xu Mingyu looked at her sister carefully again, and after making sure that there was nothing unusual, she got out of bed quietly. I didn't dare to wear slippers, so I tiptoed to the door barefoot. The bedroom door was locked. Xu Mingyu unlocked it, put her hand on the door handle, and turned it little by little. After carefully opening a small gap and crawling out, he looked back and made sure that Xu Mingqiu was still sleeping soundly, then he gently closed the door again. Then he came to Wang Qingyu's door barefoot, pushed it gently, and the door opened. Xu Mingyu looked around at the door and confirmed that there was no one there. She was immediately delighted and quickly went in. Husband. Coming to the bedroom, knowing that Xu Mingqiu was right next door, Xu Mingyu didn't dare to speak loudly. She came to the bedside and shouted in an empty voice, "I'm coming." As soon as she finished speaking, a big hand emerged from under the quilt, hugged her soft waist, and pulled her slender and fragrant body in. The summer night wind blew in from the window, bringing a hint of coolness. The bright moon covered by a veil in the sky seemed shy and completely disappeared in the clouds, leaving only a halo. In the darkness, the unclosed door was pushed open by a snow-white little hand. The next day. Noon. When he woke up, the girl was nowhere to be found. Wang Qingyu stretched, got out of bed, washed up in the bathroom, and changed into a pair of loose black straight-leg trousers with a loose black short-sleeved shirt. She casually touched her hair twice in front of the mirror before leaving the room. The room next door was locked, and he didn't know whether Xu Mingyu and Xu Mingqiu had gotten up. Considering that Xu Mingyu and I played until dawn last night, I didn't knock on the door without permission to disturb them. When I went downstairs, the living room was empty. Bai Jie's bedroom door was open, and there was no one inside. I didn't know where she had gone. Wang Qingyu had no choice but to go to the refrigerator, take out a banana, and go upstairs again. As soon as I reached the stairs to the second floor, I heard music coming from upstairs. Wang Qingyu had an idea and climbed up to the third floor. Through the glass window of the attic on the third floor, you can see a graceful figure lying on the long table by the window, doing something with her head down. Wang Qingyu walked forward slowly and saw the beautiful figure sitting on a high wooden stool, wearing a pair of light blue ice silk straight pants. She wore a white slim-fit t-shirt. There is a small green butterfly embroidered on the back of the t-shirt. Her black hair falls to her waist, and as it blows in the summer breeze, little butterflies appear and disappear. This set of clothes was exactly the one Wang Qingyu gave to Xu Mingyu the night he captured her. Wang Qingyu's heart moved, and a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. He hugged the girl's slender waist from behind and pressed his chin on the girl's shoulder. A gentle voice also rang in the girl's ears, "Yeah, why are you sitting here alone?" The girl, who was reading an online novel, suddenly froze. Chapter 64. Xu Mingyu has already softened in Wang Qingyu's arms. I. Xu Mingyu felt as if her whole body was frozen, her heart was pounding with nervousness, and she seemed to have forgotten to even breathe. I wanted to speak, but my tongue seemed to be tied. Wang Qingyu smiled and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the beautiful girl in his arms. Name, Xu Mingqiu. Height, 174 centimeters. Weight, 92 kgs. Age, 18. Pollution number, 0. Pollution source, none. Every time you have intimate relations with a man, the pollution number +1. She weighs only 92 pounds, worthy of the body of a girl who has not yet fully grown up. She is slim from side to side, thin from front to back, and slender from top to bottom. I. Since Xu Mingqiu was wearing Xu Mingyu's clothes, Wang Qingyu pretended not to know that she was Xu Mingqiu. Why did you start stuttering after sleeping? As he spoke, he saw the snow-white cheeks in front of him were stained with crimson, as white as the first snow and as bright as peach blossoms. He was a little puzzled. Is her face so red too? Are you sick? Xu Mingyu really wanted to say, brother-in-law, I am not my sister. But for some reason, when her red lips opened, only one word came out from her tongue. Without. Xu Mingxiu's chest heaved nervously. I'm not sick. I felt a large hand on my waist, caressing my skin in an unruly manner. I felt like my heart was about to jump out of my throat. The warm touch and the heat coming from her ears seemed to carry an electric current through her body, making her feel a little overwhelmed, and she sat there awkwardly. What's that? Wang Qingyu's voice was filled with doubt, but he suddenly laughed. Har tilde. I've done everything with my brother, why are you still shy? As he spoke, he stretched out his left hand and turned the pretty face with a rosy complexion around. Her cheeks are as rosy as jade, her face is as rosy as a peach, and she is pure and beautiful. Xu Mingyu's eyes were filled with autumn water with shallow ripples, and she suddenly held her breath. Seeing that she didn't try to refuse him, Wang Qingyu couldn't help himself. He immediately turned the girl and the wooden stool around so that they were facing him. As soon as he lowered his head, he kissed that delicate and tempting cherry mouth. Xu Mingyu suddenly raised her eyelids and opened her beautiful eyes that were like a clear spring under the moon. My mind went blank for a moment, and I instinctively put my hand on the other person's chest, wanting to push, but my hand seemed to be out of control. Without wanting to be dumbfounded, he had already taken the initiative to open his mouth, which gave the other party an opportunity to take advantage of him. Just like the Duke Yangxing who had submitted a letter of surrender, he opened the gates of his mansion to welcome the foreign ruler. Coming back to her senses, Xu Mingyu took a deep look at the handsome eyes and eyebrows of the man in front of her. After hesitating for a while, she finally decided not to push away the man in front of her who mistook her for her and spoke frivolously to her. Slowly closing her eyes, Xu Mingyu tightly grasped the man's clothes on his chest, and her body gradually melted. Time is an emotional word. Sometimes I feel that time passes too fast. In the blink of an eye, the days and months pass by like a stream, and the clouds change like the sky. A few decades are just the blink of an eye, and 1,000 years pass in the blink of an eye. Sometimes it feels too long, so long that it makes people feel that time has stopped. The days are like years, and the days and months are long. After they separated, Xu Mingyu had already softened in Wang Qingyu's arms. She was in a daze. Her snow-white cheeks were hot, her pretty face was flushed, her beautiful eyes were full of affection, and her eyes were as charming as water. She slowly lowered her head, and found that the big hand had already landed on her heart, as if worried that she was suffocating and was giving her first aid. Xu Mingyu was embarrassed and hesitated for a moment before grabbing Wang Qingyu's evil hand and trying to imitate another woman's words, brother tilde. It's not good to be seen by Mingqiu tilde. You little guy, you're still pretending. Wang Qingyu felt amused and couldn't help but smile. Now that things have come to this, he could naturally see that this girl must be interested in him, otherwise she would not be so obedient as to let him do whatever he wants to her. It's okay, just let it be. After all, the nuller is not an outsider. And, yeah. Wang Qingyu paused and said softly, I told you before that I love you, but Mingqiu looks exactly like you. If she gets a boyfriend or gets married in the future, I'll feel like I've been cheated on if I see her with another man. Xu Mingyu, who was lying in a man's arms for the first time, was indeed shocked and looked up at him in surprise. Wang Qingyu's voice was low and gentle, yeah. I'm a little greedy. I've discovered that ever since I saw the nuller. Xu Mingyu lowered her head and didn't say anything, but at some point, she grabbed Wang Qingyu's clothes again. Wang Qingyu said this, hugging the sweet and soft girl in his arms tightly, I found that since I met Mingqiu, I have also fallen in love with her. As soon as he finished speaking, Xu Mingyu's pretty face, which was already slightly blushing, became even whiter and more rosy, as beautiful as a peach blossom. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Wang Qingyu just lowered his head and blushed, and continued, I don't love her because she looks like you. Although you look exactly the same, your personalities are completely different. You are lively, outgoing, and bright as fire. She is quiet and introverted, as gentle as water. I was thinking, if she likes me too, can I let her be with me too? I don't want to say how rich I am and how I can give you a luxurious life. I just want to say that I love you and will always cherish and pamper you. I am greedy, but I really like her. If she is with someone else, I will be sad for the rest of my life. Love is like this, there will be a strong possessive desire. But in this way, you two sisters can be together forever in the future, and won't have to separate because of marriage. Wouldn't it be nice if we could build a family together and live happily forever? You asked me before if I like double the pleasure, and I said yes. You're not angry either, so you're willing to accept her being with us, right? Xu Mingyu clutched the corner of her clothes tightly, feeling mixed emotions. She was attracted to this man from the first sight, but she didn't know that he was her sister's boyfriend. At that time, I just felt it was a pity and didn't think anything of it. But after spending a day together, she didn't know why, the more she looked at him, the more she liked him, and the more she touched him, the more she loved him. The other person was tall and handsome, mature, steady, and elegant. His words and actions were gentle and graceful. His every gesture and smile were full of the male beauty that fascinated her. With such good financial conditions, Wang Qingyu completely meets her imagination of a future lover. She likes to read romance novels and often fantasize about what her future boyfriend will be like. She only had a rough idea before, but she didn't have a clear image of what it looked like. But now, she knows. But she could only hide her little thoughts and pretend nothing happened. But in front of him, I can't help but secretly look at him, and I can't help but show myself to attract his attention. The intimacy just now made her completely fall. She knew that her feelings were no longer just a simple crush. She fell in love with him. Thinking of the tenderness and love just now, as well as his confession now, Xu Mingyu felt secretly happy and excited, but also a little scared and hesitant, and a little confused and at a loss. If my sister knew, would she be angry? Will he ignore me? Cut off all ties with me? Calling myself a bitch for hooking up with my sister's boyfriend. She didn't know how to face her sister, but she loved the man in front of her very much. Xu Mingyu was silent for a long time, and finally mustered up the courage to look up. Chapter 65 Role-Playing. Looking at the man in front of her, Xu Mingyu had an infatuated look on her face and a light in her eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she suddenly put her arms around the man's neck, closed her eyes, and offered her sweet lips to him. Feeling the warmth on her lips, her long eyelashes trembled uncontrollably. Finally, it's over again. Xu Mingyu didn't say much. He got up from Wang Qingyu's arms, picked up his cell phone, said something casually, and wanted to run away. Wait, Tilda. Xu Mingyu paused, stood there awkwardly, and didn't dare to look back. Wang Qingyu raised the corner of his mouth. Yeah, I bought you this dress. You wear it often. Do you like this style? Then he patted the small, round body behind her and said, how about I buy you a few more sets of other colors later? And Nuller, buy her some nice clothes too. No thanks, Tilda. Xu Mingyu's body trembled as if she had received an electric shock. Brother, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll go back first. Then he was afraid that Wang Qingyu would go down with him and be caught by his sister, so he made an excuse. I just made the tea on the table. If you are thirsty, you can drink some first. After saying this, he fled in panic. He. Wang Qingyu looked at the girl who disappeared at the stairs and couldn't help licking his lips. The girl's breath smelled like orchid, and a faint fragrance lingered between her lips. Don't say that he is not heartbroken. Doesn't he know whether the curtain is rolled up by the west wind or the east wind, but he is really thinner than the yellow flowers. Feeling extremely comfortable and the air clear and bright, Wang Qingyu returned to the attic window, sat down on a high wooden stool, and looked at the teacup on the table that the girl had just used, with half a cup of tea still in it. He immediately picked it up, tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. Fragrant. So delicious. Happiness. Double the joy. Hey, Mingxiu, are you back? Just as he returned to the bedroom, a voice suddenly came from the bathroom. Xu Mingxiu turned his head and saw Xu Mingyu walking towards him while combing her hair. Tilda. Xu Mingxiu felt guilty for a moment, not daring to look his sister in the eye. He pretended to be calm and asked, when did you wake up? As he said that, he walked to the bed and sat down. Just woke up. I was so sleepy last night, Tilda. Xu Mingyu didn't notice anything unusual and followed her out. Seeing that her sister was wearing her clothes, she didn't think much of it. The two sisters are twins. They have been close since childhood and even wear the same clothes. But since following by Jie, He has never worn the same clothes except for the school uniform. Every time Bai Jia buys clothes for them, except for underwear, socks and other close-fitting clothes, she will deliberately choose different styles for the other items. This way, the two sisters can take turns wearing them, which is equivalent to each of them having two pieces. This dress was picked by your brother-in-law. It looks lazy and casual when worn, and it makes you look slim and elegant. It looks ethereal and airy. Doesn't it look good? Tilde. Xu Mingxiu nodded in agreement. Not only does it look good, but it's also very comfortable to wear. It's loose, casual, cool, and breathable. At this time, she had calmed down and no longer felt guilty. She couldn't help but tease, brother-in-law has a good eye. Not only are the clothes I bought beautiful and comfortable, but the wife I chose is absolutely stunning. Xu Mingyu couldn't help but purse her lips and smile when she heard that. She rolled her eyes at her sister. Seeing her white face with a hint of pink, and sweat dripping from her forehead and temples, she asked curiously, "Where have you been? It's so hot and sweaty." Xu Mingxiu's heart skipped a beat, and he could only lie. "When I woke up, I saw you were sleeping soundly, so I wanted to go downstairs and get something to eat. It turned out that our mother was missing too. We searched the villa but couldn't find her, so we walked around the villa area again." He shrugged helplessly and said, "I didn't find anyone, so I had to come back first." Xu Mingyu rolled her eyes and said a little amusedly, "Are you stupid? You ran out to look for someone in this hot weather. Can't you make a phone call?" Xu Mingxiu pouted aggrievedly, "You know, I generally don't like talking on the phone with people." As he said that, he took off his t-shirt and bent down to take off his light blue ice silk straight pants. "Why aren't you wearing it anymore?" Xu Mingyu asked with some confusion in her eyes. Suddenly the corner of his mouth raised. "Mingxiu, is your brother-in-law awake?" Xu Mingxiu's body stiffened for a moment, and he shook his head woodenly. "I don't know. I haven't seen him since I woke up. Maybe he's still asleep." Xu Mingyu put down the comb and sat down next to Xu Mingxiu with an excited look on her face. "Mingxiu, how about we tease your brother-in-law together?" "Huh? Are you kidding?" Xu Mingxiu was confused. "Oh ha!" Xu Mingyu didn't know why, but the more she thought about it, the more excited she felt. She happily suggested, "Let's play cosplay today, swap roles, and tease him." Xu Mingxiu twitched his lips, his eyes growing more puzzled. "Role swap? How? Isn't that clear?" Xu Mingyu opened her red lips slightly, her voice clear and sweet with excitement, like the chirping of an oriole. "It's very simple. You pretend to be me, and I pretend to be you. Yesterday I had my hair down and wore that white flowing silk skirt and pants, and you had your hair tied up in a high ponytail and wore those wide-leg jeans. Let's change today. You pretend to be me, and I pretend to be you, to test your brother-in-law and see if he can tell us apart." "R." Xu Mingxiu's pretty face flushed, her eyes filled with shame, and she said with some embarrassment, "Isn't this bad? What if my brother-in-law gets angry when I tease him like this?" "No tilde." Xu Mingyu spoke with certainty, curling the corners of her mouth, and wanted to say that your brother-in-law really wants you to pretend to be me every day. But of course, this cannot be said in front of Xu Mingxiu. It's just a joke. Your brother-in-law isn't that petty. As he spoke, he couldn't help but smirking. "You should have seen how I addressed him and spoke to him yesterday, right? Just act like I did yesterday. When there are people around, call him brother. When no one is around, call him husband." Then he took Xu Mingxiu's hand and begged, "Just perform for a while. After lunch, we can switch back. How about that?" Xu Mingxiu pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "Forget it, this isn't appropriate. What if my brother-in-law wants to do to me the same way he did to you yesterday? It's okay, just find an excuse to slip away." Xu Mingyu was still unwilling to give up the game. Xu Mingxiu hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. "That's right tilde." Xu Mingyu was delighted to see this, and she was hoping Wang Qingyu could tell the difference. "Where's your hairband from yesterday? Lend it to me." Xu Mingxiu had no choice but to take off the hairband on his wrist. After hesitating for a moment, he put on his previous ice silk straight pants and t-shirt again. The two sisters spent another hour dressing up and finally finished. Then he walked out of the bedroom happily and knocked on the door of Wang Qingyu's room. Chapter 66 Assisting Brother-in-law. The door of Wang Qingyu's room was not locked, so Xu Mingyu pushed it open and walked in, calling him brother-in-law in Xu Mingxiu's tone. She tied her hair up into a ponytail today and left catfish whiskers. He changed into the wide-leg jeans and loose white t-shirt that Xu Mingqiu wore yesterday. From yesterday's fairy-like, gentle and elegant style, it has become today's fresh and elegant style. Seeing the empty room, Xu Mingyu was a little confused. Your brother-in-law is not here. Where did he go? Of course Xu Mingqiu knew where his brother-in-law was. That bad guy was hugging, kissing and touching him upstairs. I almost killed myself on the spot. I guess I'm still upstairs, happily drinking tea tilde. But this matter definitely cannot be told, so I could only shake my head. Today she wore the white sheer gauze skirt and pants that her sister wore yesterday, paired with a light blue knitted vest, with her hair draped over her shoulders and reaching her waist. With her pure and beautiful face and slim body, it is no exaggeration to say that she is as beautiful as a fairy. Looking for me. As the two walked out of the bedroom, a voice suddenly came from the stairs. Following the sound, I saw Wang Qingyu walking out with a cigar in his mouth. When Xu Mingyu saw her boyfriend, her eyes lit up instinctively. She was about to go up to him and hug him, but suddenly she remembered that she was playing the role of Xu Mingqiu. After hesitating for a moment, he imitated Xu Mingqiu's usual demeanor, smiled gently, and greeted him in a soft voice, "Hello, brother-in-law." Hello, Nuller Tilder. No matter how good the Ren sisters' acting skills are, they naturally cannot escape Wang Qingyu's eyes. He had already identified the identities of the two people at the first opportunity. Seeing that they had exchanged clothes and hairstyles, and Xu Mingyu pretending to be Xu Mingqiu in front of him, Wang Qingyu naturally guessed that the two sisters were playing role-playing. He doesn't care about this. It doesn't matter whether she is an older sister or a younger sister. When Xu Mingqiu heard Xu Mingyu call her like that, she bit her thin lips with her snow-white teeth, smiled slightly, and imitated her sister Xu Mingyu's usual speaking tone, speaking in a delicate voice. But before she could utter a word, her pretty snow-white face had already turned red. Brother, have you eaten? Are you hungry? He, not yet tilde. As Wang Qingyu was speaking, he had already come in front of the sisters. As usual, without saying a word, he put his arms around his girlfriend's soft and slender waist. But this time, the girlfriend he hugged was a fake. What about you? Have you eaten yet? Xu Mingxiu's face turned pale in an instant, his body stiffened, and his nervous heart beat into his throat. Glancing sideways quietly, the smile on my sister Xu Mingyu's face seemed a little unnatural at this moment. Yeah? Wang Qingyu's puzzled voice came, what's wrong? Then he slapped the girl's butt, what are you daydreaming about? Xu Mingxiu's body shook violently, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he instinctively turned his head to ask his sister for help. Unexpectedly, Xu Mingyu seemed to not care at all. Instead, she was making faces and laughing with glee. Xu Mingxiu was in a state of confusion, and his snow-white face turned red. Although more intimate things than this have been done before in the attic. But now, in front of my sister, I felt ashamed and embarrassed, and I wanted to run away immediately. No, nothing. Xu Mingxiu's smile was as fake and stiff as a silicone doll's, and his tongue trembled as he spoke, brother, let's go downstairs to eat. Wang Qingyu felt secretly happy when he saw her expression. He turned around and saw the real Xu Mingyu still smiling foolishly, and he couldn't help feeling a little confused. This girl, it's no wonder she agreed to my previous proposal and is assisting me, right? Chapter 67. You don't want Yaya to know about us, right? Okay, let's go eat. Wang Qingyu always held Xu Mingxiu's slender waist. The 5 fingers danced on the tender and soft skin of Xu Mingxiu's waist like playing the piano. Seeing her sister feeling embarrassed and shy in her boyfriend's arms, Xu Mingyu just kept smiling and turned around to walk downstairs first. Wang Qingyu held Xu Mingxiu's slender waist and followed her. The sister-in-law in his arms had a rosy face, and the shy and charming look of the girl made him very fascinated. I couldn't help but put my hand on the perky breasts at the back. It is perky, petite and round, delicate, soft and elastic. Xu Mingxiu seemed to be particularly sensitive, and his body froze in an instant, as if he couldn't even walk. Her watery eyes looked at her pleadingly, and her trembling voice was soft and charming, with a hint of pleading, brother tilde. Wang Qingyu had a playful look on his face as he looked down at the girl in his arms, his hand never leaving her body. I don't know where my mother went tilde. Xu Mingyu looked around but couldn't find Bai Jie. The Mercedes-Benz is not at home. It must have driven out. Wang Qingyu and Xu Mingxiu came to the living room and let her go, then you can call and ask. If she's busy, we'll go out to eat by ourselves. Xu Mingyu nodded, took out her cell phone, walked out, and went to the courtyard to call her mother. She had no idea that the Apple phone in her hand had betrayed her identity. Seeing Xu Mingyu holding a cell phone and walking out while talking on the phone, Wang Qingyu knew that this was a rare opportunity, so he put out his cigar and then moved to Xu Mingxu's side. "Yeye, what's wrong with you today?" Wang Qingyu called Yeye and hugged his sister-in-law again, suppressing the corners of his mouth, a little puzzled. "Why do you feel so unfamiliar with me today?" Xu Mingxu's cheeks flushed again. Seeing his sister leave the villa, he breathed a sigh of relief. No tilde. In order to make the acting more realistic, Xu Mingxu took Wang Qingyu's arm and raised his eyes slightly with a charming smile. "You made me stay awake all night, so I am a little sleepy tilde." She really didn't sleep well last night and listened in the corner for a long time. She didn't sleep well all night and had an embarrassing dream for the first time. "Then after dinner, I'll take a good nap with you." As Wang Qingyu spoke, his body suddenly moved closer. The girl's heart tightened and she instinctively shrank back. Seeing this, Wang Qingyu reached out and gently pushed the girl, and she immediately fell down and lay on the sofa. He also followed suit and used his body to protect her, preventing her from falling off the sofa. Xu Mingxu felt embarrassed, and the blush on his face went all the way to his ears. He placed his hands lightly on Wang Qingyu's chest and said in a shy voice, "Brother, don't be like this. Sister, Mingxu and Mom will be back soon. It's not good if they see us." Wang Qingyu's affectionate and charming peach blossom eyes were smiling as he quietly gazed at the girl below. The desire deep in his eyes was like a demon lurking in the abyss, ready to break out at any time. Don't worry, being intimate with each other is a very normal interaction between couples. You agree? Having said that, Wang Qingyu paused, then slowly lowered his head. Seeing this, Xu Mingxu closed his eyes consciously, looking as if he was ready to be picked. Until their lips touched, Xu Mingxu's soft body trembled as if she had been electrocuted, and she took the initiative to open her cherry lips, revealing her beauty. Her small hands were still clenched into fists, but no longer pressed against the man's chest, and her body had completely softened, as if it had no bones. The soft body with a delicate body fragrance made Wang Qingyu instantly obsessed. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Qingyu reluctantly separated from her, but he was still holding the girl's soft body. "Do you like your brother treating you like this?" A gentle voice reached her ears, and Xu Mingxu slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Wang Qingyu, then her pretty face immediately blushed and she turned her head away shyly. She felt that the intimacy just now seemed to have drained all the strength from her body, and she felt so weak that she couldn't muster an ounce of strength. "My cheeks were burning hot and my heart felt numb." After hesitating for a moment, Xu Mingxu smiled shyly and whispered, "I like it tilde." Upon hearing this, Wang Qingyu couldn't help but smile. He leaned over to her ear and breathed a breath of hot air, which made the girl tremble. He said with a half smile, "Since you like me, then you can be my girlfriend, Mingxu." The magnetic voice and low tone exploded in Xu Mingxu's ears like thunder. Xu Mingxu shivered as if he was caught stealing. The girl, who was originally immersed in tenderness and sweetness, came back to her senses in an instant and looked at Wang Qingyu in surprise. "Mom. How does he know that I am not Ming US?" Wang Qingyu didn't give her much time to react. He lowered his head again and sealed her cherry lips. Xu Mingxu's heart was so nervous that it jumped into his throat, just like his first kiss. His mind went blank in an instant. He used both hands to push the man away, but the force was so light that it seemed like a caress. The girl was in a state of confusion, feeling both ashamed of being discovered and unable to suppress her joy and excitement. After a symbolic reluctance, he was completely immersed in the tenderness and sweetness. This time, she is not a substitute for her sister, but is playing the role of Xu Mingxu, and is in love with the man she likes, supporting each other and spending time with him. After a long time, they separated again. Xu Mingxu was stunned by the kiss. He raised his chin and chased after her reluctantly. "Open channel, okay?" Wang Qingyu looked at the shy and charming girl and asked again. Xu Mingxu naturally knew what Wang Qingyu was asking. After hesitating for a moment, he finally struggled to sit up. The girl's cheeks flushed with shame, and she didn't dare to look up at anyone. She saw that her knitted vest had been pushed up to her chest at some point, which made her feel even more embarrassed and ashamed. She bit her thin lips lightly and lowered her head to adjust her vest, but she always felt something was uncomfortable. She touched her back and found that the buckle of her bra had been unfastened without her noticing. The dead memories revived, and Xu Mingqiu felt extremely embarrassed when he remembered that Wang Qingyu unbuttoned the buttons on his back with just one hand, and then flirted with him. A wicked laugh sounded at this time. Xu Mingqiu raised his eyes and glared at him in shame and anger. She usually buttons it in the front and then turns it to the back. It's not convenient now. I tried several times but failed. I could only pout and complain, why don't you come and help me, Tilda? Here I come. Wang Qingyu chuckled again, and when Xu Mingqiu turned around, he reached out to help her button it up. Xu Mingqiu seemed to be afraid that Wang Qingyu would do something wrong again, so he quickly put down his vest. He seemed to feel insecure and grabbed the pillow and hugged it tightly. Wang Qingyu was amused when he saw this. What's going on? You haven't answered me yet. No, you can't. Xu Mingqiu obviously hesitated for a moment, and then buried her face in the pillow after she finished speaking. Her pretty face was white with a rosy glow, as bright as the first snow and as beautiful as a crabapple. Wang Qingyu raised the corner of his mouth and reached out to embrace her fragrant and soft body. Xu Mingqiu shrank his shoulders, but did not distance himself. Wang Qingyu looked at the shy and bright girl and couldn't help but smile. Mingqiu, I made my meaning very clear in the attic this morning. When the attic was mentioned, Xu Mingqiu suddenly raised his eyes and looked at him shyly and surprised. You know it's me. Wang Qingyu smiled and nodded, a teasing look on his face. Well, you don't want Yeye to know about us, right? Chapter 68. Does she also want the three of us to be together? Xu Mingqiu was stunned when he heard this. He was silent for a moment and curled his lips in grievance. Are you threatening me? No. Of course, this threat cannot be acknowledged. Wang Qingyu gently hugged the girl in his arms and said in a gentle voice, Silly girl, I'm just joking with you. As he said this, he glanced outside with the corner of his eye. Still no sign of Xu Mingyu, he became bolder. Mingqiu, I know you like me too. Otherwise, as a girl who has never been in a relationship, how could you possibly let me do whatever I want when I'm close to you if you don't like it? And why did you even give me your first kiss? Hearing this, Xu Mingqiu raised his eyes with resentment. You already have Yeye, and you know that I am not her, why do you still treat me like that? Wang Qingyu was silent for a moment, then sighed helplessly. At first I really thought you were Yeye, but when we kissed later, I discovered something was wrong. Xu Mingqiu was stunned for a moment, then lowered her head again, her bright eyes already turning red. Wang Qingyu lowered his head and kissed her forehead gently, then said again, Mingqiu, be my girlfriend, Tilda. Stop talking, you can't. Xu Mingqiu replied firmly and turned his head to look to the side. Why? Wang Qingyu put his arm around Xu Mingqiu's shoulders, and with a slight force of his arm, he immediately picked up the girl's soft and slender body with one hand and placed it directly on his thigh. Xu Mingqiu was stunned. He raised his eyes and glared at Wang Qingyu, but did not struggle or move away. She just continued to hug the pillow tightly, sitting quietly on Wang Qingyu's lap, letting him hug her. Since I like you and you like me, why can't we be together? Xu Mingqiu lowered his eyes, was silent for a moment, and said in a low voice, because you are Yeye's boyfriend, Tilda. The girl raised her head, her clear red eyes misting with tears. Yes, I do like you. But you already have Yeye, Tilda. How can I be with you? Compete with Yeye? No need to grab Tilda. Wang Qingyu reached out and wiped her face, his peach blossom eyes full of affection. We can be together. Xu Mingqiu was stunned for a moment, then looked at him in surprise. What era is this? Do you still want us sisters to marry you together? Wang Qingyu smiled slightly. No matter what era it is, such things always happen. We hear less about it now, but it's not non-existent. He held the girl tightly in his arms, and his gentle and magnetic voice rang in her ears. Mingqiu, since we truly love each other, why should we care too much about worldly matters? We can live happily together, and you sisters can be together forever, without having to be apart for your entire lives. What's wrong with that? Or do you want me to break up with Yeye for you? No, it's not. Xu Mingqiu panicked when he heard this. I never asked you to break up with her. What if Yeye also agrees? Wang Qingyu asked. Xu Mingqiu suddenly fell silent. Wang Qingyu gently rubbed his cheek against Xu Mingqiu's soft face. If Yeye also agrees that we should be together, what if we three want to live together for the rest of our lives? Xu Mingqiu shook his head, looking disappointed. No, she won't agree. Wang Qingyu raised the corner of his mouth. Although Xu Mingyu had not yet made a clear statement, he had expressed the idea of a double meal before, and Xu Mingyu had not explicitly refused. If you don't refuse, it means there is still hope. I say, what if she agrees? What if she wants the three of us to be together? As long as she agrees, you'll do it, won't you? Xu Mingyu raised his eyes and glanced at the man in front of him, blaming him for being so aggressive. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded and said, in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Wang Qingyu was overjoyed when he heard this. He grabbed her chin again and lifted up her snow-white and delicate chin. Xu Mingyu felt embarrassed and her cheeks flushed slightly. She seemed to know what the man wanted to do. She closed her eyes shyly, looking like she was ready to do whatever he wanted. Her skin, which was whiter than snow, made her rosy face look even more attractive. Wang Qingyu was just about to taste this delicate flower again when the sound of a car suddenly came from outside the villa. They both turned their heads and saw that the red Mercedes-Benz G had already driven into the villa. Wang Qingyu and Xu Mingyu separated as if they had been electrocuted. Xu Mingyu felt like he was caught having an affair and ran up the stairs. Wang Qingyu stood up and walked to the courtyard, where he saw Bai Jie and Xu Mingyu had already gotten out of the car. What are you standing there for? Come to work. Bai Jie glared at the man unhappily, then turned around and opened the trunk. Wang Qingyu walked forward with a chuckle. Teacher Bai, where have you been? Bai Jie glared at him. How dare you say that, Tilder? There are so many things to prepare in the villa, and we also need to prepare various supplies for our road trip. And you, on the other hand, couldn't even wake me up when I went upstairs to call you at 10:30 Tilder. Then he complained, intentionally or unintentionally, you didn't sleep last night. You slept like a dead pig all morning. After saying this, Wang Qingyu didn't react at all, but Xu Mingyu blushed instantly. Now she has realized what has happened and knows that she was exposed the moment she took out her cell phone. Seeing that Wang Qingyu didn't say anything and looked at her with a smile, Xu Mingyu felt a little disappointed and fled back to the villa. Bai Jie gave her daughter a strange look and said angrily, what are you daydreaming about? Get your things. Then she took out a shopping bag from the trunk and walked towards the villa. It's so hot, I'm exhausted. Okay. Wang Qingyu chuckled and came to the back of the car. He saw that the trunk was already full of things and couldn't help but take a deep breath. After buying so many things, Bai Jie must have gone shopping a lot. In this hot summer, she must be very tired. He immediately started to pick up things one by one. Bai Jie took off her sun-protective cardigan and stood in front of the air conditioner at the door. Seeing Wang Qingyu running back and forth, sweating profusely, her dissatisfaction subsided a little. She got up at 6 in the morning, prepared dinner and waited for the little ones, but unfortunately none of them came downstairs to eat. It was summer vacation now, and she knew the little ones might want to sleep in, so she didn't go to call them. After cleaning up the meal, I cleaned up the room. We bought a lot of things yesterday and she arranged them one by one. I was busy until after 10 o'clock, and when I saw that the little ones had not come down yet, I went upstairs to call for help. As a result, no one knew what the three of them did last night, and each one slept more soundly than the other. Considering that there are so many things to buy for the villa, and a self-driving tour also requires a lot of preparation, I can only drive to buy them myself. As small as trash cans, garbage bags, pots and pans, kitchen knives, etc. As large as rice cookers, microwave ovens, murals, water dispensers, etc. Wang Qingyu had already had the air conditioner, refrigerator, and range hood replaced, but the TV had not been replaced yet. She bought them all and someone will deliver them to her later. In addition, I also bought the equipment needed for self-driving tours, such as slippers, sunglasses, sunscreen, sun hats, underwear, as well as folding tables and chairs for camping, tents, etc. There were so many things to buy that she had almost no time to choose, so she just bought the expensive ones. The two of them worked for a full hour before they finally sorted out and put away all the items. As soon as she finished, Bai Jie crossed her arms, her chest puffed out, and asked with a cold face, tell me the truth, did you torment Yeye again last night? Chapter 69 Wall Dawn. No trouble Tilder. Wang Qingyu blinked his innocent big eyes and shook his head slightly. He Tilder. Bai Jie's lips curled up in a mocking tone, no trouble, just love for one night, right? He knew this brat very well. He never thought of this kind of thing as trouble, it was love. It is an honor and a gift. He loves you, so he will fuck you all night long. I don't love you, so I don't even bother to do it. Wang Qingyu chuckled and boldly reached out to hug her slender waist. Bai Jie was startled and instinctively wanted to push Wang Qingyu away, but she didn't. I turned my head and took a quick look at the stairs. After confirming that there was no one there, I felt a little relieved. What are you doing? Bai Jie slapped the man's evil hand in annoyance. She felt a little nervous, but also very excited. Wang Qingyu had a wicked smile on his face. Teacher Bai, how about I love you tonight? Love is a verb. Don't even think about it, Tilda. Bai Jie was stunned for a moment, then decisively refused. She glared at Wang Qingyu and said, it's useless for you to come. I locked the door and went to bed early. I won't let you do anything wrong. She made up her mind that she would never mess around with Wang Qingyu again. She pushed Wang Qingyu away and said in a delicate voice, it's almost 2 o'clock, right? Are you hungry? Of course I'm hungry. Wang Qingyu's eyes were filled with resentment. By the way, Yeye and Mingqiu said they wanted to eat hot pot. Shall we go eat now? Don't go out to eat. I bought a shabu hot pot. Go out and buy some vegetables and meat later. We can eat at home. It's not clean outside. Who knows what kind of meat they used for you, Tilda? Bai Jie took out a bottle of yogurt from the refrigerator and started drinking it. Okay. Wang Qingyu responded, suddenly slapped Bai Jie on the back, and ran upstairs triumphantly. Hey, Mingqiu, how's it going? How does it feel to have that handsome guy hold your waist? In the second bedroom on the second floor, the two sisters changed their clothes and hairstyles at the same time. Seeing that her sister's face was still blushing, Xu Mingyu couldn't help but tease her. Xu Mingqiu, who had changed back into wide-leg jeans, felt shy and couldn't help but said coquettishly, Sister, what are you talking about, Tilda? What a stupid idea. It's so embarrassing. Xu Mingyu raised the corner of her mouth and said jokingly, Come on, it's embarrassing. I see you were having a great time just now. Xu Mingqiu was greatly embarrassed when she heard this. Her pretty face flushed red with embarrassment, and tears welled up in her eyes unconsciously. What? No. The two sisters immediately started fighting again. You grab my chest, I touch your thighs, you tickle my armpits, I spank your butt. The two sisters were playing happily when a man's voice suddenly sounded from outside. Ahem. Yeah, Mingqiu, go downstairs to eat. The door was locked, and I didn't know what the two sisters were doing inside. They were chattering, laughing, and whining. Good. Xu Mingyu and Xu Mingqiu stopped fighting instantly. The former responded and climbed up from Xu Mingqiu's body. Although the two were just joking, they ended up with each other's faces flushed, sweating profusely, and their clothes and hair disheveled. Xu Mingyu quickly tidied her clothes and then opened the door. Seeing Wang Qingyu, the girl smiled shyly. Hee, brother, is the meal ready? From now on, the role-playing is over, they don't have to pretend anymore, and Wang Qingyu doesn't have to cooperate with the performance anymore. Seeing her cute little face flushed, her temples wet with sweat, I couldn't help but laugh. What are you two sisters doing in there? It's okay, brother-in-law, we are just joking, Tilda. At this time, Xu Mingqiu also came over, looked at Wang Qingyu, and immediately looked away shyly. Wang Qingyu laughed. Okay, let's go, Tilda. Teacher Bai heard that you wanted to eat hot pot and planned to make it at home, so he asked us to go out and buy some food. Okay. I want to eat meat. Xu Mingyu's beautiful eyes lit up, and she and Xu Mingqiu returned to the bedside, picked up their respective cell phones, and just as they were about to leave, Xu Mingyu suddenly stopped. Brother, you guys go down first. I'm going to the bathroom first. Wait for me for 10 minutes. She returned to her room, not having the energy to clean herself. After waking up from a nap at noon, I was just about to take a shower and wash my underwear when Xu Mingqiu came back. As a result, they are now dry and stuck on it, and their whole body is filled with that smell. Xu Mingqiu smelled it, but fortunately she didn't understand what it was and just thought it was a strange smell in the room. After hearing this, Wang Qingyu and Xu Mingqiu had no choice but to leave first. Seeing this, Xu Mingyu quickly closed the door, found her suitcase, took out a pair of underwear from it, and ran into the bathroom in a panic. Wang Qingyu walked to the stairs and saw the door of the room closed. He immediately turned his gaze and looked at Xu Mingqiu. Xu Mingqiu instinctively sensed that the other party had ill intentions, and immediately took a step back, looking at him warily. Wang Qingyu found it a little funny. Without saying anything, he stretched out his hand and pulled her into his arms. With a push, Xu Mingqiu's body immediately leaned against the wall. Xu Mingqiu was startled, and before she could react, she was pushed against the wall again. The girl's heart instantly jumped into her throat. I was so nervous that I didn't know what to do. I instinctively wanted to reach out and push away, but my body was already tightly held and forced against the wall, unable to move. She didn't dare to scream, so she could only close her eyes, nervously, fearfully, and excitedly letting the other party flirt with her. Later, she just gave it a go, put her arms around the man's neck, stood on tiptoes, and took the initiative to please him. I don't know how long it took until I heard the sound of the bathroom door opening in the room. Xu Mingxiu shuddered and suddenly came to his senses. He wanted to push away, but Wang Qingyu was still holding him tightly. He could only grit his teeth and bite his lower lip hard. Wang Qingyu really felt pain and separated. Xu Mingxiu glared at the man who was pushing her against the wall with shame and anger, quickly bent down, slipped out from under Wang Qingyu's arm that was supporting the wall, and ran downstairs as if escaping. Wang Qingyu licked his lower lip, looked at the girl's back, and suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. He looked back at the bedroom which was still tightly closed, turned around and went downstairs. Where's Yaya? Why hasn't she come down yet? As soon as I went downstairs, I saw Bai Jie and Xu Mingxiu sitting on the sofa watching TV. Wang Qingyu smiled slightly and said, still in the toilet. After saying that, he sat down next to Xu Mingxiu. Bai Jie glanced at Wang Qingyu, and seeing Xu Mingxiu's shy face, her heart skipped a beat. Her beautiful eyes narrowed. Wang Qingyu, you won't bully our Mingxiu, will you? Chapter 70. She jumped into the river yesterday. No. Wang Qingyu blinked his innocent big eyes, looking a little confused. Of course he wouldn't feel guilty about this kind of thing. There is no bullying, that is love. Bai Jie lay down on the sofa and said unhappily, all right, go buy some groceries. Buy whatever you want to eat. Aren't you going with me? After hearing what Wang Qingyu said, Bai Jie couldn't help but roll her eyes. Sister, I've been busy all morning. I'm almost dying of heat if not exhausted. Do you still want me to work? He, I dare not. Wang Qingyu chuckled and took advantage of Bai Jie's inattention to grab Xu Mingxiu from behind without leaving any trace, causing the girl's cheeks to blush again. After a while, Xu Mingyu also came downstairs, but Wang Qingyu did not leave immediately. Instead, he asked Bai Jie for contact information and contacted the worker who delivered the electrical appliances. Knowing that the delivery would be after 5 p.m., he drove out with the sisters Xu Mingyu and Xu Mingxiu. I bought some spinach, wheat, Chinese cabbage, lettuce, potatoes, and beef and mutton. As for the hot pot meatballs, he didn't buy them. The family finished their meal happily and it was almost 3 o'clock. Bai Jie went back to her room to rest. The weather outside was still unbearably hot, so the sisters Xu Mingyu and Xu Mingxiu also went upstairs. Wang Qingyu went to the tea room, made a pot of tea, and called his father. Hello, Dad. What's the matter? Tell me. Wang Jinhe was still lying on the hospital bed. Although his body was no longer in serious condition, the doctor said that his blood vessels were also miraculously improving. But once you are hospitalized, you are not allowed to leave at will. Wang Qingyu found the cigar he had taken a few puffs of and relit it. It's okay. I just want to see how you are doing. Have you finished the 4? I've lost everything. I want to be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. Wang Jinhe said, and then said, the boss of the Liu family is back. I brought some gifts this morning and called a few elders from the Liu family, as well as your Uncle Jinyan and Uncle Jinfeng from our family, to take care of this matter. The so-called management means that the two parties involved and their respective family elders sit together and talk things out. Wang Qingyu frowned. Dad, what are your plans for this matter? Wang Jinhe chuckled and said, the other party has admitted their mistake, and those people have been detained. With so many people pleading for mercy, why don't we just let it go? Don't let go yet. Wang Qingyu took a long drag on his cigarette and said, tell them to tear down the slope at the entrance first and change the drainage channel. I'll see if they are sincere. Otherwise, there's no point in discussing this. My grandfather's aisle was already narrow, and they built such a high slope to block out the houses, and they also dumped so much wastewater into the street every day. It's okay in the summer, but in the winter my grandfather is in danger every time he goes out. Let them tear it down now. Our county is currently focusing on improving the rural living environment. Streets in most towns and villages across the county are being cleaned up, and almost all the Juahu slopes have been demolished. Only our village is still waiting and watching. If you don't demolish it today, I'll have the village party secretary personally lead the team to demolish it tomorrow. Okay, I'll tell them later. Wang Jinhe also thought it made sense. At this time, Qin Juanxia next to him took the phone and said, "Qingyu, where are you now?" Wang Qingyu smiled slightly. "Mom, my new girlfriend and I are at the villa in Handan City. We are planning to go on a road trip tomorrow." "Okay, go ahead. Be careful on the road." Qin Juanxia would have been very happy in the past when she heard that her son had a girlfriend again, but now she didn't care much. A girlfriend is just a girlfriend after all. It's never too late to be happy when you get married. Wang Qingyu leaned back on the pearwood couch and said softly, "Well, Mom, you and my dad must take the medicine I gave you on time. When I come back, I'll take you to the south to have fun for a month." Qin Juanxia hesitated after hearing this. "How much will it cost?" "We won't go. You guys can go and have fun by yourselves." Wang Qingyu sighed secretly. "Mom, didn't I tell you before that we are not short of money now, and you are old, you should have a good rest and have some fun. Let's just wander around and enjoy the scenery. It's good for our health." Wang Jinhe agreed with this and said with a smile, "Okay, let's talk about it when you come back." Then he suddenly said, "Just now your uncle Guisheng called to borrow money." Wang Qingyu sneered in his heart, and it really started. "How much?" Wang Jinhe hesitated for a moment and said, "He said his son is getting married soon and he wants to borrow 50,000 yuan. Wang Qingyu frowned. The other party knew that their family was rich now, so he lent them 50,000 yuan. If you borrow money, you may not be able to pay it back. If you don't lend it, or borrow too little, the other party will definitely despise you, and you may even become enemies in the future. The key is that once the door is opened, everyone in the village will come to you to ask for money. It's asking, not borrowing. Because they will think that you have so much money anyway, and this money is not yours, but given to you by your rich woman. Everyone wants it, but no one wants to return it. Why shouldn't I want it? Why should I return it? No matter how much you have, it's not enough for them. This kind of thing is not an isolated case. Brother Coat is the most famous example. After becoming famous and making money, not only friends and relatives, but also people came from far away to block your door to borrow money. Wang Qingyu does not think that he is a saint who can save the country from poverty. "Dad, how many people have come to borrow money these past 2 days?" Wang Qingyu suddenly asked. "Including Guisheng, there are 3 in total." Wang Jinhe laughed. Wang Qingyu was silent for a moment after hearing this, and then he said directly, "Dad, you have connections with them, so if you want to borrow, just lend it to them. The amount is up to you. But let me make it clear first, your money is your money, and my money is my money. If they want to borrow money from you, you should do it according to your ability. If it involves me, let them come to me and ask for it in person. Also, if I get married, you will still have to pay for the wedding house, wedding car, and betrothal gifts. See what I mean? Clear?" Wang Jinhe naturally understood his son's temperament and knew that he was not the kind of person who would deny his father just because he became rich. "I also understand that he did this for my own good, so that I could put all the blame on him and let him be the stingy villain. I have saved money over the years and deposited it in the bank regularly in order to buy a house, a car and get my son married. Apart from the 50,000 yuan I had to keep as capital for receiving the goods, I didn't have much spare money. Basically, when I saved up 50,000 yuan, I would deposit it directly in the bank. All the close friends and family know about this. If anyone really wants to borrow money, I have an excuse: I have no money. If you want to borrow, go find my son yourself. One more thing. Does your 5th uncle from Zhang village know about this?" Wang Qingyu frowned and thought for a moment. "I know, isn't he my grandmother's 5th brother? What happened to him? Is he here to borrow money too?" This 5th uncle's family conditions are average, and his relationship with their family is also average. It's the kind of thing where you bring a box of lulu to my house during the Chinese New Year, and I bring a box of lulu to your house during the temple fair. It's not a loan. Qin Juanxia sighed and said, "Your uncle's daughter, your Aunt Sheshue, jumped into the river yesterday." "Jumped into the river? Died?" Wang Qingyu sat up in surprise. Qin Juanxia replied, "She didn't die. Her husband went down to the river to save her and pulled her out, but he himself didn't make it out and drowned." Wang Qingyu was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help asking, "Why did she jump into the river?" It said that the couple had a quarrel and happened to be by the river, so they jumped in. Wang Qingyu was speechless for a moment after hearing this, and finally sneered, "Har har, 6.